The day the gates opened, the world didn't just stumble, it completely fell apart. While thousands were being slaughtered like cattle by monsters, a tiny fraction of humanity felt something change inside them. They awakened supernatural powers and stepped up to fight the nightmare. People started calling them the saviors of humanity, the players. And among them, swords fly through the air like guided missiles, cutting through the dark. There was Lee Hyun-wook, an F-rank player known as the Great Steel Emperor, standing alone against a sea of monsters. He was supposed to be the last hope for a dying world, but that hero title was nothing but a cruel joke as the world shattered around him. Hyun-wook wakes up upside down, his face strained as he's forced into a grueling physical punishment. His life didn't end in glory, it felt like it was just getting restarted in the worst way possible. A drill sergeant screams at a line of soldiers to get their heads straight while they're all forced to do headstands. Welcome to the anti-monster troop, the AMT, where every awakened player is forced to serve their time. Hyun-wook stares at the dirt, his eyes wide with shock and realization. If he's supposed to be the ultimate savior of the future, why the hell is he back in basic training? The AMT shooting range sits carved into a hillside, surrounded by thick forest. Racks of rifles stand ready, but these aren't just normal guns, they're tools for players. The sergeant bellows about their strength, demanding to know how they managed to lose 9 bullet cartridges. Hidden from view, Hyun-wook's hand glows with a faint blue spark. With a tiny flick of his finger, a metal cartridge zips through the air like it's alive. He's literally catching the evidence in his mouth while his head is still pinned to the ground. The sergeant is losing his mind, screaming at the recruits for their incompetence. The entire platoon shouts back in unison, terrified of the man's rage. Hyun-wook focuses, a blue digital-like pattern reflecting in his eyes. A system screen appears, showing he can currently manipulate 300 grams of metal. He looks bored and miserable, watching the notification hover in front of his face. No one would be sane if they had to go through the military a second time. A sudden, violent memory of a blade piercing through his mouth flashes through his mind. This was his reality in the near future. The city is a graveyard of rubble and bodies, with a mysterious figure in a plague mask standing over the fallen. Buildings are smoldering, the air thick with the smoke of a lost civilization. An explosion rips through a bus, turning a street full of refugees into a funeral pyre. The street is carpeted with the dead, showing that the monsters weren't the only ones killing. Hyun-wook lies in the dirt, covered in blood, realizing that humanity was betrayed by its own players. The masked villain mocks him, laughing at the fallen Great Steel Emperor. He peels off the mask to reveal a smug, bearded face, the face of a traitor. The man claims he and his group are divine creatures who have come to judge the world. Hyun-wook snarls that they're just cowards who sold their souls, wishing he had just one more day to get stronger. The traitor, Gordon Precy, just grins, enjoying Hyun-wook's helplessness. He tells Hyun-wook not to be sad because his fate was sealed from the start. A single tear rolls down Hyun-wook's face as his life fades away. Gordon laughs, calling him a useless F-rank who was always destined to die like trash. A massive, muscle-bound executioner raises a club made of jagged wood and vines. Hyun-wook screams Gordon's name as the heavy weapon comes crashing down to end him. Just like that, he died. Back in the present, Hyun-wook gulps, his throat moving as he swallows the metal cartridge he hid. A message pops up, he's learned how to grow stronger, and a timer for metal absorption starts counting down. The sergeant is still barking orders, demanding the soldiers chant their mindset while they suffer. Hyun-wook grinds his teeth, the system window flickering beside his head. He's back at level 1, and his skills have reset to the beginning. The soldiers shout soldier and mindset with every agonizing second. But the happy-go-lucky mascot on the poster thumbs up at the suffering men. Hyun-wook is fuming internally. Why did the universe have to send him back to the army? Soldier. 2. Mindset. 6. 7. Finally, the count reaches 9, and the torture ends for now. The platoon is ordered to enter the mess hall, and the hungry soldiers immediately start talking about the menu. Hyun-wook looks exhausted, his eyes half closed as he trudges toward the building. He really didn't think he'd ever have to smell cafeteria food again. A stray cat hisses near some trash bags, guarding a bowl of scraps. A sergeant stops the group, telling Corporal Lee Hyun-wook and his squad they have work to do before they eat. Hyun-wook tries to protest, pointing out they just finished a brutal training session. The sergeant just smirks, his face twisted with a classic bully's arrogance. He calls Hyunwook a loser, looking for a fight. Hyunwook stares at him, suddenly remembering who this trash is. It's Sanguk, the army's resident piece of garbage. Sanguk gets in his face, asking if Hyunwook expects his own squad to do all the heavy lifting. He pokes Hyunwook's forehead, mocking him for being an F-rank who can never level up. In his first life, Hyunwook actually believed he was stuck as an F-rank forever. Hyunwook stands his ground, asking if Sanguk will take responsibility if something goes wrong while they're working. The other soldiers in the mess hall whisper, shocked that the loser corporal is actually talking back. Hyunwook's gaze turns icy, his eyes narrowing with the intensity of a man who's seen the end of the world. He can't believe he used to let a small-time thug like this walk all over him. Sanguk snaps, screaming at Hyunwook for the glare and asking if he wants to die. Sanguk's hand begins to glow with a magical golden seal as he prepares to use his skill. The private next to them looks terrified, seeing the high-level magic about to be unleashed. Sanguk brags about being a D-rank, threatening to crush the weakling right there. Hyunwook doesn't even flinch, his expression remaining completely calm. He suddenly smiles, agreeing to do the work but asking for food first. Sanguk is caught off guard, his momentum totally ruined by the sudden shift. Hyunwook points out that everyone is watching, and people might think Sanguk is being an abusive prick. He mocks him with a fake kind voice, saying a future hero like Sanguk shouldn't let bad rumors ruin his reputation. Sanguk's face falls as he realizes he's been outmaneuvered in front of an audience. Hyunwook shouts to his squad that they'll eat fast and work fast to follow orders, making Sanguk look even worse. Sanguk coughs awkwardly, trying to play it cool as he retreats. He looks nervous, realizing he just lost a mental battle he didn't even know he was in. He barks at the other soldiers to stop staring and get to their meals. Hyunwook tells his junior, Park Junmo, to go eat without him because he isn't hungry. Junmo hesitates, looking at his senior with a mix of worry and confusion. Sanguk watches him walk away, thinking that Hyunwook feels like a completely different person. Hyunwook walks alone by the fence, his thoughts heavy with the coming war. He grinds his teeth, his jaw tight with repressed rage. He lets out a long, shaky breath, trying to settle the adrenaline. He tells himself he did a good job keeping his cool. The memories of Gordon Precy's betrayal flood back. That bastard's crimes make a petty army bully look like a saint. If he gets stuck in a military prison for starting a fight now, he'll never get strong enough to hunt down Gordon and the other traitors. A blue window announces that the metal absorption is complete. He can now manipulate 1 extra gram of steel. 1 gram. It's a pathetic start, but it's progress. He holds a handful of stolen spoons, smiling. He needs to keep his ability to level up a total secret for now. Inside the mess hall, the soldiers are confused, wondering where all the cutlery went. Junmo reports to a superior that every single spoon in the kitchen has vanished into thin air. Outside, Hyunwook is literally shoving a metal spoon into his mouth. He swallows hard, the metal sliding down his throat as he absorbs its essence. The cat from earlier watches him and gags, as if it can taste the disgusting raw steel. The system confirms another absorption is starting, with his control expected to increase by 1.25 grams. He holds up his military bayonet, calculating that he can only control 1 of these at his current level. Bullets and spoons aren't enough. If he keeps going at this rate, he'll never catch up to his future self. He looks out at the Namsan Tower in the distance, knowing he has exactly 3 days to get ready. His blue eyes burn with a cold, calculated ambition. He's decided he's going to take down a boss monster while he's still level 1. He buckles his gear, the leather and metal clicking into place. He slides his bayonet into its sheath, his movements sharp and practiced. His hand sparks with blue energy as the bayonet hovers above his palm. He's ready to show the world what an expert can do. 3 days later, the sun sets over the Namsan 5th post. The forest is dark and quiet, with 2 guards standing watch in a small wooden tower. Junmo looks nervous, clutching his rifle tight as he glances over at Hyunwook. Hyunwook stares into the darkness, his face a mask of absolute focus. Junmo keeps checking on him, sensing that something big is about to happen. He finally speaks up, telling Hyunwook that he's really changed for the better lately. Hyunwook checks his watch. It's 4:05 a.m. He asks if his change makes Junmo uncomfortable. Junmo waves his hands frantically, terrified of offending his senior. The system pings, his metal absorption is finished, and he can now manipulate over 1,300 grams. Junmo stammers, trying to explain that he just thinks Hyunwook is cooler now. He's confused when Hyunwook suddenly starts prepping his gear with a grim expression. Hyunwook looks him dead in the eye and asks, "Park Junmo, do you trust me?" Junmo instinctively shouts, "Yes, sir," like the loyal soldier he is. Hyunwook smirks, his eyes glinting with a dangerous hidden meaning. He calls Junmo's name one last time as they look out the window. Hyunwook readies his rifle, a blue aura beginning to swirl around him as Junmo realizes something is very wrong. A massive blue swirling portal, a gate, tears open in the sky, and a drooling goblin peeks through. The monster steps out, brandishing a crude cleaver as more of its kind follow. The goblins begin to descend the cliffside, heading straight for the military post. Inside the barracks, the other soldiers are sound asleep, completely unaware that a massacre is coming. A goblin lunges with a roar, but a blue flash of steel cuts through its neck before it can land. Hyunwook's bayonet streaks through the air like a bolt of lightning, shredding the monsters. More goblins pour out of the gate, but they freeze as they see a single human standing in their way. Hyunwook stands calmly, his bayonet orbiting him like a loyal pet while he points a finger at the horde. The goblins are confused and hesitant, seeing their comrades' bodies pile up around the portal. Hyunwook grins at them, telling the monsters he's actually happy to see them because he's been waiting 3 whole days. His eyes lock onto a specific monster, his gaze becoming even sharper. A larger, more sinister goblin with green blood dripping from its mouth huddles in the shadows. Hyunwook realizes his first ambush didn't kill them all. He really is only level 1 right now. He swirls his hand, and the bayonet spins with incredible speed, humming with power. The lead goblin stares at him, its eyes full of predatory hunger. Hyunwook mutters that he hates doing the same job twice. This time, he's ending it for real. The goblin screeches and leaps from the trees, claws extended. Hyunwook mocks them, telling the monsters that if they don't drop any good loot, they're dead for real. The bayonet pierces a goblin's skull mid-air, pinning its head to a thick tree trunk with a heavy thud. The blade glows with blue electricity, vibrating as it holds the monster fast. The rest of the horde screeches in terror as their leader falls, the blue gate pulsing behind them. Hyunwook looks down at a glowing red crystal that dropped from the monster's body. He knows the future, and he knows exactly what that item is. His fingers spark as he pulls the essence from the air. The red mana stone floats toward him, guided by his will. Without hesitation, he opens his mouth and lets the glowing stone fly right in. The remaining goblins stare in total disbelief. They've never seen a human eat their mana stones before. He swallows it, grimacing at the foul, metallic taste of mana steel. And he knows the goblins look like they're about to vomit just watching him. He needs to consume this special steel if he ever wants to reach his true potential. A message congratulates him for consuming mana steel from another world, promising an unknown increase in power. That means he stares at the glowing screen, his power levels beginning to surge. If he eats every legendary item he finds from now on, his face twists into a wide, manic grin. This life is going to be played on easy mode. The goblins start to realize they aren't the predators here, they're the meal. His bayonet rips itself out of the tree, spinning back into his control. He points forward and screams, "Mukbang, start!" as his blades fly out to harvest the rest of the horde. Back at the guard tower, Junmo is shaking, watching his senior go absolutely berserk on the monsters. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the night across the Namsun post. Hyunwook hushes Junmo, telling him he can sense the metal moving in the dark, even if they can't see it. Of course, that's a total lie. He just remembers the spawn patterns from his past life. Junmo panics, begging him to report it, but Hyunwook points out the army will never believe an F-rank can sense invisible monsters. Junmo looks hopeless, asking what they're supposed to do if they can't call for backup. Hyunwook grabs him by the shoulders, telling him to promise one thing: he's going to check it out alone. "Don't leave your post," he commands, his voice firm, "and most importantly, never report this to the higher-ups." He gives Junmo that same predatory smile, knowing exactly how to play the kid. If the military finds out what's really happening, the gate is still active, pulsing with malevolent energy as goblins keep crawling out. All the legendary weapons and loot will belong to the government, not him. His blade slices through a tree, leaving a clean, glowing cut. A goblin scout lunges forward, its teeth bared in a desperate attack. Hyunwook laughs, ready to start his feast as the blades spin around him. He sprints through the woods, his finger pointing the way for his floating bayonet to strike. Blood sprays as the blade carves through goblin flesh with surgical precision. He slides under an attack, kicking a goblin back while his blade covers his blind spot. The steel whistles through the air, moving faster than the eye can follow. He stands in a blur of motion, his bayonet circling him like a protective barrier of death. A goblin gets shredded as it tries to breach his defense, green blood splattering the ground. More monsters fall, their feet cut out from under them before they can even scream. From high in a tree, a massive shadow watches the slaughter, its eyes glowing with malice. The figure's hand, covered in thick fur, grips a staff adorned with glowing rune plates. Hyunwook stands over a pile of dead goblins, his eyes fixed on the forest canopy. He looks up, telling the hidden boss to keep screaming. It only makes the hunt better. A goblin tries to sneak up, but Hyunwook punches it squarely in the face without even looking. A large, jagged greatsword drops to the ground, glowing with blue mana. The boss swings a massive club down, but Hyunwook casually leans out of the way. He uses his power to catch the massive blade mid-air, the steel humming under his touch. The ground explodes as the two forces clash, sparking with intense magical energy. A goblin is caught in the crossfire, its eyes bulging as it's vaporized by the shockwave. Hyunwook slides back, his boots digging deep into the dirt to kill his momentum. Another monster is caught in the throat, coughing up blood as the bayonet finishes it off. Hyunwook leaps into the air, his bayonet spinning in a wide arc to maximize the terror of the surrounding horde. Green blood spatters the grass in messy patterns as the monsters are systematically dismantled. Another red mana stone rolls across the ground, more fuel for his growth. He glares at the goblins, mocking them for trying the same attack-from-behind trick that killed him in his past life. His eyes darken with a terrifying rage. He threatens to eat the next one who tries it alive. The goblins actually flinch, paralyzed by the overwhelming bloodlust coming from a mere human. He notes that he's finally managed to scare these brainless idiots. He looks at the carnage and asks himself if it's finally time for the main course. He scans the trees, frustrated that he can't see the boss through the thick leaves. "Where are you hiding?" he whispers, his eyes darting back and forth. In the shadows, the boss grinds its jagged yellow teeth, its breath heavy and hot. The cunning mastermind of this gate, the goblin shaman, reveals itself, towering over the bushes with its bone necklace and skull staff. The shaman. It glares down at him, its slit pupils filled with ancient, wicked intelligence. Hyunwook spots another item on the ground and wonders if it's time to get started for real. He intentionally leaves himself wide open, baiting the monster into a trap. The shaman's hand trembles with greed, its long claws twitching as it sees the opening. He knows the bastard won't be able to resist such a perfect chance. The red mana stone sits temptingly in the open, reflecting the blue light of the gate. Hyunwook bets that this shaman thinks it's way smarter than its minions. The shaman begins to chant, green runes spinning around its hand as it prepares a devastating spell. Hyunwook just grins back, his face half-shadowed and looking more like a villain than the monster. "Hurry up and show yourself," he goads, his voice dripping with confidence. The shaman's spell erupts, a green explosion of energy designed to crush everything in its path. Hyunwook leaps into the air, his silhouette framed against the dark trees as he prepares his counter. Spikes of jagged stone erupt from the earth, impaling several goblins who were too slow to move. The impact is so loud it can be heard all the way back at the city's towers. The main AMT base sits illuminated in the night, the lights flickering as the ground shakes. A soldier walks into an office, asking the platoon leader if he felt the earthquake. The leader just grumbles, telling the soldier he'll kill him if he gets woken up for something so pointless again. Back at the gate, a massive goblin with ritual tattoos crawls over the spikes. The monsters are regrouping, their numbers still seemingly endless. They snarl and drool, their eyes fixed on the lone soldier who's killing their kin. A massive cloud of dust and smoke rises from the center of the battlefield. The shaman stands tall, its ritual plates clinking together as it prepares its final move. It narrows its eyes, finally spotting Hyunwook's position through the haze. "Found you!" The monster seems to scream through its gaze. The shaman is furious, its face contorting with rage as it realizes it missed its target. Hyunwook is already moving, a whirlwind of blue energy surrounding him as he charges through the portal's light. The shaman tries to block, but the speed of the attack is overwhelming. Hyunwook mocks his own perfect shot as he lands a heavy blow on the monster's head. He laughs in the shaman's face, telling it that the target it was attacking was just a metal-induced fake. The blue energy swirls violently, trapping the shaman in a cage of its own making. A sharp white flash cuts through the night sky. Hyunwook's eyes go wide as he senses a sudden shift in the mana. The shaman catches his bayonet with its bare hand, the metal sparking against its tough skin. It raises its staff, the skull at the top beginning to glow with a sickly purple light. The monster grinds its teeth, blood dripping from its hand as it refuses to let go of the blade. Hyunwook is actually impressed, admitting that the monster is tougher than he expected. The shaman pulls a hidden dagger, ready to strike back at close range. Hyunwook screams at the monster to get down, promising to slice the whole horde up in one go. But in his head, he knows he's just bluffing to buy time. He stands on top of a dead goblin, surrounded by the horde with no easy way out. Since the boss is fighting him head-on now, the minions have found their courage again. The goblins are cheering, their spirits lifted by seeing their leader stand up to the human. A system warning flashes. He's consumed too much mana too fast, and he's down to 40%. He realizes he's in trouble. Without mana, he's just a normal guy in a fancy uniform. Since things have reached this point, he reaches for his rifle and clicks the safety to auto. The shaman raises its staff high, calling for a final decisive charge. Hyunwook roars that if he can't win, they're all dying together. He's taking them to hell with him. The shaman's eyes lock onto him, sensing the desperation in his voice. The monster lets out a sickening, toothy grin, thinking it's finally won. Suddenly, a voice calls out from the darkness, "Corporal Lee Hyunwook?" Hyunwook is surrounded, his rifle raised and ready for a final stand. "Park Junmo?" he shouts, his focus breaking for a split second. Junmo is running through the woods, cupping his hands and calling out for his senior. The shaman screams an order to its minions, its voice sounding like grinding stones. A goblin executioner leaps from a cliff, its massive axe aimed directly at the intruders. Hyunwook grinds his teeth, forced to move before he's ready. He screams at Junmo to get down as a goblin lunges at the terrified private. A gunshot rings out, a bullet tearing through the goblin's chest and sending it flying. Hyunwook uses his last bit of mana to guide the bullet, the blue streak lighting up the woods. He tackles another monster, his body slamming into it with the force of a freight train. He shoves his rifle barrel right into a goblin's mouth and pulls the trigger. Bam! He rolls through the dirt, barely dodging a heavy swing from the shaman's staff. He snaps his rifle back up, aiming down the sights with lethal intent. The dust settles, showing Junmo lying on the ground, shaking from the near-death experience. The gate behind them begins to flicker, its light fading as it starts to close. Hyunwook's bayonet stands buried in the ground, its glow gone. He missed. The shaman has disappeared into the shadows, escaping just before the gate collapsed. He lost everything he worked for in this fight. He's furious, his face twisted in a snarl of pure frustration. He realizes the shaman was way more cautious and intelligent than he gave it credit for. A voice crackles over the radio, the base heard the gunfire and is demanding a report from every post. Hyunwook grabs the radio and reports that a gate appeared and monsters have entered the area. He confirms the enemies are goblins, his voice steady despite the chaos. He tells them the monsters retreated after the first skirmish, trying to buy time. He looks down at Junmo, who's still huddled on the ground in shock. He grips the radio so hard his knuckles turn white. The base responds, ordering the 5th post to stay on standby. They are ordered to defend their position at all costs and wait for reinforcements. The commander repeats the order, making it clear they aren't to move. Hyunwook looks at the radio with a grim expression. He knows who's coming. She's going to arrive any minute now. Inside the base, a group of elite soldiers in black armor prepares to move out. And leading them is the AMT's greatest weapon. A woman with fiery red hair and cold blue eyes stares ahead, her presence alone commanding the room. Lieutenant Seo Eunha. Hyunwook knows that if she gets here, she'll shut down the gate just like she did in his past life, and she'll take all the legendary loot for the military's top brass. He looks at a glowing purple gem in the dirt, a legendary grade item. A legendary item. Adamantium. The gem sparkles with an otherworldly, prismatic light that outshines everything around it. In his past life, this was the ultimate treasure that allowed him to become the Steel Emperor. If he doesn't grab it right now, the next chance to see this metal won't be for another 4 years. And if that happens, he'll end up dead in the dirt, just like before. He's getting it first, no matter the cost. He needs to finish the job before the elite team arrives to take over. He explains to Junmo that goblins need a living human sacrifice to keep their gate open. Junmo points toward the 6th post, asking what's going on over there. Hyunwook realizes the goblins are heading for the area with the highest population density. The radio erupts with screams from the 6th post. They're being overrun by goblins. Flashes of gunfire light up the distant forest as the other squad fights for their lives. Hyunwook smirks. Everything is going exactly according to his plan. He grabs the radio and shouts that the 5th post is going to support the 6th. The commander screams back, asking what a bunch of useless F-ranks think they're going to do. He threatens to throw Hyunwook in the guardhouse if he disobeys orders. Junmo is terrified, begging Hyunwook not to go. He warns that this isn't just a slap on the wrist, this is enough to land them a military trial. Hyunwook points out the 6th post only has archers and mages. They'll be slaughtered in seconds if no one helps. Junmo asks what one person can possibly change by going alone. Hyunwook points right at Junmo and says, "Why am I alone? I have you!" Junmo stares at him, his mouth agape as he realizes he's just been drafted into a suicide mission. Hyunwook just stares back. Did he not make himself clear? They're going. The 6th sentry post is a total bloodbath, with soldiers screaming for backup over the radio as the monsters close in. The tiny guard shack is completely surrounded by goblins, their blades clanging against the thin metal walls like a death knell. Inside, the soldiers are terrified, checking on their downed comrades while the monsters literally claw through the ceiling. They're coughing through the dust, praying for a miracle because their magical barrier is seconds away from shattering. They've given up hope, convinced the response unit will only arrive in time to collect their corpses. Suddenly, the scratching stops, and the silence outside is even more terrifying than the noise. Huge chunks of rock begin to rain down from the sky, crushing the goblins like bugs. The goblin shaman slams its staff into the ground, summoning a wave of dark energy to protect its horde. But the landslide is relentless, burying the monsters under a mountain of jagged stone. The soldiers inside can't believe their eyes. They're shouting in confusion as the world literally collapses outside. The guard shack is a wreck, but it's still standing, unlike the goblins that were just flattened. One soldier remembers the horror stories. If the goblins capture you, they don't just kill you, they rip your heart out while it's still beating. Hyunwook's voice crackles over the radio, sounding chillingly calm as he tells them that a quick death would actually be mercy compared to what's coming. The private on the other end breaks down in tears, the absolute terror of the situation finally snapping his mind. Above them, the sky is filled with floating debris, held in place by an invisible, powerful force. The shaman stands tall, its yellow eyes glowing with fury as it prepares a counterattack. Hyunwook takes command over the radio, telling the archer to prep his bow and aim for the light. The soldier is confused, but Hyunwook repeats the order, load the fire arrows and just point them at the glow. The archer draws back, but his hands are shaking. He knows his low-level skills usually wouldn't stand a chance against a horde this big. He's asking himself what the hell a few arrows are supposed to do against a boss monster. Hyunwook watches the battlefield, his mind calculating every variable like a master chess player. The archer complains that he can't see a thing in the dark, but he activates his fire skill anyway, lighting up his position. A single point of brilliant light flashes in the distance, cutting through the chaos. Hyunwook points toward the enemy, telling the archer to just hold his aim steady. He declares that he'll be the one actually pulling the trigger. Hyunwook twitches his finger, his blue mana reaching out through the air. The crossbow's trigger clicks back on its own, guided by an invisible hand. The archer jumps in shock, yelling that the weapon is moving by itself. A flaming arrow streaks through the night, piercing a goblin through the back and pinning it to the ground. The monster looks down at the smoking hole in its chest, stunned by the sudden pinpoint accuracy. It explodes in a ball of fire, lighting up the entire clearing for the rest of the unit. Hyunwook sees a notification. He's only used 1% of his mana for that shot. He smirks, realizing that using the archer as a human turret is the perfect way to save his own energy. The shaman is losing its mind, watching its minions get picked off one by one from the shadows. The monster's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated hatred. It raises its staff again, focusing its power on the floating rocks overhead. The debris comes crashing down toward the guard post like a meteor shower. An explosion rocks the area, but Hyunwook is already moving, his rifle at the ready. The dust settles, showing the path forward is completely cleared for a final assault. He barks at the archer to reload, not giving the kid a second to breathe. The archer is running on pure adrenaline now, shouting, "Yes, sir!" and aiming for the next flash of light. The shaman leaps onto a high rock, desperate to find the person who's dismantling its army. 3 more flaming arrows find their marks, turning more goblins into screaming torches. The boss monster lets out a guttural roar, its patience finally snapped. Hidden in the bushes, Junmo is whispering to himself, wondering how a low-rank private like him ended up in this nightmare. He's terrified that the moment he tries to help, the boss will turn him into a sacrifice. He looks out and sees the clearing covered in fires, looking like a literal hellscape. He realizes Hyunwook didn't just distract the enemy, he's systematically destroying the entire gate solo. A goblin spots Junmo and leaps with its blade raised, catching the kid off guard. Junmo screams for help as a blue streak of steel whistles past his ear. Hyunwook's mana flares, his eyes glowing with an intense cold light. The bayonet circles Junmo in a blur, decapitating the goblin before it can even land. Hyunwook doesn't even look back, telling Junmo to keep his head in the game and follow the plan. Another fire arrow punches through a monster, the impact sounding like a sledgehammer hitting meat. The horde is breaking, their formation completely shattered by the unseen sniper support. Hyunwook points a finger forward, directing his floating blades with effortless grace. Junmo snaps back to reality, readying his own rifle as the adrenaline finally kicks in. Multiple goblins go up in flames simultaneously, their screeches echoing through the trees. The shaman watches its final minions fall, questioning if this human is actually just an F-rank soldier. It glares through the smoke, its slit eyes narrowing as it finally spots its real target. Hyunwook decides they've played enough games. It's time to end this. He calls the monster out, a system window hovering near his hand as he prepares a final skill. The shaman realizes it's been lured into a trap, its cleverness turned against it. A red warning flashes. Hyunwook is down to only 12% mana. He grinds his teeth, knowing he has to make every single drop of energy count now. He asks himself if he's willing to risk his juniors' lives just to save a little bit of mana. Suddenly, a scream rips through the clearing. The shaman has Junmo. The monster is dragging the kid toward the closing gate, using him as a human shield. Junmo is sobbing, apologizing to Hyunwook, and convinced that this is the end of his short life. Hyunwook enters a combat stance, a ring of spinning metal blades forming a deadly halo around him. The shaman's face is right behind Junmo's ear, its jagged teeth bared in a wicked, triumphant grin. It chants a final dark spell, the air around them beginning to distort and crack. Hyunwook bites his lip hard enough to draw blood, his focus reaching its absolute peak. He calls out Junmo's name, his arms spread wide as if he's surrendering. He tells the monster that in the end, this is all happening because of it. 2 more goblins leap from the shadows, their blades aimed at Hyunwook's head. He doesn't move an inch, his eyes locked on the shaman as he whispers, "Checkmate." His fingers snap together, and the air hums with the sound of a closing trap. The rifle trigger in Junmo's hands clicks on its own, the blue mana guiding the barrel. A point-blank burst of fire shreds the shaman's chest, throwing the monster backward. The boss coughs up thick black blood, its grip on Junmo finally loosening. Hyunwook leaps over the falling private, his bayonet leading the charge like a guided missile. Junmo falls to the dirt, gasping for air and thanking every god he can think of. Hyunwook screams "Bon appetit" as he reaches for the monster's throat. The blue blades spin in a circle, trapping the shaman in a hurricane of sharp steel. He realizes the shaman wasn't wearing leather, it had legendary armor grafted directly onto its skin. His mana drops to a dangerous 9%, the system screen turning a dark, bloody red. Hyunwook mocks the monster for only protecting its back, then dives in for the killing blow. The shaman tries to retreat into the gate one last time, its movements desperate and slow. It snarls with its final breath, refusing to accept that it was beaten by a human weakling. The gate begins to destabilize, the energy swirling violently as the boss nears death. Hyunwook roars, "No!" as he realizes his prize is about to vanish into another dimension. He reaches out, his fingers inches away from the monster as it gets sucked back into the void. The shaman looks down at its own chest, realizing the human wasn't after its life, he was after the treasure inside. He thrusts his hand into the monster's open wound, his fingers sinking into the gore. He grips something hard and cold, his knuckles turning white as he pulls with all his might. The shaman's face contorts in agony, and Hyunwook sees his mana hit a terrifying 4%. He lets out a primal scream, pouring every remaining ounce of energy into his arm. 3%. The world feels like it's slowing down as his body nears its limit. The shaman is literally vibrating from the force of the mana extraction. Hyunwook is thrown back as the monster finally dies, its body disintegrating into ash. He tells himself that's enough, he just needs to finish this. 1% mana. He's running on pure willpower now. A beam of pure blue energy erupts from his hand, piercing the darkness as he shouts for the monster to stay down. He collapses to his knees, gasping for air as the silence returns to the forest. The system pings, mana remaining 0%. He's completely tapped out. He huffs, noting that his past self's body is way too weak. He needs to start working out seriously. A massive firework of golden light explodes in the sky above the post. He recognizes that glow, it's the signature of a high-ranked holy skill. Reinforcements have finally arrived, led by a figure standing in the center of a pillar of light. Hyunwook curses under his breath. They're too early. Seo Eunha, the Black Paladin, looks out at the battlefield with cold, calculating eyes. She's here, and she's looking for the boss monster's loot. Hyunwook is frantically digging through the ashes, complaining that he can't find his prize. He finally grabs a glowing purple crystal, coated in green goblin blood. The elite soldiers shout that they've found the gate location. Hyunwook grins through the grime, clutching the legendary item tight as he hides it. The reinforcements surround him with rifles leveled, ordering him to put his hands up and stay still. The commander demands his name and rank, his voice booming through the clearing. Hyunwook raises his hands, his face covered in monster guts, and introduces himself as Corporal Lee Hyunwook. A soldier shouts that they've found an injured survivor nearby. Seo Eunha walks past the gate, her presence making the air itself feel heavy and oppressive. She looks at the carnage, noticing that the gate is still pulsing even though the boss is gone. She's skeptical. How did 4 regular soldiers manage to take down a boss of this caliber? She examines a goblin corpse, noting the precision of the kill. Every single monster has the exact same lethal wound, which shouldn't be possible in a chaotic skirmish. She realizes this wasn't a team effort. This was the work of a single, highly skilled killer. Hyunwook gets a system notification. He's successfully consumed the adamantium, but the absorption will take nearly 10 hours. He starts laughing to himself, a low, chilling sound that catches the soldiers off guard. The item was enchanted, meaning he'll gain a rare magic skill once it's fully integrated into his body. Seo Eunha stares at him, wondering how a soldier can be laughing while covered in blood and surrounded by guns. A new rare ability is revealed. He can now detect every single piece of metal within his range of control. His blue eyes burn with a new intensity as he feels the resonance of the weapons around him. He tells himself that he's finally got his old power back. The radio reports 2 more goblins fleeing toward post number 6. Hyunwook closes his eyes, sensing the metal plates in the monster's armor moving through the brush. The elite unit charges forward, their blades and shields glowing with a soft blue aura. Hyunwook stands tall, his smile becoming even wider. He clenches his fist, the power of the adamantium starting to surge through his veins. 2 female soldiers are gossiping under a street lamp, whispering that the rumors about the F-rank hero might actually be true. They heard he sliced through a whole horde of goblins with a massive sword, while everyone else was just waiting to die. The gossip reaches the gym, where the atmosphere among the high-ranking players is becoming toxic with jealousy. Sergeant Oh Sanguk is fuming, refusing to believe that a low-level loser like Hyunwook could have done any of it. A soldier tries to confirm the story, but Sanguk tells him to shut up and lower his voice. The soldier quickly salutes, terrified as a massive, dark-clad barbarian approaches from behind. Sanguk grabs the kid by the head, mocking him for trying to lower his hand before the salute was even accepted. He turns to his partner, Lee Wansuk, calling him the unit's next-term ace. Sanguk asks Wansuk if he could have taken out a whole gate with just 3 men. Wansuk just grins, knowing it's impossible for any normal C rank. Sanguk's theory is that Hyunwook just got lucky and finished off some stragglers after the main group of goblins had already left. He's worried that if an F rank is allowed to act like a hero, it'll destroy the military's strict hierarchy. Wansuk lets out a nasty laugh, his scarred face looking ready for a fight. They decide they can't let this discipline issue continue. Hyunwook needs to be put in his place. The sun shines brightly over the base, a deceptive calm before the coming storm. The South Korean flag flies over the main building, where the fate of Hyunwook is being decided. The hallways are quiet, leading to the most important office in the battalion. Hyunwook stands outside the door, taking a breath before entering the lion's den. Inside, he salutes Major Kim Kang-sok, who's flanked by the elite paladin Seo Eunha and another wizard. Hyunwook is annoyed. If everything was fine, they should have just let him go back to his bunk. Lieutenant Seo Eunha stares at him, her B-rank status making her look like a goddess of war compared to him. Beside her is Lieutenant Lee Min-hee, a warp specialist who's also a high-ranked C-rank. The major doesn't waste time, asking Hyunwook if it's true that he disobeyed direct orders to stay put. Major Kim Kang-sok is a powerhouse, ranked 166th in the entire country, and his pressure alone is enough to make a normal man faint. Hyunwook knows that if he slips up here, he's going to a military prison, not the guardhouse. He tells himself to get a grip. He has to talk his way out of this disaster. He admits it's true, but claims he acted immediately to seize the gate outbreak before it could spread. The major shouts that in a normal situation, a weak F rank like him should have been ripped to shreds in seconds. Hyunwook feels the massive pressure of the B-rank's aura, but he doesn't let his posture break. He knows that if he steps back now, his second life in the military is officially over. He lets out a small, confident smirk that the others barely catch. He suddenly declares, "I feel wronged!" He tells the commander that he feels like he's been scammed by him personally. Lieutenant Min-hee explodes, asking how a lowly soldier dares to speak to the battalion commander like that. He looks shocked by Hyunwook's audacity, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. The major holds up a hand, silencing his staff, and simply asks, "Why?" Hyunwook reminds the commander of the one thing he says at every single training session. The major stares back, his expression unreadable as he waits for the explanation. Hyunwook quotes the major's own tactical textbook, that with the right approach, even a D rank or E rank can face a troll. He points out that according to the commander's own training, a goblin isn't an impossible target even for an F rank. He argues that if he hadn't gone to support the 6th post, every single soldier there would be dead right now. He tells himself that his rational attack worked, but now it's time to get emotional. His future self's ghost seems to smile behind him as he prepares to deliver the final blow. "Now let's attack emotionally," he thinks, preparing his performance. He quotes the major again, shouting that for a true soldier there are no ranks, only the fight. He claims he only acted because he deeply respects the commander and wanted to prove he was a true soldier. He says the only reason he could endure being mocked as an F rank was because of the belief he had in the major's leadership. He lowers his head, telling the commander that seeing his belief denied feels like his entire military life is being erased. "That's why I feel scammed," he finishes, sounding like a betrayed disciple. Commander Kim Kang-sok has been a soldier since the gates first opened. He was there at the very beginning when the world started to crumble. He almost died fighting orcs and returned to duty without a single moment of hesitation. He is a founding member of the AMT and a soldier down to his very bones. Hyunwook watches him, secretly smirking because he knows exactly what kind of man the major is. In other words, the major is a sucker for soldier spirit. Hyunwook's confession hits the commander right in the heart, making it impossible for him to punish him. How could he send a man who believed in him to a military trial? The major suddenly grabs Hyunwook's shoulders, his grip firm but full of newfound respect. He looks down at him and asks, "So that's your belief?" He shouts, "Soldier!" with enough force to shake the room. "Private Lee Hyunwook!" he bellows, his voice full of pride. He pauses for dramatic effect, his face close to Hyunwook's. He orders Hyunwook to become a non-commissioned officer immediately. Suddenly, a celebratory system screen pops up. The adamantium absorption is complete, and Hyunwook has earned a new rank D skill, Steel Physique. Confetti literally falls on the screen as the major congratulates him, but Hyunwook just looks stunned. Lieutenant Min-hee is speechless, and even the cold Seo Eunha has to hide her face in disbelief. The major nods firmly, convinced he's just found the next great hero of the army. Hyunwook is sweating bullets. This is not the result he was expecting. His eyes are wide with panic as he realizes he's just talked himself into a lot more responsibility. Outside, the flags wave in the wind, marking a massive shift in his military career. He asks himself if he heard the commander correctly. An NCO? Already? Later, the soldiers are training in the gym, practicing with clubs and shields to prepare for close combat. Hyunwook is bench pressing a massive weight, screaming with effort as he tries to build his new physique. He slams the weights down, his body covered in sweat and his muscles burning. He huffs, thinking that he stepped in serious shit just trying to avoid a prison sentence. Avoiding the guardhouse ended up putting him in a much more dangerous spotlight. He sits on the bench, wiping himself down while two shadows loom over him. Oh Sanguk and Wonsuk are standing right there, wearing smug, ugly grins. Hyunwook remembers how Minhee tried to stop the promotion, arguing that an F rank becoming an NCO is unheard of. He's only managed to buy a little time by saying he'd think about it. He stares through his towel, his eyes cold as ice. He knows these two are looking for trouble. Wonsuk mocks him, calling him Private Lee Hyunwook with a fake friendly voice and asking if he's done with the bench. Hyunwook tries to be polite, but the giant barbarian literally sits down right next to him. Sanguk lets out a nasty sound, looking like he's about to enjoy a show. Hyunwook looks up at Wonsuk and asks him what the hell he thinks he's doing. Wonsuk stands up, holding a heavy barbell and mocking Hyunwook for using such light weights. The other soldiers in the gym stop and stare, whispering about the confrontation between the hero and the ace. Hyunwook looks around, seeing the crowd forming and realizing he's being cornered. The group of bullies laugh, holding tiny 2 kg dumbbells to mock Hyunwook's weak workout. Hyunwook knows this is all Sergeant Sanguk's doing. The man is a coward who sends others to do his dirty work. He flashes back to his past life, remembering how these same shadows used to loom over him while he was forced to kneel. He knows that if he doesn't handle this now, the bullying will never stop. Just like before. He grabs his hair in frustration, realizing that his plan to live like a mouse is officially dead. He really didn't want to catch anyone's eye so early, but he's been pushed too far. He tells himself that his timing is actually perfect since he's already feeling incredibly annoyed. He looks Wonsuk dead in the eye and says, "You, let's spar." Wonsuk and the other soldiers look completely blindsided by the sudden challenge. Someone shouts for everyone to come out and watch the fight between the ace and the F rank. The entire base is buzzing. A fight is about to go down in the training ring. The two soldiers stand on opposite sides of a chain-link cage, surrounded by a crowd of hungry spectators. Hyunwook cracks his knuckles, his blue gloves ready for action and his face set in a grim mask. Wonsuk snaps his own gloves into place, looking like a predator about to tear into a small piece of prey. Sanguk watches from the sidelines, calling out to our amazing private, with a voice full of sarcasm. Wonsuk licks his lips, telling Hyunwook it's time for him to learn a painful lesson about the real hierarchy of this unit. The tension in the gym is thick enough to cut with a knife as the two soldiers face off inside the chain-link cage. Wonsuk doesn't wait. He throws a massive, heavy punch that looks like it could dent a tank. Hyunwook barely ducks under the strike, the wind from the punch whistling over his head. Meanwhile, at the front gates, a soldier is stunned to hear that the unit's original ace is away on vacation. The night shift guards discuss the situation under a flickering streetlight, unaware of the chaos in the gym. One officer mentions he was excited to see a sword saint talent in action and feels robbed by the timing. The other soldier brings up the future ace Lee Wonsuk, mentioning his terrifying barbarian traits. Warrant Officer Cheon Myongho, an instructor for the elite Black Tiger unit, listens in with a cold, piercing gaze. The soldier suggests the officer take a look at Wonsuk's spar, since he traveled all this way for nothing. Back in the ring, Hyunwook is gritting his teeth, realizing Wonsuk's speed is way higher than a normal C rank. He digs his boot into the mat, trying to find his footing against the constant pressure. Wonsuk throws another high kick, forcing Hyunwook to curl up into a tight defensive ball. A flurry of punches rains down on Hyunwook, each one hitting like a literal sledgehammer. Hyunwook slides back, his eyes fixed on Wonsuk's movements as he looks for a single opening. He plants his feet again, the impact of his movements kicking up dust from the gym floor. Wonsuk screams in rage, frustrated that this weakling is still standing after his best shots. Hyunwook's blue eyes are focused, his mind racing to analyze Won-suk's combat patterns in real time. The spectators are starting to look worried, realizing the F-rank guy is actually holding his own. Hyunwook takes a direct hit to the guard, the force of the blow rattling his entire skeleton. He recovers instantly, circling the massive barbarian and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He taunts Won-suk with a small finger gesture, basically telling the ace to bring it on. Won-suk's face contorts with fury. He can't handle being mocked by someone he considers trash. The crowd lets out a collective "ooh" as the fight enters a new, more violent stage. Warrant Officer Cheon arrives at the gym, his presence immediately making the air feel twice as heavy. He watches the exchange, noting that every single one of Won-suk's punches packs enough power to end a normal player. But as he watches the blur of movement, his expression remains unimpressed. He points out the obvious: power doesn't matter if you can't actually land a clean hit on your target. The officer calls Won-suk inexperienced, though he admits one solid punch would be a grand slam for the barbarian. Sergeant Sanguk is shaking with rage on the sidelines, his plan to humiliate Hyunwook falling apart. He screams at Won-suk to quit playing around and just finish the damn fight already. The crowd joins in, their bets on the line as they demand Won-suk prove he's the future ace. Won-suk is internally panicking, realizing his body feels strangely heavy, like his limbs are made of lead. He tries to launch another attack, but his movements are sluggish and uncoordinated. Hyunwook's eyes glow as he focuses his power on the metal eyelets and plates in Won-suk's heavy boots. With a subtle flick of his fingers, he increases the local gravity of the metal gear Won-suk is wearing. It's the ultimate hidden advantage. Metal control isn't just for throwing blades, it's for sabotage. Won-suk's boot slams into the mat with 10 times the force it should have, pinning him in place. He stumbles, looking like a man trying to walk through deep, sticky mud. Hyunwook effortlessly dances around him, letting Won-suk waste all his energy swinging at nothing. Won-suk stares at the floor, sweating bullets as he wonders what the hell is happening to his body. He looks like he's fighting in a swamp, and Hyunwook is just watching him drown with a cold smile. The psychological damage is setting in. The ace is starting to feel like the loser. Hyunwook's grin widens. He's enjoying every second of this bully's mounting terror. Won-suk glances over at the weight racks, his mind desperately looking for a way to regain the upper hand. He shouts for a timeout, claiming his legs feel weird out of nowhere. Hyunwook mocks him, asking if things aren't going his way anymore. Won-suk snaps, calling Hyunwook F-rank scum as his pride finally boils over. A massive explosion of red energy erupts from Won-suk's body, throwing everyone back. The officers are shocked. They didn't expect a simple spar to escalate into a full-on skill release. Won-suk activates his trump card, body strengthening, berserker mode. His eyes glow blood red and his muscles double in size, turning him into a literal monster. Hyunwook clenches his gloved fist, the leather creaking as he readies his own response. He braces himself, knowing that a single hit from a berserker could actually kill him at this level. Officer Cheon realizes this isn't a spar anymore, it's a life-or-death battle between two monsters. He compares it to an enraged buffalo charging a leopard that hasn't even shown its fangs yet. Won-suk towers over Hyunwook, the smoke from his energy steaming off his massive shoulders. Officer Cheon actually smiles, finding the absolute insanity of the situation entertaining. He's never seen a D-ranker use body strengthening with this much raw intensity. Won-suk bellows that he's ending this right here and now, charging forward like a freight train. He slams his fist down, the force of the strike shattering the reinforced mat and sending debris flying. Hyunwook is forced to jump, the sheer power of the shockwave nearly knocking him out of the air. He tumbles across the ring, Won-suk not giving him a single second to recover. The bullies are cheering, convinced that Won-suk has finally regained his status as the unit's king. They shout that he's the future ace for a reason as he prepares to finish the job. Won-suk winds up a glowing red punch, putting every ounce of his berserker strength into the blow. He lets out a roar of confusion as his fist hits Hyunwook, but it feels like he just punched a solid block of steel. Hyunwook stands his ground, a blue metallic sheen covering his forearms as he blocks the strike. A system window confirms he's used strengthening body transformation, turning his skin as hard as magic metal. It's a skill that literally converts his flesh into living steel. He looks at Won-suk with a terrifying grin, his blue arms glowing with lethal power. He tells Wansuk it's his turn now, calling the massive barbarian a pig to his face. He beckons him forward with a flick of his hand, completely controlling the flow of the fight. Wansuk loses it, screaming at the worthless F-ranker as he lunges in for a desperate tackle. Hyunwook waits until the last possible second, his eyes tracking every muscle fiber in Wansuk's body. He thinks that using a high-level skill on trash like Wansuk is a waste, but he wants to make a point. He focuses his mana into his foot, the leather of his boot straining as his toes turn into reinforced steel. He launches a brutal kick into Wansuk's side, the sound of the impact echoing like a car crash. He tells the bully that people who act tough just because they have high ranks need a proper whipping, and he's the only one in the room qualified to give it. He follows up with a series of lightning-fast strikes, dismantling the barbarian's defense piece by piece. Wansuk is thrown against the cage, the heavy chain-link fence groaning under his weight. The soldiers watching are dead silent, their mouths hanging open as they watch their ace get systematically trashed. Officer Cheon's eyes light up. He realizes the leopard has finally decided to show its fangs. Hyunwook leaps onto Wansuk's back, his movements as fluid and lethal as a predator. The comparison is clear. The leopard has finally bitten the buffalo's neck, and it isn't letting go. Cheon thinks that if Hyunwook is a real beast, he'll finish the kill without a shred of hesitation. The only command left is to cut off the enemy's breath. The leopard's eyes are cold and golden, as it sinks its teeth in, marking the end of the hunt. Wansuk tries to shake him off, his face purple as he gasps for air. He manages to lift Hyunwook into the air, desperation giving him a final surge of raw strength. He snarls that he doesn't care what tricks the filthy bastard is playing. Hyunwook just locks his legs tighter, his face pressed against Wansuk's shoulder in a grim display of dominance. Wansuk roars for him to just die as he prepares to slam both of them into the concrete floor. Hyunwook's eyes go wide as he realizes the barbarian is going for a double suicide move. The world turns into a blur of motion as they plummet toward the ground at terminal velocity. He suddenly twists in mid-air, a move that looks physically impossible for a human body. Wansuk is confused, his grip slipping as Hyunwook's blue mana flares up again. They hit the mat with a bone-shattering thud that sends a cloud of dust into the air. When the dust clears, Hyunwook has transitioned into a perfect grappling position. Wansuk's eye is swollen shut as he realizes with horror that he's trapped in a flying armbar. Officer Cheon notes that if Hyunwook had landed that last punch, he would have broken his own arm. The ace actually has decent survival instincts. Hyunwook tightens the lock, the sound of Wansuk's joints straining filling the quiet gym. The officer wonders if he overestimated the F-rank guy, since a normal player can never beat a barbarian in a test of pure strength. Wansuk laughs through the pain, telling Hyunwook he's struggling for his life while the barbarian is barely warmed up. He asks if Hyunwook really thinks he can crush a reinforced arm with such weak grip strength. He tries to power out of the lock, his massive biceps bulging as he resists the leverage. But then he feels it. Hyunwook's fingers aren't just holding him, they're digging into his pressure points like steel claws. Hyunwook kicks off the mat, using the momentum to flip Wansuk over and take his back in one smooth motion. The barbarian is face down in the dirt before he can even process what happened. Hyunwook sinks his forearm under Wansuk's chin, locking in a deep lethal choke. Wansuk's eyes nearly pop out of his head as the air is instantly cut off from his lungs. The crowd gasps in unison. A rear naked choke? From an F-rank? Officer Cheon clenches his fist, a wide, predatory grin spreading across his face. He analyzes the move. Body strengthening only makes muscles harder. It doesn't protect the carotid artery from being compressed. Wansuk gasps for air, vowing to use his raw strength to rip Hyunwook off his back. Hyunwook just smirks behind him, his blue eyes glowing with a calm, terrifying confidence. He activates strengthening body transformation again, but this time, he's pushing it to the limit. Wansuk realizes with terror that even his berserker strength can't budge the arms that have literally turned into living steel. A system warning flashes. Hyunwook is using the skill in a range wider than his current threshold. His arms glow with blue electrical arcs as he pours every drop of his remaining mana into the choke. The system warns that excessive use could crush his own body, but Hyunwook doesn't care. He's finishing this. The soldiers in the crowd beg Sanguk to stop the fight before someone actually dies in the ring. Hyunwook's face is a mask of pure intensity, blood dripping from his nose as he forces Wonsuk's consciousness to fade. Wonsuk's body finally goes limp, his massive arms falling to his sides as his brain shuts down from lack of oxygen. Hyunwook thinks this should be a loud enough warning for anyone else who wants to try him. He stands up, the shadow of his victory looming over the fallen ace. Right? Sanguk is trembling, realized he's the next one on Hyunwook's list of people to whip. Wonsuk's final thought as he fades out is the sheer humiliation of losing to someone everyone called a loser. The entire gym is in shock, looking at the scene as if they've just witnessed a miracle or a nightmare. Me? Wonsuk thinks, unable to accept that he's been dethroned. The future ace is left face down in the dust, his reputation completely shattered. Hyunwook looks down at him, his blue eyes cold and pitiless. Wonsuk's uniform is shredded, his muscles twitching as his body-strengthening skill finally fails. He's a mess of bruises and broken pride. The crowd watches as Hyunwook stands over the fallen giant, the silence in the gym becoming deafening. Wonsuk looks up one last time, his vision blurring as he realizes he's staring at a true predator. Officer Cheon is genuinely surprised. He didn't think any F-rank could use body strengthening twice in one fight. He's asking himself who this kid really is, and where he learned to fight like a veteran mercenary. The question is simple. Which one of them is the real predator? Wonsuk's face is a mask of agony and defeat. Hyunwook lets out one last roar of exertion, his body finally feeling the strain of the mana burn. Wonsuk is out cold, his mouth open as he drifts into a deep, unconscious state. The spectators rush into the ring to check on Wonsuk, while Hyunwook just walks away like it was another day at the office. They're frantic, realizing their ace might be seriously injured. The realization hits the room like a physical blow. Hyunwook is the real deal. Officer Cheon is grinning ear to ear, his heart racing with the excitement of finding a hidden gem. He looks at Hyunwook's back and sees the image of a leopard standing over a slaughtered bull. Soldiers are shouting, asking if Wonsuk is okay as they try to move his massive body. One medic confirms he's still breathing, just completely knocked out from the choke. Junmo runs up to Hyunwook, shouting that he knew his senior would win. He fusses over him, asking if he got hurt, but Hyunwook just brushes him off with a tired hand. Hyunwook stops, sensing a powerful presence approaching him from the crowd. Sanguk is staring at the floor, his jaw tight as he tries to process the total destruction of his world order. Hyunwook glares at him, his blue eyes promising that Sanguk is next if he doesn't learn his lesson. Officer Cheon steps forward and demands to know the interesting soldier's name. Hyunwook recognizes him instantly. It's the legend from the Black Tigers. He snaps into a crisp salute, introducing himself as Corporal Lee Hyunwook of the 1st Company. He's internally asking himself why a high-ranking officer like this is here so early in the timeline. The officer introduces himself as the raid tactics instructor and tells Hyunwook the duel was impressive. He holds out a sleek black business card, asking if Hyunwook is interested in a special warfare raid. The gym erupts into whispers. The Black Tiger unit is scouting an F-rank. The soldiers are losing their minds, realizing Hyunwook just got a golden ticket to the most elite squad in the army. Hyunwook hesitates, reminding the officer that he is technically just an F-rank player. Officer Cheon dismisses the rank as a standard for normal people, saying they need real warriors like him. Hyunwook curses internally, realizing that everyone is trying to claim a stake in his future. He looks at the card, his past self's ghost warning him to be careful of who he aligns with. He knows the military is a closed-up, dangerous place where everyone has a hidden agenda. If he joins the wrong group, he'll get caught up in the same villain confrontations that destroyed the world before. The officer asks if he's going to make him keep holding the card out all day. Hyunwook realizes he needs to play this carefully to avoid becoming a pawn for the higher-ups. He politely takes the card, thanking the officer for his kindness. He tells himself he needs to keep his distance from the elite units until he's strong enough to lead them. He salutes and says he'll give it a thought, a classic military non-answer. Sanguk is fuming, his knuckles white as he watches Hyunwook walk away with the elite's favor. The sun has set over Namsan, the quiet night hiding the massive shifts in the military's power structure. The base lights are on, showing the soldiers are still busy with the aftermath of the day's events. The sign on the door confirms we're back at the battalion commander's office. Major Kim Kang-sok sits across from Officer Cheon, asking how the Black Tigers are doing lately. Cheon sighs over his tea, complaining that they're always short-staffed because guilds keep poaching their talent. He says even C-rankers are being taken away, making it impossible to build a stable team. The major narrows his eyes, sensing that Cheon has a specific reason for being here. His gaze is sharp, looking for any sign of a hidden motive. He chuckles, assuming Cheon is here specifically for the Sword Saint talent, Sergeant Choi Young-jun. A vision of the Sword Saint appears, a legendary warrior surrounded by golden light and fire. Cheon laughs back, admitting he heard the Sword Saint was on leave. The major's eyes sparkle with a dangerous curiosity. He notes that Cheon seems more interested in something else today. Cheon looks at his tea reflection and says that thanks to the Sword Saint's absence, he found a much more interesting soldier. He's thinking of Hyunwook, whose aura was like a blue storm of electrical energy in the gym. Major Kim takes a sip of his tea, his face becoming grim as he listens. Cheon gives a knowing smirk, aware that he's just started a massive fire within the battalion. The major crosses his arms, his massive muscles straining against his camo uniform. "An interesting soldier?" he repeats, his voice low and heavy. The Namsan Tower glows in the background, a silent witness to the growing intrigue. The name Corporal Lee Hyunwook echoes in the major's mind. Out on the training field, Hyunwook is gasping for air, his body finally collapsing from the day's strain. The major watches him from his office window, his silhouette dark against the light. He picks up his phone and orders a full background check on everything Hyunwook did before joining the army. On the field, Junmo is clinging to Hyunwook, begging to know how he can get that strong. Hyunwook shouts at him to let go, complaining that he can barely stand up as it is. The major tells the voice on the phone to take care of Corporal Lee in his own way. Hyunwook lets out a final exhausted huff, unaware that the top brass is already moving against him. The major turns away from the window, his face cold and unreadable. He grins with a terrifying, shark-like smile, telling himself it isn't his fault, it's Hyunwook's fault for making everyone so greedy. Itaewon is usually a place for parties and nightlife, but tonight, it's the epicenter of a nightmare. The crowd is dense, and in the chaos something small and dark blurs past the people on the sidewalk. A little kid points it out, thinking it's just a stray monkey running through the alley. The boy chases after it, calling out to the monkey as he wanders away from the safety of the main street. But that tail is too long, and the hunched-over shadow looks way too predatory to be an animal. The kid freezes as he realizes the thing staring back at him isn't playing a game. It's a kobold, a snarling, toothy monster with glowing eyes that sees the boy as nothing but a snack. The creature lets out a low, vibrating growl that signals the beginning of the end for the city. Behind the monster, a massive swirling gate tears open, and hundreds more of those glowing eyes appear in the darkness. The air is suddenly filled with the screams of thousands, and back at the base, Hyunwook hears the alarm and knows the real war has started. Earlier that day, Hyunwook stands in the battalion armory, surrounded by high-level shields and spears. Lieutenant Seo Eunha tells him the commander is letting him pick any weapon as a reward, even though the other leaders still think he's a fraud. Hyunwook looks at his future self's ghost. Seo Eunha was always a stuck-up elite, and it looks like some things never change. He doesn't care if she believes in him or not. His eyes are already locked on a specific piece of gear hidden in the back. Seo Eunha stares at him, her cold blue eyes judging his every move as he ignores the best weapons in the room. She asks him if he's really as smug as he looks, clearly annoyed by his confidence. She points out that his performance at the gate made no sense. No F rank could have cleared that first wave alone. Hyunwook ignores the lecture and pulls out a thin, brownish sword that looks like it belongs in a museum, not a battlefield. He takes a few experimental swings, and Eunha is genuinely confused by his terrible choice. She tells him to quit playing around and pick a proper weapon, but Hyunwook just smirks and says he likes this one. The system identifies it as the Cloud Blade, a D-rank item that supposedly only releases a bit of wet fog. To everyone in this era, this sword looks like absolute garbage. But Hyunwook has seen the future, where a legendary sword saint used this very blade to stand above thousands. That's because in a few years, everyone will know this sword's true power. Its real name is the Dark Hand of the Cloud Master. In the old myths, the weather gods descended from heaven to rule the earth. Among them was the Cloud Master, and this blade was forged from his very hand. The hand of darkness isn't about shadows, it's a metaphor for the lightning hidden inside storm clouds. Once fully awakened, this blade can summon enough lightning to solo an entire mid-tier dungeon. Hyunwook grins, knowing that once he combines his steel manipulation with this lightning, he'll be unstoppable. He feels a bit bad for the future Sword Saint, but he's taking this prize for himself this time. Unha asks one more time if he's sure, thinking he's being an idiot for choosing such a small reward. Suddenly, the emergency sirens start blaring through the armory, cutting their conversation short. Unha looks up, her combat instincts immediately taking over. The alarms echo all the way to Namsan Tower, signaling a massive breakout. The base lights up as the announcement screams about a gate breakout in Itaewon. Soldiers scramble from their bunks, geared up and running toward the transport trucks. Hyunwook looks at the news, his face dead serious. He knows exactly how many people died the first time this happened. Unha watches him, disturbed by how calm he is, as if he knew the emergency was coming to the exact second. In Itaewon, the police have already set up barricades while civilians watch in awe. Reinforcements arrive in style, the Blue Flower Guild, marching in polished silver armor like a knightly order. Regular soldiers are buzzing with excitement, seeing the legendary designer gear of the top-tier guild members. Their weapons and armor are worth enough to buy a building in the richest part of the city. One soldier jokes about transferring to the guild after his service just to flex on everyone else. Hyunwook stands at the back with his support unit, his eyes scanning the streets for the first sign of gas. He warns his squad that kobolds might be small, but their poison gas makes them more lethal than orcs. He barks at a soldier to fix his uniform, keeping the discipline tight even in the middle of a disaster zone. The soldier complains that the monsters won't even make it past the front lines, but Hyunwook asks him if he wants the kobolds to gouge his eyes out alive. The kid shuts up real quick as Hyunwook orders everyone to double-check their gas masks. A high-ranking soldier mocks them from a passing truck, laughing at the trash unit, having a strategy meeting. He calls them a support squad, a term for players so weak they aren't allowed to actually fight. Hyunwook's gaze turns sharp enough to kill. He has no patience for arrogant pricks right now. He tells the leader, Kwok Jincheol, that kobolds always escape the main raid zone, and they need to be ready for the leak. The guy just spits on the ground and tells Hyunwook to quit yapping and stay in his lane. The leader thinks he's too important to listen to advice from a sidekick like Hyunwook. Hyunwook stares him down, his blue eyes promising that he won't be helping when the guy starts choking on gas. He gives one last warning as the arrogant squad marches off, laughing at the shitty support unit. Junmo and the others look discouraged, feeling like the low ranks they're treated as. Hyunwook grinds his teeth. He's not going to let history repeat itself just because some idiots are ego-tripping. He roars at his squad to snap out of it and focus on the task at hand. He tells them this is a real-life situation where their lives are on the line, and they can't afford to be demoralized. His intensity works, and the squad shouts, "Yes, sir!" with newfound energy. He explains that kobolds are small and love the dark, so they have to set up motion sensors in the sewers and allies. He gives them 20 minutes to get it done, sending them scrambling through the city streets. He pulls Junmo aside, his voice dropping to a serious tone. The other soldiers whisper that Hyunwook seems unusually anxious and serious today. The city is blocked off with tape and cones, the silence feeling heavy and ominous. Junmo is confused by the sudden change in his senior's demeanor. Hyunwook stares into the dark, remembering the exact moment things went wrong in his first life. Junmo tries to lighten the mood, asking what's wrong with a nervous laugh. Hyunwook suddenly sees a vision of a poison needle flying through the air. In his memory, the needle buries itself in his own neck before he can even react. He remembers falling to the pavement, his vision fading as the poison paralyzed him. He remembers the green gas exploding throughout the street, turning the air into acid. The gas pillars rose like a forest of death, trapping the entire unit in a toxic cloud. Soldiers collapsed, clutching their throats as their lungs dissolved from the inside out. Everyone was screaming, "Gas! Gas!" as they scrambled for masks that wouldn't save them. The word gas echoes through his nightmare. The kobolds swarmed the paralyzed soldiers, ripping them apart with pickaxes and claws. Hyunwook remembers lying on the ground, helpless, as a monster loomed over him. He remembers a kobold leader pinning him down, the creature's hot breath on his face. The boss monster had glowing yellow eyes and a necklace made of human eyeballs. He stares into the void of the monster's pupils, realizing how close he was to death. The monster raised a jagged silver knife, ready to finish him off. He remembers the blade plunging toward his chest. But then Junmo tackled the monster, throwing himself into the path of the strike. He remembers seeing Junmo on the ground, covered in blood, screaming for Hyunwook to get up. He remembers the monster jumping over him to finish Junmo off as he lay there, unable to move a finger. The monster's eyes burned with a fiery aura as it prepared to slaughter his only friend. Hyunwook had begged Junmo to run, his voice failing as the poison took hold. The last thing he saw was Junmo being decapitated right in front of him. He roars, "No!" as the memory finally breaks, his eyes snapping back to the present. He screams Junmo's name, the trauma still fresh in his mind. Junmo is right there, totally fine, asking him what's wrong with a worried face. Hyunwook realizes he's back in the now, but the threat is still very real. He sets his jaw, determined that this timeline is going to end differently. In his previous life, Junmo died because he was a sidekick, but not this time. A soldier reports that they're finished installing the sensors in the sewer grates. Hyunwook orders more sensors brought to the rear. He knows the kobolds are going to flank them. He realizes the main battle isn't going to be at the front, it's going to be right here in the Allies. He calls out to Junmo, his voice low and steady. Junmo salutes, promising to follow any order Hyunwook gives him, no matter what. Hyunwook tells him to wait for a signal, then take the whole squad and leave the operation zone immediately. Junmo is stunned. He realizes Hyunwook is telling them to run away from their posts. The heavy transport trucks sit ready to go, and Hyunwook is planning something drastic. Junmo gasps, asking if this is officially armed desertion. Desertion is a massive crime in the Korean military, carrying a minimum sentence of 5 years in prison. Hyunwook stares ahead with cold, calculated eyes and tells Junmo it's not desertion, it's a war tactic. A group of regular soldiers finds a massive kobold nest in an old brick warehouse. The estimated count is over 200 monsters, and they're all hungry for blood. A squad leader signals his men to stay quiet as they prepare to breach the nest. They decide to use wide-range magic, calling for the A formation to maximize the damage. The warehouse doors loom in the dark, a thin barrier between the soldiers and a swarm of monsters. The commander points the way, and the tension is high enough to make his hand tremble. The soldiers kick the doors open and charge in, shields raised and weapons ready. They confirm that the infiltration of Point P is a success. The order is given to unleash the full power of their formation. Soldiers scramble into position, their boots thudding against the warehouse floor. The attack squad readies their magic circles, waiting for the final command to fire. A row of glowing golden magic seals appears over their shields, lighting up the entire warehouse. The kobolds are caught by surprise, hundreds of them staring at the sudden, brilliant light. The monsters let out a deafening roar, charging toward the light with their pickaxes held high. The soldiers hold their ground, watching the tide of fur and teeth rush toward them. The command is simple. Stand by! A kobold leaps high into the air, aiming to clear the front line and strike from above. The squad leader shouts the order again, keeping his men steady as the monster nears. The creature is inches away from the magic shield, its face a mask of primal rage. Fire! A massive blast of flame erupts from the magic circles, incinerating the front line of the horde instantly. The entire warehouse is turned into an oven as a pillar of fire consumes every monster in sight. Back at the rear, Hyunwook is frantically ordering his men to shove the sensors deep into the sewer drains. The squad reports that all sensors are attached in zones 2 and 5. They use heavy aluminum tape to secure the devices and mark the locations. Lieutenant Lee Minwi approaches from behind, asking Hyunwook what the hell he thinks he's doing. Hyunwook salutes and calmly explains that he's following the manual for sensor placement. Minwi is disgusted, calling him a piece of garbage and clearly looking for an excuse to punish him. The Blue Flower Guild guards stand nearby, looking like statues in their expensive armor. Minwi mocks Hyunwook, telling him to quit making a fool of himself over a simple kobold gate. He tells the support squad to just go fetch some detox potions and stay out of the way. Hyunwook keeps his cool, reminding the lieutenant that their mission is to stop any escapees from reaching civilians. Other soldiers whisper that the lieutenant is picking a fight for no reason again. Minwi looks genuinely annoyed that a low ranker is talking back to him. He stares at Hyunwook, his face twisting with petty hatred. He grinds his teeth, unable to believe the F-rank guy is still trying to lecture him. He mocks Hyunwook, saying he's forgotten his place just because the battalion commander showed him a little favor. He pokes Hyunwook's head, calling him the only guy in the barracks with an overinflated ego. He shouts that Hyunwook only has one lucky gate experience and needs to shut his mouth. Hyunwook just stares at him with a blank expression, making the lieutenant even more furious. Suddenly, a pink-haired healer, Choi Seonha, runs up and asks if something is wrong. Minwi's demeanor changes instantly. He looks surprised and slightly embarrassed by her arrival. Hyunwook smirks internally. He specifically provoked the lieutenant into coming here because he knew this would happen. Hyunwook remembers the future. This healer is the only person who can make the arrogant lieutenant lose his focus. In his mind, he calls her Lieutenant Lee Minwi's weakness. Minwi immediately starts laughing it off, claiming he was just educating the support squad on what real battle looks like. He's blushing and grinning like an idiot, his bully persona completely vanishing. Seonha ignores him and reports that the battalion commander is asking for Private Lee Hyunwook specifically. Hyunwook points to himself in fake surprise, acting the part of the confused low-ranker. "Me?" he asks, while secretly knowing exactly what the major wants. The city streets are deserted, a long, empty road leading toward the command post. High on a rooftop, Seo Yuna watches the area through high-tech binoculars. She spots the support squad and the healer through her crosshairs, keeping a watchful eye on the perimeter. Back on the ground, Hyunwook tells Seonha not to let the lieutenant's bad mood get to her. Seonha winks at him, promising to finish setting up the sensors for him so he can go see the commander. Minwi watches them walk away together, his blood boiling as he's left behind in the dirt. Hyunwook's expression goes cold as soon as he turns around. He knows the timer for the gas is almost up. He wonders what the hell the battalion commander is up to by calling for him right now. On the roof, a soldier asks Eunha if it's okay for their attack squad to be stuck in a simple kobold raid. Eunha looks down at the city, watching her elite soldiers take up positions on the rooftops. She tells the soldier they have orders from the battalion commander, and soldiers are meant to follow orders, not question them. Hyunwook arrives at the temporary command post, a massive transport truck parked in the middle of a dark street. Inside, Major Kim Kang-sok is waiting, his scarred face looking even more intimidating in the low light. Instructor Cheon is there too, wearing a smug look as if he's expecting a show. Hyunwook recognizes the instructor from the elite Black Tiger unit and realizes the stakes just got even higher. The major calls him forward, the tension in the room so high you can almost hear the hum of the electronics. Hyunwook wonders why the top scout of the Special Forces is sitting in on a meeting with a lowly private. He swallows hard, realizing he's being measured by the best the military has to offer. The major tells him he's going to put him to a test. He wants Hyunwook to take the place of the unit's best warrior for the next phase of the mission. Hyunwook is shocked. In his previous life, this man never even knew his name. But now he's being treated like an asset. He tells himself he doesn't have time for games. He needs to get back to the support squad before the gas hits. He addresses the commander directly, his voice firm and professional. He points out that he's only ever worked with support squads, and it would be reckless to put him in charge of an actual elite strike team. He looks around the command room, his eyes scanning the monitors for any sign of a sensor trip. The major doesn't care about his excuses and tells him clearly, "That is my order!" Hyunwook lets out a low groan, realizing he's being cornered by a command he can't disobey without ending up in prison. The radio suddenly erupts with a report. The boss monster has left the kobold nest and is on the move. Hyunwook realizes the kobolds are heading for the rear squad right now. If he doesn't leave, they're all dead. The warning to stay alert echoes through the radio, but Hyunwook knows it's already too late for alerts. He grinds his teeth, knowing he has to escape this meeting no matter what the cost to his career. He tells the battalion commander that he has something very important to say. The major leans in, his scarred face close as he tells Hyunwook to go on. Hyunwook goes silent for a moment, his head bowed as he gathers his courage for the lie he's about to tell. Up on the roof, Seo Una continues to scan the city, unaware of the drama inside the command post. She spots something moving through the alleyways far below through her thermal optics. She looks confused, realizing the movement patterns aren't matching the monster's typical behavior. Hyunwook is sprinting through the streets, his boots pounding against the asphalt in a desperate race against time. He screams for the support squad to get their masks on as he nears their position. "The gas!" he roars, his voice echoing through the narrow city corridors. A series of massive beep sounds erupt from the Allies, followed by a sequence of violent explosions. One of the motion sensors Hyunwook installed glows a bright, warning red just before it's consumed by fire. Junmo and Seonha look up in shock, the light of the explosion reflecting in their terrified eyes. A forest of toxic green gas erupts from the pavement, shooting hundreds of feet into the night sky. The gas is moving with incredible force, knocking soldiers back and melting the very air around them. The entire street is swallowed by a green fog of death that stretches as far as the eye can see. Hyunwook claps a hand over his face, his eyes full of rage as he realizes the disaster is happening way faster than he remembered. He drops into a crouch, his gas mask clicking into place as he prepares for the first wave. He curses under his breath, everything is happening way faster than in the original timeline, and he's losing his lead. He reaches into his military inventory bag, pulling out supplies at a speed no normal soldier should be capable of. He pours a bottle of water over his new sword, the liquid splashing against the brownish blade. The cloud blade begins to glow with a faint pulsing light as it drinks in the moisture. The system confirms the item is absorbing water, its hidden fog effect slowly reaching 25% capacity. Hyunwook sprints through the alleyways, his vision obscured by a thick rising mist of toxic green gas. Am I too late? He wonders, his heart pounding against his ribs as the first screams echo nearby. Gunshots ring out through the fog, a frantic bang 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 followed by a soldier's cry for help. He begs Junmo internally to just take the squad and run, fearing he's about to witness his friend's death all over again. A kobold snarling with blood-stained teeth leaps onto a soldier, its pickaxe raised for the kill. The soldier stares through his goggles in absolute horror as the monster's blade descends. Another private is pinned down, screaming for Park Junmo to save him from the swarm. Junmo is crouched behind a barrier, his rifle raised and his body trembling with pure terror. He sees his friend struggling and knows he has to make a choice, stay hidden or fight. He screams at the fucking rat to get away, unleashing a burst of gunfire that lights up the green fog. The kobold is knocked back, but dozens more are already crawling out of the sewer grates. Rays of golden light cut through the gas as the monsters move with unnatural coordination. One soldier is hit by a poison needle and collapses, his fingers twitching as the paralysis sets in. Junmo takes command, shouting for the support squad to get inside the armored storage boxes and take the wounded with them. He drags the fallen private An Min-tae towards safety, his own lungs burning through his mask. The ground is slick with blood as the monsters close the distance, their claws scratching against the asphalt. A massive, distorted screech rips through the street, signaling the arrival of something much bigger. Seonha, the squad's healer, is huddled in a corner, her eyes wide with shock and tears streaming down her face. Junmo screams for her to wake up, desperately needing her to heal the dying soldiers. He realizes she's barely 20 years old and this is her very first mission. The reality of war has completely broken her. Her hands are shaking so much she can't even grip her staff, let alone cast a spell. Junmo looks at his rifle and realizes he's powerless to help the support squad in a massacre like this. Someone shouts that they're running out of ammo, the sound of empty clicking echoing like a death sentence. They're on their last magazine, and the horde of kobolds is only getting larger. Junmo asks himself if this is it, if they're all really destined to die in this toxic alleyway. Wait, he thinks, an image of Lee Hyunwook flashing through his mind. He asks himself what a real warrior like Hyunwook would do if he were standing here right now. The wounded soldier is gasping for air, and Junmo knows time has officially run out. He reaches into his own inventory bag, pulling out a small, metallic object that sparks with static. He confirms they're out of bullets, his face hardening with a desperate new resolve. He grips his secondary weapon, a small, low-tier electric hammer, and prepares for a suicide mission. He looks at the monsters and declares that the support squad isn't finished yet. He knows kobolds are obsessed with shiny, glowing objects and plans to use himself as bait. He orders the rest of the platoon to grab the injured and run for the extraction zone while he distracts the horde. The healer looks up in shock, unable to believe a private is actually giving orders like a commander. Junmo shouts that the elite Blue Flower Guild is just around the corner and they only need to hold on for a few more minutes. He tells them to run for their lives the moment he gives the signal. The kobold pack pauses, confused by the lone human walking toward them with a glowing hammer. Junmo knows his electric powers are too weak to kill even one monster, but he's proud he can use them to save his friends. He lets out a primal HYAAHHH as he charges directly into the center of the monster nest. The reflection of the brave soldier is seen in the monster's eyes, a tiny figure about to be swallowed by the dark. He swings the hammer, the small sparks of electricity acting like a lighthouse for every monster in the street. He roars for the others to run while the kobolds swarm him from every direction. His friends can only watch in horror, whispering his name as he vanishes into the green fog. The monster's claws tear at his armor as he continues to run, leading them further away from the wounded. He thinks that if Hyunwook were here, he'd definitely use a weakling like him as bait to win the battle. He raises the hammer high, surrounded by snarling beasts, and accepts his fate as a sidekick. Suddenly, a blue blur of steel cuts through the horde like a hot knife through butter. Kobolds are being ripped apart by an invisible force, their bodies exploding into blood and shadow. Someone lands right behind Junmo, the impact shaking the entire street. "You rascal," a voice says. "I heard everything you just said." Hyunwook stands tall, raising the cloud blade as a massive pillar of white mist erupts from the steel. The system confirms the wet fog is neutralizing the toxic gas at an absorption rate of 100%. Hyunwook's face is cold and focused as the green death around them begins to dissipate. Junmo is speechless, staring up at his senior with wide, disbelieving eyes. Hyunwook calls his name, his voice echoing through the clearing. Junmo stammers, trying to explain that he was just imitating Hyunwook and got carried away by the moment. Hyunwook just looks at him and says, "Thank you for being alive." He gives Junmo a genuine warm smile and tells him he did a truly incredible job. Junmo breaks down, the tears finally falling as the relief of being saved washes over him. But the moment of peace is short-lived as more kobolds let out a blood-curdling growl from the shadows. Hyunwook's smile turns predatory as he tells Junmo he's sincerely proud of his courage. Because thanks to Junmo's baiting, every single monster in the area has been lured into one spot for the slaughter. "Now," Hyunwook says, his eyes glowing with mana, "it's time for me to enjoy the feast you've set up." Hyunwook raises his sword high, the air around him vibrating with the promise of a total massacre. He moves like a ghost, his blade slicing through two kobolds at once before they can even blink. He stands in the center of a storm of blue energy, with dead monsters piled up around his feet in a perfect circle. Dozens of red mana stones drop to the pavement, glowing like embers in the dark. Hyunwook watches them, his mouth literally watering at the thought of all that power. "Damn, that looks delicious," he mutters, and Junmo asks if he's actually talking about the monsters. The surviving kobolds are backing away, realizing their horde just got turned into a buffet. Hyunwook gives them a death glare, annoyed that they're interrupting his mealtime. The monsters let out a low car, sensing that the human in front of them is the real predator. He asks them casually, "By the way, where's your boss hiding?" Two kobold scouts with glowing red symbols on their heads begin to hiss, their eyes fixed on Hyunwook. Hyunwook's gaze turns sharp as he senses a sudden shift in the magical field around them. The two monsters look at each other and nod, moving with a level of intelligence no low-tier monster should have. Junmo yells, "No way!" as he realizes the monsters are actually planning a coordinated ambush. Hyunwook stands his ground, his hand reaching out to catch his floating bayonet. Dozens of red eyes flash in the dark as the monsters charge all at once, screaming a war cry that sounds like grinding bone. Hyunwook roars for Junmo to run, realizing the rest of the squad is still in the line of fire. The gas is still making it impossible to see more than a few feet ahead, turning the street into a death trap. High above, on the rooftops, the elite attack squad is still holding their positions. Seo Yunha orders her men to stay put and only shoot the ones that try to escape into the civilian zone. A sniper asks if she's going somewhere, seeing her prepare to leap from the ledge. Yunha realizes Hyunwook acted as if he knew the gas was coming, and she has to confirm if he's actually a traitor or a genius. She dives off the building, her black armor cutting through the air as she heads straight for the heart of the fog. "Please save me," a faint voice whispers through the mist. "Somebody, please." The healer, Seonha, is hyperventilating, her vision blurring as she loses her grip on reality. A soldier screams that Private An Mintai is bleeding out and needs a healer right now. He begs her to get her act together, but she's frozen in a state of pure panic. Suddenly, the armored supply box begins to tear apart, the metal groaning as if being pulled by invisible claws. The soldiers are clinging to the box, shouting that the boss monster's spell is way too strong for their barriers. In the distance, the kobold shaman is channeling a massive dark spell through a glowing red magic circle. The monster's face is twisted with a wicked grin as it pours its dark mana into the attack. The barrier shatters with a violent crack, leaving the support squad completely exposed. The kobolds start closing in on the defenseless soldiers, their pickaxes reflecting the moonlight. The sound of hundreds of small feet thumping against the pavement is like a drumbeat for their execution. The soldiers ask what they're supposed to do, realizing they're officially done for. The shaman raises its staff again, ready to deliver the final blow to the huddle of humans. Two shadows emerge from the fog, running with enough speed to create a sonic boom. The shaman's eyes bulge in surprise as it realizes its target has survived the poison. "Don't mess with!" Hyunwook charges, his face a mask of absolute fury as he leads the counterattack. "MY squad!" he finishes, his floating bayonet glowing with a blinding blue light. He lands a heavy strike, the impact sending a shockwave that knocks the front line of kobolds off their feet. His blade carves a blue V in the air, moving with a precision that borders on the divine. He weaves through the crowd, his movements as fluid as a river and as sharp as a diamond. He spots the shaman's hidden mana vessel, a ceramic jar on its back, and aims for it. The blade pierces the jar, shattering the source of the monster's dark magic in one move. The shaman screeches as its spell backfires, a surge of dark energy knocking it into the dirt. The monster looks up in terror, realized its prey is actually its executioner. It grinds its teeth, its pride shattered by a mere human private. The other kobolds pause, their magical connection to the boss starting to flicker and fade. Hyunwook doesn't give them a chance to recover, signaling Junmo to join the fight. Junmo looks at his senior, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and absolute awe. He charges forward, following Hyunwook's lead as they cut a path through the retreating monsters. The kobolds are in a full-blown panic, scrambling over each other to escape the blue-eyed demon. One monster tries to use a blowgun, but Hyunwook is already 3 steps ahead. He leaps over a volley of needles, his body moving with a grace that seems to defy gravity. He deflects a pickaxe with a flick of his wrist, the metal clanging loudly in the quiet alley. He grabs Junmo mid-air, protecting the kid from a hidden needle trap in the fog. He screams for Junmo to get down as the final wave of poison needles arrives. Junmo hits the dirt, the sound of the needles whistling over his head like a swarm of angry hornets. A system window confirms Hyunwook's metal control weight is nearly 3,000 grams, but the transition speed is too high for his current rank. He ignores the warning and forces his power to the limit, a whirlwind of blades protecting the squad from the needle storm. The needles are shredded mid-air, turning into harmless metal dust. The system warns that he's lost control of his secondary greatsword due to the mana strain. The blade clatters to the ground, its blue glow fading as the shaman watches from the shadows. The monster lets out a sickening grin, realizing the human is finally running out of steam. He realizes the shaman isn't just a commander, he's a puppeteer literally controlling the bodies of his minions. He knows scaring the minions won't work as long as the mage is pulling the strings. He realizes it's too dangerous to keep fighting with Junmo by his side, he needs to go solo for the boss kill. He orders Junmo to retreat to the supply box and protect the wounded, but Junmo hesitates, waiting for a signal. The kobolds use the distraction to fire another volley of poison gas from their mouth tubes. The fush-fush sound of the gas being released fills the alley once again. 2 silhouettes run through the green cloud, their forms fading into the toxic mist. Needles bury themselves in the pavement right behind their heels as they sprint for safety. Hyunwook activates metal control, a massive blue energy field expanding from his hand to catch the incoming projectiles. He lands on top of the armored box, the needles thudding harmlessly into the metal below him. He stares down at the crowd of monsters with a look of cold, calculating disdain. The shaman stares back from the fog, the clang-clang of the needles hitting the box sounding like a challenge. The boss lets out a final, terrifying roar, calling every remaining kobold to a final charge. Hyunwook lets out a sigh of relief, muttering that they at least made it to the box in time. He looks down and his face falls. The scene inside the barrier is even worse than he feared. Corporal Lee Hyunwook, A soldier shouts, his hands covered in blood. He reports that An Minte has lost consciousness and is literally seconds away from dying. Hyunwook snaps that the person in charge of healing is standing right there. He looks at Seonha, who is still huddled in a ball, her hands covering her ears as she shakes uncontrollably. He barks at her, asking what the hell she thinks she's doing while a comrade is dying on the floor. He realizes she's having a total psychological breakdown. If she doesn't cast a heal now, the whole squad is finished. His eyes burn with an intense blue flame as he realizes the survival of his friends depends on this broken girl. "We'll be annihilated!" the thought echoes in his mind. He takes a long, slow breath, trying to settle his own heart. He calls out Sergeant Choi Seonha with a voice that's surprisingly soft and calm. He suddenly reaches out and delivers a sharp, stinging slap across her face. She snaps back to reality, her eyes wide with shock as she stares at him. Hyunwook looks down at her, his expression a mix of pity and absolute military discipline. He asks her if she really wants everyone here to die, telling her to come back to her senses right now. He reminds her with a cold, hard voice, "We're in the middle of a battle right now. Act like a soldier!" He asks her if she has any idea how soul-crushing a life full of regret actually is, a pain he's already lived through once. Just then, a pillar of golden light erupts from the darkness, cutting through the toxic fog like a beacon. Seonha finally snaps out of it, channeling her mana into a massive healing circle that glows with ancient runes. She manages to stabilize the vice platoon leader, but she's racked with guilt for being too late to prevent his massive blood loss. Hyunwook gives her a rare, small smile of thanks, but then his tone shifts. He's got work to do, and he starts by borrowing the squad's metal daggers. He leaps into the air, and with a flick of his wrist, several blades begin to orbit him, surging with crackling blue energy. His squadmate can only watch in absolute shock, wondering what kind of monster Hyunwook has actually become. Hyunwook grits his teeth, fueled by a deep-seated rage as he prepares to return all the pain the monsters caused tenfold. Miles away, a luxury car speeds through the night. Inside, a mysterious woman with a giant spider on her shoulder smiles, sensing that something amusing is happening in Itaewon. She gives a simple, chilling command to her driver, "Head to Itaewon." Back at the gate, Hyunwook's boot hits the pavement right on the mark he set earlier. High above on a rooftop, the dark kobold mage looks down, thinking it has the perfect vantage point to finish off the human prey. The monster's eyes glow with a predatory hunger, completely unaware that it's the one being hunted. It grips its staff, preparing to unleash another wave of death. But down in the alley, Hyunwook is already one step ahead, his blades humming with a lethal frequency. He looks up at the monsters and scoffs. They think they've trapped him, but they've actually just walked into his kill zone. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he reveals that he's already rigged the entire area with sensors and metal markers. He closes his eyes, focusing his mana to see the world through the metal surrounding him. Metal detection! A blue grid expands across the street, highlighting every single kobold hiding in the shadows and behind crates. His logic is simple. Any metal he doesn't recognize moving through the grid is a target that needs to be erased. He locks onto a kobold lurking behind a truck, his eyes snapping open with murderous intent. His system screen pops up, showing his metal control is now handling nearly 3 kilograms of steel, more than enough to turn this alley into a blender. A dagger whistles through the air, trailing blue lightning as it finds its mark. The kobold mage's eyes widen in disbelief as its hidden scouts start dropping like flies. Hyunwook stands in the center of the chaos, directing his floating blades like a conductor leading a bloody orchestra. The monsters let out horrific gurgles and screams as the metal shreds through their flesh with surgical precision. One final blade streaks toward the roof, aiming straight for the mage's throat. The mage panics, igniting its hand with a cursed red flame to deflect the strike. Dark, shadowy vines erupt from the mage's magic, desperately trying to entangle the lightning-charged dagger. The mage roars in frustration, realizing this isn't some normal F-rank soldier it's fighting. Hyunwook watches the struggle with a bored expression, his mind already calculating the next move. He sends a flurry of daggers rain down from the sky, pinning the mage in place. The monster shrieks, its mask glowing with a sinister red aura as it prepares a desperate counterspell. It unleashes a web of cursed strings that lash out in every direction, trying to reclaim the battlefield. The mage's gaze is fixed on Hyunwook, radiating pure, unadulterated hatred. Hyunwook just raises his hand, his forearm glowing with a dull metallic sheen. He lunges forward, calling the mage a piece of trash as he prepares to finish this personal vendetta. But wait, the mage's magic holds. Hyunwook acts surprised as the cursed strings actually manage to block his path. The mage lets out a low, guttural chuckle, thinking it finally has the upper hand. Two more kobolds appear from the vents, firing poison needles directly at Hyunwook's back. The needles fly through the air, silent and deadly, coated in a paralyzing toxin. Hyunwook shouts in mock alarm, throwing his arm up as if to protect himself at the last second. A metallic clink echoes through the alley as the needles bounce harmlessly off a floating blade he positioned behind him. He lands in the middle of a green toxic cloud, the monsters closing in for what they think is an easy kill. The mage cackles, raising its arms to command the final strike, surrounding Hyunwook with a whirlwind of cursed energy. The flames on the mage's head flare up, reflecting the monster's arrogance. It points a long skeletal finger at Hyunwook, signaling the end. The entire horde pounces at once, a tidal wave of fur and claws descending on our boy. Dozens of poison needles impact Hyunwook's back, seemingly burying themselves deep into his gear. But then, the system chimes in. Steel physique is active. Hyunwook's skin turns into literal living metal, and the needles just shatter against his transformed muscles. He spins his blades with a sudden, violent burst of speed. The metal creates a high-pitched whoosh as it prepares to tear the air apart. Hyunwook looks up, his eyes darkened by a terrifying shadow. "You little shits," he mutters, his patience finally gone. He unleashes a massive wave of mana, and the floating daggers transform into a swirling vortex of blue death. "Get lost!" he roars, swinging his arm to command the storm. A massive metal tornado erupts, sucking in every kobold in the vicinity and shredding them into fine dust. The scale of the destruction is insane, a giant pillar of wind and steel towering over the Itaewon buildings. The kobold mage stares at the devastation, its confidence completely shattered. Hyunwook steps out of the smoke, his face set in a grimace of pure determination. "Time to settle the score," the mage snarls, its teeth bared in a desperate, animalistic display of aggression. It lets out a bone-chilling roar, a sound that would make any normal soldier's heart stop. A massive geyser of dark green energy erupts from the ground, the mage's final, desperate attempt to reclaim the battlefield. Hyunwook doesn't flinch. He charges straight into the energy blast, his cloud blade ready to strike. He tells the monster that struggling is pointless. He's spent years of planning and a whole lifetime of regret just to make sure the mage was the last one standing. His blue eyes burn with the intensity of a man who has nothing left to lose and everything to avenge. He triggers metal detection again, scanning for any weakness in the mage's defense. The grid highlights the mage crouching between two shipping containers, trying to hide its next move. Hyunwook knows he can't just throw daggers blindly this time. This monster is too crafty for simple tricks. He waits, watching the monster's silhouette in the digital scan. Something is off. The mage isn't moving. It's waiting for something. Suddenly, cursed red vines erupt from the pavement, tracking Hyunwook's every step. The mage is channeling all its power into the ground, turning the entire alley into a trap. A vine snaps around Hyunwook's ankle with a sickening crack. He's yanked off his feet, letting out a sharp grunt as he's slammed into the asphalt. The mage lets out a triumphant growl, its jagged teeth dripping with dark saliva. It whips Hyunwook through the air like a rag doll, smashing him into the side of a building. He's thrown high into the night sky, completely at the mercy of the cursed magic. Hyunwook shouts as he plummets back down, the ground rushing up to meet him. Bam! He hits the center of the toxic cloud with enough force to crater the road. A massive explosion of dust and debris hides his body from view. The alley goes silent, shrouded in the thick green fog of the kobold gas. The mage slowly retracts its magic vines, confident that the human has been crushed to a pulp. It lets out a raspy, sickening laugh, savoring its victory. But its laughter is cut short as a shadow looms in the mist. "Who are you calling a rat?" Hyunwook stands up, cracking the ground beneath his boots. His armor is battered, but he's still standing. His legs are glowing with a deep blue metallic light. He used steel physique to tank the entire fall. He wipes blood from his mouth, his eyes wider and crazier than before. He asks the mage how many times it plans on giving him PTSD flashbacks today. The mage panics, drawing a curved, sacrificial dagger and preparing for close-quarters combat. Boom. Hyunwook launches himself forward with a speed that shatters the concrete beneath him. His focus is absolute, his blue eye trailing a streak of light as he locks onto his target. The two fighters blur into a series of high-speed clashes, sparks flying as steel meets magic. The mage leaps over Hyunwook, trying to gain the high ground, but our boy is already turning to meet him. Blades clash in a shower of sparks, the sounds of metal on metal ringing through the empty streets of Itaewon. Hyunwook slides across the pavement, his boots smoking from the friction. The mage tries to sneak a strike at his back, but Hyunwook's expression turns into one of pure demonic fury. He grabs the mage's arm mid-air, telling the monster just how much he absolutely hates being backstabbed. He delivers a thunderous punch, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the mage's body. The mage's eyes bulge in shock. It can't believe a human can possess this much raw physical power. Hyunwook pushes his strengthening body transformation to the absolute limit. His arm swells with metallic muscle, the surface reflecting the dim streetlights like polished chrome. He shouts a final warning to the monster, and delivers a devastating kick that shatters the mage's wooden mask into a million splinters. "You need a beating!" he yells, following up with a brutal overhead strike. The mage is sent tumbling across the ground, coughing up dark ichor as its magic starts to fail. Hyunwook walks toward it slowly, the cloud blade resting on his shoulder. He tells the monster he's imagined this revenge every single day since he regressed. He tells the mage to think of it as an honor. It's the very first name he's crossing off his hit list. The mage trembles on the ground, its body broken and its pride destroyed. Hyunwook stands over it with a blood-chilling grin. Now that the mask is gone, the monster can't use its shitty magic anymore. Ready to cure that PTSD? He summons the floating daggers again, but this time he's not just aiming to kill. He shreds the mage's limbs, 1,000 cuts for 1,000 regrets. The mage's staff is sliced into pieces, its source of power gone forever. The broken mask lies in the dirt, a symbol of the mage's fallen status. Hyunwook looks down at the whimpering creature, calling it a sissy because he isn't done with it yet. He grabs the monster by its face, his metal grip crushing its jaw. He lifts the monster off the ground, asking if it knows how many years he spent as a cripple because of its actions in the future. The years of pain and humiliation boil over in this one moment. He points out that the daggers currently sticking out of the mage's body belong to the very squad members it slaughtered in his previous life. And then, he thinks of the one person he couldn't save. A memory of a younger, smiling Park Junmo flashes through his mind. Junmo's face, full of life and hope, is a painful contrast to the blood-soaked alley he's in now. In the present, Junmo is actually calling out to him, worried about the toxic gas and his Hyung's safety. Hyunwook tells the dying mage that this final blow is payback for Junmo, who died trying to save a failure like him. He plunges the cloud blade deep into the mage's chest with a sickening squelch. The blade begins to hum, absorbing the elite monster's blood like a sponge. A system notification appears. The cloud blade is absorbing the blood and filling with an unknown energy. It's at 1%. The mage lets out a final pathetic gurgle as its life force is drained away. Hyunwook drops a small glowing metallic object onto the ground next to the corpse. He whispers to the monster not to die just yet. There's one more step in his plan. He jams a jagged, energy-infused dagger into the mage's skull. He has one last debt to settle. Another memory, Hyunwook in the future, his face marked by a horrific scar given to him by this very creature. He twists the blade, the sound of cracking bone echoing through the alley. The mage's head is split clean in half, its existence finally erased from both timelines. A final, distorted scream rings out before fading into nothingness. The cloud blade glows with a haunting light as it stands over the remains of the monster. The energy level jumps to 11%. The system warns that the sword's latent powers will only unlock when it's fully charged. Hyunwook takes a deep breath, the heavy weight on his soul finally feeling a little lighter. He's successfully reversed the first tragedy of his past. The poison gas finally starts to dissipate, revealing the ruined intersection. As he turns to leave, something catches his eye, a gold medallion that fell from the mage's body. Hyunwook's eyes widen in absolute disbelief. This wasn't supposed to be here. System alert. He has acquired the Devil's Medallion, Inferno. It's a high-ranked item containing the power of the demon race. He picks it up, staring at the skull-engraved gold. In his past life, he only ever managed to find a replica of this thing. This medallion belongs to him, the necromancer, humanity's greatest villain, who led an army of undead that turned the world into a graveyard. The necromancer's army was literal hell on earth for the survivors. Another vision. The necromancer sitting on a throne of bone, commanding legions of monsters, the worst human to ever exist. A figure with long hair and glowing red eyes, shrouded in a shadow of death. The necromancer. There was almost zero intel on him in the future, making him a ghost story that came true. Except for one thing, Hyunwook and the necromancer both share a specific growth trait. That's why Hyunwook has been hiding his ability to rank up, to keep the necromancer from noticing him. In the previous timeline, it took a suicidal assault on a lava golem workshop just to get a fake version of this metal. He looks at the replica he once held, a pale imitation of the power he now holds in his hand. He asks himself, why is the original Inferno medallion here, in the hands of a low-level kobold mage? He grits his teeth, realizing the timeline is shifting in ways he didn't expect. Is there something else about this world he doesn't know? The gas is almost gone, and he can hear the military sirens approaching. He decides not to overthink it. I'll just eat it first, he mutters, bringing the legendary gold to his mouth. But a sudden, cold presence makes him freeze. He looks over his shoulder, sweating. It's Seo Unha. She's standing there with her sword drawn, her cold teal eyes boring into his soul. Her voice is like ice as she asks the question that's been on her mind since the start. Who the hell are you? Hyunwook forces a nervous, awkward laugh, his mind racing. I'm screwed. How much did she see? Suddenly, the sound of slow, rhythmic clapping echoes through the alley. Clap, clap, clap. A woman in a purple suit walks toward them, her heels clicking on the pavement. Yoonha and Hyunwook both turn to face the new intruder. The woman smiles, her lips painted a deep red. That battle was quite impressive, she purrs. She reaches out, offering a business card with a spider emblem. Nice to meet you, Corporal Lee Hyunwook. I'm Catherine Yu, head of the Soul Attack Unit for the Blue Flower Guild. She removes her gas mask with a smirk, telling them she was watching the whole show from afar and found the performance very impressive. She recognizes Yoonha instantly, teasing her about being the captain of paladins and how much she's grown up. Hyunwook narrows his eyes, his tactical mind instantly identifying this woman as a high-level threat from the Blue Flower Guild. Yoonha doesn't back down, reminding Catherine that this is a restricted military zone and civilians, even powerful guild leaders, aren't allowed. Catherine ignores the warning, stepping right into Hyunwook's personal space and noting his lowly rank with a playful glint in her eyes. She flashes a dazzling, predatory smile that tells you she's already decided she wants something from him. She hands him her card, officially introducing herself as the head of the Soul Attack Unit and an A-rank powerhouse. Hyunwook looks at the card, his face a mask of confusion, but internally, he's trembling with rage. Catherine acts offended, asking if he really doesn't know who she is, given her fame and the guild's massive influence. Hyunwook grits his teeth so hard they might crack. How could he ever forget the woman who helped dismantle mankind in his first life? To him, she isn't a celebrity. She's one of the primary villains responsible for the world's collapse. A flashback hits him like a truck, Yoonha, bloodied and battered, screaming for him to survive while fire rains down around them. In that past life, Hyunwook was screaming for her to get out of the way, helpless as she sacrificed everything to protect him. She looked back at him with a gentle smile, telling him she was his shield because he was her only hope for a future. Then, a swarm of cursed insects and butterflies engulfed her, a signature move of the woman standing right in front of him now. The memory of Yoonha's final scream echoes in his ears, fueling a cold, silent fury. In the original timeline, Catherine Yu sat atop a pile of bodies under a blood-red moon, a literal queen of the apocalypse. She was the murderer who ended Seo Yoonha's life, and now she's acting like a friendly neighbor. Back in reality, Catherine tells him he's looking at a huge opportunity, likely meaning a chance to betray the military for her guild. Hyunwook's hand shakes with the urge to draw his sword and end her right here, despite the massive rank gap. Yoonha interrupts the recruitment attempt, her voice sharp as she orders Catherine to leave the operation area immediately. Catherine lets out a long, dramatic sigh, clearly bored by the military's strict adherence to the rules. She mocks the inflexible soldiers, telling Hyunwook he should at least address her by her full, prestigious title. Hyunwook can only stare in disbelief at the sheer arrogance of the woman who destroyed his world. The two women lock eyes, and the air crackles with invisible lightning as two of the strongest players in Korea face off. Hyunwook feels like he's caught in the middle of a hurricane, knowing that any wrong move could start a war right here. A pair of bright headlights cuts through the darkness as a military jeep screeches to a halt nearby. The tires smoke as the vehicle stops, signaling the arrival of someone with even more authority than Unha. A heavy combat boot hits the pavement, and the aura of a true beast fills the alleyway. Unha snaps to attention, her voice loud and clear as she salutes her superior officer. Major Kim Kang-sok steps out, his presence commanding absolute respect as he looks over the chaotic scene. He hums thoughtfully, his sharp eyes taking in the mountain of dead monsters and the two high-level women staring each other down. He scans the bodies of the kobolds, his tactical mind quickly realizing that the report he received didn't do this destruction justice. He glances over at the dead mage, his expression unreadable as he calculates the power required for such a feat. The cloud blade is still humming in the monster's chest, a clear sign that a unique weapon was used to end the fight. Hyunwook is sweating bullets, realizing that with the major here, his chances of sneaking away with the medallion are dropping to zero. The major stares directly at him, his face a wall of military discipline that hides his true thoughts. Hyunwook can practically feel the major's gaze boring into his soul, wondering if his cover is finally about to blow. The major greets Catherine Yu with a cold professionalism, noting that it's been a long time since they crossed paths. He bluntly tells her that while the military appreciates the help, her unauthorized entry into a combat zone is completely unacceptable. He gives her a simple, two-word command that leaves no room for argument. "Please leave." Catherine scoffs, rolling her eyes at the major's inflexibility, complaining that she was just getting to the important stuff. In a final, bold move, she kisses the business card, leaving a perfect red lipstick mark on the corner. She tucks the card into Hyunwook's armor plating, her fingers lingering just long enough to be provocative. She leans in close, whispering for him to call her, leaving him stunned and the major visibly annoyed. As she walks away, the major's voice booms out, calling Hyunwook back to reality with a sharp reprimand. Hyunwook snaps to attention, his voice cracking slightly as he salutes his commander. The major shocks everyone by appointing Hyunwook as the squad commander for the rest of the operation, ordering him to prioritize rescue. Hyunwook is floored. He's just an F-rank corporal, yet the major is giving him the authority to lead an elite unit. The major adds that once the gate is cleared, Hyunwook is to report to him personally for a very detailed debriefing. Hyunwook shouts, "Yes, sir!" while his mind screams that he's walking right into a trap. Yoonha gives him a look that could freeze fire. She's clearly not happy about being outranked by a lowly corporal. Hyunwook catches her glare and shivers, realizing he's now the most hated man in the battalion. He lets out a sigh of relief as they leave, thinking he's at least survived the immediate crisis without his medallion being found. A week passes, and the intensity of the Itaewon incident slowly begins to fade for the public, but not for our guy. We see the headquarters of the 3rd AMT Brigade, where the aftermath of the gate breakout is still being processed. A system notification pops up. The metal absorption of the Devil's Medallion is finally complete, giving him a massive stat boost. We find Hyunwook in the most glamorous of locations, a public restroom, where he's currently doubled over in pain. The system warns him that a breath room is forming in his stomach, a process that causes excruciating pain. He huffs and puffs, his face turning red as steam starts to leak from his mouth. This is the price of god-tier power. A voice calls out his name from outside the stall, interrupting his agony. It's a wide shot of the bathroom, showing Hyunwook struggling while someone waits by the sinks. It's Junmo, looking suspicious and asking if Hyunwook is looking at something nice all by himself in there. Hyunwook groans that it's not what he thinks, clutching his stomach as internal flames start to lick at his throat. Junmo keeps teasing him, but then a bright orange light starts to emanate from the stall, and the temperature in the room skyrockets. A massive flash of light erupts, and Junmo jumps back, genuinely startled by the heat and the sound of something shifting inside. Hyunwook roars one last time that it's not what he thinks as the transformation finally completes. The narrative shifts, reminding us that the Itaewon massacre was a devastating event that many people underestimated. The street is a somber sight, filled with body bags and exhausted soldiers who barely made it out alive. Fortunately, Seonha's quick thinking and healing skills saved dozens of lives, including Private An, who was rushed to the hospital. But for Hyunwook, this incident changed everything about his tactical approach. He starts pushing his squad members to their absolute limits, overseeing intense physical training sessions. He's not just being a drill sergeant, he's teaching them how to defend themselves so they aren't just fodder for the next gate. However, his new intense persona starts causing two very specific problems. The first problem is Choi Sonha, who has suddenly become his biggest fan and won't leave him alone. She's constantly popping up with a bright smile, her eyes practically turning into hearts whenever she sees him. She follows him everywhere, asking about his day and trying to find excuses to stay near him. Hyunwook sighs, realizing that in a military environment, things rarely go according to his cold and lone wolf plan. Problem number 2 is far more dangerous: the jealous eyes of other high-ranking soldiers who hate his sudden rise to fame. But the second problem is actually his boss, Major Kim Kang-sok. The major calls him in and gives him an ultimatum: quit being an NCO and join the elite forces as a commissioned officer. Hyunwook buries his face in his hands, mentally exhausted by the constant pressure to become a hero. The major explains that what he saw in Itaewon convinced him that Hyunwook is the key to his dream. He sees in Hyunwook the perfect soldier who can change the very culture of the military. The major strikes a dramatic pose, talking about his vision for a military where rank doesn't matter, only skill. He wants an ideal army, and he's decided that Hyunwook is going to be his right-hand man to build it. Hyunwook just stares at him, wondering why everyone wants him to help with their dreams, and tells the major he'll think about it over vacation. Finally, the day of his long-awaited vacation arrives, and he can finally focus on his true objective. He arrives at Seoul Station, the bustling heart of the city, looking like a different person in civilian clothes. He immediately ducks into a bathroom, a familiar golden light erupting from his body as his new power stabilizes. A system screen appears. He has successfully unlocked a new skill after fulfilling hidden conditions. It's the breath room, a D-grade skill that lets him turn his stomach into a furnace to speed up metal absorption and fire it off as a breath attack. He breathes out a plume of smoke, finally glad he can stop the rumors about him doing weird things in public restrooms. He looks at himself in the mirror, his eyes sharper and more determined than ever. He knows that even with this new power, he's still not strong enough to handle the world-ending gates that are coming soon. He's playing a dangerous game with time, and every second counts. He remembers a scene from the future: Seoul Station under siege, a swarm of monsters tearing through the glass. The military abandoned the station in the original timeline, leaving thousands of civilians to be slaughtered. The screams for help from that day still haunt him, a choir of voices begging for a savior who never came. People were pressed against the glass, watching as the monsters closed in, knowing their own government had left them to die. He tells himself that if he doesn't prepare perfectly during this vacation, those people will die for real this time too. His gaze is icy, the weight of the future resting heavily on his shoulders. He walks out of the station, his long black coat billowing behind him like a cape, looking like a man on a mission. It's time to stop reacting to the future and start actually changing it. Elsewhere, a woman applies red lipstick, complaining about how much the military service sucks. She's struggling with a vending machine and a broken lighter, clearly having a bad day. She looks up and sees Hyunwook, her eyes widening in surprise as she recognizes him. Hyunwook stops and looks at her, his expression unreadable as he asks if she has a light. The scene shifts to a train rattling along the tracks under a clear blue sky, heading toward the city center. The two are sitting together on the subway, but the gap between them is filled with a deafening silence. It is the definition of awkward, with Seonha looking like she wants to disappear into her seat. She finally breaks the ice, asking him if this is his first vacation in a long time and trying to sound casual. She mentions how happy his parents must be to see him, but Hyunwook bluntly tells her that both of his parents are dead. She lets out a small ugh of embarrassment, wishing she could take the question back, as he explains they passed away when he was young. He offers a small, genuine smile, telling her that even though he was lonely, he eventually found people who felt just like family. A flashback shows his old squad members shouting "Captain" with pure joy and respect. In the original timeline, he was the Great Steel Emperor, leading a group of warriors who were his true brothers and sisters. He realizes that comrades in arms is a far more accurate term for what they were to him. He looks at the window, his reflection showing a man who is fighting to make sure those comrades don't end up as corpses again. He arrives at Yongdongpo, knowing he only has 4 days to make his most important preparations. His first goal is simple, but vital. He needs to get money. Lots of it. He stops in front of a massive billboard for Blue Tree, one of the most powerful player support companies in the world. He knows the owner of this company is already a multi-trillionaire, even this early in the timeline. The name flashes across his mind. Gordon Precy, the man who eventually bought the world. Gordon is shown surrounded by falling cash, sipping wine and looking down on the world with a smug grin. He used his black money to bribe every high-ranking politician and elite player, effectively taking control of the globe. The world didn't fall because humans were weak. It fell because Gordon Precy bought everyone's loyalty. Hyunwook knows he can't beat Gordon's bank account, but he needs enough cash to not be a pawn in his games. He knows every major future event and which stocks will skyrocket, so he just needs to invest early to snowball his wealth. He enters a rundown building, heading for a small office called the Hope Guild, looking for someone he can trust with his life. Inside, a large, silver-haired man is bullying a smaller guy, grabbing him by the collar and demanding respect. The bully is complaining that the guildmaster is a pushover and that they should be taking better, higher-paying jobs. Hyunwook steps through the door, his presence instantly cooling the room as the bully looks over in annoyance. The silver-haired man recognizes him, mockingly calling him a tin can pilot from their old-school days. The bully spreads his arms wide with a fake, toothy grin, acting like they're old best friends. His name is Lee Wanchul, and he's an arrogant C-rank player who's clearly let his rank go to his head. He tries to shake Hyunwook's hand, acting like he's doing him a favor by even acknowledging him. Hyunwook's expression is cold as stone. He tells Wanchul they were never on good enough terms to be greeting each other like this. The room goes quiet as the two men stare each other down, the history of their bullying relationship bubbling to the surface. The smaller guy, a nervous man named Hyung, asks Hyunwook why he's here, while Wanchul starts losing his temper. Hyunwook asks Wanchul if he's forgotten what he did to him in the past, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. Wanchul snarls, asking if Hyunwook wants a real memory refresh of how it felt to be under his boot. In a flashback to high school, Hyunwook tries to show off his awakened power by floating a few pens and a ruler. The other students just laugh at him, telling him to stop kidding around because his power is dumb and useless. Wanchul, even back then, called him a loser dipshit and looked for every excuse to humiliate him. A fist slams into Hyunwook's face, the impact throwing him to the ground as the other kids cheer. Wanchul stood over him, telling him if he ever bragged about being awakened with such a weak power again, he'd kill him. Back in the present, Wanchul mocks him again, calling him a tin can pilot who thinks he's suddenly strong. Wanchul is now a C-rank fighter, and he threatens to beat Hyunwook up just like the good old school days. He promises to make Hyunwook beg for his life, while the smaller guy desperately tries to stop the fight. Hyunwook just stands his ground, his voice calm and terrifying as he tells Wanchul to give it a shot. Wanchul is stunned by the sheer confidence coming from an F-rank soldier he used to own. Hyunwook's eyes begin to glow with a deep, haunting blue. "I said, kill me if you can!" Wanchul loses it, screaming a curse as he lunges forward with a massive, mana-infused punch. Hyunwook dodges the blow with a graceful, effortless movement that shouldn't be possible for a normal soldier. The punch whistles past his ear, missing by a hair, but Hyunwook doesn't even blink. In the blink of an eye, a sharp metal pen is hovering centimeters from Wanchul's eyeball, crackling with electricity. A dagger is also floating behind Wanchul's heel, ready to sever his Achilles tendon at a moment's notice. Wanchul freezes as he realizes he's surrounded by nearly a dozen floating daggers and office supplies, all aimed at his vital spots. Hyunwook tells him he can't guarantee a win, but he can guarantee that Wanchul will be crippled so badly he'll wish he were dead. He adds that he can end Wanchul's career as a fighter right here and now. Wanchul is paralyzed by fear, his arrogance completely evaporated as he stares into the eyes of a true predator. The guildmaster walks into the room, looking confused and asking what the hell is going on. Hyunwook immediately drops the killer act, putting on a big, fake smile and shouting Wanchul's name. He pulls Wanchul into a tight, friendly hug, acting like he's so sorry to hear that Wanchul got kicked out of the White Tiger Guild. Wanchul is confused, his mind still reeling from the death threat, but he's forced into the hug. Hyunwook whispers into his ear, reminding him that he has a big mouth and knows all of Wanchul's embarrassing secrets. He tells Wanchul he's actually saving his face by acting like they're friends in front of his new guild. Then, his tone turns lethal one last time as he whispers the final command, "Fucking get lost." Wanchul flees the building, leaving Hyunwook alone with the man he actually came to see. Hyunwook sits down with the guildmaster, showing him a list of stocks and numbers on a tablet. The guildmaster is skeptical, asking if everything Hyunwook said about these investments is actually true. He looks at the projected growth numbers, and his jaw literally hits the floor in shock. He screams that this isn't just a good deal, it's a life-changing miracle for their struggling guild. Outside, near the Blue Tree headquarters, a group of low-level guards are complaining about their boring shifts. One of the guards is Wanchul, who is seething with rage and grinding his teeth at being treated like a servant. An old man in a suit approaches them, asking why they're causing a ruckus in a reserved area. Wanchul stands up to him, his frustration boiling over as he demands to know if this guy is the leader of the area. The old man is actually a high-level administrator, and he starts berating Wanchul for being an illiterate idiot. He screams at Wanchul to work on his listening skills if he can't even read a simple zone map. Wanchul finally snaps, letting out a roar of pure fury as he loses all control. He delivers a brutal, unauthorized strike that sends the old administrator flying through the air. The other guards watch in horror as their leader loses his mind and starts a riot in the heart of the city's most powerful guild territory. Wanchul slams the old man into the pavement, the ground cracking under the force of his C-rank mana. Blood sprays as Wanchul continues his rampage, his eyes red with a mix of shame and hatred. He stands over the battered body, panting like a wild animal, and orders his subordinates to find that guy. The final shot is of Wanchul's face, shadowed and terrifying. Park Cheolsu's jaw is practically on the floor as he looks at the stock projections Hyunwook just handed him. He knows that if these figures are even half accurate, this isn't just a good investment, it's a life-changing jackpot. But then, the reality of the situation hits him, and he starts to get cold feet. He looks at the rundown Hope Guild office and admits to Hyunwook that this information is just too good to be true. Hyunwook remains calm, acknowledging that it's perfectly reasonable to be skeptical when someone promises you a fortune out of thin air. Cheolsu starts wondering if a major guild is trying to use this info as bait to scout Hyunwook. He gestures to the business cards on the table, the Blue Flower Guild, the Black Tiger Unit, and the standard military ID. Hyunwook places a hand on his chest and asks a simple, heavy question. Based on everything we've been through, do you trust me? Cheolsu doesn't hesitate for a second, shouting that of course he trusts our boy. Hyunwook gives him a small smirk, telling him that besides the source being a secret, every word he's said is the absolute truth. To prove his worth, he pulls up a text from Major Kim Kang-sok, who is literally begging an F-rank soldier to become a commissioned officer. Seeing the commander's personal endorsement is the final nail in the coffin, Cheolsu realizes Hyunwook is the real deal. Hyunwook hands over his bank book, telling Cheolsu that he's trusting him with his entire life savings. It's 20 million won, it's not a fortune yet, but it's every cent his parents left behind for him. Cheolsu is moved to tears, realizing the depth of the faith Hyunwook is placing in a struggling guildmaster. Hyunwook remembers a darker time in his past life, when he was just a scarred, broken kid with no one to turn to. It was Cheolsu who sat with him back then, telling him that no one in this world is born without a talent. He remembers the warmth of that hand on his shoulder, a small kindness that kept him going when everything else had failed. Cheolsu's words echo in his mind. In this day and age, talent is just another name for a superpower. This investment isn't just about money, it's our boy's way of repaying the only man who treated him like a human when he was nothing. The scene shifts as Hyunwook looks toward the future, a future where massive skyships emerge from portals over the city. He knows that eventually, humanity will make contact with otherworldly races that don't just want to kill them. Dwarves and other beings will arrive, offering trade and alliances that will change the face of the war. The technology gained from these interactions will be the absolute turning point for mankind's survival. He envisions the alchemists and smiths of other worlds crafting potions and gear that defy modern science. Their skills are going to be vital for stopping the massive waves of monsters that are scheduled to arrive. Legendary weapons will be forged, capable of cutting through the strongest gate bosses. To stay ahead, Hyunwook needs his own expert, someone who can communicate with these beings and steal their secrets. He needs the legendary dwarven artisans to pass their mastery directly to him, and that's why his next stop is the most important scouting mission of his vacation. He arrives at the Yongdongpo Blacksmith Alley, a place where the air is thick with the smell of coal and hot iron. This is step 2 of his preparation for the apocalypse. With the help of the 7 dwarven masters, he plans to create the world's very first master-grade item. A mysterious figure in a purple hoodie watches him from across the street, their eyes fixed on his every move. Hyunwook is here to preoccupy the smiths, who will eventually become the gods of the forge. He's moving to secure their loyalty before the villains of the future even realize they exist. He steps into a dusty shop where an old man is slamming a hammer onto an anvil with rhythmic precision. The old man doesn't even look up, grumpily telling Hyunwook to only look at the items on the shelves and stay away from his work. This is artisan Kang Jong-do, a man famous for being kicked out of every guild because of his eccentric, unmanageable personality. Hyunwook just smiles. He sees exactly what the old man is hiding in his private project. Clang, clang. The hammer strikes resonate through the shop, revealing the quality of the metal underneath. It's a javelin made of Orihalcon, the legendary magic metal that's almost impossible for modern smiths to work with. It looks crude now, but Hyunwook knows this is the prototype for the Dragon Slayer spear, the very weapon that, in the future, will be driven through the heart of the great dragon Terax. He finally understands why the world's most powerful weapons had their foundations laid in such a ramshackle workshop. Suddenly, a girl in a school uniform bursts in, calling Hyunwook a crusty for lingering too long. The old man shouts at her, but she fires right back, clearly the only person who can handle his temper. Hyunwook stares at her, his eyes softening as he recognizes his future comrade in arms. This is the legendary master blacksmith, Kang Baekseol. In 4 years after her uncle passes away, she will inherit his skills and become the greatest smith to ever live. She scans Hyunwook from head to toe, her merchant eyes instantly identifying the price of his designer coat and boots. Her attitude flips instantly. He's not a crusty anymore. He's a premium customer, and she's ready to sell him the moon. Her blind obsession with money is a perfect fit for a dwarf-class specialist. Hyunwook flashes her a charming, sparkly smile, knowing he's already got her right where he wants her. He knows that as long as he has her attention, it's only a matter of time before that attention turns into absolute trust. He drops a massive order of 18 million won, making the girl practically worship the ground he walks on. The old artisan is suspicious, though. He wonders why a soldier is buying poisonous magical metals and heavy tungsten beads that he can't even use. Baekseol tells her grandpa to shut up and let the man spend his money, while Hyunwook promises to be back for more soon. The old man just gives a curt, "Sure," his eyes still narrowing at the strange request. Baekseol bows low, begging him to come back often as our boy heads out with his bags of metal. Hyunwook thinks of the future version of her, pinned to the ground by massive blades, bleeding out in a ruined forge. He vows that unlike in his previous life, he will protect his comrades at any cost this time around. Night falls as he checks into the Gag Motel, a low-rent spot where no one will ask questions about the noises coming from his room. He checks the hallway, his instincts on high alert as he prepares for a brutal training session. He pulls out the bag of purple, poison-enchanted metal cubes he just bought. He knows that by the end of this short vacation, he has to push his body beyond the limits of a normal human. He needs to build a massive resistance to poison and triple the amount of metal weight he can telekinetically move. He starts swallowing the poisonous cubes one by one. The system warns him that his body is being flooded with toxins. Normally, a feat like this would take weeks of careful cultivation. But thanks to his new breath room, he can force his body to process the metal at a superhuman rate. Internal fire swirls around the metal cube in his stomach, a literal furnace of mana and heat. The cube begins to melt and fuse with his cells, the energy radiating outward through his internal organs. The system chimes. Breath room activated. His absorption efficiency is skyrocketing by 250%, but the price is agonizing pain that makes his eyes bulge and the veins in his neck pop. The warnings from the system start piling up, flashing red in his vision as the heat threatens to cook him from the inside out. He roars in silence, telling the system to shut up because he already knows the risks. He grips the sheets, his body trembling as he tells himself he has to endure this if he wants to survive the Seoul Station gate. 2 full days pass with Hyunwook locked in that room, the motel staff likely thinking he's dead. Outside, Wonchul and his lackey arrive at the motel, having tracked our boy down through sheer persistence. The window to Hyunwook's room is dark, the only sound being the distant hum of the city. Inside, the system finishes the final update. Tier 2 poison resistance is nearly complete, and his metal control has jumped to over 17 kilograms. Hyunwook stands in the center of the room, blue and orange energy swirling around him like a protective cloak. He's a little disappointed by the poison tier, but he realizes he now has enough power to manipulate 60 daggers at once. He also passed a latent breakthrough, unlocking a new trait skill, Metal Smash. It's a powerful technique that allows him to literally disintegrate any metal his mana touches. With a confident smirk, he realizes he can now disarm any opponent's equipment in a single move. Suddenly, his metal detection alerts him to a massive amount of moving metal approaching his door. His eyes sharpen as he realizes the hunt has finally come to his doorstep. Boom! The door is kicked off its hinges in a flurry of splinters and dust. Wonchul charges in, looking like a maniac, shouting that he finally found the fucker who was hiding. Hyunwook just sighs, calmly explaining that as a soldier he has a lot of legal restrictions, so he's giving Wonchul one last chance to just walk away. Wonchul just lets out a creepy, high-pitched laugh, thinking Hyunwook is begging for his life. "Bullshit!" he sneers, his face contorted with a psychotic joy. He lunges forward with a flying kick, mockingly telling Hyunwook to stop yapping and just accept his death. "Just fucking die!" he roars, putting all his C-rank mana into a devastating strike. Hyunwook doesn't even move an inch. He blocks the kick with his forearm, his skin glowing with a metallic blue sheen. Wonchul's eyes widen as he feels like he just kicked a solid pillar of reinforced steel. Hyunwook catches Wonchul's leg in midair, holding him up effortlessly. "What the hell is up with your body?" Wonchul screams in panic. Hyunwook suggests taking the fight outside, noted for his concern that civilians might get caught in the crossfire of their mana. In the hallway, other motel guests poke their heads out, terrified that another gate is opening without an alarm. Wonchul kicks himself free, calling Hyunwook a tin can as he prepares a desperate follow-up. He delivers a massive roundhouse kick, shouting that he won't let Hyunwook bluff his way out of this one. Hyunwook leans back, the wind from the kick ruffling his hair. He notes that 2 days ago, he might have been bluffing, but after the hell he just went through in that motel room, he's a completely different monster today. He counters with a strike that hits like a freight train, the shockwave shattering the nearby windows. Wonchul is sent flying backward, his arrogance turning into a guttural scream of pure pain. Hyunwook walks through the smoke, asking the bully one simple question. He points out that this beating is nothing compared to what Wonchul did to him in the past, so why is he pushing this so far? Wonchul just laughs through the blood in his mouth, calling Hyunwook cocky just because he landed one lucky hit. He charges back in, screaming that he can't stand the look in Hyunwook's eyes. He unleashes a red mana blast, but Hyunwook just sidesteps it like he's moving in slow motion. Our boy shouts that if they keep fighting here, innocent people are going to die. Wonchul sneers, asking what the hell civilians have to do with their fight. He clearly doesn't care about a few trash bags. Hyunwook's face turns into a mask of pure, righteous fury at the mention of trash bags. He realizes that Wonchul isn't just a bully anymore. He's already thinking like a villain. He calculates that the only way to stop the destruction of the building is to end this fight instantly. He sprints toward the window, ready to lead the lunatic away from the motel. Wonchul roars, "Where do you think you're running to?" as he chases after him with reckless abandon. Hyunwook's bare feet hit the floorboards as he prepares for a massive leap. Wonchul launches himself through the air, his glowing red kick aimed right for Hyunwook's spine. They both crash through the wall of the building, falling several stories toward the street below in a rain of glass and concrete. Dust and smoke engulf the intersection as the impact shakes the entire neighborhood. Wanchul emerges from the rubble, screaming at the top of his lungs that he's going to fucking kill Lee Hunwook. He triggers metal control, focusing his mana on the microscopic particles of steel in his own gear and the environment. Skill chain! A blue ring of electricity snaps around his feet as he prepares to break the laws of physics. He uses the metal in his boots as an anchor, flipping himself mid-air to dodge a strike that would have leveled a building. He looks Wanchul right in the eyes as he spins over him, his expression one of pure tactical superiority. Wanchul is stunned. He's never seen a player change their trajectory in mid-air with that much precision. Hyunwook lands gracefully on the asphalt, blue lightning still dancing around his legs. He admits to himself that he can't fly as freely as he did when he was the Steel Emperor, but by chaining his new skills together, he has a level of body control that no C-ranker can even dream of. Wanchul comes down with a massive axe kick, screaming that the military must have given Hyunwook some cheap-ass buffs to keep him alive. Boom. The ground where Hyunwook was standing a second ago is completely pulverized. Up in the motel windows, terrified guests look down, wondering what kind of monster battle is happening in their street. Wanchul is panting, shouting that Hyunwook is dodging like a fucking rat. He begs Hyunwook to come at him like a man, his pride unable to handle the fact that he can't even land a scratch. Inside the building, the motel staff is desperately trying to evacuate people, warning them that high-level players are tearing the place apart. Hyunwook knows he's being reported. As a military officer, he can't go all out and level the block while civilians are watching. He sees the people in the windows recording the fight on their phones, their voices a background hum of panic. Wanchul notices them too and laughs. He thinks Hyunwook is holding back because he's scared of a little bad publicity. "Well, then we just gotta get rid of the nuisance," he shouts, his mana turning a dark, sickly red. He points his foot toward the motel, preparing a massive mana blast that will collapse the entire structure. Hyunwook's eyes widen in horror. "Are you planning on destroying the whole building?" He shouts at Wanchul to stop, reminding him that there are dozens of innocent people inside. Wanchul just screams that those people have nothing to do with him, calling everyone trash bags who deserve to die for getting in his way. He laughs like a hyena, telling Hyunwook to wriggle around all he wants while he buries them both under a mountain of rubble. Something in Hyunwook snaps. His eyes turn a cold, murderous blue. "You shouldn't have done that." He declares that it's time to put an end to Wanchul's life as a player forever. His iris glows with a high mana intensity, locking onto a single target on Wanchul's body. He focuses Metal Smash on the red and gold cursed greave on Wanchul's leg. As Wanchul launches his final kick, the metal on his leg begins to hum and crackle with blue mana. The system confirmation pops up. Metal Smash is active, consuming mana to crush the target metal. Crack. The high-grade armor piece literally explodes into a million pieces mid-strike. Hyunwook stands amidst the shrapnel, his face spattered with blood, looking like a literal god of war. A massive, blood-curdling scream rips through the night as Wanchul's leg is shredded by his own exploding gear. The bully falls to the ground, his face pale and his mind broken as the reality of his injury sets in. He clutches his ruined leg, sobbing and asking what the hell Hyunwook just did to him. He crawls backward in the dirt, begging the loser not to come any closer. Hyunwook towers over him, asking one last time why he pushed it this far. Wanchul still tries to act tough, snarling that anyone who annoys him is just a mosquito that needs to be killed. Hyunwook sighs. He sees the truth now. Wanchul is just a rat who got kicked out of a wolf pack and is trying to act like a king. He tells the bully that people like him, drunk on superiority complexes, don't deserve to hold the power of a player. Because people like Wanchul, they always turn out to be villains. He gives one final, chilling warning: never show your face in front of me again. He points a finger, blue electricity dancing around his hand as a final punctuation mark. He promises that if they meet again, it won't end with just one leg being broken. Wanchul is completely paralyzed with fear, his arrogant spirit finally shattered into dust. Hyunwook grits his teeth, whispering that Wanchul should thank the gods that he's currently a military officer and has to show restraint. He tells himself that he can't let a villain like this ruin his chance to save his real comrades in the future. Police sirens wail in the distance as the motel sits ruined and smoking, a monument to the MC's power. He turns his back on the pathetic scene, his mind already moving to the next objective. The next morning, we see a police station as Hyun-wook gives his official testimony about the incident. He's sitting in the awakened task force office, playing the role of a lucky survivor perfectly. The officer is baffled, saying Won-chul is a notorious psycho, and it's a miracle an F-rank soldier got out without a scratch. Hyun-wook just smiles sheepishly, lying that he only survived because Won-chul's armor randomly burst open and ended the fight. The officer tells him he's free to leave, and Hyun-wook gives a polite thank you before walking out. He thinks about how much he used to hate his F-rank label, never realizing it would be the perfect cover to avoid suspicion. But as soon as he leaves, a forensics tech runs in, shouting that Won-chul's armor had zero durability issues or mana flaws. The officer's face pales as he looks at the report. How the hell does that make any sense? Back in the city, an explosion of dust and smoke signals that the piece is officially over. A woman is blown back by the force of a gate opening right in the middle of a busy street. Hyun-wook is already sprinting toward the scene, his trench coat flapping in the wind as he prepares for war. A news flash cuts in, 745 dead in the tragedy at Seoul Station, a number from his previous life that he's determined to change. A vision of the future shows a hospital full of survivors, all of them traumatized by the monster disaster. The news reports that the current gate response system has fundamental limitations that led to this massacre. Hyun-wook leaps through the air, looking down at the chaos unfolding at the station entrance. He knows this event was one of the worst monster disasters in human history, and his information on it is limited. The clock on his HUD hits 15,016. He asks himself if his current progress is enough to handle what's coming. He wants to go on a rampage and evacuate everyone, but he knows he has to find a specific target first. He looks over his shoulder, his senses tingling as he scans the crowd of fleeing civilians. He knows there is a villain hiding in this very crowd, waiting for the slaughter to begin. He realizes that if he doesn't find the turning point today, he will never be able to truly change the future. He stands in the middle of the panicking throng, a lone pillar of calm in a sea of terror. The digital clock hits 15,022. 2 minutes left. Suddenly, a voice shouts his name, and our boy's eyes widen in genuine shock. It's Choi Seon-ha. She's doubled over, panting for breath, having chased him across the entire city. She salutes him as the vice platoon leader, telling him the whole unit is going crazy because he went to a police station. Hyun-wook is stunned. In his previous life, she wasn't here at all. He realizes his actions have already fundamentally altered the timeline. He looks at the clock, 15,023. 1 minute from now, the worst gate in the world is going to open. Seon-ha demands to know why he's acting so weird, but Hyun-wook knows there is zero time left for talking. He grips the strap of his bag, his expression turning deathly serious as the clock hits the final seconds. Without a word, he throws his hand out and sprays hundreds of blue metal beads across the station floor. Seon-ha screams, "Hey, are you crazy?" as the metal rolls everywhere under the feet of the commuters. The civilians look at him like he's a lunatic, shouting that he can't just spill trash in the dead center of the station. Hyun-wook ignores them, shouting at Seon-ha that she needs to run to the emergency gas masks right now. The metal beads start to glow and hum, vibrating against the tile floor. ZZZT. A purple rift of dark energy tears open in the air, right where Hyun-wook predicted. A massive, swirling vortex of chaos erupts, sucking the light out of the entire station. Hyun-wook and Seon-ha look up, their faces illuminated by the eerie purple glow as the first monster emerges. A terrifying winged beast screams as it dives from the portal, its claws ready to tear into the crowd. Hyun-wook lets out a roar of his own, commanding the battle to begin. Now! Narrator, the massacre is starting, and our boy is the only one who can stop it. At Seoul Station, everything seems normal as a mother says goodbye to her daughter, unaware that the gates of hell are about to swing wide open. They share a moment of concern, wondering when they'll meet again, while a massive shadow begins to crawl up the glass behind them. Suddenly, the mother is swallowed by a void of darkness, as the world literally tears itself apart right in front of the daughter's eyes. The girl screams for her mom as a massive black dome erupts, cutting the station off from the rest of the world. A red system alert flashes. New event. It's an unlucky event, imposing a level 15 restriction. Anyone inside is trapped until the boss is dead, or 6 hours have passed. The timer starts ticking down from 6 hours, and Hyunwook knows this is going to be the longest night of everyone's lives. Our guy is calm in the middle of the panic, telling Seonha to wait for his specific signal before she moves. High above the terminal, a swirling purple vortex opens up, pulsing with dark, malevolent energy. He gives a chilling order. As soon as the chaos starts, she has to run for the emergency gas masks to survive the first wave. Seonha looks terrified as the ground begins to shake, her eyes fixed on the portal that's about to vomit out a nightmare. A massive, armored creature shrieks as it drops from the ceiling, its many eyes glowing with a hunger for human flesh. Hyunwook shouts for the evacuation to begin, his voice cutting through the screams of the panicking commuters. Now! He signals, and the real fight for survival kicks into high gear. Boom! The ironclad spider slams into the ground, shattering the tiles and sending debris flying everywhere. It lets out a deafening roar, its mandibles snapping as it prepares to shred the closest civilians. People are trampling over each other in a desperate bid to escape the monster's reach. Hyunwook and Seonha split up, moving with a purpose that stands out against the mindless fear of the crowd. Seonha hesitates, begging Hyunwook to get to safety first, but our boy has a different plan in mind. She realizes he's a soldier too, and he's not the type to let others die while he hides in a corner. She tells him she'll handle the evacuation and the wounded, since she's not a combat specialist, but she's placing all her trust in him. She gives him one final command as his platoon leader: stay alive at all costs. Hyunwook lets out a roar, his blue eyes burning with an intensity that promises absolute destruction for the monsters. Meanwhile, in a military office, the arrogant Brigadier General Choi is berating Major Kim for trying to promote a lowly F-rank soldier. Major Kim defends Hyunwook, arguing that the ranking system is flawed and fails to account for real combat effectiveness. The general is insulted, asking Kim if he's actually trying to educate a superior officer on how the military works. This old guy, Choi Jungcheol, is a top-tier A-rank mage, basically a walking tactical nuke, and his ego is just as big as his power. He points out that the military is losing all its veterans to civilian guilds, and he thinks Kim's plan will only make things worse. He asks who would ever join the army if they see an F-rank loser getting promoted to an officer's position. He gets in Kim's face, shouting that the current military system is perfect and doesn't need to be messed with by some insect. Major Kim grits his teeth in frustration, knowing that the general's narrow-mindedness is what's going to get people killed. Suddenly, the intercom buzzes, interrupting the heated argument with an urgent update. The general snaps at the caller, but his face pales when he hears the news. A gate has appeared in the heart of Seoul. It's Seoul Station, and it's been flagged as an unlucky event, the worst possible scenario for a high-traffic area. The system defines it as a natural disaster with brutal rules and debuffs designed to crush anyone caught inside. We see the massive black dome from the outside, a dark blot on the skyline that looks like the city's tomb. Back inside, the station guards are unleashing fire magic on the spider, but the flames just roll off its armored shell like water. The guards are panicking. They've never seen a monster like this in any of their training guides. One soldier holds up a shield, desperately trying to block a strike as the spider towers over him. He looks up in absolute terror as the creature's claw comes crashing down like a guillotine. He's sent flying back, his shield shattered and his body broken by a single casual swipe from the monster. The spider shrieks again, its presence alone enough to paralyze everyone in the terminal. The guards are scrambled and disorganized, their high-level gear proving useless against the boss's defenses. Manhwa, the team leader, realizes fire isn't working and commands his mages to switch to frost runes immediately to slow the beast down. Frost rune! Blast! Blue magic circles ignite as the guards try to freeze the monster's legs to the ground. A lone soldier charges in with a blade, but the spider is so large he looks like a literal ant compared to his prey. The spider lets out a guttural hiss, completely unfazed by the cold as its armor starts to frost over. The ice magic holds for a second, pinning the spider's massive limbs to the tile floor. Manhwa knows they don't have much time before the spider breaks free through sheer physical strength. He decides to risk everything, ordering his mages to keep up the pressure while he goes for a direct strike on one of its eyes. He leaps into the air, his weapon glowing with mana as he targets the beast's weak spot. But the spider isn't just a mindless brute. Its eyes flash with a malicious intelligence as it predicts his movement. It lets out a high-pitched sonic shriek that disrupts the mana in the air, shattering the ice bonds instantly. Manhwa is caught mid-air, his face twisting in shock as he realizes he's just jumped right into a trap. The spider strikes with a speed that defies its massive size, its leg hitting Manhwa with the force of a wrecking ball. He's sent plummeting toward the monster's open maw, staring down into rows of jagged, poison-coated teeth. He triggers Shield Guard at the last possible millisecond, praying his armor can tank the impact. Clang. He's slammed into the beast's forehead, the shockwave nearly knocking him unconscious. He slides off the monster, barely landing on his feet, his breathing heavy as he realizes they're all about to die. Suddenly, the sound of steady, heavy footsteps echoes through the terminal. A man in a long black trench coat walks toward the beast, his back to the guards, radiating an aura of terrifying calm. Hyunwook's eyes are glowing with blue lightning, his mana manifesting as visible sparks across his skin. He mutters that it's time to check if his vacation training was actually worth all that pain. He unleashes his mana, and the metal beads he scattered earlier begin to spin violently around the spider. Metal Smash! He activates his new trait skill, targeting the very molecular structure of the spider's ironclad armor. A system warning pops up. His mana is draining at an insane rate, but the effect is immediate and devastating. Hyunwook grits his teeth, his expression one of pure, focused aggression as he pours every drop of energy into the attack. His mana drops to 76% in seconds, but the blue energy rings around the spider are starting to glow white-hot. A massive double ring of blue lightning slams into the beast, creating a cage of energy that hums with lethal power. Crack. The spider's unbreakable armor begins to splinter and fly off in jagged chunks. Our boy doesn't stop, directing a concentrated burst of mana directly into the monster's exposed chest. The guards watch with their mouths hanging open, unable to believe that a single person is doing what their entire garrison couldn't. Blue lightning arcs from Hyunwook's body to the ceiling, illuminating the station like a thunderstorm. He smiles, a wild predatory grin that says he's not just here to save people, he's here to take all the rewards for himself. The spider shrieks in agony, its armor shredded and its body failing as Hyunwook stands over it like a god. He mocks the beast, telling it to howl all it wants, because he's about to devour the very last bit of its life force. He raises his hand, and the metal beads fly into the spider's open wounds, burrowing deep into its internal organs. He sends a swarm of metal projectiles through the beast, shredding it from the inside out with surgical precision. The spider's eyes go dim as the metal beads tear through its nervous system. Hyunwook asks if its insides are as hard as steel too, as he prepares the final brutal finishing move. Metal Spin! The beads inside the monster begin to rotate at supersonic speeds, turning the creature's heart into a slurry. A massive vortex of green blood and metal erupts from the spider's mouth as its body collapses. The light fades from the beast's eyes, and the terminal falls into a stunned, heavy silence. Hyunwook's face is set in a terrifying smirk, the high of the victory clear in his blue eyes. He asks the dead monster how it feels to have its insides ground like a damn blender. The ironclad spider is officially dead, its massive carcass smoking in the center of the station. Hyunwook stands amidst the carnage, his trench coat blowing in the wind, looking every bit the steel emperor he once was. Manhwa can only whisper no way, his brain unable to process the scale of the power he just witnessed. He realizes that while an entire army unit couldn't lay a finger on that monster, this one man captured and killed it single-handedly. He's seen many A-rankers in his time, but none of them moved with the brutal efficiency of this stranger. What shocks him most is how laid back Hyunwook looks, as if he just finished a casual stroll instead of a boss fight. Our guy stands tall, surrounded by floating metal beads that hover like silent, deadly sentinels. Manhwa approaches him, shaking, and asks if he's perhaps an S-rank player who's come to save the city. Hyunwook just looks at him and gives a chilling piece of advice. Don't lower your guard so quickly. He looks up at the ceiling, his instincts screaming that something even worse is about to happen. Suddenly, the purple portal erupts again, and two more ironclad spiders drop down to join the slaughter. Hyunwook's grin returns, wider and more unhinged than before. He no longer has any doubts about his progress. The battle just now proved that he's ready for the big leagues. He stares at the monsters, knowing that the real Soul Station massacre is just beginning. He points his fingers like a gun, charging a massive amount of blue mana into his next strike. The two new spiders land in a shower of concrete, their presence doubling the threat level in an instant. Manhwa is paralyzed with despair, realizing that even after that miracle, they're still outnumbered by elite monsters. Hyunwook warns him again not to drop his guard, because the first wave is far from over. The spiders shriek, their armored legs clacking against the floor as they prepare to avenge their fallen brother. Our boy just laughs, calling the monsters brats for thinking their petty numbers trick will work on him. Outside, the military trucks have surrounded the dome, but they're completely locked out by the system's rules. Battalions are assembling, but they're useless spectators to the slaughter happening just a few feet away. The command comes through: set up the red ground and prepare for at least 6 rounds of combat. 2 elite mages in silver armor watch the dome, one of them remarking how this situation brings back bad memories of past failures. The younger mage asks why they can't just pool their mana and use battering magic to smash through the dome. The veteran mage shuts her down, explaining that the dome isn't magic, it's a system rule, and it's unbreakable unless you can override the system itself. They realize they have no choice but to wait for the timer to expire while hundreds of people die inside. Helicopters circle overhead as the red unlucky event alert pulses over the city like a heartbeat. The timer shows 5 hours and 21 minutes remaining, plenty of time for a total massacre. Military and news choppers swarm the area, broadcasting the station's impending doom to the entire nation. A heavy military boot hits the ground as Major Kim Kang-sok arrives on the scene, his face set in a grim mask. Next to him, a pair of designer heels click on the pavement. Catherine Yu is here too, looking far too calm for a disaster. Major Kim asks how many of her Blue Flower players are under level 15, knowing they're the only ones who can enter the dome. Catherine scoffs, insulted that he thinks her top-tier guild would have anyone that weak, and asks if he's really planning a suicide rescue mission. She warns him that sending low-level troops inside is basically signing their death warrants. Major Kim snaps his sunglasses off, his voice trembling with rage as he reminds her that 800 civilian lives are at stake. He stares at the dome, his eyes cold and focused. He doesn't care about rank or safety anymore. He reveals that they have a trump card already inside, and he's betting everything on that one person. Back inside, Hyunwook roars smash as he unleashes a new wave of metal-crushing mana. Kaboom! Blue lightning erupts from his hand, slamming into the lead spider and blowing its armor to smithereens. He leaps through the air, his coat billowing as he directs another swarm of blades with a flick of his wrist. He chains his strengthening body transformation with metal control, moving through the air with the grace of a lethal predator. He shouts for the guards to freeze the second spider just like they did before, using them as tactical support. Manhwa snaps out of his daze, shouting, "Understood!" as he realizes they finally have a leader who knows what he's doing. The mages chant in unison, unleashing a massive frost rune blast that locks the second spider in a cage of ice. The monster shrieks as its legs are pinned, its movement halted just long enough for Hyunwook to strike. Our boy slides into a combat stance, his blue energy humming with a low, dangerous vibration. The spider is frozen, a helpless target for the most efficient killer in the room. But the spider roars, its internal heat beginning to crack the ice. It's trying to break free. Hyunwook glares at it, telling the fucker not to get distracted because his real opponent is right here. He sends a massive blast of metal beads directly into the creature's face, blinding it with a shower of steel. Metal spin! He triggers the blender effect again, but this time on a much larger scale. The beads rotate into a swirling vortex of blue death that shreds through the monster's remaining armor. The spider lets out a final, agonizing howl as its head is literally turned inside out. Thud. The second boss falls, its massive body crushing the kiosks and benches as it hits the floor. The ice bonds finally shatter completely, but it doesn't matter anymore. The threat is gone. Hyunwook stands over the wreckage, his breathing steady despite the insane amount of mana he just burned. He tells the third spider, which is just waking up, that it's about to go to the same hell its friends just visited. A warning flashes in his vision. His mana is at 63% and dropping rapidly. He needs to end this fast. The final spider charges, its many eyes glowing with a frenzied, desperate rage. Smash! Hyunwook doesn't even dodge. He meets the monster head-on with a wave of metal-crushing energy. His mana drops to 39%. This is the final push. Boom. A massive explosion of blue lightning consumes the entire terminal, whitewashing the scene with raw power. Hyunwook stands in the middle of the smoke, panting, his coat tattered but his spirit unbroken. In the shadows, a mysterious figure watches him, cursing under his breath. Hyunwook's arrival has completely ruined his plan to massacre the civilians. This figure is a villain candidate. We see a sea of civilians huddled in the back of the terminal, terrified but miraculously still alive thanks to our boy. The station is a ruin of glass and steel, but for the first time since the dome appeared, there is hope. Hyunwook tells the guards that the first wave is over and orders them to gather around for new instructions. Jeon Manhwa approaches him with deep respect, thanking him for stopping the wave and asking for his name and rank. Hyunwook stares him down with those cold, piercing blue eyes, his expression unreadable. The other guards look on in awe, wondering why a player of this caliber is wearing a standard soldier's undershirt. They're whispering among themselves, convinced they're looking at a hidden S-rank legend. Manhwa asks if there's a problem, sensing that the stranger is looking for something, or someone. Hyunwook admits he's confused. He definitely heard that he was working as a guard here, but the target is missing. Suddenly, he remembers Seonha and realizes he's completely forgotten about her in the heat of the battle. He calls out to her, asking if all the civilians have been successfully evacuated to the safe zones. Manhwa is stunned when he hears Hyunwook is just a corporal, especially since S-ranks are usually exempt from military service because the country can't control them. Seonha confirms that everyone is safe in the narrow passageways, but she asks if he really stopped the whole first wave by himself. Hyunwook ignores the praise, commanding the guards to report every single detail of what they saw to him. A young female guard nervously asks what his true rank is, unable to accept that he's just a regular soldier. Hyunwook thinks to himself that they're wasting time. He has a specific mission that these amateurs can't even fathom. He tells them that his rank isn't what's important right now. What matters is what's coming next. He drops a bombshell. I believe this might be a double gate. Seonha and Manhwa gasp in horror. A double gate means there's a hidden layer to the disaster that's even more dangerous than the first. Hyunwook knows that while they search the 800 civilians, the villain will be hiding among them, waiting for the second wave to strike. Outside, the black dome pulses again, a red quest marker hovering over the station like a curse. Major Kim appoints Lieutenant Lee Hwimin as the field commander for the rescue mission, ordering her to get inside the dome immediately. Hwimin salutes, her voice trembling slightly as she prepares to lead her platoon into the unknown. Other soldiers are gossiping, wondering why a C-rank leader like her hasn't reached level 15 yet. She hears them and grits her teeth, her hand tightening on her weapon as she faces the humiliation. Major Kim roars for everyone to focus, his voice silencing the chatter instantly. He tells them with a heavy heart that he knows they're low level, but the lives of those 800 people depend entirely on them. SIR! YES! SIR! The platoon shouts in unison, their fear replaced by a desperate determination. Major Kim calls Hwimin over one last time, a serious look in his eyes. He gives her a strange order. As soon as she finds Corporal Lee Hyunwook, she is to follow his instructions without question. Hwimin is floored. She's a lieutenant, but her commander is telling her to take orders from a corporal? Inside the station, a second darker vortex opens up at the bottom of the stairs. It's the double gate. Hyunwook enters the hidden chamber and is immediately met with a pile of human skeletons, their skulls crushed and broken. A red system window pops up. Unlucky event! Monsters in this area will not attack you! He realizes why they won't attack, because everyone here is already dead. The slaughter has already happened. The villain's quest list is shown. His next goal is to slaughter at least 500 civilians and deliver elite monster items to the villain alliance. A shadowy man with a sinister grin tells himself to stay calm. If he finishes this, he'll be promoted to a regular villain. He holds a glowing artifact in his hand, his eyes red with a psychotic hunger for power. Suddenly, Hyunwook strikes from the shadows, a volley of metal beads whistling through the air toward the villain. The villain is caught off guard as the beads impact his defensive vines with a series of thunderous thuds. He peeks through his wooden shield, claiming to be just a simple railway guard who got caught in the gate. Hyunwook calls him out instantly, revealing the villain's entire plan. He was going to hide among the survivors, dress as a guard, and then slaughter everyone from the inside. Our boy just smiles, floating his metal beads in a perfect, intimidating circle around his hand. He gives a chilling greeting. It's been a long time. He calls the man by his true name, Yang Jusop. This is a B-rank player with the Cannibal Tree ability, a monster who in the future will be known as the terrifying villain, the Black Tentacle. Hyunwook's expression turns into a mask of pure hatred. I know you quite well. You fucking villain! Yang Jusop's eyes widen in genuine shock. How could a random corporal know his secret identity and his future title? He snarls that Hyunwook shouldn't have said the word villain out loud, and his wooden vines begin to grow and sharpen. He mocks Hyunwook's metal ability, believing that his thick magical wood is the perfect counter to a steel-type player. He tells Hyunwook that no matter how high his rank is, compatibility is everything in a duel. Massive spikes of black wood erupt from the ground, Yang laughing that those little metal beads ain't gonna do shit to him. Hyunwook just lets out a dark, confident chuckle, his mouth beginning to glow with an intense orange heat. He whispers that he knows all about compatibility too. Roar. He unhinges his jaw and unleashes a massive torrent of fire breath, the flames instantly incinerating the unbreakable vines. The terminal has turned into a literal forest of death, with massive wooden vines twisting through the wreckage of Seoul Station. Civilians are being snatched up and crushed by the vines, their screams echoing through the hollow halls of the station. High above, the villain Yang Jusop mocks Hyunwook, calling out the Great Steel Emperor and asking how long he plans on staying hidden. He sneers down at our guy, daring him to watch as his cannibal tree slaughters every single survivor in the room. Hyunwook stands amidst the carnage, his trench coat tattered as the vines close in like a pack of wooden wolves. Jusop laughs, asking what happened to all that big talk from before, as he prepares to tighten the noose. From his vantage point, the villain looks like a king of the jungle, but he has no idea he's just playing with fire. He mocks our boy's metal ability, claiming that no matter how high his rank is, his wood is the perfect counter-compatibility. Hyunwook just stands there, surrounded by a whirlwind of metal beads, looking completely unbothered by the death traps erupting around him. A dark, terrifying smirk spreads across Hyunwook's face as he whispers, "Yeah, I know all about compatibility too." He launches himself forward, his beads trailing blue lightning as they shred through the first layer of defensive vines. Jusop's eyes widen in genuine shock. He can't understand how someone with a ranged ability is moving with the speed of a top-tier assassin. Hyunwook blurs through the air, a streak of blue and black that the wooden spikes can't even touch. Jusop panics, wondering if he misread the MC's class entirely. Is he a ranged type or a close combat monster? Our guy dives straight into the heart of the wooden mass, directing his beads to act as a shield and a drill. The wood splinters and explodes under the pressure of the metal, sending shards flying like shrapnel. Hyunwook weaves through the falling debris, his eyes locked on the villain cowering behind his tree. He delivers a devastating strike that shatters a massive trunk, his raw strength far exceeding any normal F rank. Jusop screams, calling him a madman for recklessly running toward a cannibal tree that thrives on close-range prey. Hyunwook extends his hand, his metal-infused skin glowing with a cold blue mana. He unleashes a barrage of metal beads that act like a hailstorm of bullets, pinning Jusop against the wall. The impact is thunderous, the sound of metal meeting enchanted wood echoing through the station like a series of explosions. Jusop roars at him to keep attacking, arrogant in the belief that his tree's healing factor makes him invincible. Hyunwook lands right on top of the writhing vines, his presence a direct challenge to the villain's authority. He looks down at the forest of wood with a psychotic grin, remarking that this is actually the perfect amount of firewood. Jusop laughs his head off, convinced that Hyunwook is just a deluded fool who doesn't understand the power of a B-rank player. He brags about his cannibal tree, promising to chew our guy's arms off and digest his body before he can even blink. Hyunwook's smile widens and a flicker of orange flame begins to dance between his teeth. He reaches out and grabs a cluster of vines with his bare hand, his arm turning into polished steel. Jusop's face contorts in confusion as his tree fails to digest the MC's arm. It's like trying to eat a solid block of diamond. Roar. Hyunwook unleashes his hidden trump card, spitting a massive torrent of metal-infused fire directly into Jusop's face. The villain can only stare in mute horror as the flames erupt out of the blue, turning his world into an oven. His internal thoughts are a mess of panic. He thought this was a metal user, so where did this god-tier fire ability come from? Hyunwook stands amidst the inferno, the flames swirling around his mouth like a dragon, looking down at the burning villain. Jusop tries to flip the script, offering to give Hyunwook all the rewards for the event if he just spares his pathetic life. He desperately claims he has a quest buff and can clear the entire gate with no effort if Hyunwook just lets him go. Hyunwook cuts him off with a single, crushing word: bullshit. He reveals the truth. He knows Jusop used this exact same trick in his past life, and he's not falling for it twice. Jusop is stunned into silence, his eyes wide as he realizes Hyunwook somehow knows about a life before this one. Just fucking die! Hyunwook roars, unleashing a final blinding blast of fire that incinerates the future villain once and for all. A military notification flashes. The level restriction has been cleared for the rescue team. Lieutenant Huimin leads her squad into the Black Dome, her voice sharp as she tells everyone to get their act together for the unknown. The soldiers are visibly shaking, gulping down their fear as they step into the mouth of the beast. All hands, enter! The order is given, and the relief force charges into the terminal. The system warns them that they are entering a dangerous zone where death is the only constant. They phase through the dark barrier, their weapons drawn and their hearts pounding against their ribs. The final rule appears: once you enter, there is no leaving until the conditions of the unlucky event are met. Women signals for a tactical halt, her eyes scanning the debris for any sign of survivors or monsters. A soldier lets out a sharp gasp, his face turning pale behind his visor. He points to the corner where the massive, smoking carcass of the ironclad spider lies, a sight that shouldn't be possible. Park Junmo tells his teammate to shut up and stay low, his survival instincts finally kicking in. From the smoke, a guard shouts, "Who HO's Thier?" his voice full of a week's worth of built-up trauma. Huimin identifies them as the AMT rescue team, and the tension in the room drops just a fraction. Jeon Manhwa steps out, looking like he's seen a ghost, staring at the reinforcements with disbelief. High above them, the portal continues to churn, a dark eye in the sky that refuses to close. Huimin is confused. She doesn't see any civilian victims, and she asks how the hell they managed to evacuate everyone. She asks if it was a female soldier who did it, her mind immediately jumping to Seonha, the only other high ranker she knows. Manhwa corrected her, saying it was a soldier named Hyunwook who gave the orders and saved the day. He describes our guy as having spiky hair and a sinister smile, while Junmo tells his buddy to stop talking like a lowlife. Junmo gives a smug, satisfied hum, clearly proud that his Hyung is the one everyone is talking about. Huimin is insulted. She points out that Hyunwook is just an F-ranker and demands to take command because she's a C-rank officer. Manhwa just stares at her, his face set in a grim line, asking how she even managed to enter a level-restricted area. He points out that the restriction was level 15, and he's starting to doubt her competence. He bluntly tells her that he's following Hyunwook because the man is worthy of command, and he doesn't care about her rank. He asks the rescue squad what their plan is, mocking them for thinking they can just walk in and out of an unlucky event. Women start stuttering about building a barricade, but she's interrupted by Seonha, who runs in shouting that they're in big trouble. Seonha ignores the lieutenant, her only concern being if the civilians have realized that this is a double gate. Manhwa's eyes widen in terror as the weight of the situation finally sinks in. A group of angry civilians starts shouting for the person in charge, their panic turning into a dangerous mob mentality. They demand to know why the military hid the fact that it was a double gate, accusing them of being incompetent. A man in a suit shouts that the soldiers are just using civilians as human shields to buy themselves time to escape. Huimin is stunned, asking where they heard such a ridiculous story, while a civilian points out that the guard with the scar on his nose told them the truth. Deep in the terminal, the real villain Jusop is dying, coughing up blood as he curses the unfairness of his defeat. Hyunwook stands over him, cold as ice, telling the monster to quit grumbling and just hurry up and die because he's busy. He scoffs at the villain's final words, noting that every single one of these guys has the same boring repertoire when they lose. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupts from the ceiling, reflecting in Hyunwook's calculating eyes. A massive celestial portal opens up, swirling with white and gold energy that feels like a blessing from the heavens. Hyunwook shields his eyes, looking up at the guardian symbol emerging from the light. Two beautiful winged angels descend from the portal, their presence radiating a warmth that heals the environment. Hyunwook's mana bar instantly begins to refill as the celestial aura washes over him. The angels land in front of our guy, their white robes billowing as they examine the man who stopped the villain. Another system notification chime, his health is also recovering at an accelerated rate. One of the angels leans in, looking closely at Hyunwook, sensing the immense potential hidden within his F-rank body. Your quest has arrived! The golden screen appears, signaling a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hyunwook gives another one of those sinister smirks, his mind already 3 steps ahead of the celestial beings. It's a hidden quest. Lightbearer, become the dawn of the world. It offers him the chance to become a guardian. The quest describes him as the protector of humanity, the one who will stand against the betrayers. The angels ask if he's willing to accept the quest and become the light of the world. Hyunwook looks them right in the eyes and says, "Of course." The 2 angels look completely dumbfounded, their mouths hanging open as they process the fact that a human just rejected a god-tier promotion. The system asks one last time if he's sure he wants to decline, warning him that he might never get this chance again. Hyunwook looks at the celestial book of quests with a bored expression, knowing exactly what kind of trap this honor actually is. He knows that while the pretext of protecting humanity sounds good, in the end, these guardians are just another group looking for control. He realizes that while the rewards are guaranteed, the cost to his freedom would be too high to pay. He envisions a list of guardian restrictions. You must not eat this item. You must follow the code. You must grant blessings without being caught. He sees a reflection of a busy city street in the darkness, a reminder of the world he's actually trying to save on his own terms. He knows that if a guardian quest is misused, a protector can turn into a monster at any moment. He thinks of the future's worst traitor, Gordon Precy, the man who burned the world to the ground. A montage of Gordon's atrocities flashes through his mind, the smiling face of a man who ruled through blood and fire. The ultimate irony? Gordon Precy was once a guardian too, proving the system is fundamentally broken. Hyunwook glares at the angels, asking how many times he has to say it before they get the message. He declines. The blonde angel looks at him with a mix of curiosity and annoyance, unable to fathom his logic. The red-haired angel just gives a huff of indignation, her pride wounded by a mere human's rejection. The golden portal begins to collapse, the celestial light being sucked back into the void as the offer expires. Hyunwook stands alone in the dark chamber, the skeletons of the dead the only witnesses to his defiance. He reaches out, his fingers glowing with a faint blue mana as he targets the reward for clearing the first wave. He pulls a small glowing golden key from the air, a prize he earned without selling his soul to the Guardians. Congratulations! You've won the first reward, Akashic Armory Key No. 2. This is the legendary item the villain Jusop was searching for, the same key he was willing to kill 800 people to find. It's a main quest reward, and there's no doubt that this object is something the villains of the future desperately need. Hyunwook slips the key into his pocket with another one of those sinister smirks. He's going to make it his life's mission to screw over those villainous fuckers every chance he gets in this new life. Back at the barricade, Manhwa is arguing with the civilians, pointing out that he's the only guard with a scar on his face. He tells them to look carefully, asking if they're absolutely sure it wasn't him who told them the lies about the human shields. The crowd is still restless, hundreds of eyes watching the soldiers with a mix of fear and growing resentment. A man shouts that it doesn't matter who said it, the military still hid the fact that a double gate was opening. Hyunwook walks into the room, lightning crackling around his head as he realizes Jusop is still causing problems even after death. Women tries to calm the crowd, begging them to trust her as the captain of the rescue team, but her voice is being drowned out. Hyunwook smiles to himself, remembering that in the original timeline, Major Kim was the only one who didn't give up on these people. He realizes the Major sent women in at the perfect timing, because she's exactly what the situation needs. A civilian mocks her, asking how a rescue team of just 6 people is supposed to save 800 of them. They scream at her, demanding a real plan instead of just empty promises of safety. Hyunwook steps forward, his boots clicking on the floor, his presence instantly silencing the room. He asks the crowd if they really don't understand that if the second wave starts while they're arguing, everyone is dead. A man stutters that they're only acting this way because they can't trust the soldiers who lied to them. Hyunwook's gaze is like cold steel as he asks if they have any other better way to survive if they don't trust the military. The civilians look at each other, the reality of their helplessness finally hitting home. Even the seasoned guards look stunned by the raw authority coming from this lowly corporal. Seonha and the other soldiers are frozen, mesmerized by the MC's ability to control the room. Hyunwook points out that the rail guards fought with their lives on the line for these people. Shouldn't that be enough to earn a little trust? He asks if there's anyone else in this station who is willing to put their life on the line to fight for a bunch of strangers. Women snaps at him, calling him a rascal for treating the citizens this way, and demanding to know where he was hiding. Hyunwook bluntness returns, "I just blocked the double gate." Seonha looks at him with pure adoration, while the other rescue team members look completely bewildered. Manhwa mumbles to himself that this is exactly what he'd expect from a hidden S-ranker. Women shouts that he's lying with a straight face, but Hyunwook ignores her, ordering the civilians to hide and the guards to follow him. To everyone's shock, Manhwa and the guards reflexively shout "Yes, SIR" and snap to attention. Hyunwook commands everyone to barricade the entrances with whatever they can find: chairs, desks, kiosks. Women is fuming, wondering what the hell is up with this guy's commanding authority and why she can't get a single word in. High above them, the portal begins to pulse again, signaling the arrival of the second wave. Junmo runs up to Hyunwook, handing him his blade and Seonha's spellbook, having retrieved them from the safe zone. Our boy tells everyone to gather around because he has a very specific piece of news for them. He points out that the spider from the first wave wasn't in any field guide, and despite its size, it felt lacking for an unlucky event boss. Manhwa agrees, admitting that even though it was tough, the monster felt like it was missing something. Hyunwook explains that's because it was only the first wave. A real unlucky event has stages, and the next one is going to be far more lethal. Women is grinding her teeth, unable to understand why her veteran guards are listening to this F-rank loser. Hyunwook orders them to put on gas masks and prepare to lure the monsters outside to the platforms so the civilians stay safe. He stares into their eyes, his own glowing with an icy resolve as he prepares to explain the final details of the plan. KRRRRR. The second wave begins, and dozens of smaller, faster spiderlings start crawling out of the portal. Hyunwook leaps onto a balcony, telling the team that his job is to draw their attention and lead them away from the crowds. "I'll be responsible for that task." He sounds like a man accepting a death sentence with a smile. He launches a flurry of metal beads, striking several monsters at once as he draws their collective aggro. The spiders chase him down the stairs, their numbers overwhelming as they flood the platform area. He commands the rescue team and the guards to split into units and wait in the shadows for his signal. The soldiers take their positions, their fingers on the triggers, as the first wave of spiderlings enters the kill zone. Rat-a-tat-tat. The guards unleash hell, their gunfire echoing through the terminal as they target the monsters Hyunwook lured out. They're using the kiosks and columns for cover, just like Hyunwook told them, keeping the monsters pinned in the open. The spiders are being shredded by the concentrated fire, unable to reach the hidden soldiers. Hyunwook reminds them that they just need to bind the feet of the larger ones and bide their time until he can strike. A mage unleashes a frost rune, freezing a spider's leg to a pillar, perfectly following the MC's tactical script. He gives one last vital warning: no matter what, do not let them get close to you. A spider roars in frustration, trying to push through the rain of bullets and magic to reach its attackers. A female soldier looks up, terrified as she realizes her frost barrier is beginning to crack under the pressure. Suddenly, Hyunwook drops from the ceiling, a ring of blue lightning surrounding his hand like a crown. Smash! He roars as he slams his fist into the spider's head, his mana blast echoing through the station. The monster is pulverized instantly, its armor shattering and its dark blood spraying across the MC's trench coat. He tells the team that once he rips off the armor, they need to focus all their firepower on the exposed flesh. The guards follow his lead, their combined attacks turning the second wave into a one-sided slaughter. Another boss-level spider screams as its chest is blasted open by a concentrated volley of mana and bullets. Hyunwook shouts for them to "take it down!" as the beast finally collapses into a heap of twitching limbs. Thud. The final elite of the wave hits the floor, and for a second the station is quiet again. The soldiers look at each other, panting and covered in grime, realizing they actually survived the second wave without a single casualty. Now, this is the key part, Hyunwook says, his voice cutting through their brief celebration. He points to a high walkway, telling them that for the next phase to work, the platoon leaders have to take a high position. He tells Hwimin that she's going to be working directly with Seonha to manage the mana flow of the entire team. He explains that if Hwimin uses her warp ability continuously to move him around the battlefield, he can focus 100% of his mana and stamina on ripping the armor off the monsters instead of wasting energy on movement. It's a genius tactical relay that would turn Hyunwook into a literal teleporting executioner. And if Seonha keeps replenishing Hwimin's mana, they can keep this cycle going indefinitely. Hwimin is skeptical, but she admits that they could theoretically use warp until the fight is over. Hyunwook looks her in the eye, telling her that she's the only one capable of managing the raid tactics at this high of a level. Hwimin blushes, her ego finally being fed as she agrees that with this strategy they can get through without much damage. Hyunwook gives her a confident smirk, officially handing over the tactical reins. "Well then, we'll be in your care, rescue team captain." He thinks to himself that with Hwimin's warp ability, even at level 15, this operation should be a piece of cake. He's certain that they can complete this mission and save every single civilian in the building. The guards take their new positions, their morale at an all-time high as they prepare for the final wave. High above, the portal turns a violent shade of crimson, the mana in the air becoming so thick it's hard to breathe. Hyunwook draws his rusty-looking cloud blade, shouting for everyone to get ready, because the real fight is finally here. The system alert flashes again, reminding everyone that they're still trapped in the unlucky event. K-Rakum. Something massive slams into the floor, the impact so powerful it literally lifts the soldiers off their feet. Hyunwook shields his face as a wave of dark pressure washes over him, his expression turning from confidence to pure dread. He's trying to maintain his smirk, but internally his mind is screaming that their plan is already obsolete. The final condition flashes: survive or defeat the boss monster. Hyunwook's blood runs cold as he stares at the screen. WHAT? Emerging from the portal isn't another spider, it's a humanoid monstrosity with multiple bladed arms and a face like a demon. Boss monster? No way. Hyunwook's eyes are wide with a terror he hasn't felt since his previous life. This thing is a high-rank gatekeeper, a monster that isn't supposed to appear for another 5 years. The boss monster has appeared. Hyunwook realizes with a sickening clarity that the future he knew has been completely overwritten. The system command is simple and suicidal: defeat the boss monster. Hyunwook lets out a frantic roar that echoes through the station. Everybody run! Up on the catwalks, Lieutenant Hwimin and Seonha are panicked, struggling to understand how a nightmare like this spawned so early. Hwimin tries to keep her cool, ordering the troops to hold their positions and stick to the raid plan to lure the beast away from the civilians. The boss monster lets out a sickening hiss, its multiple eyes locking onto its prey with predatory focus. It unhinges its jaw, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth as it lets out a blood-curdling screech that echoes through the station. Hyunwook braces himself, remembering that in his past life, this thing didn't show up until much later in the raid. He begins to wonder if his own actions, every item he's taken and every life he's saved, are what triggered this chaos. The soldiers around him are paralyzed, covering their ears as the monster's roar vibrates through their very bones. Hyunwook grits his teeth, his frustration boiling over as he realizes he's the one who threw the timeline out of whack. The boss attacks with lightning speed, swinging a massive, scythe-like limb down toward our boy. The impact is catastrophic, shattering the concrete and sending a cloud of debris flying everywhere as Hyunwook barely dodges. He tells himself to snap out of it because if he doesn't stop this thing right now, it's total annihilation for everyone inside. He lunges forward, slamming his palm against the beast's armor and activating his metal smash skill to try and shatter its shell. A blue warning screen flashes. His mana is draining at a terrifying rate, already down to 72%. Small sparks of electricity dance across the boss's face, but the monster doesn't even flinch. The system delivers the bad news. Metal Smash failed because the boss's steel-like hide is just too damn strong. Hyunwook's eyes widen in shock. His go-to move didn't even leave a scratch. The boss counterattacks instantly, swiping at him with a force that sends Hyunwook tumbling back through the air. He realizes he needs a new plan and starts chaining his metal skills together, summoning steel chains to anchor his feet. He uses the momentum to launch himself upward, narrowly avoiding another strike that obliterates a massive support pillar. He grunts in pain, realizing that if a single one of those hits connects, his steel physique won't be enough to save him. But then, as he watches the pillar crumble, a crazy idea starts to form in his head. He realizes the boss's raw strength can be used against it. If the pillars go down, the station goes with them. He baits the monster, standing out in the open to draw its attention back to him. The beast lunges, and Hyunwook moves like a blur, twisting his body mid-air to stay just out of reach. He's playing a dangerous game of tag, leading the monster on a chase through the structural supports of the station. He knows the chances of survival are slim, but he decides this is the only way to end this fight. He leaps over the boss's head, using the creature's own massive body as a stepping stone. Women watches from above, screaming that he's a lunatic and telling him to get back to the original extraction plan. Hyunwook ignores the shouting, trusting that Lieutenant Women is smart enough to catch on to what he's doing. In a quick flashback, we see a younger, red-haired officer who looks like Women being called out by her rank. She's boasting about her warp skill and her experience as a tactical action officer, claiming she knows every manual by heart. Hyunwook's partner in that memory smiles, telling her he's glad to have someone who actually knows their stuff. Women explains that she's memorized every tactic not just for show, but to survive the limitations of her teleportation ability. She declares that every single move she makes is a result of her desperate struggle to stay alive in this hellish world. Back in the present, she stares down at Hyunwook, her mind racing as she tries to figure out his endgame. The boss slams into another wall, the sound of breaking steel and concrete booming through the dome like a series of explosions. Another warning pops up. Hyunwook's mana has plummeted to 45%. He's running out of time. He keeps moving, dodging falling debris as he leads the boss toward the next target. He's betting everything on Women's tactical knowledge and her ability to read the battlefield. Mana check, 32%. He's breathing hard, his body starting to feel the strain of the constant dodging. He tells himself that she has to figure it out, or they're all dead. The boss monster swings again, and Hyunwook slides under its legs, the ground cracking right where he was standing a second ago. Another pillar snaps like a twig, the ceiling above beginning to sag under the weight. Women finally gets it. She realizes he's not just dodging, he's deliberately luring every attack into the station's main supports. She realizes he's a complete madman. He's planning to drop the entire roof on top of them. She immediately turns to Seonha, telling the healer she needs every drop of mana she can give. Women prepares herself, determined to create the largest warp zone possible to get them out before the collapse. Hyunwook spots the last remaining pillar and prays that his body can hold out for just one more minute. Mana is at 27%. He's running on pure adrenaline and desperation now. The boss monster raises its massive claws, preparing for a final, crushing blow. The strike hits with the force of a bomb, and Hyunwook is sent flying as the entire station starts to cave in. He coughs up blood, buried under a pile of rubble as his vision starts to blur. He gasps for air, crawling out of the debris just as the monster looms over him for the kill. In a last-ditch effort, he activates strengthening body transformation, his muscles bulging as he braces for impact. The system warns him that pushing his body this far will ruin him, and his mana hits a critical 3%. The boss slams down with everything it's got, creating a massive crater as the station floor finally gives way. Hyunwook is barely hanging on, his face covered in dust and blood as he stares death in the eye. The impact ripples through the building, and the structural failure becomes total and irreversible. The ceiling groans and then completely shatters, raining tons of steel and concrete down on the battlefield. He lets out a pained laugh, realizing he's finally done it. The supports are all gone. He struggles to his feet, knowing he has to get out of the splash zone before the boss realizes it's been trapped. He needs one last thing to make this work. He leans against a wall, his legs shaking and his breath coming in ragged gasps. He has to be the bait for just a few more seconds. Women screams at him, her hand glowing with warp energy as she tells him to hurry up and get in range. The boss stands amidst the falling debris, its eyes glowing with fury as it realizes the building is coming down. Women warns him that once she activates the warp, anything in the zone is getting swept away, including him. Hyunwook tells her to do it now, or they're all going to die right here. She lets out a scream of pure frustration and effort, pouring every bit of her mana into the spell. The warp circle expands beneath the monster, just as the main roof section begins its final descent. The boss monster is pinned down by the falling mass, the warp energy swirling around it like a vortex. The creature screeches, trying to claw its way out, but the weight of the station is just too much. The warp activates with a blinding flash, swallowing the center of the battlefield in a void of energy. Hyunwook collapses, a bloody smirk on his face as he whispers that he knew she could do it. The entire station finally collapses in a deafening roar of dust and destruction, burying the boss under thousands of tons of rubble. Out on the safe platform, Women is shaking, holding on to Siana as she curses Hyunwook for being such a reckless moron. Siana stares into the dust, her eyes wide with terror, screaming Hyunwook's name into the wreckage. The scene shifts to a grim vision of the future. A giant, bloated monster carcass covered in swords, surrounded by the bodies of fallen soldiers. A younger Hyunwook stands there, scarred and weary, telling a red-haired woman that he doesn't think he deserves to lead after losing so many people. Seo Eunha, the Black Paladin, looks at him with a silent, intense gaze. She calls his name sharply, snapping him out of his self-pity. She calls him a pathetic brat, asking who the hell gave him the right to decide if he's worthy or not. She steps closer, her eyes softening just a bit as she tries to teach him the true meaning of trust. Back in the present, the boss monster is still alive under the rubble, its limbs twitching as the warp gate flickers above it. Hyunwook is pinned against a cracked wall, the ceiling still raining dust down on his head. His mana is at a dead zero, and the system is flashing a red warning that he's completely tapped out. He looks up at the falling debris, whispering a silent apology to everyone he might have failed. He starts to lose consciousness, his body falling limp as gravity takes over. But then, Seo Eunha's voice echoes in his head again, telling him to wake up. In his memory, he looks up at her, surprised by her sudden change in tone. She places a hand on his shoulder, a rare gesture of comfort from the legendary warrior. She tells him not to carry the whole world on his shoulders alone. If he's scared, he should look at the people who believe in him. Suddenly, the real-world voice of Siana pierces through his daze, screaming his name. The warp gate opens right above him, and Siana and Women reach through the portal, desperate to grab him. Hyunwook's eyes flutter open, his face caked in blood as he sees his teammates risking everything to save him. They catch his hand just in time, pulling him through the golden rift as the final supports of the station give way. Women is screaming with the effort, her face contorted as she forces the warp to stay open against the collapsing building. With a final surge of power, they tumble out onto the safety of the station's exterior just as the portal snaps shut. Behind them, Seoul Station is nothing but a mountain of twisted metal and pulverized stone. A system timer appears in the sky. They have 5 minutes before the boss clears the rubble, and the real nightmare begins. Outside the dome, the military is in a total frenzy. Soldiers are scrambling, and Major Kim is being bombarded by reporters and panicked officials demanding answers. The Major rubs his face in frustration, the stress of the early boss spawn clearly taking its toll on him. A messenger runs up, announcing that the head of the Seoul attack squad has arrived. Catherine Yu is being whispered to by her assistant, who warns her that her position is on the line if this mission fails. She's furious, cursing out the supposed brothers in the military who are waiting to tear her apart the second she slips up. She catches Major Kim glaring at her and knows she's running out of time to play her games. The Major looks like he's ready to snap, his patience for political maneuvering completely gone. Catherine finally gives in, sighing and promising to make the call to the one person who can actually fix this mess. She bites her lip nervously, staring at her phone as she prepares to contact a man she clearly fears. The contact name on her screen is simple but terrifying: Crazy Dog. Back inside the dome, the station ruins are eerily quiet, though the air is thick with dust. Women is standing over a kneeling Hyunwook, demanding to know if he was actually planning on dying back there. Siana is crying, her voice trembling as she tells him she thought he was gone for real. Hyunwook stares at his hands, realizing that his knowledge of the future is now a double-edged sword. He's lost, wondering what his next move should even be in this new, unpredictable timeline. He looks up at Siana, seeing the genuine terror and care in her eyes. Women is still fuming, her teeth gritted as she prepares to give him a piece of her mind. She calls him an arrogant bastard, her voice echoing through the empty station. She grabs him by the collar, reminding him that without his team, he would have been crushed into a pancake. She tells him that tactics aren't just about plans, they're based on promises between comrades. She explains that the essence of a real warrior is trusting that your teammates will be where they need to be. She asks him bluntly if he even trusts them at all, or if he just sees them as pawns in his game. Hyunwook remembers Seo Eunha's smile and her advice about trusting the gazes of those who follow him. He realizes that even as a regressor, he can't win this war alone. A small, genuine smile finally crosses his face through the blood and grime. Seonha interrupts the drama, pointing out that the boss monster is about to burst through the rubble. Hyunwook stands up, thanking the lieutenant for the wake-up call. He tells them that thanks to her, he finally knows exactly what he needs to do. Women is stunned, not expecting him to actually listen and change his attitude. He points toward the wreckage, warning them that the beast is coming out any second now. He reveals a new plan. They're going to use electricity, but they need the whole unit to work in perfect sync. He takes command, telling everyone to listen closely because the next phase of the raid starts now. He calls out for Private Park Junmo, the young recruit who's been hiding in the back. Junmo is shocked, pointing at himself and wondering why the legendary corporal is calling on him again. Outside, the media is losing their minds, broadcasting reports that a boss monster has officially appeared. The headlines are screaming about the danger to the citizens trapped inside Seoul Station. Major Kim stands before a sea of flashing cameras, looking every bit the stoic commander the people need to see. He prepares to give an official briefing, his face a mask of military discipline. He announces that a secondary rescue team has already been deployed into the dome. The reporters are outraged, asking why they sent in another low-level team against an S-rank threat. They accuse the military of using low-level soldiers as human shields just to buy time. Under the rubble, the boss monster lets out a roar as it shoves a massive slab of concrete aside. It crawls out of the ruins, looking battered but still incredibly lethal. It snarls, its multiple eyes glowing with a vengeful light as it looks for the human who dropped a building on it. The beast stands tall in the wreckage, letting out a scream that can be heard for miles. Hyunwook and Seonha are already on the move, staying low as they prepare their ambush. The boss starts spinning, its sharp limbs creating a whirlwind of destruction around it. But then, a massive ball of water starts forming in the air directly above the monster. Hyunwook gives the signal to the guard team, telling them to drop the water ball immediately. Tons of water crash down on the boss, soaking its armor and filling every crack in its shell. The monster is confused, struggling to maintain its footing in the sudden flash flood. Hyunwook calls for the amplification runes to be activated, his voice booming over the sound of the rushing water. He screams for Park Junmo to launch the lightning attack while the monster is still wet. Junmo steps forward, his hands crackling with electrical energy as he aims at the magic circle. A massive bolt of lightning strikes the boss, the water conducting the surge through its entire body. The monster screeches in agony as thousands of volts fry its internal organs. Junmo is shaking from the effort, his eyes wide as he realizes he's actually hurting the boss. Hyunwook tells them to hold the line until the frost runes are ready, but suddenly, the major's voice interrupts from a distance. A group of elite soldiers is seen being knocked aside like bowling pins by an unseen force. Someone is sprinting through the battlefield at speeds that shouldn't be possible. The boss monster tries to recover, but a new shadow falls over it. Back at the briefing, the reporters are still screaming about unnecessary casualties. They ask if the major even cares about the lives of the soldiers he's throwing away. The major smirks, telling them the secondary team only consists of one person. He reveals the name of the man who can bypass any level restriction, the Fist King, Han Taesun. The major adds with total confidence that nobody else is needed to finish this. Han Taesun stands in the middle of the wreckage, cracking his knuckles as his maroon hair flows in the wind. He's ranked #2 in the country for a reason. He looks down at Hyunwook, who is gasping for air on the ground, and tells him he did a decent job for a kid. He tells the rest of the unit to get lost and go home, because the big brother is taking over. Hyunwook stares at him, feeling the overwhelming aura of a true S-ranker for the first time in this life. He realizes the final piece of the puzzle has arrived on the battlefield. The man they call the Lazy Tiger is finally ready to hunt. Taesun pulls a massive glowing red weapon from his bag, warning Hyunwook that if he sees him drooling over this power, He's a dead man. Hyunwook just smiles back, thanking the S-ranker internally for providing the perfect distraction so he doesn't have to give up the reward. He knows exactly what Taesan is after, and it makes his plan even sweeter. With eyes glowing with determination, Hyunwook thinks to himself that Taesan is actually the one sitting at his table now. The MC makes a silent vow. He's eating that reward, and he's not leaving a single crumb for the S-ranker. The boss monster roars, swinging a massive limb at Taesan, but the Fist King just stands his ground like a mountain. Clang. The sound of metal hitting metal echoes through the station as Taesan blocks a strike that would have crushed a tank. Taesan mocks the beast, asking if that's all it's got before preparing to unleash his own devastating counterattack. His gauntlets begin to glow with a blinding, golden energy, huming with the power of a true high-ranker. Boom. A massive pillar of light erupts as Taesan slams his fist into the ground, sending the boss monster flying through the air. The shockwave is so intense it shatters the remaining windows of the station, the beast crashing into the rubble with a pained screech. The surrounding soldiers are blown back by the sheer pressure, struggling to even stay on their feet. They scream in terror as debris rains down, realizing that being near an S-ranker is just as dangerous as being near the monster. Taesan looks at the boss with a bored expression, noting that his massive attack didn't even leave a scratch on its shell. The monster staggers to its feet, looking sturdier than Taesan anticipated, which only makes the S-ranker more excited. He lets out a wild laugh, his competitive side taking over as he prepares to get serious. He blurs into motion, a streak of fire and gold charging straight back into the heart of the chaos. The boss fires a beam of dark energy, but Taesan dodges mid-air with the grace of a predator. He gets right in the monster's face, his voice dripping with malice as he tells the creature it's only making things harder for itself. He's done playing around, it's time for the Fist King to end this. K-Rakum. He delivers a punch that looks like a meteor impact, the air itself rippling from the force of the blow. The monster is slammed deep into the earth, a massive crater forming beneath it as its armor finally begins to crack. Dust and smoke fill the station, the soldiers coughing and shielding their eyes from the blinding light of the battle. In the middle of the smog, Hyunwook stands tall, his hand resting on Seonha's shoulder to keep her calm. Seonha looks up at him, worried because she just filled him with mana, but he's already looking like he's ready for round 2. Hyunwook gives her a gentle, confident smile, telling her not to worry because he won't be using his body for this next part. He hands his blade over to her, his movements calm and precise even with the station collapsing around them. One of the soldiers looks at him like he's crazy, wondering what kind of trick the F-ranker is trying to pull now. Taesan is still laughing, lost in the bloodlust of the fight as he prepares his final move. He unleashes a barrage of hundreds of punches per second, a wall of golden fists raining down on the boss. The beast's armor is literally peeling off under the pressure, the sound of breaking steel filling the air. Electricity crackles through the monster's wounds, the perfect opening for someone with metal control. Hyunwook's eyes narrow as he spots the weakness. His gaze is cold, calculated, and absolutely lethal. Shatter. At the exact moment Taesan strikes, Hyunwook applies a massive metal smash from the inside out, causing the boss's head to literally explode. Taesan skids back, looking confused as the monster he was fighting suddenly turns into a fountain of green blood and scrap metal. The system displays the metal smash skill info. It consumed nearly all of Hyunwook's remaining mana, but the result was perfect. The boss monster lets out one final, gurgling scream before falling limp, its life force completely extinguished. Taesan turns around, his face dark with rage as he realizes someone just stole his kill, asking Hyunwook if he has a death wish. Hyunwook doesn't back down for a second, casually asking the S-ranker if he isn't a bit too unethical in his business dealings. Taesan's jaw drops. He can't believe a low-level soldier has the balls to talk back to him like that. Hyunwook points out that Taesan is the one who interrupted their raid, not the other way around. Taesan calls him an arrogant lunatic, but before he can strike, Hyunwook's metal control flares up again. The Fist King is livid, screaming about how dare a brat play tricks on a world-class ranker. He lunges at Hyunwook, but our boy is already moving, using a shard of metal to propel himself away. Hyunwook shouts back that his squad were the ones who endured the fatal crisis, while Taesan just swooped in to look like a hero. The two of them are like a blur of blue and red energy, a high-stakes argument happening in the middle of a literal war zone. Taeson is losing his mind, his pride stung by the fact that he was outplayed by a corporal. He slams his fist into the monster's corpse, trying to vent his frustration as Hyunwook continues to dodge. Hyunwook points his finger like a gun, his eyes locking on to the system reward window that's about to appear. Kaboom! A final explosion of mana rocks the station as the boss monster's body finally disintegrates under the system's rules. Electricity surges through the remains, the blue and gold energy clashing in a beautiful, violent display. Taeson stares as the beast's armor cracks one last time, realizing the kill credit has already been assigned. A massive pillar of white light shoots into the sky, signaling the official end of the Seoul Station disaster. Hyunwook shields his face from the wind, his coat flapping wildly as the unlucky event dome begins to dissolve. The system confirms it. The boss is dead, and the level restriction is finally lifted. Outside, the media is losing their minds, reporting that the Fist King cleared the gate in less than 5 minutes. The black dome shatters like glass, revealing the ruined skyline of Seoul to the rest of the world. A massive boom echoes across the city, the shockwave felt for miles as the magical barrier disappears. But then, a miracle happens. Hundreds of people start walking out of the rubble, shaken but alive. The soldiers try to hold back the crowds as families start sprinting toward the station entrance. A young woman screams for her mom, her face pale with terror and hope. She finds her mother in the crowd, checking her frantically for any injuries. The mother reaches out, her hand trembling as she touches her daughter's face to make sure this is real. She pulls her daughter into a tight hug, crying as she apologizes for making her worry. The daughter's eyes fill with tears of pure relief. The nightmare is finally over. They stand in front of the ruins of Seoul Station, a single moment of humanity in the middle of all that steel and stone. The news anchors are stunned, calling it a miracle at Seoul Station as the survival rate hits 100%. The reporter repeats it over and over. Every single citizen trapped inside the dome has made it out safely. Back inside, the system sends out the final tally. Hyunwook has survived the unlucky event and is waiting for his rank. Taeson looks absolutely miserable, his shadow loomed over by the giant red system window. The system delivers a crushing blow to his ego. Han Taeson has been ranked second for only assisting in the defeat. Taeson stares at the ground, his gauntlets smoking as the reward items begin to manifest. Hyunwook's cloud blade begins to glow with a strange dark energy as it absorbs the essence of the fallen queen. Then, the big one. Lee Hyunwook is officially ranked first for the solo kill of the boss monster. A golden necklace with a massive blue gem floats down into Hyunwook's hand, shimmering with divine power. He catches it, the weight of the legendary artifact feeling perfect in his palm. It's the Mananan MacLear's secret armor, a hero-grade item that allows him to store items in a subspace and wear invisible armor. Hyunwook lets out a satisfied smirk. He protected the station and he got exactly what he came for. He knows he's just secured his future as a top-tier player, and he did it right under an S-ranker's nose. Taeson is shaking with fury, calling him a cheeky bastard and demanding an explanation for what just happened. Hyunwook looks at him with those piercing blue eyes, not showing even a flicker of fear. Without a word, our boy literally swallows the pendant, slurping the legendary item to start the absorption process. Hyunwook bluntly tells Taeson that he should be thankful for second place since he only butted in at the last minute. He asks the S-ranker if he really needs a lecture on how the system contribution points work. Taeson's aura flares up, flames licking the air around him as he realizes he's been completely humiliated. He repeats the word ethics with a growl, his eyes glowing with an unstable, dangerous energy. He explains that he broke a 6-month solitary training session just to come save this mess, and he needs that hero-grade item to make it worth it. He looms over Hyunwook, his face twisted into a mask of pure intimidation, asking one last time how the kid plans to make up for his lost reward. Taeson is still fuming, grabbing Hyunwook's collar and demanding a reward for his wasted time. Hyunwook doesn't blink, reminding the Fist King that his squad were the ones who did the heavy lifting for the first 2 waves. He tells Taeson that shouting won't change the truth of the system's contribution logs. The two of them stand in a sea of fire and rubble, the F-ranker staring down the S-ranker like it's just another Tuesday. Taeson thinks this kid has to be kidding him. Nobody talks to an S-ranker like this and lives. Hyunwook's grin only widens. He's actually enjoying the fact that he's getting under the legend's skin. He thinks about all the useless labor he's had to do since regressing and decides he's not giving an inch. The ground around Taesan erupts in golden flames as his mana starts to overflow from sheer anger. He grinds his teeth, asking Hyunwook if he has any idea whose time he's dared to mess with. Hyunwook just stares him down, his silence saying more than any insult ever could. He calmly tells the Fist King to stay in line, reminding him that rank doesn't mean he can just steal someone else's kill. Hyunwook thinks about the endless cycle of fighting and death he's endured, and realizes no reward could ever truly compensate him. Taesan's eye twitches, his hand tightening into a fist that could level a building. He calls Hyunwook a fucking lunatic before preparing to strike, his patience finally snapping. Hyunwook braces for the impact, his metal control ready to deflect whatever he can. Suddenly, a voice booms across the ruins, calling out Taesan's name and freezing him in his tracks. Yu Hyena runs onto the scene, looking horrified and demanding to know what the hell Taesan is doing. Taesan looks over his shoulder, surprised to see the daughter of the Blue Flower Guild leader. Standing behind her is Major Kim, looking like a man who has seen enough nonsense for one day. Hyunwook's smirk returns. The cavalry has arrived, and his timing is, as always, absolutely perfect. He mockingly pats Taesan's gauntlet, telling him it was a true honor to meet him before turning to leave. Taesan is left speechless, watching the kid walk away like he just won a casual game of cards. Hyena stares at Hyunwook's back, her mind racing as she tries to figure out how a corporal just bullied an S-ranker. Major Kim towers over Hyunwook, asking if he's okay, and our boy gives a crisp, perfect military salute. Taesan tries to restart the argument, but the Major shuts him down instantly, telling the Fist King to stop the circus. Yu Hyena rubs her temples, realizing that managing this situation is going to be a total headache for her guild. A fleet of news helicopters buzzes overhead, their cameras focused on the ruined station. Hyena warns Taesan that the whole nation is watching, and even the Blue Flower Guild can't cover up a fight between high rankers and the military. Taesan lets out a frustrated grunt, realizing he's been checkmated by a combination of politics and the MC's sheer audacity. Suddenly, the soldiers start clearing a path, announcing that the Brigadier General himself is arriving. A massive teleportation gate opens in the middle of the station, shimmering with high-level spatial magic. Brigadier General Choi Jung-cheol steps out of the portal, looking every bit the tactical legend he's known to be. He spots the Fist King and notes that it's unusual to see the lazy tiger sticking around after a job is done. Taesan's expression hardens. He knows the general is a man who can back up his words with devastating power. The general's gaze is sharp, his eyes scanning the destruction and immediately zeroing in on Hyunwook. Hyena looks nervous. The arrival of a tactical nuclear weapon like the general means the stakes just got 10 times higher. The general notes that even the Blue Flower Guild is here, and asks with a polite but terrifying tone if there's a problem. He smiles, but it doesn't reach his eyes, noting that if the Blue Flower is involved, there must be no problems at all. Hyena thinks to herself that this sly old man is even more dangerous than the monsters they just fought. Everyone in the area snaps into a formal salute as the general walks through the ruins like he owns them. The general asks Taesan why the station looks like a pile of rubble if the condition was to clear it with 0 damage. He points out that a ranker of Taesan's level should have been able to handle this without destroying the city. Taesan finally snaps, yelling that he wasn't the one who destroyed the building or the one who ranked first in the raid. Hyena's eyes go wide. She can't believe an S-ranker actually lost the top spot to a low-level soldier. Taesan turns his back, telling Hyena he fulfilled his contract and she better keep her end of the promise. He walks away, his aura still simmering with a mix of embarrassment and genuine curiosity about the kid who beat him. Taesan takes off with a burst of speed, leaving a massive cloud of dust in his wake. Hyena is left staring at the crater, her mind reeling from the fact that an S-ranker lost in a level 15 zone. She asks herself the million-dollar question, who on earth could have ranked first over Han Taesan? She looks at the trio of soldiers, the major, the MC, and the general, and realizes the military is hiding a monster of their own. The general pulls out Hyunwook's records, noting that they say he can only control 300 grams of metal. He looks at the destruction around them, his eyes full of suspicion as he realizes those records are a total lie. He asks Hyunwook bluntly if he's truly an F-ranker, because his combat ability is clearly at least C rank or higher. Hyena overhears this and nearly chokes. The person who beat the Fist King is supposedly the lowest rank possible? The general laughs, telling Hyunwook this is getting exciting and that he wants a detailed walk and talk debriefing. Hyena clutches her head, her worldview being shattered by the sheer absurdity of the situation. Hyunwook and the general walk through the quiet halls of the station, their boots clicking on the tile in perfect unison. The general glaces sideways at our boy, his expression unreadable but intensely observant. Hyunwook tells himself to be on high alert. This man is a predator who specializes in seeing through people's masks. He knows that Brigadier General Choi is one of the most dangerous men in the country, a true tactical nuclear weapon. The general's reputation is built on the fact that he can wipe out entire armies single-handedly with his wide-range magic. But it's his cleverness that Hyunwook fears most. The man is a tactical genius who never misses a detail. In the future, even the world's most terrifying necromancer was wary of this man and tried to assassinate him multiple times. The general stops and asks Hyunwook to explain exactly what happened during the boss fight. Hyunwook takes a steady breath, his boots planting firmly on the ground as he prepares his lie. He knows the general is already suspecting that his power doesn't match his recorded stats. He has to provide a reason for his unusual activity without revealing that he's a regressor. Hyunwook explains that his abilities improved after an achievement system message popped up during a previous elite monster hunt. The general strokes his chin, noting that achievement systems are rare but not unheard of in this system-driven world. Hyunwook thinks to himself that the world must not find out that F-rankers can actually progress this fast. He keeps his expression neutral, hoping the rare achievement lie is enough to satisfy the old man's curiosity. The general lets out a sly grin, deciding to accept the possibility of an achievement system for now. Hyunwook sees a vision of his future self, the one who survived the apocalypse, and uses that confidence to stay calm. The general notes that if his combat ability is C rank, he can't really call him an F ranker anymore. Hyunwook starts to worry that the general is about to try and scout him for his own elite unit. But instead, the general tells him he did a fantastic job and asks if there's a specific item he wants as a reward. Hyunwook lets out a small sigh of relief, realizing the old man is actually being generous. He gets a mischievous look in his eyes, telling the general there is one weapon, but he probably won't want to give it up. Hyunwook drops the bombshell. He wants Fail Not, the general's own hero-rank legendary bow. The general's eyes widen, a spark of energy crackling through his gaze as he realizes the sheer balls on this kid. Outside, the ruined Seoul Station stands as a silent witness to the most audacious request in military history. The general bursts out laughing, clutching his stomach as he tells Hyunwook that he truly has guts of steel. He claps Hyunwook on the shoulder, telling him to come see him again once he's earned his next badge. He announces that instead of the bow, Hyunwook is getting a special, high-speed promotion to corporal. The general walks away, chuckling to himself and calling Hyunwook a lively lad who made his day. Hyunwook watches him go, thinking that the old man is a total chameleon who changed the subject the second it got too hot. He stands alone in the station, the weight of the new rank and the legendary armor he swallowed finally setting in. He's satisfied. He can stay hidden for a little while longer while he grows his power in the shadows. And as for what comes next, a few days later, the dust has settled and the world has started to move on from the Seoul Station miracle. The Namsan Tower stands over a peaceful green landscape, a far cry from the carnage of the station. At the 3rd AMT Brigade Barracks, life is returning to a monotonous military routine. A system window shows that the Mananan Maclear's secret armor is still being digested, with 16 hours left to go. Hyunwook lies on his bunk, his shirt open to reveal his bandages, thinking that hero-rank items are a real pain to digest. Suddenly, the door bursts open and a junior recruit with curly hair pops in, asking if they're going to train today. Park Junmo and Choi Min-jae are standing there, looking like eager puppies who want more than just basic physical training. Hyunwook groans internally, calling them nauseating rascals for being so energetic while he's in pain. He points at his bandaged torso, asking if they can't see that he's still a patient recovering from a boss fight. The rest of the squad, Sniper Choi Taeyong, Shaman Park Sungmo, and Thief Kim Kyungjin, all chime in, promising to follow him anywhere. Hyunwook looks at their determined faces and realizes that something has fundamentally changed since the raid. He thinks about the moments in the station where they held the line and women reached out to save him from the rubble. The word trust hangs in his mind, a concept he thought he had lost forever in his first life. The barracks door creaks open one more time, catching everyone's attention. Private An Min-tae walks in, saluting crisply and announcing his return from the military hospital. He shouts, "Reporting for duty, sir!" with a force that echoes through the room. Hyun-wook realizes that while the future rewards are important for his survival, the soldiers standing around him, looking at him with respect and loyalty, are becoming just as vital. He begins to understand that there are more important things in this second life than just gathering items. Hyun-wook suddenly pulls the new recruit into a surprise hug, catching Min-tae completely off guard. In his heart, he's thanking the boy for coming back safely and for not becoming another casualty of the timeline. Min-tae is confused, but Hyun-wook just plays it off, telling him he's just glad he's back in time for the hellish training session. As he looks at his squad, Hyun-wook decides that as long as he's with these guys in this life, he leads the charge out of the barracks, shouting that it's training time with a genuine wild smile on his face. But behind that smile, his eyes are cold and focused. He knows exactly how much blood it's going to take to get them ready. He tells himself that only by pushing them to their limits can he actually save them all. They arrive at the high-level training center, and Min-tae is terrified, reminding Hyun-wook that low-rankers aren't even allowed in here. Hyun-wook grabs him by the shoulder, reminding them that they're the ones who wanted to see what real training looks like. His blue eyes narrow, radiating an authority that leaves no room for arguments. He calls them out for being intimidated, reminding them that they already cleared a boss monster and even leveled up. Min-tae collapses to his knees, protesting that they were only backups during the Seoul Station raid. Hyun-wook just shrugs and gives a chilling smile, telling them that this time he'll be the one acting as their backup. The recruits look up, hope flickering in their eyes for a split second. They step into the massive, dark training hall, the heavy steel doors groaning as they slide open. The squad huddles together, the sheer mana pressure from inside the room making their skin crawl. Hyun-wook orders them to get in there quickly, his voice leaving no room for hesitation. He lets out a dark smirk as the recruits shuffle into the darkness. Slam! He shuts the massive blast door, locking his own squad inside a C-rank hellscape. Min-tae screams through the door, begging Hyun-wook to wait and let them out. The muffled sounds of monsters roaring inside the hall echo through the steel as the recruits beg for their lives. They scream his name, but Hyun-wook just stands there, unmoved by their pleas. He grins like a demon, knowing that fear is the best teacher for a soldier. It's official. The attribute training has begun, and no one is getting out until they're stronger. The scene shifts to the military PX, where soldiers are relaxing away from the front lines. Two female soldiers spot Hyun-wook and whisper to each other about the corporal uncle. They gossip about the F-rank legend who supposedly hard-carried the entire blockade operation at Seoul Station. One of them is disappointed, noting that he doesn't look like the burly powerhouse she expected. Hyun-wook browses the shelves, thinking that buying some snacks might be the only way to cheer up his traumatized squad later. He digs in his ear, clearly bored by the attention and the mundane military life. He wonders why his ears are so itchy, sensing that someone is talking about him behind his back. A group of high-level AMT workers are being ordered to stock up on supplies for an upcoming deployment. Suddenly, Seo Yoonha appears behind him, her teal eyes piercing right through him as she asks why he isn't training. Hyun-wook snaps into a salute, casually explaining that he's just at the PX to get supplements for his subordinates. Major Kim glares at him from the side, clearly annoyed that our guy is already causing drama in the break room. Hyun-wook locks eyes with a quiet, mysterious girl standing nearby, and the tension in the room shoots through the roof. He realizes this person isn't just a regular soldier, there's a dangerous aura around her. Eunha mentions that she heard he received the legendary Dunce's Rebellion achievement. Hyun-wook plays it cool, confirming that the system did indeed give him a rare notification. Eunha steps closer, her voice low and dangerous, noting that while the report was convincing, she's certain that there is something else, something much bigger, that he's hiding from the military. Hyun-wook gives her a playful, "Who, me?" look, trying to bluff his way out of the interrogation. She calls him out for acting at strange times, as if he already knows the script of the world before it happens. Hyun-wook's eyes sharpen, he realizes his mask is slipping and he needs to be more careful. He wonders if she actually knows something, or if her hero's intuition is just that good. He bluntly tells her he's not telling her a thing, maintaining his defiant attitude even toward a superior. A sergeant nearby tries to cut the tension, claiming he didn't say anything to offend anyone. The mysterious girl gazes at Hyunwook one last time, her purple eyes full of unreadable secrets. Suddenly, the base's public address system crackles to life, interrupting the confrontation. The admin room orders Corporal Lee Hyunwook to report to the battalion commander's office immediately. Hyunwook grumbles about the bad timing, wondering what the brass wants with him now. Unha leans in, telling him she doesn't know what his endgame is, but she's going to be watching every move he makes. He gives a final, sharp salute and wishes her a good day, eager to get away from her interrogation. He steps out of the PX, breathing a sigh of relief that he managed to dodge that bullet for now. He tells himself to stay away from the bull-headed Seo Una because she's too smart for his own good. He looks toward the commander's office, his expression turning serious as he prepares for a new mission. He notes that his official promotion ceremony is still a few days away, so this must be something urgent. As he walks down the hall, he hears a voice shouting from inside the commander's office about a test gone wrong. The voice warns that if they send the men into that place, they're all going to die. Hyunwook knocks and enters, saluting the major, but stops cold when he sees the other guest. Brigadier General Choi Jung-kyeol is standing there, looking like a man who's dealing with a disaster. The general looks at Hyunwook and grunts, acknowledging his arrival with a stern face. He tells the major to be quiet, deciding that he will explain the crisis to Hyunwook himself. The general drops the news. A red gate has opened in the Shinram area, and it's a total bloodbath. A flashback shows a Blue Flower Guild soldier being skewered from behind, green blood spraying everywhere. The battlefield is a mess of red mist and falling bodies. This isn't a raid, it's a massacre. A panicked team leader screams for his guild members to stop, but something has turned them against each other. A survivor sprints through the red fog, the sound of heavy breathing and wet footsteps following him. He realizes in horror that his own comrades have gone crazy, their eyes empty and full of bloodlust. Shadowy hands reach out from the mist, dragging the screaming survivor back into the darkness. A dark, clawed hand clamps over the soldier's face, silencing his screams for good. The gate has officially been declared Trouble Rank 3, meaning the guild failed so hard that the military has to step in. Hyunwook stares at the map, his mind racing as he tries to process this new threat. He's confused. He has no memory of this incident ever happening in his previous life. The general explains the rules. It's a level 18 zombie dungeon, and once you enter, you can't leave until the boss is dead. Hyunwook sees a vision of a skeletal army and a hooded figure. The realization hits him like a freight train. He realizes this has to be the work of the future necromancer, his greatest enemy from the original timeline. The general notes that normally this is a guild affair, and the military shouldn't have to clean up their mess, but he gives a sly, terrifying grin, telling Hyunwook that he thinks our boy is the perfect man for the job. The major looks worried, but the general silences him with a sharp "Ahem!" Major Kim grinds his teeth, clearly hating the idea of throwing his best corporal into a zombie meat grinder. The general stares Hyunwook down, asking him point blank, "Can you do it?" Hyunwook thinks to himself that since the future is changing, he can't rely on his old maps anymore. If this is indeed connected to the necromancer, he has to shut it down before the villain gains too much power. His eyes burn with a dark intensity. This isn't just a mission, it's a preemptive strike against the apocalypse. He decides right then and there, he has to be the one to clear this raid. He tells the general he'll give the Red Gate a shot, and the old man is impressed by his guts. But Hyunwook isn't doing this for free. He knows exactly how to squeeze the general for more power. He tells the brass that in a world like this, you have to take every advantage you can get. He claims he doesn't think he can win the raid with the weak weapons he has right now. With a cheeky grin, he asks the general to hand over Failnaught, the legendary bow they talked about before. The word Failnaught appears in gold, signaling the arrival of a world-shaking weapon. It's the one-shot arrow of legends, the same weapon used by the invincible Sir Tristan of King Arthur's court. The system explains that the arrow has perfect accuracy and nullifies magic, but it can only be fired once. Even for the general, this is a last-resort treasure that he's been hoarding for years. But in the hands of a metal controller like Hyunwook, a single arrow is a weapon of mass destruction. The general's eye twitches, realizing the kid just backed him into a corner. He tells Hyunwook this is a deal, not a favor, and if he fails, he'll have to bear the full weight of the consequences. Hyun-wook stares him down with a confident smirk, noting that high-risk bets always have the biggest payoffs. The MC officially accepts the suicide mission to the Red Gate, his eyes locked on the prize. He reminds the general that with Failnaught in his hands, success is practically guaranteed. The general glares at him, his face a mask of calculated suspicion. He warns the kid that if he loses that legendary arrow and fails the raid, his military career is over before it starts. Hyun-wook's grin only widens. He lives for these kinds of high-stakes gambles. Usually, powerful guilds send their top executives to lead these raids, not a lone soldier. But sending a regular corporal as the raid leader is a massive political statement. The general is using Hyun-wook as a weapon in his long-standing rivalry with the Blue Flower Guildmaster. If our boy succeeds, it's a total humiliation for the elite players. If he fails, the military just says he was support. Hyun-wook knows that a win here will prove the AMT isn't useless, and shut the guilds up for good. The general finally relents, smiling and telling Hyun-wook he'll give him the arrow immediately. Hyun-wook realizes that no matter what happens, the old chameleon general has already set himself up to win. The general promises to promote him to sergeant immediately after the raid is successful. Hyun-wook calls him a chameleon internally, knowing the old man is just moving the pieces on the board. But our guy has no intention of being just another piece in someone else's game. He decides right then that he's the one who's going to take advantage of the situation. He asks for another additional reward on top of the promotion, pushing his luck as far as it can go. The general laughs at his audacity, truly beginning to like the kid's guts of steel. He promises to hear out any request as long as the boss monster's head is brought back. Hyun-wook salutes one last time, shouting that he'll succeed at all costs. He returns to the training grounds to find his squad exhausted and covered in monster blood. Park Junmo looks up, breathless, noting that the corporal is a bit late to see their progress. Min-tae boasts that the C-rank training grounds were no big deal and they're ready for anything. Hyun-wook's smirk returns and he tells the squad to gear up because their vacation is over. The recruits look at each other, confused by the sudden change in atmosphere. He announces at the top of his lungs, the support squad is going on its first ever solo deployment. Min-tae's jaw drops. The idea of a solo raid is pure suicide for E-rankers. He realizes in terror that none of them ever actually wished for this kind of real experience. 2 days later, the deployment officially begins. A military truck speeds through the night streets of Seoul, heading toward the red glow of the gate. Hyun-wook passes out mags filled with holy bullets, warning the squad that the recoil is going to be brutal. He tells them to stay alert because this is no longer a drill, it's a fight for their souls. The squad shouts, "Understood," with a new level of discipline and fire in their eyes. Junmo asks if he really managed to bring the legendary Failnaught with him. Hyun-wook gives a knowing smirk, telling him not to worry about his equipment. He reveals the blue crystal tip of the arrow hidden beneath his sleeve, vibrating with divine energy. They arrive at the base camp in Silumdong, where the red gate looms like a scar in the sky. A voice shouts Lee Hyun-wook through the comms, snapping everyone to attention. The recruits whisper his name, the legend of the F-rank hero starting to spread through the ranks. They're ordered to join the operations meeting immediately before entering the gate. Hyun-wook tells Junmo to handle the rest of the squad while he deals with the elites. As the soldiers walk through the camp, the Blue Flower Guild members look at them with pure disgust. An elite warrior mocks them, calling them the lowest rungs of the military and a burden to the raid. Another warrior mentions Operation Retrieval, but his partner quickly shuts him up before they're overheard. Hyun-wook's eyes narrow. He's heard that term before, and it sounds like a betrayal waiting to happen. The elite team leader whispers that as soon as they enter, they're going to ditch the soldiers and go solo. His partner notes that the soldiers won't make it out alive, but the leader doesn't care. He glares at the soldiers, thinking that everyone's life is on the line and he's only looking out for his own people. Hyun-wook enters the meeting room, spotting Yu Hyena standing at the head of the table. He realizes this isn't a meeting, it's an ambush of a different kind. He walks in confidently, his gear clinking as he stares down the daughter of the guildmaster. Hyena smirks, noting that he's the same F-rank who was brave enough to take her business card. Hyun-wook internally laughs, remembering that he never actually asked for her card in the first place. She tells him to shut up about the past, declaring that for this raid he's nothing but a sidekick. She warns him to stay in a corner and not get in the way of the real heroes from Blue Flower. She bluntness is intended to break his spirit before they even step through the portal. Hyun-wook realizes the guild only agreed to military support so they could use the soldiers as human shields. He reminds her that the AMT has equal rights to the raid loot and the mission objectives. Hyena mocks him, asking if an F-ranker really thinks he can take on a boss monster. She lets out a condescending pfft, clearly viewing our boy as a joke. She bursts out laughing, her cackles filling the room as she ridicules his ambition. She asks if he really thinks he'll get lucky again like he did at the station. Hyunwook starts walking toward her, his boots thumping against the floor with terrifying intent. He tells her calmly that his victory at Seoul Station wasn't something trivial like luck. Hyena's expression turns nasty, telling him it seems like he really has a death wish. She dares him to try and enter the gate before her team does, knowing he'd be slaughtered. She boasts that 3 of this year's top 100 prospects are on her team, and tells him to just stay out of the way. Hyunwook is confused. The great Yuhaina isn't responding to his provocations like a normal person would. He remembers the mention of Operation Retrieval and realizes there's something about this raid he doesn't know. He calls her by her real name, Catherine, catching her completely off guard. He looks her dead in the eye and proposes a bet that would make anyone else tremble. He bets that his squad will catch the boss monster before the Blue Flower Guild does. Hyena lets out a dark giggle, asking if he has any idea who he's dealing with. She accepts the bet, but with a lethal condition. If he loses, he has to give his entire life to her. Hyunwook agrees instantly, his own dark laugh echoing hers as they prepare to enter the living hell of the Red Gate. The Blue Flower Guild prepares to enter first, their warriors standing before the swirling red portal. The elites raise their glowing shields, their gear far superior to anything the military has. The leader orders them to sprint as soon as they enter, determined to leave the slow soldiers in the dust. The elites vanish into the portal, leaving the AMT squad waiting on the stairs. Minte is visibly shaking, and Hyunwook asks if he's nervous before they step into the void. Hyunwook gives a final command, "Focus, watch your breath, and do exactly what we practiced!" The soldiers raise their tactical shields and march into the portal as a single disciplined unit. A flash of blinding red light swallows them as they transition into the dungeon world. Hyunwook squeezes his eyes shut, his senses overwhelmed by the sudden smell of rotting flesh and death. He opens one eye, and his heart skips a beat. The situation is even worse than he expected. Right in front of him, a Blue Flower elite is being torn apart, a zombie biting a huge chunk out of his neck. Hyunwook immediately clamps a hand over a recruit's mouth, ordering everyone to stay absolutely silent. The dungeon is a scene of pure chaos, the prospects screaming for help as they're swarmed by the undead. A zombie let out a guttural growl, its face missing half its skin as it lunges for the next victim. One of the elite team leaders is frozen in terror, his confidence completely shattered by the nightmare around him. Squelch. A massive blade drops from the sky, pinning a soldier to the ground in a pool of dark blood. Hyunwook signals his squad to hold their positions, his fist clenched tight. He gives the thumb-out signal, identifying the core of the enemy's formation. The surviving guild members are running blindly through the mist, their screams echoing through the dark forest. The AMT squad stands behind their shields, the only ones keeping their cool in the middle of the slaughter. Suddenly, a massive figure looms over the trees, a giant skeletal warrior draped in a blood-red cape. The monster's head is a polished human skull, its empty sockets glowing with a hateful, magical fire. The recruits gasp in horror, realizing they're facing a boss monster that shouldn't exist at this level. The giant lich swings its massive skeletal hand, ready to wipe out everything in its path. Hyunwook levels his rifle, his voice cold as ice as he gives the final order, "Support squad, fire!" The nightmare has finally arrived, as a massive skeletal figure draped in a blood-red cape looms over the battlefield like a god of death. The monster's skull glows with a sickly light, its jagged crown marking it as the ruler of this graveyard. The system notification confirms the worst. The boss monster, the Zombie King, has officially appeared. Up on the ridges, the recruits are panicking, their screams echoing through the dark forest as the sheer pressure of the boss hits them. The Zombie King reaches out with a massive, clawed hand, its movements slow, but radiating a terrifying amount of mana. Hyunwook keeps his cool, leveling his rifle and ordering the AMT raid squad to open fire with everything they've got. A barrage of holy bullets slams into the boss, creating a series of bright magical explosions across its skeletal frame. Our boy narrows his eyes, realizing the monster is shielding itself with a powerful mana barrier. He shouts for Choi Taeyong to take the shot, trusting his sniper to find the one weak point in that defense. Taeyong centers his crosshairs, his breathing steady as he locks on to the king's glowing eye socket. He pulls the trigger, the muzzle flash lighting up the grim surroundings for a split second. In a quick flashback, one of the recruits asks Hyunwook a question that's been bothering the whole squad. Hyunwook stops the training session, telling the soldier to go ahead and speak his mind. The soldier points out that modern guns don't do much against high-level monsters, so he wonders why they're practicing rifle drills at all. Hyunwook bluntly agrees, telling them they won't be dealing any critical damage with just lead and powder. He explains that even with holy bullets, these projectiles would feel like rubber to an executive-level monster. The real reason they use rifles in a magic-filled dungeon is much more tactical. It's all about the noise. The recruits look confused, wondering how a loud bang is supposed to help them survive a zombie apocalypse. Hyunwook teaches them that while zombies have dull senses, their hearing is hypersensitive and easy to manipulate. The soldiers let out a collective "oh," finally understanding the logic behind the corporal's madness. He explains that if they use sound correctly, they can disorient the undead to the point where the monsters can't even perceive where the humans are. But a recruit asks a scary follow-up: what if the zombies in this specific dungeon have other senses that still work? Hyunwook's expression goes dark as he warns them that if that's the case, they'll all be turned into zombies before they can even scream. Back in the present, he shouts for Taeyong to fire again, pushing the sniper to stay focused amidst the chaos. Taeyong unleashes a rapid-fire burst, his sniper trait making every shot count despite the heavy recoil. The bullets impact the zombie king's crown, the holy energy sizzling against the ancient bone. The boss is visibly annoyed, its massive hands swiping through the air to swat away the annoying human gnats. Hyunwook calls out for An Min-tae to deploy the special equipment they prepared back at base. Min-tae tosses a series of green, orb-like devices onto the ground, which begin to hum with a strange frequency. Boom. The orbs detonate in a massive wall of fire, creating a temporary barrier between the squad and the boss. The zombie king roars in fury, its skeletal jaw unhinging as it stares through the flames. Min-tae stands firm behind his shield, his tank trait allowing him to soak up the residual shockwaves. The boss monster swings its cloak, the red fabric cutting through the air like a giant blade. A massive wave of dark energy surges toward the squad, threatening to wipe them out in one go. Hyunwook and the team brace for impact, the sky turning a deep, bloody red as the boss's power overflows. Behind the king, the survivors of the Blue Flower Guild are in a state of total collapse, looking like they've already given up. Zombies are swarming the elites, their screams of "save me" being drowned out by the sounds of tearing flesh. A fresh wave of the undead charges toward the AMT squad, their eyes glowing with the same mindless hunger. Hyunwook orders Min-jae, Sungmo, and Kyungjin to change their magazines and prepare for a close-quarters engagement. Instead of reloading manually, Hyunwook uses his metal control to levitate the rifles and swap the mags in an instant. He stands with 4 rifles floating around him, looking like a one-man army ready to rain hell. His eyes are glowing with a terrifying intensity as he locks on to the charging horde. With a simple flick of his fingers, he triggers the firing mechanisms of all 4 guns simultaneously. A storm of lead and holy energy erupts, shredding the front line of the zombie wave in seconds. He moves like a conductor, guiding the floating rifles to cover every possible angle of attack. The undead are being mowed down like grass, green blood and bone fragments flying everywhere. One of the recruits watches in awe as a zombie is blown backward by a perfect headshot from one of the floating guns. Kim Kyungjin realizes that Hyunwook's equipment isn't just regular military gear, it's at least rare grade or higher. A massive explosion rocks the center of the battlefield, clearing a huge patch of the forest. Hyunwook tosses one of his exploding steel balls directly at the zombie king to keep it distracted. The boss monster flinches as the holy metal shatters against its ribs, the divine energy burning its marrow. The king lets out a bone-chilling screech, summoning even more shadows to protect its core. The recruits collapse to the ground, their legs giving out from the sheer physical and mental exhaustion of the fight. One of them gasps that the crisis has been averted for now, but Hyunwook isn't so sure. He stands in the middle of the carnage, sensing that something is fundamentally wrong with how this dungeon is operating. He notes that there weren't as many zombies as he expected, and more importantly, the boss's name in the system window was distorted. He tells the squad to stay focused because the gate isn't over until they find the exit. He orders them to move quickly and get out of the kill zone before the next wave spawns. The squad starts to retreat, their boots thumping against the blood-soaked earth. But high above on a cliff, a new pair of shoes enters the frame, watching the soldiers with predatory interest. A man in a sharp business suit stands there, a massive dark snake wrapped around his body like a living scarf. He lets out a chilling grin, revealing sharp fangs as his snake flickers its tongue in the air. The mystery man notes that they've had some interesting guests enter his playground today. The scene shifts back to the forest, where the atmosphere has become eerily quiet. There are no more monsters, no more facilities, just a graveyard of broken pillars and dead trees. The soldiers are unnerved by the silence, wondering why the dungeon suddenly feels so empty. Hyunwook thinks to himself that despite all the dungeons he's raided in 2 lifetimes, he's never seen a place this strange. He senses a presence behind him, his regressor instincts screaming that he's being hunted. Something is definitely moving in the shadows right behind the squad. Suddenly, his metal detection skill spikes as an unfamiliar metal starts moving toward them at high speed. Hyunwook spins around, his face contorted with rage as he prepares to strike whatever is sneaking up on them. A blur of blue energy shoots out from his hand, tracking the target through the trees. A voice screams, "Wait! Spare me!" as a hooded figure falls out of the bushes. Hyunwook stops his blade inches from the person's throat, the man begging for mercy and claiming to be human. The survivor explains he was hiding because he thought the AMT squad were just more zombies coming for his head. It's Kim Taesop, a D-rank sniper from the Blue Flower Guild's ill-fated 3rd Raid Squad. Hyunwook stares at him suspiciously, wondering how a low-ranker managed to survive alone in a trouble rank 3 gate. Taesop is a mess, huffing and puffing as he begs the soldiers for a drop of water or something to eat. The scene cuts to the temporary ops room, where Yu Hyena is being briefed on a secret letter from the Gugwang group. She learns that regular soldiers were sent into the raid, and her interest is immediately piqued. The letter reveals a massive reward, 80 billion won for anyone who retrieves the chairman's grandson's body and his hero-grade spear. Back in the dungeon, Taesop hungrily tears into a pack of military rations, his hands shaking from hunger. Hyunwook realizes the truth. Yu Hyena wasn't just being careful, she was after the legendary Spear of Achilles. He learns that the chairman's grandson, Gu Dong-hoon, died in the first raid while holding that very spear. Everything clicks. That's why the guild was so hostile toward the military. They didn't want to share the 80 billion won bounty. Hyunwook glares at the survivor, his mind already calculating how to turn this retrieval mission to his advantage. An Min-tae looks worried, noticing the intense look in his corporal's eyes. On the ridge above them, the man with the snake looks down at the squad, his red eyes glowing with amusement. He mocks them for chatting away in the middle of a dungeon, clearly viewing the soldiers as nothing more than playthings. Electricity crackles around the mysterious villain as he summons 2 massive, muscular zombies to his side. He decides it's time to make things fun and unleash hell on the unsuspecting AMT squad. Hyunwook's metal detection goes haywire again, sensing a dozen, then dozens more metallic objects approaching. The count starts at 12, his heart rate accelerating as the numbers begin to climb. 39. The surrounding forest is suddenly filled with the sound of snapping branches and guttural groans. 70. The soldiers are being surrounded by a literal army of the dead. The final count is a staggering 120 high-level zombie gnolls, all armed with rusty blades and spears. The vampire-like villain reveals a wide, manic grin, showing off his long, predatory fangs. Hyunwook warns the squad that this is getting extremely dangerous. The metal count is still increasing. He orders the squad to focus and switch to Plan C, his voice the only thing keeping them from breaking. He calls out for An Min-tae and Choi Min-jae to prepare for the first phase of the tactical fallback. He tells them to set their equipment immediately, trusting their training even in this hopeless situation. The recruits open their packs, revealing hundreds of small, red-tinted glass spheres. Hyunwook orders them to start doping with potions to boost their stats and mana recovery to the absolute limit. They chug the glowing liquids, the survivors staring at them in shock as their auras begin to flare with power. The Mana Star potion kicks in, providing a continuous flow of mana for the next 5 minutes. Then the HP Star activates, ensuring their bodies can heal through any minor wounds they take in the fight. Park Sungmo is the first to finish, his hands glowing with a blue energy as he prepares his shamanistic spells. Hyunwook nods to him, signaling that it's time to start the real show. Two soldiers whisper to each other, their faces pale as they realize what Plan C actually entails. They ask Hyunwook if he's serious, and our guy just gives them a cold, determined stare. The survivor asks what the hell Plan C is, but the soldiers just tell him to bite down and keep running if he doesn't want to die. Taesop looks at the approaching zombie horde and realizes he doesn't have a choice. It's either follow them or be lunch. A massive zombie gnoll lunges forward, its teeth snapping inches away from Taesop's face. The survivor screams as he's nearly snatched up, his terror reaching a breaking point. Suddenly, the air is filled with hundreds of small steel balls, all shimmering with a faint, holy light. Hyunwook stands in the middle of the storm, his arms outstretched as he controls the metal spheres with perfect precision. He bellows for the assault team to exit the area, giving him the room he needs to unleash the squad's ultimate tactic. The villain on the cliff laughs, assuming Hyunwook is just sacrificing one of his teammates to buy time for the rest to escape. He watches from behind his snake familiar, waiting for the inevitable moment when the bait is overwhelmed. He notes with a smirk that if the bait dies too quickly, then the whole strategy was a total waste of time. One of the soldiers sprints past the zombies, his boots kicking up dust as the steel balls follow him like a swarm of angry bees. The soldier lets out a sharp whistle, signaling that he's reached the designated target zone. Taesop is still panicking, asking if Plan C is just leaving someone behind to die, but the soldiers just ignore his cowardice. One of the recruits tells him that Corporal Lee personally devised this tactic, so there's zero chance of it failing. Hyunwook watches the horde close in, his fingers twitching as he prepares to spring the trap. The zombies are a sea of gray flesh and rotting fur, charging straight into the center of the squad's formation. But at the last second, Hyunwook vanishes from their sight, his speed boosted by the high-level potions. He blurs through the ranks of the undead, tossing the steel balls into the mouths and armor of the monsters as he passes. Thud. One of the balls slams into the jaw of a gnoll, the monster looking confused as the holy metal begins to vibrate. The gnoll tries to bite down, but the steel ball is harder than its teeth, emitting a high-pitched humming sound. Hyunwook yells, "Shatter!" and snaps his fingers, triggering the metal manipulation skill. The steel balls explode into thousands of tiny, razor-sharp shards, all imbued with holy energy. K-Ra Pow! The gnoll's head is literally obliterated from the inside out, a fountain of green blood and bone spraying into the air. Dozens of simultaneous explosions rock the forest, the chain reaction wiping out the entire first wave of the horde. The villain on the cliff is stunned, his mouth hanging open as he watches his army disappear in a series of bright, magical bursts. He realizes those weren't just simple grenades, they were steel balls infused with concentrated holy power. He growls that making so much noise will only excite the remaining zombies into a blood frenzy. Sure enough, the zombie king turns its head, its empty sockets locking onto the AMT squad with a new, burning rage. The boss monster stands tall, its cape flapping in the wind as it summons the rest of its legion. It lets out a roar that can be heard across the entire city, the ground shaking beneath the soldiers' feet. The remaining zombies charge with renewed speed, their mindless hunger replaced by a direct order to kill. In the middle of the swarm, Hyunwook senses a completely different grade of metal again, something ancient and powerful. He looks toward the cliff and spots the human figure standing there with the giant snake. He asks himself what a human is doing inside a red gate, and more importantly, why the zombies aren't attacking him. His heart starts pounding as he begins to suspect the identity of the mysterious stranger. He looks up at the villain's face, seeing the red eyes and the earring that he remembers from his first life. He realizes with a jolt of terror that this guy is that guy, a key player in the apocalypse. Two zombie gnolls leap from the trees, their blades aimed directly at our boy's head. Boom. Hyunwook slams them into the ground using raw telekinetic force, the impact cratering the earth. His helmet is knocked off in the struggle, revealing his blood-streaked face and his cold, calculating eyes. He prepares a skill combination, his hands crackling with the blue energy of his metal manipulation. He takes a deep breath, the blood from a head wound dripping into his eye, but he doesn't even blink. He reaches out, his palm open as he gathers all the shattered shards of metal from the previous explosions. The zombies are closing in from all sides, their growls filling the air like a wall of sound. The villain mocks him, asking if his expectations were too high, and noting that the squad seems to be out of mana. He watches with a bored expression, waiting for the final massacre to begin. But then, he notices thousands of tiny silver glints in the air, swirling around the AMT squad like a tornado. He realizes in horror that those are the fragments of the steel balls from the first wave. Hyunwook's aura flares up, the mana pressure pushing back the nearest zombies as he takes control of the metal storm. He bellows, "Steel rain, fall!" and slams his hand down toward the earth. Thousands of shards rain down with the force of bullets, punching through the zombies' armor and skulls like they were made of paper. The battlefield is turned into a literal blender, the undead being pulverized into dust by the relentless metal assault. A massive shadow looms over the forest as the boss monster finally enters the fray, its presence drowning out the light. The zombie king lets out a final, desperate roar as the steel shards start to target its skeletal joints. Boom. Another explosion of holy energy rocks the boss, the metal rain finding every single crack in its defense. The king's crown is shattered, its head snapping back as the holy energy burns through its dark core. One last golden sphere rolls across the ground, humming with the frequency of a tactical nuke. The boss monster freezes, realizing too late that the humans have won this round. The survivor, Taesop, is screaming at the soldiers, asking if they were really planning on sacrificing themselves. The soldiers just laugh and keep moving, telling him he's talking complete nonsense. They reveal the truth. The plan from the beginning was a massive deception tactic to lure all the zombies into one spot for the kill. The zombie king's head finally explodes in a final burst of holy light, the boss officially defeated. The villain on the cliff stares at the smoking crater, his expression changing from boredom to genuine shock. He realizes the bait wasn't bait at all. They were planning this assault from the moment they stepped into the gate. He lets out a dark laugh, calling them interesting guys and deciding to get personally involved. He looks down at Hyunwook, who is standing in a field of 100 dead zombies, looking like a god of war. He asks himself what exactly this corporal is, sensing a power that shouldn't exist in a level 15 soldier. He wonders what purpose a person like that has for entering a low-level red gate like this one. He notes that Hyunwook was mingling with the zombies without any sense of fear or discord. A system warning flashes. The remaining time for the squad's potions has dropped to 50%. Hyunwook looks up at the villain, thinking to himself that this guy might be the one he's been dreading. He asks himself the final question. Is this really that guy, the first of the great villains? The villain gestures with his hand, and the giant snake spits a long black spear directly into his palm. He licks the blade, telling Hyunwook he's curious about the taste of his blood and promising to drench the spear in it. He stands tall with the spear of Achilles, the legendary weapon shimmering with an evil, dark energy. Hyunwook levels his own blade at the suit-wearing monster, asking him point-blank, "Are you a necromancer?" The villain's eye twitches, his smirk disappearing as he realizes the human knows too much. Hyunwook sees that reaction and knows he's hit the mark. This guy is indeed a candidate for his greatest future enemy. He tells the villain that if he wants to die peacefully, he better start talking right now. The villain's face contorts with rage as he asks how a lowly soldier could possibly know about the necromancer's existence. Hyunwook watches the villain's reaction closely, realizing his guess hit closer to home than he expected. He presses further, asking the guy if he's actually the necromancer or just some pathetic groupie working for him. The villain calls him a crazy bastard, claiming our boy has no idea what kind of mess he's just stepped into. Hyunwook stands his ground, the blue sparks of his metal control dancing around his fingertips as he prepares for the real fight. The vampire doesn't wait for an answer, lunging forward and swinging his massive snake familiar like a whip. Hyunwook barely brings up his arms to block, the force of the strike nearly snapping his bones as he's pushed back. K-Rakum. The impact creates a massive shockwave, the sheer pressure of the vampire's strength shattering the ground beneath them. The villain is livid, his fangs bared as he curses the insect that's still standing after his best shot. Hyunwook's system flashes a new notification. His indomitable hardening skill has reached grade C, fused with his secret mana armor. If he hadn't absorbed that legendary armor at the station, that strike would have taken his arm clean off. He realizes he's walking a razor's edge, and one wrong move means a one-way trip to the afterlife. The vampire launches another barrage of dark energy, his movements so fast they're nothing but a blur of red and black. Hyunwook counters with floating metal shards, but the villain knocks them aside with a single, arrogant sweep of his hand. He mocks our boy, calling his metal manipulation a petty trick that will never work against a true master. Hyunwook is sent tumbling through the air, his boots skidding across the blood-soaked dirt as he struggles to keep his balance. He looks up to see the vampire standing over him. The shadow snake hissed in anticipation of the killing blow. Our boy crosses his arms, lightning crackling through his veins as he prepares to unleash a skill combination he's been saving. Dozens of steel shards erupt from the ground, surrounding the villain in a deadly cage of vibrating metal. The fragments swarm the center, creating a metallic vortex designed to shred anything caught inside. Hyunwook watches with gritted teeth, hoping the sheer volume of attacks is enough to bypass the vampire's speed. But the shadow snake wraps around the villain like an indestructible shield, the shards pinging off its scales uselessly. The vampire stares through the gap in the snake's coils, mocking the attack as something merely level 18 and beneath him. Hyunwook realizes this guy is way past the gate's level restriction. He's dealing with a monster from another league. He shouts out, demanding to know how a high-level player like him managed to sneak into a restricted red gate. The villain just growls, his patience for talk finally hitting its limit. Hyunwook notices something strange. The holy metal shards he used earlier are actually burning the villain's skin. He sees the smoke rising from the vampire's hand and realizes he's found the one weakness he can exploit. If this guy is a player who takes damage from holy energy, then he's one of the fiendish few who devour other players to grow their own dark powers. In the future, these creatures are known as vampires, and they're responsible for the annihilation of entire military units. Hyunwook knows if he doesn't kill this thing now, it will become an unstoppable force during the upcoming soul wave. The vampire is infuriated that this trash is still analyzing him, his aura turning a deep bloody crimson. He swings the spear of Achilles, the hero-grade weapon humming with a lethal dark magic. His grip tightens on the shaft, the ancient metal thirsting for the blood of a worthy opponent. He tells Hyunwook that since he won't talk, he'll just cut off all his limbs and see if that loosens his tongue. Hyunwook senses the overwhelming power of the spear and realizes it's the same legendary weapon the Gugwang group is searching for. He knows his hardening skill is useless if that spear connects. It's built to pierce through any defense. He tells himself that if he fails to dodge even once, it's game over for real this time. A system warning pops up. His potion effects are dropping fast, with less than 2 minutes left on his mana star. Hyunwook braces himself, the sweat stinging his eyes as he prepares for the final, high-speed exchange. He decides he has to settle this entire fight within the next 2 minutes, or he'll be too weak to fight back. The vampire lunges, his face a mask of predatory hunger as he promises to rip our boy's mouth open. The two of them clash in mid-air, the sound of their weapons colliding like a series of lightning strikes. Hyunwook is thrown backward again, blood spraying from a fresh wound on his face as the vampire's speed proves too much. He crashes into a stone pillar, the impact so hard it cracks the ancient structure to its core. Without skipping a beat, he uses metal control to launch another floating dagger at the villain's back. Clang. The shadow snake blocks it again, the vampire laughing at the predictability of the MC's moves. Hyunwook gasps for air, his vision starting to swim as the physical toll of the fight begins to mount. The villain screams that such petty tricks won't work on a chosen warrior of the necromancer. He unleashes a massive wave of dark blood magic, the ground turning into a swamp of rotting fluid around Hyunwook's feet. Hyunwook realizes the snake is the key. It's blocking every ranged attack before it can reach the villain. A beam of dark energy slices through the air, narrowly missing our boy's head and obliterating a tree behind him. With the spear of Achilles in play, even closing the distance for a physical strike feels like a suicide mission. Tendrils of shadow erupt from the earth, grabbing at Hyunwook's legs to pin him down for the final blow. He realizes he has no choice. It's time to play his ultimate trump card. The vampire charges in for the kill, screaming about how dare a human speak the name of the one who should not be known. Ka boom. Hyunwook detonates a hidden claymore, the blast catching the villain right in the middle of his dash. He knows he has to play this perfectly. This is his one and only shot to turn the tables. A wild, blood-streaked grin spreads across Hyunwook's face as he stares at the smoke-filled crater. He tells the villain that if he wanted to know his identity, he should have just asked. He's a soldier, through and through. The smoke clears to show the vampire still standing, though his suit is shredded and his aura is flickering. Our boy mocks him, asking if he's ever actually served a day in the military or if he's just a larper. The vampire looks down to see a tactical mine casing right at his feet, his eyes wide with sudden realization. Hyunwook laughs, noting that the guy clearly hasn't served, since he didn't even recognize the bait. Suddenly, the forest is filled with the sound of 100 charging footsteps. The zombie horde is returning. A sea of the undead rushes through the gates, their mindless groans creating a wall of sound that vibrates through the trees. Hyunwook yells for the squad to stop their retreat, realizing this is the window they've been waiting for. Taesop is panicking, clutching Junmo's arm and telling him they have to hide because the corporal is surely dead by now. He begs the soldiers to run, claiming even the elite guild squads couldn't survive a swarm of this size. Junmo snaps back, his eyes full of fire as he declares that Corporal Lee would never fail that easily. Taesop asks how he can be so sure, and Junmo just gives him a confident look that stops the sniper in his tracks. He explains they haven't received the signal yet, the final, desperate signal Hyunwook promised. The survivor is confused, having no idea what kind of signal could possibly survive this madness. Back in the woods, Hyunwook calls out to his junior in his mind, trusting the boy to remember the plan. He remembers telling Junmo to set up a claymore directly behind him before leaving the area. He warned the boy that if that claymore goes off, it means he's resorted to his last resort method. He told them they must stay hidden with the rest of the squad, no matter what they hear or see. And back in the present, that time has finally come. Hyunwook reaches out, his hand glowing with mana as he triggers the remote detonator. Click. The firing pin strikes, the sound cutting through the chaos like a gunshot. Karakum. The claymore explodes in a blinding flash of orange and white heat. The vampire is caught in the middle of the blast, hundreds of steel balls shredding his shadow snake familiar in an instant. A massive fireball consumes the ridge, the force of the explosion throwing the zombies nearby like ragdolls. The system explains the claymore's power, 700 steel balls traveling at lethal speeds, designed for total mass casualties. Hyunwook leans against a tombstone, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he watches the vampire struggle in the smoke. The villain is still alive, coughing and clutching the spear of Achilles as he glares through the fire. He realizes the bait wasn't a person, it was a trap designed to neutralize his snake familiar. He bellows in rage, calling Hyunwook a fool for thinking a simple explosive could end a chosen warrior like him. But then, he sees a brilliant, blue light growing in Hyunwook's hand. The real hidden card. Hyunwook fires the fail-not arrow, the blue crystal projectile cutting through the air with an impossible high-pitched hum. The arrow blurs past the vampire's defenses, moving faster than any level 18 player could ever react to. The villain screams in terror, his eyes unable to even track the speed of the hero-grade artifact. Hyunwook watches with a cold stare, his fist clenched as the arrow finds its mark with mathematical precision. The item info flashes, Sir Tristan's Fey Note. It tracks targets to inevitably hit and ignores all magic resistance. The arrow slams into the vampire's shoulder, pinning him to a massive tree with enough force to shatter the wood. He screams in agony as the holy energy of the arrow begins to burn through his dark mana from the inside out. Hyunwook walks toward him with a dark, predatory smile, telling the villain that it's finally his turn to ask the questions, as they realize their master is in trouble. A sea of gray flesh and rotting armor charges toward the ridge, their numbers looking truly endless. One of the soldiers clamps his hand over the detonator, his eyes wide with the realization that the MC has just signaled the final phase. Taesop is nearly crying, claiming that with so many zombies on the loose, there's no way our boy made it out alive. He begs the soldiers to hide, but Junmo just stares into the red mist, his faith in Hyunwook absolute. Junmo tells the survivor to shut up because they haven't received the final signal yet. Taesop looks confused. He can't understand why these soldiers are so willing to bet their lives on one man. Suddenly, the ground starts to rumble, and a massive red explosion lights up the sky in the distance. Junmo spots the smoke and realizes that was the claymore, the signal that things have gone completely south. His heart sinks. If Hyunwook had to use the claymore, it means he was truly cornered by something monstrous. Taesop clasps his hands together, his face lighting up with a sick kind of relief as he realizes the corporal is probably dead. He tells the soldiers he was right, and that if they hide and wait for backup, they might actually survive this hell. Junmo turns to him, his expression cold and his voice low as he calls the sniper out. Taesop freezes, the pure killing intent in the recruit's eyes making him realize he just crossed a line. Junmo barks that the signal means one of their comrades might be dead, and he asks how the hell the sniper can laugh in a situation like this. The other soldiers look down, their faces a mix of grief and simmering rage at the guild member's cowardice. Taesop stammers, trying to claim he was just being practical, and that the living have to survive. He tells them to move quickly, but then he hears a sound that makes his blood turn to ice. Crackle-y. The very air around them begins to pixelate and distort, as if the dungeon itself is glitching out. The survivor screams, "What is this now?" as the trees and rocks around them start to dissolve into red blocks of mana. A massive wall of dark energy erupts from the earth, separating the squad and cutting off any possible exit. The terrain is physically transforming, the ruins of the forest being replaced by something much more grand and terrifying. Towers made of black stone and bone rise from the ground, their spires reaching into the bloody clouds. The system issues a terrifying new alert. The Zombie King's castle, Indako, has officially manifested. The soldiers are in a state of total shock. They've never seen a building just appear out of thin air like this. One of them points toward the new towers, noting that thousands of fresh zombies are spawning along with the castle. A zombie materializes in front of them, its body being reconstructed from raw red mana in real time. The creature lets out a guttural scream, its empty eyes locking onto the soldiers as it enters the hunt. Taesop collapses, his mind finally breaking as he realizes they're trapped inside the castle of a literal god of death. Junmo clenches his fist, signaling the squad to stay quiet and stay focused despite the nightmare around them. He puts a finger to his lips, whispering "shh" as he tries to lead them through the shifting shadows. The castle grounds are a sea of the undead. Dozens of new monsters are prowling the halls, searching for the scent of the living. The squad moves like ghosts, ducking behind pillars and keeping their shields up to avoid detection. Taesop is trailing behind, his clumsy movements nearly giving them away at every turn. Two zombies turn their heads, their rotting ears twitching as they sense something moving in the dark corner. Junmo's eyes widen in terror. The monsters are right on top of them, and one more sound means total annihilation, the sound vibrating through the very stone of the castle. Hyunwook barks an order through the static-filled comms. "Raid squad!" Back at the ridge, Hyunwook looms over the pinned vampire, his expression a mix of triumph and cold fury. He tells the villain it's useless to resist, the arrow holds his own power, and it won't be removed until he's dead. The vampire grunts in pain, his hands clawing at the blue crystal shaft as his dark mana boils away. Hyunwook steps into his personal space, reminding him that he won't be killing him right away. He has too many questions. The vampire lets out a sick, wheezing laugh, his mouth full of black blood as he mocks our boy's mercy. He asks if Hyunwook really thinks a little arrow is enough to end a chosen warrior of his caliber. Hyunwook asks him a chilling question. "Don't you vampires feel pain way beyond that of a normal death?" The villain's smirk disappears as he realizes the MC knows way too much about his species' physiology. Hyunwook twists the arrow, the holy energy causing the vampire to let out a blood-curdling scream of pure agony. He asks the villain how he's connected to the Gugwang group and if the chairman's grandson is his financial backer. The vampire's eyes flare with a mix of surprise and pure hatred at the mention of his secret ties. He calls the grandson a vermin and lowly prey, claiming no high-ranking vampire would ever truly follow a human. Hyunwook punches him across the face, telling the son of a bitch to stop stalling and give him a real answer. The villain slumped against the tree, huffing and puffing as his life force continues to drain out of the holy wound. Hyunwook gives a satisfied smirk, noting that the guy is at least answering honestly for now. Then he drops the real question. "Do you know who the necromancer actually is?" The vampire looks up with a twisted grin, calling Hyunwook a fool and claiming the necromancer is a being who can be anyone. He whispers that the legendary villain could be a comrade by his side, or even a member of his own family. Hyunwook's eyes flash with a dangerous blue light as he warns the vampire not to cross the line by threatening his family. He realizes this guy lives for the acknowledgement of others, a typical trait of the lesser villain candidates. He points out that the vampire hasn't even seen the necromancer in person yet, has he? He brings his blade right to the villain's throat, the steel vibrating with the intensity of his threat. He calls the guy a drag and a loser, noting that someone as careful as the necromancer would never reveal himself to a pawn. He mocks the villain, asking if he's just an obsessive stalker following a ghost through the dungeons. The vampire shakes with rage, his fangs grinding together as he realizes his secret devotion is being ridiculed. He screams, "Die off!" and tells Hyun-wook how dare he ramble on as if he actually knows the master. Hyun-wook leans in, his face inches away as he tells the villain, "I know way more than you ever will." He reveals a chilling truth. For a very long time, both he and the necromancer have been searching for each other. The vampire screams, "Nonsense!" and claims the master hasn't even awakened his true powers yet. Shing. Hyun-wook uses his metal control to rip the spear of Achilles right out of the villain's hand. He notes that the guy was way too obvious with his last resort weapon and thanks him for the 80 billion won gift. The system confirms it. Hyun-wook has acquired the hero-grade Spear of Achilles, a weapon whose wounds never heal. He starts to wonder, if the necromancer hasn't awakened yet, why is this high-level vampire so loyal to him already? The realization hits him. There are way too many suspicious points about this entire Red Gate incident. He bellows at the villain, calling him a stalker and demanding to know how he barged into a military-guarded gate alone. The vampire's eye twitches, a sinister look of triumph returning to his face despite his current situation. He looks toward the shifting landscape of the castle, his earrings jangling as he prepares his final taunt. His gaze is full of malice, his red eyes locking onto Hyun-wook with a new, terrifying certainty. He reveals the truth. He was the one who opened this raid gate, and no level restriction can keep him out. Hyun-wook is stunned. He asks himself if an individual player can actually control a gate's manifestation. The vampire mocks his flustered look, telling him the second phase is about to start and his life is officially over. The two of them stand in the middle of a shifting void, the terrain literally being rewritten by the dungeon's logic. Hyun-wook realizes that if the castle completes its manifestation, he'll lose the survivor, his squad, and even his legendary arrow. Boom. A massive wall of black mana slams into the villain, the vampire letting out one last scream as he's pulled into the castle's core. Hyun-wook reaches out, but he's too slow. The villain and the arrow disappear into the shifting darkness. The system warning flashes red. Castle Indako has manifested completely, and the level restriction has jumped to level 30. Hyun-wook stares at the massive black fortress looming over him, realizing this is the second phase the villain was boasting about. In his head, he hears the vampire's voice bragging that his raid gate will be successfully completed in earnest now. The villain promises to let him experience the true horror of this world by his own design. Back at the squad's position, the recruits are hiding in the shadows of the black stone walls, their breath hitching as a zombie passes by. One of the monsters stops and sniffs the air, its rotting nose twitching as it senses the presence of living flesh nearby. The zombie king appears at the top of the main tower, his red cape billowing as dark mana tendrils erupt from his back. He looks down at his domain, his skeletal hand resting on a massive stone altar. Two floating, purple-eyed skulls hover around him, acting as his magical observers in the new castle. A close-up of a zombie shows its eyes turning a brilliant, glowing purple, the sign that the king has taken direct control. The creature lets out a roar that shatters the surrounding windows, the horde becoming twice as aggressive as before. The zombie king raises his arms to the bloody sky, his presence filling every inch of the dungeon with the scent of decay. The system declares that the king is the one who controls life and death, the ultimate ruler of the Indako castle. Zombies suddenly drop from the ceiling, nearly landing on the hidden soldiers as they scream in terror. The title Ruler of Light and Darkness appears, marking the transition of the boss into his final form. The system names him Zombie King, Baron Samedi, a symbolic shaman spirit who controls resurrection. The king's true form is revealed, a massive, muscular lick with glowing purple eyes and a crown that pulses with dark energy. The vampire's voice echoes through the castle, declaring that the soldiers will be offered as sacrifices to open the gate to the outside world. He dares Hyun-wook to go ahead and try to stop the apocalypse from beginning right here and now. The true zombie king, Baron Samedi, looks directly into the camera with a chilling glare, daring anyone to stop his descent. He raises his hand, and the very air seems to thicken with purple electricity, preparing a strike that'll end the squad for good. A massive explosion of rock and dust clears the path, and the sheer force of it sends the soldiers flying back. One of the rookies is caught in the blast, his helmet flying off as he's buried under a pile of rubble and debris. A golden grenade rolls across the floor, the last desperate hope of a squad that's running out of options. The explosion rips through the hall, but even a direct hit barely seems to slow down the tide of the undead. Junmo is desperately firing his rifle, calling out for his comrades while trying to keep the zombies from flanking their position. The squad leader is losing his mind, screaming at Minte and the others to get out while they still have legs to run on. Minte hunkers down behind his shield, but the impact of the zombies hitting the metal sounds like sledgehammers on a drum. They're completely surrounded in the main hall, and Samedi is just looming over them like a god of the graveyard. Bullets fly everywhere, but for every zombie that goes down, 3 more take its place, crawling over the piles of their own kind. The zombies are literally being blown apart, yet they keep crawling forward with a singular, terrifying focus. The squad leader's heart sinks as he realizes the hardest part: they might have to kill their own friends if they turn. Another soldier tosses a pair of grenades into the horde, hoping the fire will buy them a few more seconds of life. The hallway turns into a furnace, but the smoke only masks the approach of the next wave of monsters. The squad is showing their true colors now, refusing to leave their leader behind, even as the castle literally crumbles around them. The leader is stunned by their loyalty, his eyes tearing up as he realizes his men are ready to die by his side. But he's a soldier first, and he barks out a final order for everyone to retreat, no matter what happens to him. He throws his remaining grenades into a support pillar, causing a massive cave-in to block the path and save his men. Baron Samedi's voice booms through the gate, declaring that he'll use the bait left behind as a final sacrifice for his descent. A massive system warning flashes red. The castle in Dako is fully manifesting, and the dungeon level has jumped to 30. The stakes just went global. If Samedi completes this, the zombies will flood out of the gate and into the outside world. The system confirms it. The descent of the Zombie King has officially begun, and time is running out. Miles away, our MC Hyunwook is a blur of movement, sprinting through the woods with Achilles' spear in hand. He's pushing his body to the limit, leaping over craters and ignoring the exhaustion as he heads straight for the castle. He hears the explosions and knows his squad is in deep trouble, his eyes narrowing with a cold, murderous fury. Hyunwook remembers the plan he gave them. If the claymores go off, it means things have gone to hell and they need to hide. We see a flashback of him talking to his men, and it's clear he's starting to care for them more than he's willing to admit. One of the soldiers had promised him they'd be waiting, telling Hyunwook to make sure he comes back alive to lead them. Hyunwook's eyes soften for a split second, a rare moment of humanity in a guy who usually acts like a machine. He smirks, a confident, dangerous look that says he's about to do something absolutely insane to keep that promise. He had told them to wait for him, and he's not the type of guy to let his subordinates down. He kicks into high gear, the ground cracking beneath his feet as he launches himself toward the massive castle gates. A wave of zombies tries to block his path, but they don't even see him coming before they're turned into red mist. He sees the squad pinned down at the gate, facing a mountain of undead that seems impossible to climb. Hyunwook curses under his breath, realizing he needs to clear the field instantly if he wants anyone to survive. He taps into the hero-grade power of Achilles' spear, the system warning him that the mana cost is going to be massive. "Unlock!" he screams, and the spear begins to hum with a dark, cursed energy that feels like death itself. The system flashes a warning: mana consumption is critical. Hyunwook doesn't care, he's got a squad to save. The zombies shriek as they charge, a wall of rotting flesh trying to drown out the one man standing in their way. Another warning pops up, but Hyunwook is already mid-swing, his eyes locked on the target. "Quiet down!" he yells, and with one massive sweep of the spear, he creates a shockwave that literally erases the first row of zombies. He's a man on a mission, sprinting into the middle of the horde while keeping his promise to return at the front of his mind. He roars out that he made a promise to come back, and he's not letting some overgrown skeleton break it. A massive explosion of light and steel tears through the courtyard, clearing a path straight to the main hall. Hyunwook stands at the entrance, the smoke clearing to reveal him standing over a pile of dead monsters. Baron Samedi stops his ritual, his eyes narrowing as he looks at the puny human who just interrupted his grand entrance. The system notifies everyone. The descent of the zombie king has been interrupted. Samedi is visibly confused, his glowing eyes flickering as he realizes his power isn't flowing correctly anymore. He looks up at a balcony, realizing someone has messed with his precious setup while he was focused on the MC. The king is absolutely livid, his jaw tightening as he lets out a sound that's more of a vibration than a scream. Up on the ledge, we see two soldiers running for their lives, and one of them is lugging a massive clay jar like it's a trophy. It's Kim Kyungjin, the squad's thief. He smirks, admitting he stole the jar just because it looked important to the boss. The zombies are swarming him, but Kyungjin is agile, dodging swipes as he protects his loot with everything he's got. A zombie nearly grabs him, but the squad is there to back him up, their teamwork finally clicking into place. Bullets shred the zombies trying to climb the walls, providing the cover Kyungjin needs to reach the extraction point. The squad leader is screaming for them to hurry up, knowing that Samedi is about to blow his top. One of the soldiers slams a C4 charge onto the wall, a devious grin on his face as he prepares a nasty surprise. Minte steps up to the front, bracing his massive shield to create a funnel that traps the zombies in the line of fire. The shield hits the floor with a heavy thud, creating a wall of steel that even the undead can't push through. The zombies pile up against the shield, their rotting hands clawing at the metal, but Minte doesn't budge an inch. "Blast!" the command rings out, and the entire hallway is engulfed in a coordinated explosion of C4 and grenades. The zombies are literally vaporized as the charges go off, creating a wall of fire that temporarily halts the horde. The explosion is massive, lighting up the red sky and sending shockwaves through the very foundations of Indako. The squad takes cover behind the shield, the heat from the blast singeing their gear but keeping them alive. The entire building seems to be coming down, debris falling like rain as the structural integrity fails. Another massive blast rocks the castle's tower, further delaying the ritual and giving the MC the opening he needs. The courtyard is a graveyard within a graveyard, bodies piled high and the air thick with the smell of sulfur and rot. The squad is panting, covered in dust and blood, but as the smoke clears, they realize they've actually survived the first wave. The leader coughs through the dust, checking in on his men to see if anyone was lost in the chaos. One by one, they call out, and miraculously the entire squad is still standing, bruised but unbroken. They realize they've blocked the main entrance, but now they're trapped inside the castle with the king himself. Panic starts to set in as they realize their oxygen might run out, and they need to find an exit before the building becomes their tomb. Suddenly, the wall behind them starts to spiderweb with cracks, and the sound of breaking stone fills the room. A massive, spear-like object bursts through the wall, sending shards of stone flying everywhere like shrapnel. "Everyone, duck!" the leader screams as the entire room is flooded with a blinding purple light. Massive metallic chains whip through the air, shattering the stone pillars and nearly taking out the squad in one sweep. The ground collapses beneath them, and the soldiers fall into the main throne room, landing right at the feet of the king. Baron Samedi stands there in all his glory, the chains extending from his back like the legs of a metallic spider. He looks like a nightmare come to life, his skin glowing a deep, hellish red as he prepares to finish the job. The soldiers scramble to their feet, their eyes locked on the stolen jar that's still clutched in Kyungjin's arms. Samedi lets out a wide, toothy grin that's more terrifying than any roar, his eyes burning with a sadistic joy. The squad freezes as a wave of pure killing intent washes over them, making it feel like their hearts have stopped beating. The king's voice booms through their minds, commanding them to halt, and for a second, their bodies actually stop moving. He leans down, his massive horned head looming over them as he prepares to reclaim his property. The soldiers are paralyzed with fear, their weapons feeling like lead in their hands as they face an actual deity. Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out from the shadows, mocking the king for being a bit too late to the party. Hyunwook steps into the light, huffing from the sprint, but looking absolutely ready to tear the king's head off. He takes a deep breath, his blue eyes glowing with an intensity that rivals the king's own power. He taunts the glowy-eyed monster, telling him he's the only one who gets to bully these rascals and no one else. The squad is stunned by his bravado, wondering if he's actually lost his mind or if he's really that much stronger than the king. A system warning pops up, mana consumption was too high, and Hyunwook is only sitting at 32% remaining. Internally, our boy is sweating, he knows he's low on gas and has no idea how to kill this thing, but he can't show it. Samedi launches a long-range chain attack, and Hyunwook is forced to dodge mid-air, realizing he's at a disadvantage. He lands on a floating piece of debris, his tactical brain working overtime to find a way through the king's defenses. The king clenches his fist, and the purple energy around him flares up, creating a barrier that feels impenetrable. Hyunwook notices something strange. The king isn't attacking him directly, he's focusing on protecting the area around the jars. He calls out to Kyungjin and Taeyong, barking orders to open the gear and get ready for a desperate play. The soldiers scramble to open their tactical packs, revealing a stash of glowing mana stars they've been saving. Hyunwook looks at the jars again, and the realization hits him. That's where the king's spirit is stored. The king brings his massive foot down, trying to crush the soldiers who are messing with his power source. The impact is like a small earthquake, sending a shockwave that knocks everyone off their feet. Hyunwook grinds his teeth as he's nearly hit, his eyes glowing brighter as he prepares his next move. He uses his metal control to launch a volley of debris at the king, trying to find a gap in that annoying barrier. The king's chains swat the debris away like it's nothing, creating a whirlwind of metal and stone that's impossible to approach. Our MC is feeling the pressure, his face strained as he tries to keep his squad safe while dodging the king's relentless attacks. The squad tosses the mana stars toward him, yelling for him to catch them so he can replenish his dwindling reserves. Samedi sees what they're doing and tries to intercept the items, his chains whipping out like hungry snakes. He misses by an inch, his frustrated growl vibrating through the floor as the mana stars reach their target. Hyunwook catches the potions mid-air, his eyes locked on the king as he prepares for the final showdown. "Unlock!" he screams, and for the second time, the Achilles' spear begins to glow with a lethal, dark radiance. The system flashes a warning. Mana consumption is at 21%, leaving him with only a pathetic 11% left after this move. He swings the spear in a wide arc, a wave of cursed energy cutting through the air and heading straight for the king. He shouts for Mintai to shield the front, knowing the counterattack from the king is going to be devastating. The spear hits the king's barrier, and the clash of energies creates a blinding explosion of light and sound. Mintai braces against the shockwave, the sparks from his shield flying everywhere as he holds the line for his corporal. Hyunwook uses his telekinesis to pull the mana stars into his hand while he's still mid-combat. Talk about multitasking. He checks on Mintai, and the tank confirms he's still in one piece, though his armor is looking pretty beat up. Hyunwook chugs the mana potion in one go, feeling the cold energy rush through his veins and recharge his core. The mana star effect kicks in, giving him a slow, continuous recovery for the next 5 minutes. It's now or never. He points his half-empty bottle at the king, calling him out again and telling him that he's the only opponent that matters. He uses his metal control to pull hundreds of small metal spheres from his subspace, surrounding the king in a cloud of steel. He points his finger down, and the spheres begin to accelerate, turning into a rain of high-speed bullets. The king just stands there, his barrier absorbing the impacts, but he looks annoyed that this human won't just stay down. "Smash!" Hyunwook yells, and all the metal spheres converge at once, trying to crush the king under pure pressure. The king's energy flares up, and the metal spheres are sent flying back, some of them even melting from the heat. Hyunwook's spear is a blur of blue lightning as he continues his assault, never giving the king a second to breathe. The spear tip scrapes against the king's crown, leaving a mark that actually seems to hurt the monster. Samedi catches the spear with his bare hand, his eyes glowing with a sinister light as he tries to snap the weapon. Hyunwook realizes the barrier is the real problem. If he can't break it, he's just going to lose all his weapons one by one. He backs off, landing lightly on his feet, while the king's chains continue to circle him like a cage of thorns. He uses a surge of lightning to force the king to let go of the spear, the blue electricity crackling through the air. He knows he can't retreat and look for a weakness, because his squad is trapped right behind him. The king's chains slam into the floor where the squad is hiding, and Min-tae barely manages to block the strike. Hyun-wook realizes the king hasn't fully manifested yet, which means there must be a visible flaw in his armor. The king roars in frustration, his mouth opening wide to reveal a void of purple energy that's about to fire. "Where is it?" Hyun-wook's mind is racing, scanning every inch of the monster for a crack or a weak spot. His eyes lock onto the king's chest, noticing a rhythmic pulsing that matches the glow of the stolen jars. He sees Kyungjin trying to do something with one of the objects from the dungeon, and it gives him an idea. The king notices Kyungjin too, his eyes widening as he realizes his most precious secret is in the hands of a thief. Kyungjin has found a legendary sword from the dungeon's loot, and he's holding it up like he's about to use it. The rest of the squad is yelling at him to stop, but Kyungjin knows they're all dead anyway if they don't do something big. He grinds his teeth, his eyes full of a desperate courage as he prepares to strike the heart of the dungeon. Samedi tries to reach him, his massive fist glowing with a lethal amount of energy that could level the room. "Stab it!" someone yells, and the atmosphere in the room reaches a boiling point. The king's chains lash out with insane speed, trying to impale the squad before they can do anything. Hyun-wook intercepts the chains, his spear throwing up sparks as he protects his men with everything he's got left. Kyungjin plunges the sword into one of the king's organ jars, and the impact sends a shockwave of purple energy through the room. The king lets out a scream of pure agony, his body convulsing as one of his soul containers is shattered. The entire castle shakes, and the king's barrier flickers, showing the first sign of real weakness we've seen so far. The squad is sent flying back by the explosion, but they've done their job. They've opened the door for Hyun-wook. The MC sees the opening and calls out for his squad, his voice full of a rare pride for their insane gamble. He checks on them one last time, needing to know they're still alive before he puts all his chips on the final move. The squad is a mess, buried under rubble, but the glowing sword stuck in the jar is still there, pulsing with power. Junmo gives a weak thumbs up, telling his corporal they're okay, and to finish that monster off for good. Hyun-wook lets out a sigh of relief, his eyes turning back to the king with a cold, focused intent to kill. Samedi is gasping, clutching his chest as he tries to force his body to stay together despite the loss of his jar. Another jar starts to glow on a pedestal, and the king realizes his ritual is trying to auto-correct itself. The energy from the broken jar starts to coalesce into a spectral heart, floating in the middle of the room. Hyun-wook's eyes go wide. "A heart?" He finally realizes the king is a living lich, and that's his core. He spins around, his tactical mind putting the pieces together as he spots the next organ container. The sword in the first jar is still glowing, and next to it, another jar containing the spectral lungs starts to manifest. He realizes this is just like the canopic jars of ancient Egypt. The king's life is literally spread out across the room. Samedi roars into the air, a beam of purple light shooting from his eyes and hitting the ceiling, forcing the ritual to continue. He looks like he's losing his mind, his eyes becoming nothing but blinding portals of white-hot energy. The squad covers their ears as the sound becomes a physical assault, vibrating through their very bones. A system message pops up, forced restart of the descent. The king is now 66.6% manifested. He starts to pull the spectral organs back into his body, his chains creating a whirlwind that no one can get close to. The dungeon difficulty spikes again, reaching a terrifying level 53. This is now a death sentence for anyone but our MC. "Gotcha! That's his weakness!" Hyun-wook smirks, finally having the win condition he's been looking for. He explains the trick to himself. The jars are exactly like the ones used for mummies, and the heart is the seat of the spirit. He remembers his history. If the heart is destroyed, the spirit has nowhere to go and the body will simply crumble. He locks onto the king's chest, seeing the spectral heart being pulled back into the cavity behind the ribs. His heart is his weakness, he declares, and he prepares his final, most powerful artifact. The king's guard is down while he's focusing on the descent, relying entirely on his barrier for protection. "Now's my chance!" Hyunwook reaches into his subspace, pulling out a weapon we haven't seen in action yet. He aims a glowing blue arrow, the air around him beginning to freeze as the artifact's power activates. The arrow is launched, leaving a trail of blue light that seems to defy the laws of physics as it curves toward the king. It's Sir Tristan's Failnaught, an arrow that never misses and ignores all magic resistance, the perfect counter to that barrier. The arrow pierces through the barrier like it's made of paper, heading straight for the glowing heart in the king's chest. It hits with a wet thud, and the king's eyes widen in shock as his immortal body is finally truly wounded. The system warns that the king is trying to heal through his descent effect, but Hyunwook isn't done yet. The king lets out a pained, desperate laugh, thinking he can still win through sheer regeneration. His chains lash out one last time in a wild, uncoordinated attempt to kill the man who dared to wound him. "Don't you laugh!" Hyunwook yells as he leaps into the air. "Because the real one is coming now!" He brings out Achilles' spear again, and the system reminds us of its most lethal property. Wounds from this spear cannot be healed. He's about to shut down the king's healing factor for good, and his expression is that of a man who's already won. He dives through the air, the spear glowing with a blood-red light as he puts every ounce of his strength into this one strike. "Unlock!" he roars, and the spear's power explodes, turning it into a literal bolt of anti-healing energy. The spear flies through the air, whistling with a sound that sounds like a choir of the dead as it follows the path of the arrow. It pierces the same hole in the king's chest, the dark energy of the spear clashing with the purple light of the king's soul. The king's body starts to disintegrate from the inside out, the spear's curse spreading through his veins like black ink. Samedi lets out a final, world-shaking scream as his physical form begins to crumble into dust. Hyunwook tries to use his metal control to finish the job, but he suddenly feels a cold void in the pit of his stomach. The system flashes a final, terrifying warning: 0% mana. The recharge is delayed, and he's completely tapped out. The red text stays on the screen like a death sentence. He's got nothing left in the tank, and the fight isn't over. Hyunwook looks at the crumbling king, and then at his own hands, letting out a single, desperate word. "Ah! I'm screwed." And of course, he does. Samedi launches his massive metallic chains for one final, desperate strike to take the MC down with him. Hyunwook is grounded, watching the shadows of the chains grow larger as death inches closer. But then, out of nowhere, a silhouette leaps in front of him, bracing for the impact. Hyunwook roars out Mintae's name, terrified that his tank is about to get turned into a pancake. Mintae screams "Deploy shield," and a massive hexagonal blue barrier erupts from his gear. The chains slam into the shield with the force of a falling building, and for a second, everything goes white. The ground beneath Mintae's feet literally shatters from the pressure, but the shield holds firm. Hyunwook watches from the ground, stunned that his E-rank tank just pulled off a miracle. Mintae looks back, his face strained and sweaty, asking if the corporal is okay. Hyunwook is speechless. He's looking at that shield and realizing his squad has grown way faster than he expected. Outside the barrier, the king's descent is causing the entire throne room to explode into flames and dust. The system pings, "Level up." Mintae is growing mid-fight, his stats surging as he survives the impossible. He's been leveling up at a dizzying speed since they entered this hellhole, and it's finally paying off. Even with the sparks flying and the chains grinding against his shield, Mintae doesn't give an inch of ground. The last block was the trigger. Surviving a direct hit from a king-level boss pushed him over the edge. He's reached level 20, granting him the magic shield skill, a move that converts mana into pure physical defense. Mintae looks at the blue holographic window in awe, realizing he's no longer just a guy with a piece of metal. Hyunwook loses it, yelling at him for gambling his life on a skill he's never even practiced before. Mintae just looks down, his voice quiet as he admits he just wanted to protect his leader for once. Hyunwook's anger melts away instantly, and he places a hand on Mintae's helmet, reminding him that it's his job to protect them. Mintae nods, a look of pure loyalty on his face, but Hyunwook tells him to save the thanks until they're actually outside. The king roars again, his body becoming a mass of twisted energy as the ritual fails to keep him together. The system confirms it. The descent has been cancelled because the MC did too much damage to the core. Samedi is clutching the Failnaught arrow in his chest, his eyes full of a hatred that could burn the world down. A final warning flashes. The spirit of death is encroaching on the king's own body, and he's about to explode. Samedi screams as blood erupts from his mouth, his control over the dungeon fading as his physical form fails. He launches his chains in every direction, a final "screw you" to everyone in the room. Minte and Hyunwook dive for cover behind the shield as the pillars of the throne room are turned into dust. The destruction is absolute. The king is literally tearing his own castle apart in his death throes. Massive chunks of stone rain down, and the air is thick with the sound of snapping metal and breaking magic. Hyunwook realizes the king is trying to take them all to hell with him, using his last bit of strength for a suicide attack. "Trying to take us down with you, are you?" Our boy smirks, his tactical brain already finding a solution. He orders Taeyong to start a suppression fire, aiming for the king's eyes to keep him blind and confused. The soldier doesn't hesitate, opening fire with his rifle and peppering the monster's face with lead. The bullets ping off the king's horns, but the constant impact distracts him just enough to slow down the chains. Hyunwook calls for disturbance tactics, and the rest of the squad fans out, drawing the king's fire away from their leader. The chains slam into the floor where the soldiers were a second ago, the teamwork of the squad reaching perfection. Hyunwook yells at Junmo to stay safe and not pull any heroics that'll get him killed. Junmo roars back that they'll buy him all the time he needs, and that the last blow belongs to the MC. Hyunwook looks at his men and realizes they aren't just followers anymore, they're actual warriors. The mana potion is finally working, his levels slowly creeping up from 0 to a measly 6%. The king lets out a blast of purple energy from his mouth, nearly vaporizing one of the balconies. The squad dives and rolls, the ground exploding behind them as they lead the monster on a wild goose chase. Mana is at 12%. Hyunwook is counting every second, waiting for the exact moment to strike. A chain narrowly misses one of our boys, the wind from it nearly knocking him unconscious. Hyunwook grinds his teeth, the frustration of being sidelined eating at him as his men bleed for him. 19% mana. It's not much, but for a guy like him, it's enough to finish a god. Suddenly, one of the soldiers yells that he's out of bullets, and the king's focus shifts back to the defenseless humans. The chains descend like guillotines, and for a second, it looks like the end for the support squad. But Hyunwook is finally back on his feet, standing between his men and the monster with a cold blue glow in his eyes. "Oh, glowy eye ace! I'm here!" he screams, drawing every bit of the king's murderous intent toward himself. A bolt of lightning strikes the floor as Hyunwook leaps, his speed boosted by his last remaining mana. He's running up the king's own chains, defying gravity as he heads straight for the monster's throat. He grabs the fail-not arrow still stuck in the king's chest, using it as a lever to pull himself up. He unsheathes the cloud blade, the rusty sword crackling with blue electricity as it prepares to feast. Hyunwook remembers the legend. The king's soul is split between his organs and his eyes. He looks the monster dead in the face and realizes what the final jar is. "The ease!" he roars, putting every ounce of his strength into a double-point strike. The king tries to scream, but Hyunwook is already mid-air, the fail-not arrow glowing in his hand. He stabs the arrow directly into the king's glowing purple eye, the magic resistance nullifying property shattering the king's last defense. Sir Tristan's fail-not lives up to its name, piercing through the king's skull like it was made of wet paper. The king's eye explodes in a shower of purple sparks and black ichor, his final soul container destroyed. Hyunwook isn't done. He slams his fist into the king's face, riding the monster down as it begins to collapse. He tells the monster to act like a damn king for once, and stop being such a disgraceful loser. With one final thunderous roar, Hyunwook yells at him to get the hell out of his world. The cloud blade activates its wet fog effect, surrounding the dying king in a chilling mystical mist. Hyunwook leaps off as the king's body finally gives up the ghost, turning into a pillar of dark fire. The explosion of energy is so massive it levels the entire throne room, sending a shockwave through the whole castle. The squad covers their eyes as the dark energy of the zombie king finally dissipates into the air. A golden system window appears. "Congratulations. You have slain the zombie king, Baron Samedi." The soldiers are in shock, staring at the empty space where a god once stood, unable to believe they actually won. Then the cheers break out, a wild, desperate "woo" that echoes through the crumbling halls of Indako. Hyunwook stands over the remains, and a single item is floating in the air, a glowing, golden crown. Even our regressor is stunned. He never saw this item in his first life. It even has hidden special features. But there's no time to celebrate. The floor starts to buckle, and the ceiling begins to fall in massive slabs. The destruction of Indako has started. Without its master, the entire dungeon is self-destructing. One of the soldiers panics, yelling for Hyunwook as a massive boulder nearly crushes them. Hyunwook curses, realizing they didn't even get to farm for loot, but their lives are more important right now. "The fort's collapsing! Everyone, evacuate right now!" he bellows, and the sprint for the exit begins. It's a literal gauntlet of falling debris, the soldiers running for their lives as the castle of Indako turns to rubble. Outside, the towers are exploding and the ground is opening up, a scene of total apocalypse. The squad reaches the main gate just as the pillars come down, barely diving through before the entrance is sealed. They land in the dirt, huffing and puffing, looking back at the ruins of the castle that almost became their grave. The final system message pops up. Raid success. The gate will now close in 60 seconds. Junmo sees the red swirling portal and realizes if they don't move now, they'll be trapped in the void forever. Hyunwook roars for them to keep running, his eyes locked on the exit as the world around them begins to pixelate. They sprint toward the red light, a small group of humans escaping a nightmare that would have ended the world. Outside, the Blue Flower Guild is waiting, their leaders arguing about whether the raid was even possible. Yu Haina is furious, demanding to know how much longer they have to wait for their high-level party to be ready. Suddenly, the gate begins to vibrate and shrink, drawing everyone's attention to the red portal. The guild members are in disbelief. If the gate is closing, it means someone actually cleared the level 53 boss. With a massive UAABLACK, the support squad comes flying out of the portal, tumbling onto the pavement in the real world. Hyunwook is the last one out, landing in a perfect three-point stance as the red spear and arrow float in his subspace. Yu Hyena and her assistants are frozen, their jaws on the floor as they see the second-rate dregs returning as heroes. The soldiers are crying and laughing, realizing they actually survived the most dangerous gate in Korean history. Hyunwook stands tall, looking over his battered but alive squad with a pride he's never felt before. "AMT Raid Squad, you all did a great job. The Red Gate mission is officially clear!" He smirks, his face covered in blood but his spirit stronger than ever as he looks at the stunned guild members. The squad erupts in another cheer, their victory shout drowning out the rain as they celebrate their survival. Yu Hyena is shaking with rage, unable to process that a bunch of military rookies just did what her elites couldn't. She stares at Hyunwook, her eyes full of a mixture of hatred and intense curiosity about who he really is. "Who on earth is this guy?" she whispers, her world view completely shattered by an F-ranker. Back inside the closing dungeon, we see a lone figure huffing through the red mist. It's the vampire. He's looking for the exit, desperate to get out before the space completely collapses on itself. He looks at the trees and the red sky, realizing the exit point has shifted and he's almost out of time. "Where the hell is the entrance?" he screams, his arrogance replaced by pure animalistic panic. Suddenly, he sees a man in a suit leaning against a wall, his back turned and blood dripping from his hand. The vampire's eyes turn red and his fangs extend. He's hungry, and he doesn't care if it's a human or a ghost. He creeps up behind the man, thinking he's found an easy snack to fuel his escape. "Don't go," he whispers, his hand reaching out to grab the man's shoulder. The man turns around, and the vampire starts a fake act, pretending to be a survivor to lure his prey in. He puts on a fake smile, asking for help and talking about how lucky they both are to be alive. But then, he sees a swirling black hole on the ground beneath the man, and his heart stops. The vampire lunges with a roar, screaming that he needs blood, but he's met with a force he can't describe. A massive UAACK rips through the air, but this time it isn't a cheer, it's the sound of a predator meeting a monster. The vampire is on the ground, his face pale and eyes wide with a terror he's never known. Standing over him is the man in the suit, Gordon Tracy, his presence more suffocating than the zombie king. Hyunwook is shown in a flashback, smiling as he thinks about his future, unaware that his greatest enemy is already here. The vampire looks at the camera, his face twisted in a murderous grin as he promises to take everything Hyun-wook cherishes. The scene shifts back to the gate exit, the soldiers being spat out of the portal as the red gate finally dies. Hyun-wook is mid-air, the blue energy of his weapons pulsing as he prepares to land in the real world. The soldiers are hugging and crying, the realization of their survival finally hitting them after the adrenaline wears off. Hyun-wook stands on a ledge, looking down at his men with a commanding presence that demands respect. He repeats his declaration of victory, his voice carrying through the night as he announces the end of the raid. The cheers are even louder now, a group of nobodies celebrating a world-class achievement. Yu Hyena is still in a state of shock, her assistant whispering about military dregs as she stares at our boy. Hyun-wook orders his squad to line up in double file, his military discipline taking over the second the fight is done. The squad moves with a precision they didn't have before, their respect for Hyun-wook now absolute. Yu Hyena stomps over, her face red with fury as she demands to know what happened to her guild's team inside. Hyun-wook looks her dead in the eye and tells her it was already too late for her people. She's stunned, asking if he's claiming he cleared the level 53 raid all by himself. As you can see, yes, he replies coldly, telling her she can check the analysis results if she doesn't believe him. She screams at him, asking who the hell he really is and if he's actually just an F-rank player. Hyun-wook asks if she finally believes he wasn't just lucky at Seoul Station, and she has no choice but to bite her lip. Then, she brings up the 80 billion won spear, asking if he saw it inside the castle or on a zombified guild member. Hyun-wook puts on his best poker face, his internal monologue laughing at how desperate she's becoming. He flashes back to the castle's fall, using the chaos as an excuse for why he didn't see anything. We see the spear of Achilles floating in a void of energy, the most valuable prize of the night. Hyun-wook activates a hidden skill, Tattoo, causing the blue spear to transform into energy. The system reveals the secret tattoo ability, which allows him to store high-rank items directly in his subspace without anyone seeing. The spear becomes a glowing blue tattoo on his arm, hidden from the prying eyes of the guild. He lies through his teeth, telling Hyena that he didn't see any spears, his expression perfectly blank. Hyena knows he's lying, accusing him of trying to avoid their life-or-death bet about who would clear the gate. Hyun-wook turns the tables, asking the head of the Blue Flower Guild if she's really going back on her word. She clenches her fists so hard they shake, the humiliation of being outplayed by a soldier eating her alive. Hyun-wook gives her a piercing look, his silence more powerful than any insult he could throw. Hyena is vibrating with rage, the sight of the common soldier looking down on her being too much to handle. He tells her she seems out of her senses, and that he'll come back later to collect his reward. She yells for him to stop, offering him a spot in her guild and promising him the best treatment in the industry. Hyun-wook internally scoffs, knowing she just wants to own him so she can grind him into the dirt later. Suddenly, a voice booms through the area. "The 3rd AMT Brigadier General is coming now!" A golden teleportation circle appears on the road, lighting up the night as the big guns arrive. The soldiers snap to attention, saluting their corporal and the arriving general as the tension spikes. General Choi steps out, letting out a booming laugh that cuts through the silence like a chainsaw. His sharp eye locks on to Hyun-wook, and you can see the respect he has for the kid who just pulled off a miracle. He pushes past Yu Hyena, completely ignoring her status as a guild leader to focus on his key soldier. He winks at Hyun-wook, asking Hyena if she's really trying to scout a soldier who hasn't even finished his service yet. Hyena stammers out a fake apology, claiming she was just making a recommendation for his future. The general's face turns serious as he asks if Blue Flower disobeyed the rules and prepared a separate raid behind his back. She starts to sweat, realizing the general has all the leverage now that the gate is clear. He brings up the Gugwang group, accusing the guilds of crossing the lines too many times at this red gate. He threatens to file an official complaint and alert all the other guilds to their disgraceful behavior. Hyena is crushing a piece of rubble in her hand, her nails digging into her palms as she's forced to retreat. She stands there in the rain, watching Hyun-wook walk away, her eyes burning with a promise of revenge. Later in the general's office, Choi is losing his mind with joy over the 100% raid contribution result. He's laughing hysterically, imagining the look on the Blue Flower Guildmaster's face when he hears the news. Hyun-wook watches him, thinking about how much the old man loves sticking it to the private guilds. The general offers to have the entire squad promoted by 1 rank and gives Hyunwook a chance for a rank re-evaluation. Internally, Hyunwook's future self is screaming. He knows this devious old man is just trying to tie him to the military. But he plays along, thanking the general for his generosity with a perfectly timed military salute. The general's eyes narrow. He knows the kid is smart, maybe even smarter than him. He asks what Hyunwook really wants as a reward, his voice dropping to a serious tone. Hyunwook doesn't hesitate. "I want you to provide my whole squad with weapons with divine power." The room goes quiet as the weight of that request sinks in. Divine weapons are rare and insanely expensive. The general is confused, asking why they need divine gear when the zombie gate is already over. The news of the squad's success spreads through the base like wildfire, everyone talking about the level 53 clear. Other soldiers are calling it nonsense, unable to believe that a support squad did the impossible. In the garage, soldiers are discussing the scouting offer from the Blue Flower Guild, their envy clear. A bulky soldier, Lee Won-suk, listens with wide eyes, his world turning upside down as he hears about Hyunwook's feat. They start comparing Hyunwook to the base ace, Sergeant Choi Young-hoon, and suggest a match to decide who's better. Won-suk grinds his teeth, the humiliation of having bullied the strongest guy in the base finally setting in. Outside, members of the support squad are sitting at a table, looking completely overwhelmed by all the sudden attention. Other soldiers walk by, whispering about the squad of that F-ranker, their tone having shifted from mockery to awe. The tank is eating silently, admitting he can't get used to being popular after years of being ignored. Suddenly, we see a soldier excitedly narrating the fight to a group of female recruits, making himself look like a hero. One of the girls asks how the squad members got so strong, ignoring the guy's bragging. The soldier admits the truth. "It's all thanks to Corporal Lee Hyunwook's special training." In his private room, Hyunwook is doing something insane. He's literally biting into the mythological rank crown. He's sitting on his bed, chewing on the legendary metal as he activates his metal absorption skill. Suddenly, a knock at the door. Won-suk is there, saluting with a terrified look on his face. The big guy drops to his knees, begging Hyunwook to forgive his discourteous actions from before. Hyunwook is annoyed, wondering why this rascal had to come in right when he was eating his prize. Won-suk admits he knows Hyunwook doesn't want to look at him, but he's here to make things right. He yells at the top of his lungs that he wants to receive training from the MC, begging to join the squad. Hyunwook keeps his back turned, finishing his meal as he thinks about how to use this new pawn. The system pings, 150% furnace efficiency. It'll take 24 hours to fully absorb the crown of light and darkness. He turns around, his face cold and calculating as he looks at the massive man kneeling before him. He doesn't like Won-suk at all, but he knows he can't be picky with the resources he has. He looks at the sky, imagining the soul wave that's about to start, a disaster that will dwarf everything they've seen. He knows most of the military will be wiped out, and he needs every body he can get to save even a few lives. Even one more person is of help in combat, he reasons. We can save more lives that way. He lets out a simple, "Okay, great," accepting Won-suk's plea and changing the big man's life forever. Won-suk looks up, his face full of disbelief and a weird, teary-eyed joy that his hero actually said yes. Hyunwook's eyes flash with a dark promise. "You better be prepared to die!" He grabs Won-suk by the collar, the difference in their strength being hilariously obvious despite their sizes. He drags the giant out of the room, telling him he doesn't care if he heard him correctly or not. Training starts now. Won-suk's voice cries out Hyunwook's name as he's dragged toward the most brutal training session of his life. Meanwhile, back at the ruins of the Red Gate, the vampire stands alone under a blood-red moon. The portal begins to hum with dark energy again, a sign that the ritual wasn't completely stopped. The vampire looks over his shoulder, his face covered in blood as he senses his masters approaching. Gordon Tracy steps through the void, his massive frame casting a shadow that feels like a death sentence. He's furious, demanding to know how many items they lost because the vampire couldn't finish a simple gate test. The vampire cringes, bowing his head and stuttering an apology to the man who rules the villains. Gordon tells him he'd usually leave him to die, but they've been summoned for something much bigger. A female vampire with long blonde hair and horns licks her lips, looking absolutely starved for a slaughter. She smiles, her fangs bared as she announces that blood is about to flow through the entire Seoul region. High above the city, a man looks out at the skyline, holding a phone. He's not a hero, He's the architect of the coming massacre. This is Baek Jun, the guildmaster of Great Mountain, one of the top 3 guilds in the country, and he's playing both sides. He's briefing a mysterious contact about the failure at Seoul Station, admitting they're already prepping their next move to clean up the mess. Don't let the suit fool you. Baek Jun is as cold as they come, and he's got the resources of a top-tier guild behind his treachery. He claims he's got the black market fully mobilized, keeping a close eye on everything while acting like a loyal citizen. He stops in his tracks, his voice dropping an octave as he vows to find the key, no matter what it takes. He's looking at a photo of a charred corpse, realizing the thief they're hunting uses fire, and he's starting to suspect the AMT. His real plan is sickening. During the Soul Wave, he's going to open 4 gates at once and send his hounds to wipe out the first AMT battalion. He lets out a dark chuckle into the phone, telling the person on the other end not to worry about a thing. He promises the chairman that Korea is as good as theirs, ending the call with a sinister glint in his eyes. With a sudden burst of strength, he crushes his smartphone into scrap metal, showing just how much hidden power he's packing. The broken phone hits the floor with a dull thud, a sign that the time for talking is officially over. Behind him, the room is filled with a terrifying, high-pitched screeching that would make a normal person's blood run cold. He stands at the threshold of a dark room, illuminated by the city lights, looking down at a floor covered in bodies. In the shadows, a group of monsters is feasting, the slaughterers he's been grooming to be the ultimate assassins. He calls out to them, telling his pets that it's time to stop snacking because he's finally found them some real prey. The monsters step into the light, revealing themselves as vampire hybrids, each one looking more lethal than the last. A blonde female vampire with blood dripping from her chin bows, ready to follow her master's every command. Baek Jun orders them to invade the 1st Battalion when the wave starts. His command is simple: kill everything that's still breathing. The female vampire licks her lips, asking if she has permission to use any method. She wants to finish the job. The rest of the group stands ready, their red eyes glowing with a hunger that hasn't been satisfied in a long time. Baek Jun tells her to do whatever she wants, as long as Seoul is wiped off the map, starting with the military units. The sun rises over the Namsan Tower, looking peaceful, but it's actually the calm before the bloodiest storm in history. At the base, the mood is totally different. A group of soldiers is celebrating their well-earned promotions. Our boy Hyunwook leads the line, saluting the battalion commander with a crispness that masks the chaos he knows is coming. The commander congratulates Sergeant Lee Hyunwook, proud of the results the young man has brought to the unit. The squad is beaming, finally getting the respect they deserve after being treated like trash for so long. The commander starts one of his trademark long-winded speeches about military spirit and the proper barracks culture. Hyunwook internally groans, thinking, here we go again with the lectures, while trying to maintain a straight face. He's keeping his eyes half-lidded, his mind already calculating the hours left until the first gate opens. The commander is mid-sentence, talking about how happy he is, when his phone starts vibrating like crazy. He pauses the ceremony to take the call, his expression shifting from pride to pure, unadulterated shock. "Doat! Kato!" he screams into the phone, before ordering the 2nd platoon leader to finish the ceremony immediately. The platoon leader is left standing there, confused by the sudden urgency in the commander's voice. But Hyunwook's eyes snap wide open. He knows that name. Okita Kaito, the Sword Saint Assassin. He flashes back to his past life, seeing a memory of Kaito standing over the bloody corpse of a legendary master. This is the man who murdered Sword Saint Guk Songpyo, a tragedy that shook the world of players. Hyunwook remembers that Kaito entered the country illegally through Busan, and the commander left to hunt him down. It was a trap. The commander chased Kaito, leaving the base completely defenseless for the slaughterers. In the old timeline, just 2 vampires were enough to annihilate the entire 1st Battalion while the boss was away. Hyunwook's gaze turns ice-cold as he realizes the exact moment the nightmare started in his past is happening right now. The incident has started, he thinks, his knuckles turning white as he grips his gear. The ceremony continues with the re-evaluation of ranks, Min-tae and the others officially moving from rank E to D. The squad shouts, "Yes, sir," their voices full of a new confidence that Hyunwook spent weeks drilling into them. But for our MC, the ranks don't matter. All that matters is whether he can change the future he already lived through. He's asking himself the ultimate question: can they actually make it out of this hell alive this time? He looks up at the clear sky, knowing that in a few hours it'll be turned blood red by the gates. The squad is cheering, high-fiving each other over their rank D status, completely unaware of the threat. One of the rookies asks Junmo if he's okay, wondering why he didn't get a double-rank promotion like the others. Junmo looks surprised, his youthful face showing that he wasn't really expecting much to begin with. He laughs it off, saying he's just happy with the result, and that he's not a leveling monster like the rest of them. He shows off his reward, a high-grade divine weapon, trying to keep the mood light for his teammates. Hyunwook opens a case of his own, revealing rows of sharp, metallic spikes that look more like construction tools than weapons. A soldier asks him if those are pegs instead of weapons, wondering why the hell he's carrying around tent stakes. Hyunwook doesn't answer. He knows he's done all the prep he can. Worrying any more is just a waste of energy. He uses his metal control to levitate the spikes, the blue energy crackling around them as they hover like a crown of thorns. He's resolved to face whatever the future throws at him head on. No more hiding, no more running. His inner monologue is pure fire. He's going to pounce on the future, destroy it, and then gobble it up. He's ready to feast on the power of the disaster itself. Fast forward a few days. One of the guards is bored out of his mind, complaining that he needs to go pee and nothing's happening. They're stationed at the Namsan guard post, the very place Hyunwook told them to watch with their lives. The guard Haas, complaining that they're on night duty way too often and feeling like pushovers again. Hyunwook is leaning against the post, checking his watch. He's relieved there were no variables to move the timeline up. It means the changes he made weren't enough to stop the wave, which is both good and terrifying. His eyes sharpen as he looks out into the dark forest, his senses tingling as the air begins to vibrate. The rookie guard tries to take back his complaining, worried that Hyunwook is actually mad at him. But the MC isn't listening. He knows that the strange incident that brings hell to Seoul is starting right now. The rookie is still rambling about his grandma and his upcoming vacation, totally oblivious to the shadow behind him. "It's happening today!" Hyunwook's thought cuts through the rookie's chatter like a knife. He grabs Park Junmo by the shoulder, looking him dead in the eye and asking the million-dollar question, "Do you trust me?" In the grass, a stray cat hisses and bolts, sensing the shift in the atmosphere before the humans do. Hyunwook lets out a dangerous grin, telling Junmo that as of right now, they are leaving their posts without permission. Again, Junmo gulps, a massive feeling of déjà vu hitting him. Every time Hyunwook does this, things get bloody. Over at the main gate, Lieutenant Seo Eunha checks in on Min-tae and Sungmo, making sure they haven't fallen asleep on duty. The cat from earlier is lying dead on the road, its body mangled by something that moved faster than the eye could see. Eunha stretches, asking the boys if they're okay with all the extra night shifts Hyunwook's been assigning them. Sungmo looks absolutely exhausted, his eyes sunken in, but he's still standing tall like a true soldier. Min-tae admits that Hyunwook called this training, and they didn't really have a choice but to follow orders. Eunha laughs, telling them that Hyunwook only pushes the ones he knows are good enough. She tells Min-tae to cheer up. The big tank blushes like a schoolboy, thanking her for the encouragement while trying to keep his composure. She jokes that if they actually sleep, she'll kill them, but her smile vanishes as she spots a silhouette standing in the middle of the road. Min-tae reacts instantly, raising his rifle and screaming for the person to put their hands up or he'll shoot. The figure doesn't move. It's a tall, naked, muscular creature with glowing purple eyes, a high-level zombie. Min-tae barks out a final warning to turn around, his finger tightening on the trigger as the tension reaches a breaking point. The monster lets out a quack, a roar so loud it vibrates the metal of the gate. A single shot rings out, the muzzle flash lighting up Min-tae's face as he puts a bullet right through the monster's head. The zombie hits the pavement, its blood staining the asphalt, but the silence that follows is even scarier. Min-tae is huffing, his eyes scanning the tree line, realizing that one zombie was just the scout. Suddenly, dozens of shadows begin to leap over the barriers, the sound of their landing like a drumbeat of death. Eunha screams, "Get back!" as more monsters descend from the rooftops, surrounding the gatehouse in seconds. The squad is in total shock. They've never seen this many high-level variants in one place before. Min-tae fumbles for another magazine, his hands shaking as the scale of the wave finally becomes clear. He looks into the eyes of the horde, and all he sees is a hunger that can't be reasoned with. A literal tsunami of meat and bone rushes the gate, their collective screaming drowning out any orders Yunha tries to give. Fire! Someone screams, and the night is torn apart by the sound of fully automatic weapons. The road is a meat grinder, bullets shredding the front line of the undead, but they just keep coming, stepping over the dead. The glowing purple eyes are everywhere, a sea of monsters that stretches back as far as the eye can see. Unha orders Sungmo to get in front of the door quickly, knowing the gate is about to buckle under the pressure. Minte slams his hands against his shield, screaming "Magic Shield!" as a hexagonal blue barrier manifests in front of the gate. The zombies slam into the barrier with an ACK and the sound of breaking bone, but the force of the horde is pushing Minte back. The shield crackles and sparks as hundreds of monsters pile on top of it, their weight threatening to crush the tank. It's a desperate struggle. One man and a piece of magic holding back a literal army of darkness. Explosions start going off in the distance. The entire guardhouse is being overrun as the wave hits the military base. Hyunwook watches the flames from a distance, his teeth bared in a snarl as he realizes the nightmare has officially begun. Meanwhile, in the executive's lounge, a woman is working late at her laptop, the sound of typing the only thing in the room. It's Seo Unha, working on a report about military management, her face illuminated by the cold blue light of the screen. She stops typing as a sudden chill runs down her spine, the air in the lounge feeling inexplicably heavy. She looks over her shoulder, asking herself why she's getting such an eerie feeling in the middle of a secure base. The door creaks open, and she peeks out into the hallway, her hand instinctively reaching for her sidearm. "Holy night!" she whispers, snapping her fingers to create a small magical light to guide her way. She checks the glass of the door, seeing her own reflection and wondering if she's just being paranoid after all the night shifts. She opens the door to the barracks and her heart stops. Massive black snakes are coiled around the bunk beds, crushing the sleeping soldiers. "Snakes?" she gasps, before screaming for all the military executives to wake up and get into combat positions. Suddenly, two metallic lashes tear through the air, moving so fast they look like blurry lines of steel. The walls are shredded by the impact, sending shards of stone and plaster flying everywhere as Unha dives for cover. She uses her paladin agility to leap through the debris, the golden light from her hand trailing behind her. A voice sneers from the dark, "Found you!" recognizing her as the third daughter of a Holy Knight captain. The male vampire lunges from the shadows, his metallic whipsword coiling around her as he tries to drag her into the dark. Yunha blocks with her bare hands, the holy energy in her palms creating sparks as it clashes with the cursed metal of the whip. The vampire looks bored, his red eyes tracking her every move with a predatory calmness that's terrifying. She delivers a powerful kick to his face, but he doesn't even flinch, the impact sounding like she hit a solid block of iron. She slides back across the pavement, her boots leaving scorched marks as she tries to create some distance. The vampire retracts his whip with a slush sound, his grin getting wider as he realizes his prey is actually going to put up a fight. Unha barks out a question, demanding to know if he's a player or just another monster sent by the gates. The vampire looks at his hand, which is smoking and burnt from where her holy power touched him. He watches in fascination as the flesh begins to knit back together instantly. His healing factor is off the charts. Yunha is sweating. She realizes her holy attacks are being negated by his speed and regeneration. Who the hell is this guy? He tells her she doesn't need to know his name because she's going to die anyway, though he admits it's a waste to kill someone as pretty as her. He leaps into the air, his whip sword extending to its full length as he prepares a strike that'll split her in half. Unha looks up, her eyes wide with the realization that she can't dodge this one in time. Suddenly, a massive purple portal opens in the sky behind the vampire, and an army of skeleton warriors begins to march out. The ground shakes with the rhythmic thud-thud of the undead army, making the situation go from bad to apocalyptic. "A gate?" Yunha screams, her voice cracking as she sees the sheer number of monsters pouring into the base. The realization hits her like a physical blow. "A wave?" The vampire is annoyed, asking her if she's really thinking about other stuff while he's standing right in front of her. He lashes out again, the whip coiling around her neck and arms before she can even raise a hand to defend herself. Yunha is slammed onto the road with a BAM! the wind knocked out of her as the metal wire digs into her skin. He mocks her arrogance, telling her she should have looked around before acting so haughty in front of a real predator. She struggles against the wire, but without her weapons, she has no way to counter his overwhelming physical strength. He raises his sword high, telling her he'd love to play more, but he's short on time and needs to finish his mission. Yoonha's vision is starting to blur, her inner monologue pleading for her body to move so she doesn't faint here. I need to fight, she thinks, but the darkness is closing in as the vampire prepares the final blow. Suddenly, a cluster of metallic pegs flies through the air, glowing with a brilliant blue light as they intercept the vampire's strike. The vampire is forced to roll away as a hail of bullets peppers the ground where he was just standing. Which bastard is interrupting us? He screams, his face twisted in a mask of pure fury. Yoonha is on her hands and knees, coughing and gasping for air as the pressure on her neck is finally released. She looks up and sees a pair of military boots standing right in front of her, looking solid and immovable. Are you okay? The voice asks. Yoonha's eyes go wide. Lee Hyunwook? Why are you here? Our boy stands tall, his rifle at the ready. He tells her he's here to rescue his platoon leader, looking like a total boss. Yoonha is in disbelief. A B-rank paladin being rescued by an F-rank sergeant with a metal control trait? It makes no sense. The vampire is livid, complaining that he hates military rats even more than usual today. Hyunwook just lets out a confident smirk, asking the piece of crap how he's doing and if he's planning to run away again. The vampire stops, his red eyes widening as he recognizes the MC from their last encounter. He loses his cool completely, screaming, "Yo, you fucking trench monkey!" as he prepares to charge. In the background, the zombies at the main gate are letting out a roar that sounds like a storm breaking over the base. Just hang in there a bit more, a soldier yells, trying to keep the morale up as the gate starts to buckle. The view from above shows the scale of the disaster. Thousands of zombies are piling up against the shield. Mintae's boot is sliding across the pavement, the physical force of the horde proving to be too much for even his magic shield. The door's gonna be torn down soon, he screams, his voice full of the desperation of a man on his last legs. A female soldier with pink hair opens a magical book, promising to help him on the mana front so he can keep the shield up. The sound of the metal gate screaming under the pressure is deafening, a screech that signals the end of their defense. Suddenly, a flare goes up. Rapid respawns unit, someone shouts as the cavalry finally arrives. The rookie guard looks up with hope in his eyes, thinking they're finally saved by the elites. The rapid response team moves into position, their shields up and fireballs ready to launch. A2 Position! Execute! Massive orange magic circles appear on the ground beneath the horde, glowing with a heat that melts the asphalt. Execute! A wall of fire erupts, vaporizing the front row of zombies in a brilliant explosion of orange light. But then, a voice calls out, "Hey!" from behind the unit. A figure is crouching on a rooftop, looking down at the elites. In a flash of purple light, the entire rapid response unit is shredded. Heads and limbs fly as daggers move faster than light. The pink-haired mage is frozen, her eyes wide with terror as she watches her allies being turned into a bloody mess in seconds. The lavender-haired vampire lands lightly on a rooftop, her daggers dripping with the blood of the elites. The support squad is paralyzed, realizing the rescue team was wiped out before they could even let out a scream. The female vampire asks, "How was it? Did you see that?" Her tone casual and bored, like she was just swatting flies. The rookie guard is shaking, his teeth chattering as he realizes they're all going to be killed at this rate. A close-up of the vampire's red eye reveals a slit pupil. She's not human. She's a predator who thinks everyone else is trash. She raises her daggers, calling the soldiers boring trash bags, and telling them to just die already. She's about to dive for the kill. A soldier is standing in the middle of the zombie horde, calmly chugging from a green glass bottle while the monsters watch in confusion. Even the vampire is stunned, wondering what the deal is with this lunatic who's drinking in the middle of a war zone. A zombie lets out a roar and lunges at him, but the man doesn't even move his head from the bottle. With a sudden clack, the bottle is shattered by a zombie's swipe, the liquid spilling all over the man's uniform. "Fuck! My rum!" The man screams, his face contorting in a mask of pure drunken rage. He turns his gaze toward the zombies, his eyes glowing with a terrifying orange light. "Was it you?" The zombie actually looks scared, its eyes widening as it realizes it just made a very, very big mistake. In a blur of movement, the man uses the broken neck of the bottle to carve through the horde like a hot knife through butter. The female vampire stops, her eyes following the speed of the drunkard, with a look of genuine surprise. The man stands over a pile of dead zombies and points his broken bottle at the vampire. "Oi! Are you their leader? What are you gonna do about my rum?" The vampire laughs, finding the situation amusing as she looks down at the trash bag challenging her. She tells him he seems to trust his speed, and she might be able to have some fun for the first time in a while. Suddenly, the man is right behind her, his glasses reflecting the light as he tells her to screw the fun and just pay up for his rum. The vampire's eyes snap wide open, her red iris flickering as she realizes she didn't even see him move. She tries to counter with her dagger, but the man's speed is on a whole different level. He's a blur of purple and gray that sends the vampire flying off the roof. The support squad is cheering, screaming, "He's finally here!" as they recognize their savior. This is Sergeant Choi Young-jun, the drunk swordsman. He gives a terrifying look to the vampire, promising to settle the score for his drink. The text says it all. Our boy doesn't care about the war. He just wants his damn rum back. The female vampire stammers, unable to believe this drunkard is the sword saint candidate she was warned about, especially since he was supposed to be deployed elsewhere. Choi just lets out a tired hiccup, telling her he finished his work and came back early, and now she's the one with the problem. She calls him a lunatic, her face twisting in rage as she realizes she's been completely outclassed by a guy who can barely stand straight. Choi tosses the broken shards of the bottle, his movement so casual it's insulting to a high-rank assassin like her. She lashes out with her speed, but Choi just leans back, dodging her daggers with the grace of a man who's seeing the world in slow motion. He yawns mid-fight, the daggers whistling past his face as he treats this life-or-death duel like a boring chore. The vampire tries to reset, sprinting across the rooftop to find an opening, but she's starting to realize she can't even touch his uniform. With a sudden tack, Choi disappears from her line of sight, reappearing in a crouch that screams predator. When did he? The vampire is panicking now, her red eyes darting around as she realizes her speed is a joke compared to his. Choi complains that he's starting to lose his buzz because of her, looking more annoyed than threatened. He reaches out and grabs a standard-issue bayonet from a nearby soldier, his grip firm and practiced. He tells the rookie to borrow the blade, looking at the cheap piece of steel like it's a legendary artifact. The soldier warns him that it's just a regular bayonet and she's a vampire, thinking he needs something much stronger to kill her. Choi looks genuinely confused, asking, "Huh? Not a zombie?" Like he didn't even notice the difference. He mocks her, pointing out that zombies don't usually talk back, while she prepares her next desperate charge. The vampire is vibrating with fury, her fangs fully extended as she prepares to push her body beyond its limits. She realizes he's a sword saint candidate for a reason, and she decides to fight him with every ounce of her greatest speed. The pink-haired mage looks on in terror, her magic book forgotten as she witnesses a battle of gods in human skin. "Try stopping me now!" the vampire screams as she turns into a purple blur, vanishing from the naked eye. The mage gasps, her heart skipping a beat as she realizes the air itself is being torn apart by the vampire's movement. The vampire dives from the sky, her daggers aimed directly at Choi's throat as she tries to end it in one fell swoop. But Choi just stands there with his back turned, looking like he's forgotten he's even in a fight. The letter A flashes on the screen, the first step of a sequence that's about to humiliate the undead. In a frame-perfect dodge, Choi tilts his head, the dagger grazing his glasses as he maintains a creepy, drunken smile. The rhythm of his movement is perfect, flowing around her attacks like water around a stone. Sparks fly as he parries her strike with a tiny bayonet, the cheap metal holding firm against her cursed daggers. The mage's eyes are practically popping out of her head. She can't believe what she's seeing. Choi's speed is increasing, his movements becoming a chaotic dance that the vampire can't keep up with. A massive whirlwind of air surrounds them as Choi begins his counter-offensive, the bayonet becoming a blur of silver. The mage screams in terror as the shockwaves from their clash begin to level the nearby structures. L! The final letter of the sequence, signaling the end of the line for the assassin. The support squad covers their eyes as a massive boom rocks the base, the sheer force of Choi's strike creating a sonic boom. The vampire is sent flying like a rag doll, her daggers shattering as she's blasted back by pure physical pressure. She hits the stone wall with a sickening quagang, the masonry crumbling around her broken body. The soldiers brace themselves, the wind from the impact nearly knocking them off their feet. The mage covers her face, unable to process the level of violence she just witnessed from a guy who was drinking rum 5 minutes ago. The vampire is embedded in the wall, coughing up black blood as she stares at the drunkard who just dismantled her. She looks pathetic, her arrogance replaced by a hollow, wheezing breath as her healing factor struggles to keep up. Choi sighs, complaining that he was trying to be careful with his metabolic rate so he wouldn't sober up too fast. But the buzz is really gone now, he mutters, his eyes sharpening as he finally enters serious mode. He looks at the vampire, and for the first time there's a cold, killing intent in his gaze that makes her want to crawl into a hole and die. He asks her how she's going to take responsibility for ruining his night, his voice dripping with a terrifying calmness. The vampire realizes she's in a nightmare. He's way stronger than she thought, and there's no way she can take him on alone. She tries to make a break for it, leaping off the wall to meet up with her partners, but Choi is already moving. She's thinking about the other slaughterers and finding a way to get rid of this monster, but her internal monologue is interrupted. "What ya doing?" Choi whispers, appearing right behind her in midair with a look that would make the devil sweat. In a blur of tack and gang, he delivers a flurry of strikes that the camera can barely even track. He's carving her up in the air, his bayonet moving with surgical precision as he systematically disables her. She hits the ground with a heavy thud, sliding across the pavement until she hits a utility pole. Choi lands lightly, pushing up his glasses as he looks down at her with a bored, The zombies are still clawing at the gate, but the boss of this sector is currently a heap of broken bones on the floor. She lets out a final KUAA hack, her body finally giving out as she realizes her mission was a total failure. Choi asks her how she was controlling the zombies if she's not even one of them, looking for some actual information. She just snarls, her mouth a bloody mess as she refuses to give him the satisfaction of an answer. "Right, I knew you wouldn't tell me," he says before delivering a brutal kick to her head that knocks her out cold. He tells her to take a nap and promises to ask more questions once he's done cleaning up the rest of the trash. Leaves swirl in the wind as the silence returns to the gatepost, but the war is far from over. Choi orders the rookies to tie her up, standing on the ledge like a tired guardian who just wants to go home. The vice platoon leader yells at him to just slash them all and report later, trusting his strength completely. A soldier offers him a holy power weapon, thinking he needs it to deal with the higher-level monsters pouring out of the gate. Choi just says no, his back turned to the squad as he looks out at the ocean of skeletons. The soldier persists, telling him they won't die easily with just a regular bayonet, but Choi just smiles. "It's not fun if they die easily, is it?" he asks, his personality taking a dark, sadistic turn. He wants to make it difficult for them to die, so it hurts more. Looking like a total psychopath under those round glasses. The soldiers are shivering. They're realizing their sergeant might be more terrifying than the monsters they're fighting. With one massive leap, Choi launches himself into the middle of the horde, the ground exploding beneath him. He's a whirlwind of steel and blood, carving a path through hundreds of skeletons as the squad watches in awe and terror. One rookie asks if Sergeant Lee Hyunwook and Choi Young-jun aren't kind of similar, admitting that both of their smiles scare the hell out of him. Meanwhile, we cut back to our MC, who is still mocking the male vampire with that same dangerous grin. The vampire is frozen, his red eye twitching as he recognizes the man who embarrassed him at the red gate. He loses it, screaming, "Yo, you fucking trench monkey!" as his metallic whip lashes out like a strike of lightning. Hyunwook and Yoonha dive in opposite directions as the ground is shredded by the vampire's slaughterer equipment. The whip hits the pavement with a gang, sending sparks and chunks of asphalt flying into the air. Hyunwook barks orders at Yoonha, telling her to secure the weapons and save the soldiers while he handles this fanatic. Yoonha is hesitant, knowing that fighting a vampire without holy power is a suicide mission. Hyunwook tells her that protecting her would be too much of a disadvantage, his tone cold and purely tactical. Yoonha looks at him, realizing that for all his F-rank status, his performance has been nothing short of legendary. He gives her one final, absolute order: don't you die. It's the first time we see his true feelings for her peek through. He leaps into the fray, his standard bayonet glowing with a faint blue light as he parries a blow that would have leveled a building. The vampire is baffled, asking why he'd send his only backup away when he's clearly outmatched. "Oi, fanatic! I'm so glad you're alive," Hyunwook mocks, looking like he's actually enjoying the reunion. The vampire is confused, his "what?" echoing the audience's surprise at Hyunwook's arrogance. Our boy explains that since the vampire is alive, it means his boss doesn't know about his failure yet. He barely held on to his life by lying. "This bastard!" The vampire is seething, his fangs grinding together as Hyunwook hits him where it hurts. His pride. Hyunwook admits that letting him go has been bothering him for a long time, and he's here to fix that mistake. He promises to send the nobleman on a clean path to death, looking absolutely demonic. The vampire warns him that he's significantly underestimating the situation, his eyes glowing with a sinister red light. He activates his new gear, organic armored tentacles with red mana gems that begin to coil around his arms. He claims he's on a completely different level now, and our pathetic holy power beads won't save us this time. Hyunwook's response? A simple "Luck-why! Jackpot!" as he realizes how much loot he's about to farm. He's staring at those red mana gems, calculating that each one is a 1,000,000,001 mana tank. Talk about a payday. The vampire screams that Hyunwook won't lay a finger on him and will be single-handedly torn to pieces. Hyunwook just raises his golden bayonet, a look of pure confidence on his face as he prepares his counter. The system reveals the light and darkness stats. It boosts undead resistance and grants specific attribute auras to equipment. Hyunwook chooses Holy Power, and a literal halo of golden light manifests above his head as he floats a bayonet in the air. The skill Aura activates, granting his weapon 10% of the crown's mythological holy power. The vampire's eyes nearly fall out of his head. He transformed that shitty item into a holy weapon out of nowhere? Hyunwook lets out a beastly grin, telling the monster that today he's going to divinely tear him into pieces. The vampire tries to bluff, telling Hyunwook that a little divine power won't be enough to hurt him. "You scared?" Hyunwook asks, his tone so casual it's basically an insult. The vampire roars that he'll rip apart that yapping mouth, his metallic whips coiling through the air like vipers. Hyunwook leaps into the sky, the blue energy of his metal control clashing with the purple darkness of the whips. The impact creates a gang that echoes through the trees, the sheer force of it shattering the ground below them. They're fighting in 3 dimensions now, jumping from tree to tree as the metallic whips try to pin the sergeant down. Hyunwook analyzes the weapon mid-air. It's got a crazy amount of reach and a superb trajectory. He admits that if a proper hit lands, he's dead meat, showing he's not just cocky, he's realistic. He finally understands why the fanatic bastard was so confident. Those whips are a nightmare to dodge at close range. The vampire spins in a whirlwind of steel, trying to create a no-go zone around himself that Hyunwook can't penetrate. "BUT!" The narrator knows the tide is about to turn. Close-up of the vampire's face, he thinks he's won, his red eyes burning with a sadistic triumph. Hyunwook's inner monologue reveals the secret. In close range, all the positives of the whip turn into negatives. He dives straight into the middle of the whirlwind, a move so risky it looks like a suicide attempt. The vampire lets out a wide, toothy grin, thinking he's caught his prey in a trap. Suddenly, metallic spikes burst from Hyunwook's uniform, shredding the vampire's slaughterer armor with a "K-Way gang!" The vampire is paralyzed by the sudden counter, his tentacles caught in a web of Hyunwook's own metal. Hyunwook uses the bayonet to pin the whips to the ground, effectively disarming the monster in one move. He lands on the vampire's chest, his blue eyes inches away from the monster's face. Indomitable steel body. Hyunwook's skin glows with a metallic sheen as he prepares a point-blank blast. A massive explosion of blue energy and sparks clears the area, the vampire being hammered into the dirt. Skill combo! Our boy isn't done. He's chaining his abilities like a pro gamer. He delivers a brutal kick that sends the vampire skipping across the pavement like a stone on water. The vampire is huffing, his suit torn to shreds and his eyes full of a mixture of rage and mounting terror. "What a joke!" the vampire screams, trying to regain his dignity as he tells Hyunwook to stop running his mouth. Hyunwook realizes those armored tentacles are the real problem. They weren't in his original equations from his past life. The vampire managed to block a close-range strike that should have been a kill shot, showing his gear is top tier. At this rate, there's a high possibility, Hyun-wook thinks, his tactical brain calculating a new plan. He spots the fail-not arrow glowing in the distance, his ultimate never-miss trump card. He worries that if he uses it now, the vampire might find a way to stop it with those armored tentacles. In that case, he decides to use the Achilles spear, despite the massive mana burden it'll place on his core. He pulls the spear from his subspace, the dark blue lightning crackling around the blade as he enters his final stance. The vampire screams for him to keep running until he's killed, his whips lashing out in a desperate frenzy. Unlock! Hyun-wook roars, and the hero-grade spear begins to hum with a vibration that makes the very air tremble. He swings the spear in a massive arc, a wave of energy cutting through the whips and the trees like they were made of paper. The system flashes, mana consumption 21%. Wounds inflicted by this spear won't heal easily. This is the end for a vampire. The spear tip pierces through the vampire's defense, leaving a trail of blue light that feels like a scar on the world. Hyun-wook is panting, his mana tank sitting at a dangerous 63%. He's burning through gas at an insane rate. He realizes the vampire is trying to drag the fight out until he's out of mana, using his armor's built-in tanks for sustainability. Looks like this piece of shit came prepared, he snarls, realizing his enemies are actually analyzing his weaknesses. He knows he can't use all his mana on this one guy, especially with other vampires lurking in the shadows. The vampire mocks him, asking if he finally understands the situation he's in, and telling him to yap now. Hyun-wook just stands his ground, the spear held low, as he prepares for a coordinated strike. Well, if that's the case, he pulls out a radio, his voice calm and commanding. Choi Taeyong, he bellows into the comms, signaling his team to open fire. A tiny point of light flashes in the dark woods behind the vampire, a signal from his sniper. A high-caliber round tears through the vampire's shoulder, sending a shower of black blood and sparks into the air. Taeyang! The sound of the rifle echoes through the valley a second after the impact. Choi Taeyong confirms a shot successful over the radio, his focus absolute through the scope. The chaser, Choi Min-jae, orders a repositioning to keep their location a secret from the other slaughterers. The vampire is on his knees, clutching his shoulder and screaming RGHK as his invincible armor fails. He calls Hyun-wook a petty bastard for using teammates, but the MC doesn't give a damn about fair play. The spear glows with an intense blue flame as Hyun-wook leaps from the shadows, closing the distance in an instant. The vampire looks up, his red eyes wide with a terror he hasn't felt in centuries. Yo you! Just die already! Hyun-wook screams as he puts every ounce of his weight into a downward thrust. The spear pierces through the vampire's chest, the holy aura and the anti-healing property clashing in a spectacular light show. A massive pyong of energy levels the area, sending a shockwave that knocks the nearby zombies to the ground. The vampire is pinned to the asphalt, his body smoking as the curse of the spear begins to disintegrate his internal organs. He gasps, asking who the hell Hyun-wook really is. An A-ranker? An S-ranker? He can't accept being beaten by anyone less. Hyun-wook just looks at the red mana gems on the vampire's suit, muttering how shiny as he begins to loot the dying monster. He tells the disgusting nobility that, for his final wish, he'll tell him the truth about his rank. I'm an F-ranker. The words are like a physical blow to the vampire's soul. The system flashes one last time, confirming the death of a chosen one by a man the system deemed trash. He screams, his worldview completely shattered as he burns into ash. Hyun-wook just watches the flames, looking like a total badass as he finishes a juice pack while standing over the corpse. The final no of the vampire fades into the night, another villain candidate successfully retired by the regressor. The red mana tanks fall to the ground, glowing in the dark like forbidden fruit for our MC's skill. The system pings, congratulations. You've consumed Mana Tanks 3. Mana undergoes explosive amplification. Hyun-wook picks them up, deciding to eat half now and save the rest for later to manage the absorption time. Suddenly, his radio crackles to life. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, the Skeleton Army is attacking Barracks No. 2! Our boy snaps back to reality, his face turning serious as he asks for the Qwent Pwagwes while still chewing on a gem. The view from above is a nightmare. Thousands of skeletons are swarming the female barracks like a tide of white bone. A soldier reports that the head count cannot be measured. They're being overwhelmed by pure numbers. The sniper on the hill warns that at this rate, no one is going to make it out alive. Hyunwook clenches his fist, his eyes glowing with a renewed intensity as he realizes the stakes just tripled. A high-level skeleton knight with glowing red eyes raises its sword, a herald of the massacre to come. The skeletons smash into a military vehicle, the sound of metal being torn apart echoing through the courtyard. A soldier in a car screams that he'll wipe them all out, but his terror is clear as he's surrounded in seconds. The skeletons are everywhere, their hollow eyes staring through the windows of the barracks at the defenseless soldiers inside. A young recruit lets out a blood-curdling scream as the first blades begin to pierce the barricades. The scene is pure chaos. Blood spatters against the white walls as the defense line finally buckles under the weight of the dead. A skeleton holds up a severed head, letting out a silent, terrifying scream that signals the beginning of the end. Inside the barracks, Sergeant Kim Se-hee peeks out a door, her eyes wide with a realization that her time might be up. Two female mages are desperately firing fireballs into the hallway, screaming that they don't have enough mana without their artifacts. The skeletons are literally pushing their way through the cracks in the ceiling and doors, their rotting hands reaching for anyone nearby. Se-hee bellows for everyone to pull themselves together, trying to organize a firing line in a room that's already full of monsters. She asks about the armory, desperate for some real firepower to turn the tide of the battle. A soldier cries out that the platoon leader had the keys, and he's already been killed in the initial assault. Se-hee screams for them to destroy it or melt it down, telling them she doesn't care how, they just need to open that door. Another mage yells that the skeletons are climbing up the walls and coming in through the vents. Se-hee warns everyone to get away from the windows, but it's too late. The glass is already beginning to shatter. Hyunwook is sprinting through the base, his heart pounding as he realizes he might be too late to save the most important asset he has. "Please be alive," he pleads, his face a mask of desperation as he sees the smoke rising from Barracks No. 2. Inside, Se-hee is frozen as a massive skeleton knight looms behind her, its sword raised for a lethal strike. She looks over her shoulder, her purple eyes wide with the knowledge that this is the end. High above the city, the villains are watching the chaos unfold, wondering if they even need to bother opening the rest of the gates in order. The skeleton army is a never-ending tide of white bone and rusted steel, swarming the military base with numbers that shouldn't even be possible. Kangmok, the giant bearded vampire, is carrying a massive stone totem on his shoulder like it's a toothpick. He's confused by his partner's talk, looking like a brute who only understands how to smash things. Carol, the vampire leader with horns, lets out a sadistic giggle, admitting she thinks humans are at their cutest when their hope is being shattered. A shadow-cloaked vampire reports the bad news. The entire infiltration team sent to the gates has been wiped out. Kangmok is stunned. Both of their high-speed assassins are dead? It wasn't supposed to go like this. They had planned everything perfectly, scattering the mana to cut off all communication and cameras. The mana scattering is a system-wide pulse that kills electronics, leaving the soldiers blind and deaf. But neither of their elite killers showed up at the rendezvous point, leaving a massive hole in their plan. The shadow vampire is sweating, wondering how the Sword Saint candidate could have been there when they confirmed he was deployed elsewhere. They assume Seo Eunha, the paladin's daughter, must be way stronger than their intel suggested. Carol loses her patience and orders Kangmok to go down there and wipe out the military command himself. Kangmok's face contorts with rage, his fangs baring as he realizes he has to clean up the mess left by his dumb teammates. He slams the massive stone totem into the ground with enough force to create a crater, venting his frustration on the earth itself. The system screams a warning. An assembly zone of evil has been declared, boosting the undead and increasing the spawn rate by 100%. A massive purple portal opens up next to the totem, pulsing with a dark energy that feels like a death sentence for the base. Carol thinks they should try to turn the paladin girl into one of their own, but Kangmok just wants blood. He tells her he'll take them all out in one strike, refusing to play with his food like she does. Suddenly, a massive armored foot steps out of the portal, the ground cracking under its immense weight. A horrific dark knight with glowing red eyes emerges, its presence so heavy it feels like the air is being sucked out of the room. Not just one, but a whole squad of these black knights marches out, ready to serve as Kangmok's personal guard. Carol licks her lips, wondering what kind of face Yoonha will make when she finally falls into total despair. Meanwhile, our boy Hyunwook is sprinting toward Barracks No. 2, his eyes locked on the army of skeletons swarming the building. He's racking his brain. In his past life, only 2 vampires were supposed to appear at this stage. But everything is different now. He can't rely on his memories anymore because he's already changed too much. If Barracks No. 2 is being hit by an unaccounted vampire, the future of the entire military could be deleted right here. He launches a pair of metallic spikes into the air, the blue mana crackling as he prepares to carve a path through the horde. The spikes whistle through the rain, glowing like miniature stars of death as they head for the skeleton front line. Hyunwook charges in, his face set in a mask of pure determination. He cannot lose Kim Se-hee. The skeletons turn their hollow gazes toward him, raising their rusted swords to stop the lone human. A spike tears through a skeleton's skull with a wet crunch, the impact sending bone shards flying everywhere. Another skeleton is literally blown apart by the force of the metal control, its glowing red eyes flickering out for good. Hyunwook is a one-man army, a blur of blue energy and camo cutting through a sea of white bone. He surrounds himself with a dozen spinning metallic pegs, creating a shredder zone that turns anything close to him into dust. "Please, be alive!" His internal scream is the only thing keeping his legs moving as he nears the entrance. He launches a final massive volley of steel, the kinetic energy creating a shockwave that levels the front gate. He roars as he bursts into the building, his blue eyes scanning for any sign of life. The name Kim Se-hee flashes. The future orc slayer is the only thing on his mind. He dives into the main hall, his pegs raining down like a localized apocalypse on the skeletons inside. He spots her. A massive skeleton knight is looming over a girl in a green tank top, its blade ready to descend. The girl looks up, her purple eyes wide and calm, a weirdly serene expression for someone about to be executed. Suddenly, the air around her begins to swirl with a misty green energy, the temperature in the room dropping instantly. A massive spectral spirit manifests behind her, its transparent hands reaching out to grab the skeleton's blade. "Who told you that you could enter the women's barracks?" she whispers, her voice sounding like a choir of ghosts. The spirit delivers a world-shaking punch, the force of it shattering the skeleton knight and the wall behind it into a million pieces. Hyunwook is frozen in midair, his jaw nearly hitting the floor as he watches the girl handle the threat herself. He lands awkwardly, his hero entrance completely ruined as he asks if everyone is okay. He stammers that he's come to rescue, but the words die in his throat as he sees the room full of spirits. Se-hee turns to him, her spectral guards floating around her as she asks the most embarrassing question possible: "Who's rescuing whom?" Our MC is just huffing, looking like a total dork while the future legend stares him down with a bored expression. "She's totally beyond my expectations!" Hyunwook thinks, his tactical brain rebooting after seeing her power. Se-hee is thinking, what the hell? Why is this guy trying to act cool after popping out of nowhere? Hyunwook remembers the history. Kim Se-hee is a spirit sorcerer who specialized in high-level assassinations. 5 years from now, during the second wave, she becomes the person who single-handedly saves Shanghai. She was sent on a suicide mission to take down the king of the Orc Kingdom, a monster that thousands of players couldn't kill. We see a vision of the Orc Kingdom, a place of pure brutality where only the strongest survive. Se-hee left a permanent mark in history by killing the Orc King Stonox in a duel to the death. The vision of the dead Orc King shows the scale of the power she's going to wield in the future. Hyunwook realizes that's why he never met her in his first life. She was always operating in the shadows of other countries. The other female soldiers recognize him, whispering that it's the handsome Sergeant Lee Hyunwook from the rumors. Hyunwook blushes slightly, coughing to hide his embarrassment as he asks who is currently in command. Se-hee raises her hand, admitting she's the one in charge of the barracks for now. Hyunwook informs her the armory is open, and she needs to get her personnel armed immediately. He offers to block the entrance alone while they gear up, his tactical instincts taking over once again. He warns them that his mana isn't infinite, and they need to hurry before the skeletons regroup. His radio crackles, "It's Park Junmo. Our boy Junmo is still alive and doing his job." Junmo reports that most of Barracks No. 1 has been successfully armed and evacuated according to plan. Hyunwook smirks, praising his friend before learning that the platoon leader has already moved to support Barracks 2. Suddenly, the horde outside begins to glow with a sickly red light, their empty sockets burning with a new intensity. Hyunwook's eyes widen, he senses something powerful approaching, something that shouldn't be here yet. A massive explosion of black feathers and teal light clears the hallway as Seo Yunha arrives in a whirlwind of paladin energy. She lands in front of Hyunwook, her feathered cape settling as she looks like a literal Valkyrie of the AMT. "It's Lee Hyunwook! Again!" she thinks, surprised to see him already at the heart of the crisis. She asks if he handled the vampire assassin from before, and he casually tells her it's all wrapped up. Sehee salutes the lieutenant, reporting that her people will be ready for combat in just a few minutes. Hyunwook is looking at Yunha with a weird expression, his mind already 3 steps ahead of the current fight. Yunha is genuinely impressed. How did this sergeant manage to coordinate the evacuation of 2 barracks and kill a vampire on his own? Our boy isn't listening to the praise, he's looking out the window at the massive stone pillar Kangmok left behind. The red system window flashes again, reminding them that the entire area is now an assembly zone of evil. The skeletons aren't just attacking anymore, they're organized, forming ranks like a professional army. Yunha spots the stone pillar and gasps, "Is that a totem?" A totem is a nightmare for players. It's an item embedded with devil's medallions that projects a massive debuff field. Hyunwook lets out a dark grin. "Another big catch?" He's already thinking about how good those medallions will taste. He warns Yunha that the vampire he fought wasn't alone, and there's a much bigger monster on the loose. Yunha agrees, realizing this isn't just a gate break, it's a coordinated terror attack on the military. She orders all personnel to arm up and establish defensive positions until the heavy reinforcements arrive. But then, she grabs Hyunwook by the collar and tells him he's coming with her to the command control room. "WYOU?" Our boy is genuinely surprised. He was planning to go solo, but the paladin isn't taking no for an answer. We cut to the underground bunker, where the monitors are flickering with no signal as the base's command center falls apart. The lights are buzzing, and the sound of something massive pounding on the steel doors echoes through the bunker. A double magic barrier on the main door is spiderwebbing with cracks, the blue runes losing their power. Lee Wansuk, the MC's bulky disciple, is standing there with a massive axe, his face covered in sweat and blood. He knows if that door opens, the command staff is dead, and he tells the platoon leader to blast the guy out when he gives the signal. He goes into berserker mode, his muscles bulging and his aura flaring as he prepares for a suicide stand. "Oi, Lee Wansuk, are you crazy?" the leader screams, but the big guy isn't listening. He bellows that there's no hope if the door breaks, and he's going to stop the intruder even if it kills him. The door is finally blasted open, and the shockwave sends Wansuk and the leader flying back across the room. Through the smoke, a massive silhouette appears, looking like a demon dressed in a tailored business suit. Oh, Kangmok walks in, looking around the bunker and mocking them for fortifying such a small place just to survive. Wansuk gets back to his feet and looks up and up and up. This vampire is a literal giant. What the heck is up with his size? Wansuk thinks, realizing the vampire is way bigger than him even in his berserker form. He's terrified, his hands shaking on the axe, but he remembers Hyunwook's training and refuses to back down. Kangmok laughs at the little human trying to challenge him, his red eyes full of a bored, murderous contempt. A single no flashes on the screen, the response to Wansuk's desperate hope. With one casual swipe, Kangmok sends the massive berserker crashing through a concrete pillar. We flash back to a sunny day at the training grounds, where Hyunwook is schooling Wansuk on mana control. He's scolding the big guy for just thoughtlessly exploding his mana instead of channeling it with purpose. Wansuk just lets out a goofy heh-heh, making Hyunwook even more annoyed with his lack of focus. Hyunwook explains that his berserker mode wears off quickly because he's burning his energy all at once like a firecracker. Wansuk is sitting on the ground looking completely drained as Hyunwook continues to lecture him about stamina. Our boy orders him to get his act together and try again, showing a tough love side we haven't seen much of. Eventually, Wansuk is sprawled on his back, huffing and puffing, while the MC stands over him without a single drop of sweat. The sun sets as Wansuk asks a serious question. What should I do if I face an opponent who is way stronger than me? Hyunwook turns around, his silhouette sharp against the golden sky as he considers the answer. Won-suk is genuinely curious, wanting to know the secret to winning when the odds are stacked against you in a real battle. Hyunwook looks at him like he's an idiot and gives the most honest answer. What do you think? Run away, of course! He mocks the giant man, saying running away would be perfectly befitting of his character. Won-suk is offended, screaming that he's not that kind of person, but Hyunwook just keeps poking the bear. Hyunwook delivers a mock punch to his shoulder, telling him to stop talking back if he doesn't like being called a coward. Then, his voice turns serious. He tells Won-suk that if he stays, he has to fight his opponent head-on without blinking. Act like a soldier and protect the comrades behind you, he barks. Then your comrades will protect you too. Back in the present, Won-suk is gripping his axe, his eyes bloodshot as he faces the giant vampire once more. I'm scared, but I can't back down! Those training words are the only thing keeping him from collapsing. Kangmok mocks his resolve, asking if he's really planning to fight a high-ranking noble with that toy of an axe. No! Won-suk's answer is a low, guttural growl that surprises even the vampire. With a sudden burst of speed, Won-suk lunges, putting every ounce of his berserker soul into a final desperate strike. I'm going to kill you! He screams, but the raw power of the vampire is just too much. Meanwhile, outside the bunker, we meet Lieutenant Lee Min-hee, a C-ranked warp specialist from the Magician affiliation. She's opening a teleportation circle, screaming for the platoon leader to hurry up as the bunker defense fails. Hyunwook and Yoonha burst through the portal, arriving just in time to see the carnage inside the bunker. They see Won-suk being hammered through the floor, the giant vampire looking like a force of nature. Yoonha draws her blade, her teal eyes flashing with a righteous fury, as she sees her soldiers being slaughtered. Kangmok just grins at her, admitting he didn't want to bother hunting her down, but he's glad she came on her own. Won-suk is on the ground, looking like a bloody heap of meat, his axe shattered and his spirit almost broken. Hyunwook steps forward, his presence cold and suffocating as he looks at the damage done to his disciple. The giant vampire laughs, asking if the pretty paladin girl is the one in charge now. Won-suk is trying to crawl, his mind focused on mana control even while his internal organs are probably soup. I have to get it right this time, please. He begs his own body to move. Suddenly, a flare of mana erupts from Won-suk. He did it. He's unlocked the level 2 of Berserker body strengthening. He manages to grab the giant's leg, surprising Kangmok with his sheer persistence. Just like Sergeant Lee Hyunwook said, Won-suk thinks, his vision blurring from the pain. He manages one last, weak strike that actually draws blood from the vampire's ankle. A massive Kawa gang rocks the bunker as Won-suk is hammered into the sub-basement levels. We cut back to the exterior of the underground bunker, the heart of the 1st Battalion's command. Hyunwook and Yoonha are running down the main corridor, their boots echoing against the cold metallic walls. Yoonha barks that they need to deal with the totem first to stop the monster buffs, but Hyunwook is looking at the control room. He's wondering what Yoonha is thinking. If she goes to the control room now, she'll be walking right into a trap. Suddenly, the wall next to them explodes, a shockwave of dust and debris nearly knocking them both over. You are GH! Hyunwook braces himself, his pegs creating a small shield of steel around him and the lieutenant. Through the smoke, he sees it, Kangmok standing over the broken body of Lee Won-suk. Hyunwook's eyes widen, his iris shrinking with a cold, murderous intensity we've never seen before. Lee Won-suk! He bellows, his voice cracking with a rare moment of genuine emotion. Won-suk is coughing up blood, looking up at his teacher with a weak smile, telling him he didn't just run away this time. The giant vampire is annoyed by the yapping, and he brings his foot down to finish the job. Hyunwook launches a volley of spikes, forcing the giant to step back and saving Won-suk by a fraction of a second. Stop IT! Yoonha screams, her holy energy flaring as she prepares to charge the giant. She demands to know what these monsters want and why they're targeting the military so specifically. Hyunwook grabs her arm, telling her to go to the control room first and order a search for the totem while he holds the line. Close-up of the MC's face. He's vibrating with a quiet, lethal rage that makes even the air feel heavy. Yoonha is stunned by the look in his eyes. It's the look of a man who's about to commit a very righteous massacre. Kangmok just laughs, taunting the pretty daughter and telling her she should have stayed hidden. Yoonha nods, trusting the sergeant despite her fear. She gives him one final order: don't die. She bolts for the control room, leaving Hyunwook alone with the giant who just brutalized his disciple. Hyunwook admits he never really liked Won-suk because he was a brute who only relied on raw strength. But you know, he whispers, his hands tightening into fists. Even that guy fought for his life because of one thing I said. If I have any shame, I should risk my life too. He pulls out his last red gem, the rank 3 mana tank. The system warns that excessive use will damage his body. He crushes it in his hand, and the mana hits 100% instantly, a wave of blue energy exploding from his core. The giant vampire calls him a lunatic and tells him to come at me with everything he's got. Hyunwook lunges, but he's not attacking directly, he's using his speed to weave around the giant's massive reaches. He points his finger toward the ceiling, his metal control reaching out to every corner of the room. Kangmok is confused, his red eyes darting around as he tries to figure out what this rat is up to. Hyunwook pulls the Cloud Blade and the Achilles Spear into his hands at the same time, looking like a dual-wielding god. A blue bolt of energy shoots from his core, connecting to all the metallic objects in the bunker. "Unlock!" he roars, and the hero-grade weapons begin to pulse with a frequency that shatters the nearby glass. He launches a whirlwind of bayonets and pegs, creating a metallic storm that traps the giant in the center. Hyunwook's eyes are glowing a brilliant, terrifying blue. He's fully synchronized with his ability now. The text says it all. The steel stakes are about to be driven home. The giant tries to shield himself with his mana armor, but the steel stakes are fueled by Hyunwook's sheer rage. "Is that all the petty tricks you've got?" Kangmok bellows, trying to push through the whirlwind. Hyunwook delivers a punch that hits with the force of a wrecking ball, activating his indomitable steel body. The impact sends a shockwave through the bunker, the giant vampire being pushed back for the first time in the fight. Hyunwook lands on the wall, his hands glowing with mana as he prepares his ultimate move. Kook! He's feeling the strain of the mana tank, his body literally beginning to crack under the pressure. He looks at Won-suk's unmoving body and remembers his promise to protect his comrades. Hyunwook dodges with a tack, his movement so fast he's leaving afterimages in the dark bunker. The ground where he was standing is turned into a crater, the raw power of the vampire being truly insane. Our boy is cornered, his camo gear torn, and his breathing heavy as he pushes his core to the absolute limit. The giant charges like a freight train, his red eyes burning with the desire to crush the life out of the MC. He screams, "RYOU just going to keep dodging like a damn rat?" He unleashes a flurry of strikes that turn the concrete walls into dust, trapping Hyunwook in a corner of rubble. "Go TYOU!" The giant's massive fist closes in, a blow that would end any normal player instantly. "Indomitable steel Bodhi!" Hyunwook crosses his arms, the blue aura flaring up into a defensive barrier. The impact is catastrophic, the entire bunker shakes, and the ceiling begins to cave in from the pressure. Hyunwook is slammed through the wall, his armor cracked and his body battered, but he's still standing. The giant stands in the rubble, thinking he's finally finished the job, his breathing heavy as he stares into the smoke. He mocks the MC, asking if he really thought a few holy weapons could take down a king of the slaughterers. Suddenly, a low rumble begins to vibrate through the floor, a sound like 1,000 freight trains approaching. Kangmok stops, his red eyes widening. "Huh? What's this sound?" "Here." Hyunwook's voice echoes through the bunker. "You're right. A few weapons weren't enough. That's why I brought you here." The rumble gets louder, the very foundations of the base beginning to scream under the stress. Hyunwook stands at the entrance of the military armory, his arms spread wide as he commands a literal sea of steel. They are in a restricted area, the 1st Battalion Armory, and Hyunwook has just unlocked every single door. The giant vampire is frozen in pure, unadulterated terror as he sees thousands of weapons floating in the air. Hyunwook hits his chest, the blood dripping from his mouth as he forces his body to absorb the last of the mana. The system flashes a final warning. Mana 100%. Excessive use will damage the caster's body. Let's see if I get through you first. Or if I die first. Let's put an end to this shit. The finale is here. Inside the command center, the air is thick with the smell of death as a horde of armored skeletons surges through a magical portal. They shriek as they pour out, their glowing red eyes locked onto the panicked soldiers, trying to hold the line. These aren't your typical mindless undead. They move with a terrifying, coordinated bloodlust. Lee Minhee is screaming at her troops, her voice cracking as she realizes she can't keep the warp gate closed much longer. She's at her absolute limit, her hands trembling as she tries to manage the chaos in the room. She orders the communications officer to fix the channel while the rest of the squad prepares for a desperate last stand. The soldiers are terrified, hiding behind desks and aiming their rifles with shaky hands. They know their bullets won't do much against magical armor, but it's all they have left. Suddenly, the warp circle groans and creaks, the magic literally tearing itself apart under the strain. Minhee lets out a final desperate cry as her mana completely fails her. The barrier shatters and the skeletons lunged forward, ready to tear the officers to pieces. Minhee falls to the floor, staring up at the literal embodiment of death looming over her. A skeleton commander raises its rusted blade, its red eyes flaring with the joy of the kill. Minhee freezes, her eyes wide with the realization that this is where her story ends. A voice rings out, cutting through the panic with a single, sharp command. In a flash of black feathers and golden fire, the skeleton is cleaved perfectly in half before it can even blink. Seo Yunha stands there like a goddess of war, her black armor gleaming as she asks Minhee if she's okay. Minhee looks up, her face filled with pure relief as she realizes the Black Paladin has arrived. With a few more strikes, Yuna incinerates the remaining skeletons, turning the command room back into a safe zone for now. The room goes quiet, the only sound being the heavy breathing of the survivors and the crackle of magical fire. Minhee thanks her, knowing that if Yuna hadn't shown up, the entire base's brain would have been wiped out. But the relief is short-lived as the comms officer shouts that they've finally reconnected with the 3rd Battalion. His eyes are wide with horror at what he's seeing on the monitors. The news is grim, gates are opening everywhere, and the military is being swamped on all sides. Outside, a literal sea of werewolves is tearing through the 3rd Battalion's defenses, set against the backdrop of burning buildings. Minhee and Yunha can't believe their ears. The scale of the attack is way beyond what they expected. Even the powerful Blue Flower Guild is under siege by massive dragons that are turning their skyscraper into a pile of rubble. Minhee desperately tries to connect with any other units, hoping for some good news. But every screen shows the same thing. Gates are appearing everywhere, and the entire city is turning into a slaughterhouse. The comms officer is trembling, saying it looks like they are staring directly into the pits of hell. Suddenly, a priority alert pings on the main screen, catching everyone's attention. It's an emergency video transmission from the battalion commander himself. The officers immediately snap into a salute as the commander's face appears, looking grim and battle-worn. He tells them he's rushing back via helicopter, but the chaos is making travel nearly impossible. We see his transport bird cutting through the night sky, flying as fast as the engines will allow. He demands a situation report, and he needs it straight. No sugarcoating. Minhee explains that they've been hit by coordinated gate openings and that most of the top officers are missing or dead. The commander's face darkens, asking if that's really all they have to tell him in the middle of a total collapse. Minhee bows her head, knowing how pathetic it sounds to have no counterplan. He barks at them, asking if 2 platoon leaders have any way to actually win this thing, or if they're just waiting to die. Minhee grits her teeth, a bold and risky idea forming in her mind. The screens behind her flicker with static, mirroring the unstable state of the world. She looks up and tells the commander she has a proposal that might save them all. The commander listens, his expression intense, as he tells her to speak her mind. She admits that her suggestion is going to sound completely insane given the hierarchy of the military. She yells it out. They need to give temporary command of the entire battalion to Sergeant Lee Hyunwook. The other officer in the room looks at her like she's grown a second head, screaming that she's lost her mind. The commander is intrigued. He remembers Minhee being the one most suspicious of Hyunwook's sudden power spikes. She doesn't deny it, saying his behavior has always been irrational and suspicious. But she admits that up until this very moment, she was looking at him the wrong way. Meanwhile, deep in the armory, our boy Hyunwook is literally punching his own chest to force down a rank 3 mana tank. A system window pops up, 100% mana restored, but it warns that his body might literally explode from the pressure. He doesn't care. He looks at the racks of weapons surrounding him, his eyes glowing with a cold blue light. He looks at the vampire boss, O Kangmok, and tells him that this entire armory was prepared just for this moment. Thousands of swords, spears, and axes begin to vibrate, responding to his metal-controlling will. Oh Kangmok is stunned, his red eyes wide with shock as he asks how this human even knows his name. Hyunwook, with blood trickling from his mouth, tells him they're going to see who breaks first in this final showdown. He raises his hands, and the entire armory erupts as thousands of blades fly into the air, hovering like a storm of steel. With a single gesture, the swarm of weapons rains down on the vampire with the force of 1,000 missiles. Oh Kangmok roars, crossing his massive armored arms to try and shield himself from the onslaught. The impact is deafening as blades shatter against his mana armor, sending sparks flying everywhere. The swords keep coming, one after another, a continuous stream of metal focused on a single point. Hyunwook's mana is draining fast, dropping to 87% as he maintains the hurricane of steel. The vampire mocks him, calling him a pathetic fool and asking if this tickle is all he's got. He steps forward through the storm, the floor cracking under his weight as he prepares to end this. He laughs, telling Hyunwook to give him everything he's got before he dies. Mana check, 72%. Hyunwook is pushing his limits, his face pale from the strain. The vampire lunges, his massive fist glowing with dark energy. Hyunwook grits his teeth, his gums bleeding, his body screaming in pain as the mana burns through his veins. He roars out a battle cry, putting every ounce of his soul into the next wave of attacks. 66% mana left. The battle is becoming a war of attrition that he can't afford to lose. Oh Kangmok is starting to feel the pressure, the sheer volume of attacks finally chipping away at his defenses. Blades are starting to draw blood, slicing through the vampire's thick skin as the storm intensifies. But the monster is a masochist, he laughs, saying this is fun and mocking all the fools who died trying to be heroes. Mana is at 38%. It's now or never. The vampire closes the gap, his massive shadow looming over our MC. He swings his giant mechanical claw, screaming that Hyunwook is just like the rookie soldiers he already slaughtered. The armory floor explodes as the strike misses, sending chunks of concrete flying into the air. Dust fills the room, and Oh Kangmok looks around, confused as he loses sight of his prey. Suddenly, the spear of Achilles streaks through the air, glowing with a lethal blue aura. Hyunwook drops from the ceiling like a ghost, catching the spear mid-air as he falls toward the monster's blind spot. Mana check, 24%. This is his last shot. He lands on the vampire's back, his eyes burning with hatred as he asks the bastard if he's still enjoying himself. He drives the spear deep into the vampire's neck, the red blade preventing any chance of regeneration. Back in the command room, Minhee continues her speech, admitting that Hyunwook has always been one step ahead. In the armory, Hyunwook twists the spear, and a massive explosion of mana and blood erupts as he finishes the job. Mana hits 2%. He's physically spent, barely able to stand. Minhee tells the commander she once suspected him of being a spy because no normal soldier could do what he does. We see a flashback of Hyunwook smirking at the vampire, a look of pure, cold triumph on his face as the monster burns. But now, Minhee says she is certain of one thing. The vampire is reduced to a pile of burning ash, and Hyunwook stands over the remains, a silent victor. She realizes he wasn't a spy, he was the only one who truly understood the disaster that was coming. Hyunwook looks up, the fire reflecting in his eyes, already thinking about the next battle. She lists his feats, the Goblin Gate, Soul Station, the Red Gate. He was always there, always winning. He reaches out and grabs a hovering axe, his resolve harder than the steel he controls. It's as if he's the design itself, the only person holding the key to humanity's survival. He stands over the bloody crater where a monster used to be, his silhouette looking like a legendary hero. Minhee points out that his strategies don't just kill monsters, they ensure that the people around him actually stay alive. Mana hits 1%. He collapses to one knee, breathing hard, his body at its absolute breaking point. He looks at the fallen soldiers in the room and whispers a promise to recover their bodies, his voice thick with regret. He vows that in this life he will never be the one who survives alone while his comrades fall. Minhee finishes her report, the entire command room waiting with bated breath for the commander's response. She states clearly that Sergeant Lee Hyunwook is the only person qualified to lead them through this hell. The commander smirks, saying she makes a hell of a point, and he actually agrees. The armory doors slide open, and a blood-soaked, exhausted Hyunwook walks into the command room. The commander addresses him directly, granting him temporary command of the entire 1st Battalion. Hyunwook doesn't hesitate. He asks if command includes full access to every weapon in the armory. The commander says yes and asks him if he can actually turn this nightmare around. Hyunwook's eyes ignite with a fierce blue flame as he gives a sharp, "Yes, sir!" At the Barracks No. 1 defense line, the soldiers are being completely overwhelmed by a tide of skeletons. A desperate officer screams for the mages to deploy their magic circles. Massive rings of fire erupt in the air, raining flames down on the advancing undead. The ground is turned into a literal furnace as the mages pour everything they have into the spells. But the skeletons just walk through the fire, their charred bones clicking as they continue their relentless march. The defense leader curses, realizing that no matter how many they kill, the numbers just never seem to go down. A skeleton screeches as it leaps over the barricades, its blade aimed at a soldier's throat. Over at Barracks No. 2, things are even worse, with flames licking the walls of the dormitory. The skeletons are already inside, their red eyes glowing in the dark hallways. A soldier is brutally struck down as the 2nd floor is breached, blood splattering against the wall. The surviving troops are forced to retreat, their muzzle flashes lighting up the rainy night. Terrified soldiers are rushing to the upper floors, abandoning the people they couldn't save on the lower levels. The realization hits them all, there are just too many of them to stop. Soldiers are literally falling from the balconies as the skeletons drag them down into the dark. Meanwhile, at the guard post, a lone figure is moving like a blur through a sea of zombies. It's Choi Young-jun. His glasses are reflecting the blood spray as he carves through monsters with casual ease. His subordinates shout out to him, asking if he's all right in the middle of that mess. He stands over a pile of corpses, breathing heavily, and asks if he looks like he's doing okay. He looks toward the dark forest, where another massive wave of zombies is emerging from the trees. He realizes that because of the magical totems nearby, these monsters are nearly impossible to put down for good. But instead of being scared, a wild, manic grin spreads across his face. This is the kind of thrill he lives for. Back in the bunker, Hyunwook looks at the data. Individually, these monsters are weak trash. But the numbers are insane. An estimated division of up to 20,000 monsters is currently surrounding the base. He states the cold truth: if they keep fighting like this, the main camp will eventually fall. Another officer suggests they just hunker down in the bunker and wait for help. Hyunwook shuts him down instantly. They can't just hide. He explains that if they avoid the fight, the monsters will become a coordinated army of death controlled by the villains. The officer asks what they are supposed to do against 20,000 enemies then. Hyunwook turns to Yoonha, ordering her and the guard post personnel to hunt down the magical totems. Yoonha asks what they should do about the zombies currently swarming the gates. Hyunwook's plan is insane. He wants to open the gates and gather every single monster into one concentrated spot. The other platoon leader screams that he's crazy. If the skeletons and zombies link up, they'll all be slaughtered. Hyunwook just gives him a calm, confident look and says that if they work together, the monsters are the ones getting wiped out. The officer points to himself, completely confused as to why the MC is so confident in him. Hyunwook radios Young-jun at the guard post, but the lazy swordsman immediately refuses the order. He complains that searching the entire Namsan mountain for totems is way too much work. Hyunwook tells him not to worry, because he's already sent squad members to specific scouting points. Young-jun's troops scream as the zombies hit the gate again, their weight literally bending the steel bars. Hyunwook reminds him that he has official command authority now, and Young-jun needs to follow orders. Young-jun tries to play dumb, pretending his radio is breaking up to avoid the work. Hyunwook sighs, remembering that Young-jun has always been a complete nutcase, even in the past. He plays his trump card. He offers a bottle of Ballantine's 21-year-old whiskey. Young-jun's eyes go wide, and he immediately counters, demanding a 30-year-old bottle instead. Hyunwook realized that neither in his past life nor this one has this guy ever been serious for even a second. But it works. Young-jun is suddenly high energy, shouting that he's leaving for the mission immediately. Hyunwook walks through the bunker doors, his cape flowing as he moves to the next phase. He meets Eunha and the others at the rendezvous point, the air heavy with the coming storm. He tells Eunha he'll join her soon, and asks her to keep his squad members safe in the meantime. Unha looks back with determination, promising that she won't let another single soldier die under her watch. High above the base, a military drone hums as it broadcasts a message from the command center. The order rings out across the battlefield. All personnel are to cease their attacks and move indoors immediately. The soldiers are confused, but they follow the order, retreating as the skeletons surge over the fences. The defense leader is frantic, asking where the hell their reinforcements are as the mages struggle to hold the barriers. From the monitors, we see the zombies passing through the opened guard post, just as Hyunwook planned. The horde is only 200 meters away from Barracks No. 2, a literal wall of rotting flesh. 100 meters. The tension is thick enough to choke on. The zombies scream as they sprint down the asphalt, their purple eyes glowing with hunger. 50 meters. The two hordes, skeletons and zombies, are about to merge. They reach the designated kill point, thousands of monsters now packed into a tight area. The command comes through. Mages, deploy the final barriers and prepare for impact. The screen goes black for a second, the calm before the ultimate storm. The monsters growl and roar, thinking they've won as they corner the humans inside the building. A soldier watching from a window asks if they're crazy. A single barrier won't stop this many monsters. Hyunwook radios Kim Si-hee, telling her to manipulate the wind inside the barracks to a specific speed. Si-hee is skeptical, but she begins her chant, green energy swirling around her as she questions the MC's sanity. Inside the dark armory, Hyunwook stands over a glowing magic circle, Min-hee kneeling beside him. This is the heart of the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade's power. Min-hee stares at Hyunwook, wondering who this guy actually is and how he knows so much. She mentions that her maximum warp distance is usually only 90 meters. Hyunwook is guiding her hands over the portal, focusing her power in a way she's never tried before. He's teaching her how to link the warp zone to a specific location in the sky to send things miles away. The drone high above registers the arrival of the portal, hitting an 800-meter altitude. Min-hee is sweating, her eyes filled with awe and terror at what they're about to do. She can't believe a sergeant knows how to use her own powers better than she does. The drone reaches its maximum height of 1 kilometer, hovering directly over the monster horde. It locks into position, the coordinates perfectly aligned for the strike. Hyunwook tells her to push it to the maximum extension, and the ground beneath them glows with blinding golden light. The portal is fully open, a direct line from the armory to the clouds. Hyunwook raises his hands, and a legendary sword begins to float into the portal, surrounded by blue electricity. His face is a mask of cold determination as he gives the order to fire the first shot. A beam of blue light shoots down from the sky, cutting through the night like a divine spear. Carol, the vampire leader, looks up in shock as the sky literally begins to rain steel. The first sword hits a skeleton commander, obliterating its armor and shattering its bones in an instant. The impact creates a shockwave that sends zombies flying, the sheer kinetic energy turning the monsters into paste. A sniper reports that the first shot hit the target perfectly. He tells Hyunwook that there is no room for error now. They have to finish this. Hyunwook punches his chest again, forcing more mana into his body even as his skin starts to crack. Another mana tank consumed. 100% mana restored, but his body is at the breaking point. He stares into the void, his eyes wide with a terrifying focus. One word: go. He activates his ultimate move, Steel Rain. Thousands of weapons from the armory are teleported into the sky. A zombie looks up just in time to see his doom falling from the heavens. The ground explodes in a symphony of destruction as thousands of blades impale the horde simultaneously. Unha and the others watch from the shadows, their faces lit up by the flashes of magical impact. Si-hee and the other soldiers are speechless. They've never seen a single human exert this much power. Hyunwook stands in the center of the armory, blood leaking from his eyes as he maintains the orbital bombardment. The narration tells us that as of this moment, with him as the commander, the entire battlefield is engulfed in a massive explosion of light and steel, wiping out the entire division of monsters in seconds. The promise is reaffirmed: he will not let a single person die in this battle. Carol the vampire stands there, her jaw dropped, unable to believe that their entire army was just erased by a pathetic human. Back in the armory, Hyunwook is gasping for air, the effort nearly killing him. He thinks of his past life and the friends he lost. With blood dripping from his chin, he grits his teeth and declares his new law. As the smoke clears, the base broadcast rings out, announcing the total annihilation of the main monster force. Sergeant Kim Si-hee watches the massacre from the barracks, whispering to herself that this guy isn't just a soldier, he's a complete monster. The orders are sharp: evacuate the wounded and mop up the stragglers, because the main camp is finally secure. The soldiers carrying their wounded buddies can't wrap their heads around it. Is Hyunwook really this much of a powerhouse? Up on the ridge, Seo Eun-ha and the others look down at the burning base, questioning if there's a secret A-ranker they didn't know about. Min-hee shakes her head, telling the lazy swordsman Young-jun that rank doesn't even begin to explain the insanity they just witnessed. Back in the armory, Hyunwook and Min-hee are both on their knees, huffing and puffing after draining every last drop of their mana. Min-hee realizes that he took her simple utility skill and turned it into a weapon of mass destruction that outclasses even high-rank heroes. She looks at the MC with a new kind of respect. She finally understands that Lee Hyunwook is the real deal. Hyunwook suddenly coughs up blood, the strain of the mana tanks finally catching up to his internal organs. But he's not done. He tells Min-hee to keep it together because they still need to maintain the warp zones for the scouts. Min-hee yells back that she's at her limit too, her hands trembling as she tries to keep the magic from collapsing. Hyunwook just asks for a few more minutes, his eyes fixed on the map as the final phase of his plan kicks in. He's pleading with her to hold on, because the lives of the scouts outside depend entirely on those portals. Out in the dark forest, Carol is regrouping, her face pale as she tries to contact her giant brute, O Kangmok. She gets zero response and realizes her monsters are basically gone, leaving her perfect invasion in absolute shambles. Her subordinate asks if they should wait for more gates, but she screams at him to shut up so she can actually think. She's baffled. This wasn't the power of any known hero or high-ranker, and they have zero intel on who this mystery player is. A terrifying thought crosses her mind. Could the military have a hidden executive-level monster hiding in their ranks? Suddenly, her shadow assassin alerts her to a human presence nearby. She spots a scout hiding in the brush, and a sadistic smirk returns to her face. Kim Kyungjin, the young purple-haired scout, realizes he's been spotted and starts hauling as fast as his legs can carry him. Carol tells her assassin to bring the boy to her alive. She has a lot of questions, and she's going to use his pain to get the answers. The shadow vampire blurs through the trees, closing the gap like a predator chasing a wounded rabbit. Kyungjin is sprinting for his life, gasping into his radio that he found the totem, but he's being hunted. He screams the coordinates one last time before a dark claw swipes at him from the shadows. In the bunker, Hyunwook hears the cut-off transmission and his heart sinks. His squad is in trouble. Everyone in the room freezes as the sound of the struggle echoes through the speakers. Kyungjin is crying out that he can't shake them off, his voice filled with the pure terror of a kid who knows he's about to die. A massive blast of dark energy hits him, sending him tumbling through the dirt as his radio flies away. The comms device hits the ground with a dull thud, and the channel goes dead. Hyunwook roars at the command center to move the drones to Kyungjin's last known location immediately. The drone swerves through the air, its cameras scanning the dark woods for any sign of life. Eun-ha and Young-jun hear the scream from across the forest and realize they're the only ones close enough to help. Young-jun's lazy eyes suddenly sharpen behind his glasses. He tells them he only needs 1 second to end this. He vanishes in a whoosh of pure speed, leaving a trail of dust behind as he enters the fray. Carol is casually walking toward the fallen scout, thinking she's already won this round. She realizes there's more than one person in the woods, but she's confident her shadow assassin can handle any human trash. Eun-ha orders her men into an all-round guard position, her crimson hair flowing as she prepares to face the darkness. Suddenly, a massive haunted armor, a suit of cursed metal, erupts from the trees right in front of her. She yells for her squad to watch out as the giant metal monstrosity swings a sword the size of a person. The soldiers raise their shields, their faces pale as the ground shakes from the monster's heavy footsteps. The impact is devastating. The shield shatters like glass, sending a soldier flying through the air. The poor guy screams as his arm is crushed, the sound of snapping bone echoing through the trees. The haunted armor raises its blade again, its red eyes glowing with the desire to turn them all into pulp. Eun-ha slides under the strike, her own shield groaning under the pressure as she blocks a lethal blow meant for her men. She grits her teeth, feeling the cursed energy from the armor trying to rot her own gear. Her eyes flare with a teal light. She's the Black Paladin, and she's not letting some cursed tin can push her around. She pushes back with all her might, creating a small opening in the monster's defense. She warns her troops to stay back, explaining that this armor carries a death magic curse that rots anything it touches. Corporal An tries to get up, his shoulder clearly dislocated, but he warns her that even more of these things are coming. 4 more haunted armors emerge from the shadows, their heavy boots thumping on the forest floor. The soldiers are terrified, asking their leader what they can possibly do against a small army of immortal metal giants. Unha tells them to stay close behind her and trust in her protection. She unleashes her power, and massive golden wings erupt from her back, illuminating the entire forest in a holy glow. The light is so bright it can be seen from the city miles away, a beacon of hope in the middle of a nightmare. The monsters shriek as the holy light burns their cursed metal, steam rising from their joints. She looks like a literal Valkyrie, standing tall against the darkness that's trying to swallow her squad. The haunted armors freeze, their dark energy crackling as the holy aura begins to purify the area. Yunha has them cornered in a circle of light, the monsters unable to close the gap without being incinerated. She slams her sword down and yells "Holy Dome," creating a massive barrier that locks the monsters out. She tells her men they have 7 minutes of holy protection, and they need to use that time to find the totems while she handles the front line. A soldier asks if she'll be okay alone, and she gives them a confident smirk, saying she's more than enough. She leaps from the top of her shield, her golden wings flapping as she dives headfirst into the middle of the enemy. She lands on one of the giant's shoulders, her sword already humming with divine energy. With a flash of light, she swings her blade in a perfect arc, aiming for the core of the cursed armor. She screams "Holy Licht," and the sword erupts in a blinding flare that turns the night into day. The armor is sliced clean through, the dark spirits inside it howling as they are purged by the light. She doesn't stop. She spins mid-air, her hair trailing behind her like a flame as she targets the next monster. A pillar of golden mana shoots up into the sky as she obliterates another suit of armor with a single strike. The remaining monsters try to overwhelm her, but she's moving too fast, her wings giving her insane mobility. She blocks a massive overhead swing, the ground beneath her feet cracking, but her resolve remaining unshaken. She's a whirlwind of steel and divinity, carving through the immortal armors like they were made of cardboard. Another blast of holy light clears the area, and for a second, it looks like she's already won. Unha lands gracefully, her breath steady, her power radiating through the woods. The soldiers are in awe, asking if this is how holy knights always fight, like unstoppable gods of war. One soldier realizes why they call her a berserker in the paladin circles. Her fighting style is pure, holy aggression. But just as she prepares for the final strike, something goes horribly wrong. The golden glow around her sword flickers and dies, leaving her in the sudden, cold darkness. She looks up in confusion, her heart racing as she realizes her mana has been completely cut off. A haunted armor seizes the chance and swings its massive blade, nearly taking her head off as she barely rolls away. She's pinned against a tree, her wings gone and her holy aura replaced by a thick, suffocating green fog. Her holy dome barrier shatters like glass, leaving her injured soldiers completely exposed to the monsters. Yunha grinds her teeth, trying to force her mana to flow, but it feels like her veins are filled with lead. A system warning screen flashes. The curse of Azazel is spreading, an anti-holy power that suppresses all divine energy. Carol, the vampire leader, floats down from the trees, surrounded by a swirling aura of dark, toxic mana. Yunha looks up, her face filled with a mix of fury and dawning realization. They've been lured into a specialized trap. Carol lands, her red eyes glowing with sadistic pleasure as she prepares to end the Black Paladin. She mocks Yunha, saying she's been dying to see the arrogant face of a holy knight when they finally lose everything. Meanwhile, we cut back to the scout Kyungjin, who is still cornered and gasping for air as the shadow assassin looms over him. The assassin lunges with a lethal blade, the air whistling as the strike moves for the kill. Kyungjin's radio is crushed underfoot, cutting off his only connection to the world. But just before the blade hits, a familiar voice calls out for Youngjun to hurry up. Choi Youngjun's glasses catch the light as he repeats his promise. He only needs 1 single second. A massive boom rocks the forest as Youngjun breaks the sound barrier, moving faster than the eye can follow. Trees are literally bent out of the way by the sheer force of his passing. The air itself is screaming as he closes the distance in the blink of an eye. The vampire assassin doesn't even have time to turn around before the human is right behind him. Youngjun's face is a mask of deadly focus as he whispers, "Found you." In a flurry of movement, he grabs the scout and parries the assassin's blade at the same time. The assassin's sword is sliced into pieces, and the force of the parry sends a shockwave through the ground. Youngjun hauls the unconscious scout onto his back, his movements fluid and precise. The vampire assassin is left standing in a cloud of dust, his shadow form flickering as he realizes he just got outplayed. Youngjun looks back, his eyes narrowing as he notices the blood he just drew is actually turning into purple smoke. The assassin dissolves into the darkness, blending into the trees like he was never even there. Youngjun smirks, mocking the vampire for disappearing like a coward the second things got real. He tells the scout, Kyungjin, to snap out of it, jokingly saying that if the kid dies, Hyunwook won't give him that expensive whiskey. Suddenly, the shadow vampire reappears right behind him, a dark blade aimed at Youngjun's spine. Our boy doesn't even look back, he just tilts his head and tells the monster he's way too slow. He dodges the strike with a casual step, the dark blade hitting nothing but empty air. The assassin keeps coming, his movements erratic and fast, but Youngjun is reading him like an open book. He taunts the monster, asking if it really thinks it can catch up with the speed of a sword saint. With a sudden burst of power, Youngjun delivers a kick that sends the vampire crashing through 3 trees. The ground explodes as the assassin hits the dirt, his dark cloak tattered and torn. The vampire finally speaks, his red eyes narrowed as he realizes he's fighting a candidate for the legendary Sword Saint title. Youngjun just stands there, holding the scout, his face calm despite being in the middle of a death match. The assassin scoffs, claiming that even a sword saint is useless because he cannot be stabbed by a sword. He tells Youngjun it would be a waste of talent to kill him and makes a shocking offer. He reaches out his clawed hand and tells the human to join us. A vision of dark vampiric divinity looms over Youngjun as the monster promises him the top of the world if he just betrays humanity. Youngjun looks at the offer, his eyes reflecting a mix of boredom and annoyance. The vampire keeps selling the dream, saying Youngjun could become a chosen being just like him. Youngjun lets out a roar of laughter, calling the offer absolute bullshit and demanding to know who's going to pay for his ruined uniform. The vampire just stares in silence, probably thinking this human is a total idiot. Realizing talk is cheap, the assassin unleashes his secret weapon, the Soil of Acheron, a purple slime that drags the living into the afterlife. The ground beneath Youngjun's feet turns into a mushy purple swamp that starts swallowing him whole. The scout is sinking fast, and Youngjun realizes his mobility, his greatest weapon, is being neutralized. The vampire laughs, telling him the more he struggles, the faster the soil will pull him down to hell. Youngjun looks at the kid on his back and sighs, frustrated that he has to fight while carrying dead weight. The assassin asks if those are his last words as he prepares a final, finishing blow. Youngjun is buried up to his knees in the sludge, his feet completely trapped in the cursed soil. The vampire lunges, his dark sword aimed right for the human's heart. Youngjun reaches for a small vial at his belt, his movements calm even with death inches away. The assassin strikes, but at the last second, Youngjun's form flickers, and the blade only grazes his side. The vampire yells that stabbing him is pointless, because his body is made of shadows and smoke. Youngjun is thrown back by the force of the strike, tumbling into the purple sludge. He looks like he's in real trouble, his body bleeding and his back exposed to the enemy. The vampire mocks his reputation, saying it's a shame a sword saint candidate is so easily defeated. Youngjun struggles to stand, and the vampire keeps aiming for his back, the most dishonorable wound for a swordsman. Our boy suddenly stops running and declares that a wound on the back is an embarrassment, so he'll take the next hit head-on. The vampire just stares at him, convinced that the human has finally lost his mind from the fear. He scoffs, saying he was embarrassed to even consider making such a fool part of their elite unit. Suddenly, the scout wakes up and lets out a gasp, his eyes wide as he sees the situation. Youngjun's face changes instantly. A terrifying, predatory grin spreads across his face as he thanks the vampire for being so easily lured. He tells the monster to stop bluffing and asks a simple question: "Have you ever been sliced at the speed of light?" The vampire is tired of the jokes. He raises his blade, ready to end the lunatic once and for all. He screams for Youngjun to just die already and lunges with everything he has. Youngjun's eyes begin to glow with a blinding white light as he activates his ultimate technique. Everything slows down to a crawl as he overclocks his metabolism, turning his body into a living lightning bolt. In a flash of pure energy, he draws his blade and the air itself ignites from the friction of his movement. The vampire's dark sword is shattered into a million pieces before it can even come close to the human. Youngjun's boot crushes the purple sludge, his speed so high that the cursed soil can't even register his weight. He moves like a streak of golden light, passing right through the assassin's shadow form. A single clean cut appears on the vampire's chest, but it's not just a wound, it's a purification of his very soul. Youngjun stands tall, his sword humming with a frequency that shatters the surrounding darkness. The vampire assassin is literally torn apart by the shockwaves of the light-speed strike. The monster screams in agony, his red eyes bulging as his body fails to regenerate from the holy speed damage. Youngjun looks back with a cold, piercing gaze. He wasn't playing around anymore. Leaves fall slowly around them as the sound of the explosion finally catches up to the movement. A massive crater is all that's left of the battlefield, the dark energy completely evaporated. A shockwave of white smoke rolls through the forest, clearing the green fog and the purple sludge. Youngjun stands over the broken body of the vampire, his glasses reflecting the moonlight. He casually mentions that he used a normal sword without divine power because he wanted it to hurt more. The broken vampire is trembling, and that no human should be this fast. Youngjun just smiles and tells him that being sliced at the speed of light is actually quite a special experience. The vampire tries to curse him one last time, but his voice is nothing but a wet gurgle of blood and shadow. Youngjun raises his dagger, glowing with a lethal white light, and tells the monster it's time to cleanse his filthy mouth. He brings the blade down in a final strike, and the forest is filled with a blinding flare of golden energy. Youngjun collapses to one knee, his body steaming from the insane heat of his own metabolism. He groans that he's fucking hungry, and realizes that if he uses that speed one more time, his own heart might actually explode. But back at the ridge, the situation is getting even darker as the curse of Azazel completely envelops Seo Una. The warning screen flashes again. The curse is suppressing all holy power, and the fallen angel Azazel's influence is absolute. Carol, the vampire leader, is laughing maniacally, curious about what face a holy knight makes while they are dying. A giant haunted armor raises its massive blade over Yunha, who is paralyzed and unable to use her mana. She looks up, her eyes filled with a desperate, silent plea for a miracle as the blade begins its descent. The armor swings with enough force to split a mountain, aiming to turn our black paladin into a stain on the forest floor. The ground explodes as the blade hits, sending a massive shockwave of dust and debris into the air. Suddenly, a drone zooms overhead, and a teleportation circle flashes in the middle of the chaos. Carol stops laughing, her face turning pale as she senses a massive, familiar mana signature arriving on the scene. Unha looks up, her eyes wide with shock as the dust clears, revealing a figure standing between her and the monster. The soldiers behind the barrier let out a cheer that shakes the trees. Their commander has finally arrived. Lee Hyunwook stands there, surrounded by a swirling storm of blue steel mana, his face a mask of absolute fury. Carol is sweating, screaming at the top of her lungs, "Who the hell is this guy?" Hyunwook doesn't even look at her. He's staring at the spot where his squad member was being hunted. He roars out a question that sends shivers down Carol's spine. "Where is my squad member?" Carol looks down at the battlefield, realizing her army of haunted armors is already surrounding the survivors. She gets her confidence back and mocks him, saying he shouldn't worry about a dead scout when he's about to join them in the dirt. The haunted armors close in, their massive frames looming over the injured soldiers like metal tombstones. Hyunwook's eyes narrow, he's done talking, and he's about to show her why you don't mess with a metal user in a forest full of cursed armor. The lead armor raises its sword for a killing blow on a cowering soldier. Suddenly, blue energy spikes erupt from the armor's own joints, pinning it in place as if invisible chains just grabbed it. The monster screeches as its own body starts resisting its dark commands. Yoonwook yells for the platoon leader to get ready, and Yoonha instantly understands it's time to counterattack. Yoonha leaps through the air, her crimson hair a streak of fire as she dives toward the immobilized giant. She crashes into the monster, her shield acting like a battering ram that sends the metal beast stumbling back. The other soldiers take heart, hiding behind their commander as she holds the line with everything she's got. The haunted armor tries to swing back, but its arm is torn apart by a sudden surge of blue mana. Hyunwook is literally ripping the magic out of the armor, his metal control skill hitting a new level of dominance. The armor groans, the cursed metal bending and snapping under the weight of the MC's will. A system window pops up. A new controlling power has been activated, overriding the vampire's death magic. Hyunwook is shocked for a split second, realizing his metal control is actually stronger than the necromancy holding these things together. The system asks if he wants to secure master authority over the living armor. It's basically a hijacking mission. Hyunwook doesn't hesitate. He shouts, "I'll control it," and pours his mana into the hijacked metal. The haunted armor lets out a final, agonizing roar as the red light in its eyes is replaced by a cold, piercing blue. He's secured 2 out of the 3 armors, though the system warns him that his control range is limited. The hijacked monster turns around, its blue-flamed mouth glowing with a new lethal purpose. With one massive swing, the hijacked armor decapitates its own former comrade, dark blood and smoke erupting from the neck. The soldiers and Yuna can only watch in total disbelief. Their sergeant just turned the enemy's boss mobs into his own personal bodyguards. Carol's eyes are wide with fury. She's never seen a human steal a high-tier summoned monster like this before. She floats down, her voice dripping with venom as she identifies Hyunwook as the one who ruined her fun earlier. Hyunwook is coughing from the strain, but he snarls back, telling her that if she doesn't give back his squad, he's going to rip her fangs out personally. Carol just laughs, her body starting to transform as dark energy swirls around her like a toxic cloud. Unha tries to lunge at her, but she's still weakened by the lingering curse. She strikes the remaining dark armor, but her sword barely leaves a scratch. She's running on empty. Carol mocks them both, calling their little grand entrance a pathetic joke. Hyunwook looks at her with a chilling focus, whispering that he's not even close to being finished yet. A blue streak of light shoots through the trees. It's a scout arrow, marking a new target. The haunted armors let out a collective groan as they prepare to surge forward once more. Carol admits his earlier area attack was impressive, but she laughs at the idea that he can win this fight with just 2 hijacked suits of armor. She reminds him that the Holy Knight is neutralized, and without her power, he's just a soldier with a metal trick. Hyunwook grits his teeth and shouts, "Now!" activating the next phase of his trap. He bows his head, admitting that it's hard for him to do much in his current state, or so she thinks. Carol smirks, thinking she's finally broken the MC's spirit. But then, a blue arrow streaks from his hand, heading straight for her chest. It's Sir Tristan's Failknot, a legendary item that ignores all magic resistance and always hits its mark. The arrow pierces through Carol's dark barrier like it wasn't even there, hitting her squarely in the chest. She's knocked back, the holy-tipped arrow burning through her vampiric mana and disrupting her curse. The system confirms it. The effect of the curse of Azazel is fading away as its source is damaged. Yunha feels the weight lift off her soul, her eyes glowing teal as she yells that her holy power is finally returning. Hyunwook doesn't waste a second. He orders Yunha to handle the armors while the rest of the squad hunts down the remaining totems. The soldiers snap to attention, their fear replaced by the ironclad discipline their commander demands. Yunha tells Hyunwook to join up with Youngjun and go after the real threat while she cleans up the mess here. Hyunwook nods, his face hardening as he reminds her that Kyungjin's life depends on them being fast. Unha leaps into action, a blast of holy light following her as she charges the haunted armors. A blue mana stream follows the Failknot arrow as it continues to track its target through the woods. Carol is sprinting through the brush, terrified that a regular arrow is following her like a heat-seeking missile. Hyunwook is hot on her heels, leaping through the trees like a predator in the night. He activates his metal detection, his vision turning into a radar that tracks every piece of steel in the forest. He locks onto her signature. He's found the source of the evil, and he's not letting her escape. He draws the spear of Achilles, the red blade humming with the promise of wounds that can never be healed. He lunges from the shadows, the spear aimed directly at Carol's throat. She turns just in time, her eyes wide as the red spearhead closes the gap. The spear connects with her chest piece, the impact sending a shockwave through her body. Hyunwook shouts unlock, pouring his mana into the spear to break through her final defenses. Blood sprays everywhere as the spear pierces her, and Hyunwook roars at her to give back his squad members. Carol is thrown back, the red spear pinning her against a tree as her dark mana starts to leak out. Blood drips from her mouth, her face a mask of shock and pain. But then, her expression changes. Her pain turns into a twisted demonic grin that sends a shiver down the MC's spine. She looks at him through her hair, her eyes glowing with a sinister, red light. She whispers a single word, but her horns grow massive, curving back like a demon's as she reveals she was only disappointed until now. Hyunwook senses a massive surge of dark mana and tries to pull back, but he's already too close. Carol's voice drops to a chilling tone. She's bored with the games. Massive wings of blood-red energy erupt from her back, shredding her clothes and revealing her true vampire form. She tells him she hates that a nobody like him forced her to reveal her true face. She swings a massive clawed hand, and Hyunwook barely activates his indomitable steel body before he's sent flying. He crashes through the trees, the impact so hard it would have killed a normal A-rank player instantly. Carol looks down at the spear wound, which is already starting to sizzle in smoke as her true form's mana rejects the holy damage. She mocks him, calling his arrow trick obvious and saying she expected more from the guy who launched the orbital strike. Hyunwook is on the ground, coughing up a thick pool of blood, his internal organs screaming from the pressure. She asks if he's really the same guy who decimated her army, her red eyes filled with murderous curiosity. Hyunwook pushes himself up, his face covered in dirt and gore, and tells her that if she gives him his men, he'll show her that power again. Carol laughs, creating a massive blood magic circle in the air as she declares she needs to see the look of despair on his face before he dies. Suddenly, the ground erupts. Thousands of blood-soaked spiderwebs shoot out of the earth, covering everything in sight. The forest is turned into a giant spider's lair of red silk, trapping everything within its reach. Hyunwook realizes this isn't just a battle skill, it's a zone control curse covering the entire base. He panics for the first time, wondering if they prepared this whole invasion just to turn the entire brigade into food. We cut to the executive quarters, where the red webs are already crawling up the walls. Inside the dorms, soldiers are collapsing, their bodies being wrapped in the glowing red silk. They scream in agony as the webs drain their life force, their eyes turning a dull, lifeless gray. One soldier lets out a final, bone-chilling scream as his teeth start to elongate into fangs. Carol tells Hyunwook that he's about to meet the person he's been looking for so desperately. The red webs stretch down into the underground bunker, a place that was supposed to be safe. A massive, hulking figure is lying on the bunker floor, wrapped in a cocoon of red energy. Hyunwook's heart stops. He recognizes that build and that hair anywhere. Carol giggles, telling him her subordinates already killed them, so he might not like the reunion very much. Hyunwook roars at her to stop, his voice cracking with a desperation he hasn't felt since his last life ended. Carol just tilts her head and asks, "What's wrong?" The transformed figure stands up. It's Lee Wansuk, his loyal disciple, but his eyes are glowing with a mindless, vampiric hunger. Over at the quarters, the transformed soldiers are leaping out of the windows, heading straight for the bunker entrance. They move like animals, their human consciousness completely replaced by a thirst for blood. The red spiderweb totem on the hill pulses with energy, fueling the transformation across the entire base. The guards at the bunker entrance are terrified as their own friends charge at them, screaming about the undead. A soldier recognizes one of the monsters and freezes in horror. It's Wansuk. His clothes are tattered, his body covered in scars, and he looks like a literal demon of war. Hyunwook watches this from the ridge, his heart breaking as he realizes he failed to protect the one person who trusted him the most. He whispers "unlock" one more time, his voice sounding like it's coming from the bottom of a grave. He swings his spear, but Carol blocks it easily, mocking his lack of focus. She asks if that's really all the strength a hero has when his friends are in trouble. She bats him away with her wings, sending him tumbling back into the red webs. Hyunwook catches himself, but the webs are already starting to drain his mana. He's surrounded, wounded, and emotionally shattered, the exact state Carol wanted him in. He looks up at her through his messy hair, his eyes reflecting a cold, dark decision. Carol tells him to hang in there, because his new friends are almost here to finish the job. She points a clawed finger at him, laughing about the look of despair she's finally seeing. Hyunwook realizes this situation is way worse than anything he faced in his previous life at this point in time. He thinks to himself, "I've neutralized the curse with the arrow, so my holy power is back." But then he looks at the red sky and realizes holy power won't be enough to stop 20,000 undead. A system alert flashes. The assembly zone of evil has been declared, doubling the dark stats of every monster in the area. The totem buff is still active, making Carol and her new pets basically invincible. Hyunwook knows that using holy power now would just be a waste of his remaining mana. He realizes that if he wants to win, there's only one way left, a path he swore he'd never take. He looks at Carol one last time, his eyes losing their human light. He slams another rank 3 mana tank into his chest, the system warning him that his body is about to fail. He tells Carol that she's the one who crossed the line first, and now he's coming for everything she has. He activates the Crown of Light and Darkness, an item that allows him to choose between two paths. He chooses an eye for an eye, his voice sounding like a chorus of shadows. He declares that he'll risk his life and cross the line too, embracing the darkness to save the light. The system confirms. Aura is being granted to his equipment, but his health drops by a massive 30% as a penalty. His plan is crazy. He's going to use the vampire's own dark totem buff to power himself up. He stands up, surrounded by a swirling purple and black aura, looking like a dark god of metal. The system confirms it. His dark aura is rapidly increasing due to the enemy's own zone of evil. Carol is stunned, asking where the hell this level of dark power is suddenly coming from. Hyunwook glares at her, his eyes now a deep, haunting purple as he promises to swallow her darkness with his own. He lunges forward, and even Carol is startled by his sudden increase in speed and violence. She barely blocks a spear strike that would have taken her head off. Hyunwook's body is steaming, his indomitable steel body turning a dark obsidian gray as it absorbs the dark mana. He rips off his shirt, his muscles bulging as his body tries to contain the exploding energy. He lets out a primal scream, his mind starting to slip into a state of pure unadulterated bloodlust. He swings his spear with such force that it creates a sonic boom of dark energy, blowing Carol back. She can't believe he deliberately gave himself a dark attribute. She realizes this human is completely insane. Hyunwook thinks to himself, good, I'm finally getting somewhere. He knows that if he keeps up this pressure, he can break the totem's influence from the inside. But then, his vision starts to blur, and Carol's form begins to flicker in his eyes. A terrifying system warning flashes. The dark power has exceeded his limit. He's entering a berserk state. He realizes he's losing control, his humanity being eaten away by the very power he stole. He's huffing like a dying man, telling himself to snap out of it before he kills everyone. He's fighting a war on two fronts, Carol on the outside and the darkness on the inside. A drop of purple blood hits a puddle, a visual metaphor for his soul being corrupted. Suddenly, a voice breaks through the madness. It's Young Jun, who has arrived with the scout on his back. He looks at the red webs and the MC's dark aura and asks, "Whoa, what's this now?" He sees the turned platoon leaders and the operations manager, and his usual lazy grin disappears. The turned officers are already surrounding him, their hands wreathed in dark flames. Young Jun's eyes narrow behind his glasses. He realized the situation has gone completely south. He gently lays down the injured scout and sighs, saying he hates having to do real work. He draws his blade and tells the monsters that since he made a bet with the current commander for expensive whiskey, he can't let them win. He blurs forward, his speed still insane even after the lightspeed strike from earlier. He begs his former friends to rest in peace as he prepares to cut them down. Back at the ridge, Hyunwook lunges for Carol, his spear glowing with a violent, dark aura. He hits her barrier with the force of a nuke, the impact creating a crater that levels the surrounding trees. Carol is forced into the air, her wings flapping wildly as she tries to keep her distance from the human-shaped demon. Hyunwook's eyes are now glowing blue-white, and he whispers, "I'll kill you," in a voice that sounds like grinding metal. Carol screams back, saying he's lost his mind to the darkness and can't even control his own body anymore. Hyunwook is indeed trapped in a cage of his own making, his mind a whirlwind of red silk and static. He swings his spear blindly, tearing through the red webs with mindless aggression. Carol is terrified, calling him a lunatic as she realizes her look of despair plan backfired spectacularly. Hyunwook grabs her by the leg and slams her into the ground, the impact shaking the entire mountain. Suddenly, the turned Wonsuk leaps from the shadows, aiming a massive fist at Hyunwook's head. Hyunwook blocks it, but the impact sends him sliding back through the dirt. He looks into Wonsuk's dead, red eyes, and for a second, his own purple aura flickers. Wonsuk roars, his vampiric strength proving to be a match for the MC's darkened metal body. Hyunwook punches him back, but he's holding back. He can't bring himself to kill his own student. Carol sees her chance and screams that she's sick of looking at him, promising to kill both him and his comrade in one go. She unleashes a massive blood bomb, aiming it right at the spot where Hyunwook and Wonsuk are locked in combat. The explosion rocks the forest, sending both of them flying into the dark. Hyunwook is pinned down by Wonsuk, who is clawing at his throat with mindless fury. He looks up at Wonsuk, seeing the monster he's become, and tears finally start to mix with the blood on his face. He asks himself what he's doing here, why he regressed if he was just going to lose everyone all over again. He falls into a dark void in his own mind, his consciousness sinking into the abyss. He tells himself he needs to pull it together and snap out of it quickly, but the weight of his failures is too heavy. He hears Yuna's voice crying for help, her eyes dark and hollow in his vision. He sees all his fallen comrades from the previous life reaching out to him, their hands dragging him down into the sludge. He lets out a silent scream as the faces of his friends are submerged in the dark water. Suddenly, his purple eyes turn a blinding electric blue. He reaches out and grabs Wonsuk by the throat, but this time, he's not holding back, he's channeling something entirely new. A system warning flashes, his despair and anger have exceeded the limit, and the dark power is starting to evolve. He lets out a scream that can be heard across the entire base, a sound of pure, unadulterated pain and power. A new notification pops up. "Congratulations! You have met the special conditions to unlock the hidden attribute." Hyunwook explodes in a pillar of blue fire, the dark energy around him being vaporized by a much hotter flame. The fire is a beautiful, lethal azure, and it's consuming everything it touches. Carol stops in her tracks, her mouth hanging open as she looks at the blue inferno standing where the sergeant used to be. The system reveals the new skill, Demon's Metal, Hellfire Mode. Hyunwook stands in the center of the blue flames, his shirt gone, a dark crown of light hovering over his head, and tears of fire streaming down his face. Carol is terrified. Even as a vampire executive, she's never seen a human-wield hellfire, a power that specifically craves darkness. She realizes that something is seriously wrong and decides that her only option is to run for her life. She takes off into the sky, her blood wings flapping frantically as she tries to escape the azure demon. Hyunwook just stands there, watching her flee, his eyes now glowing with a divine, terrifying light. He raises his hand, and a spear of pure blue hellfire starts to form in his palm. With a cold, absolute focus, he aims for her heart, the blue flames reflecting in his eyes as the screen fades to black. He sees a vision of his dead comrades from the past life dragging him down into a purple abyss, and he realizes that if he lets go now, it's game over. Carol creates a massive, pulsing red magic circle in the sky, desperate to reclaim control of the battlefield. She screams that he's an arrogant bastard and vows to tear him into microscopic pieces for what he's done to her. She unleashes a massive blood web, the red threads glowing with enough dark energy to melt steel. Hyunwook doesn't even flinch, he just tilts his head as the threads try to ensnare him. The web hits the ground with a massive thoom, cracking the earth and sending shockwaves through the forest. But the red silk doesn't hold him, it starts to shrivel and burn the second it touches his blue aura. He emerges from the crater, his body steaming, looking like a literal demon that just stepped out of a furnace. A massive explosion of blue fire erupts around him, vaporizing every red thread in a 100-yard radius. Carol is paralyzed with shock. Her ultimate zone control skill was just deleted like it was nothing. Hyunwook points a finger at her, his silhouette framed by the glowing purple crown above his head. In a flash, the fail-not arrow streaks through the air, glowing with a lethal, tracking light. Hyunwook follows it up with a spear thrust so powerful it creates a sonic boom that levels the nearby trees. He slams his fist into the ground, sending a wave of blue energy toward the vampire executive. Blood drips from his face, mixing with the blue flames to create a sight that would make even a god tremble. Carol coughs up black blood, finally realizing that she cannot win this fight with physical strength alone. Another explosion rocks the mountain. This one is coming from the site of the totem. Hyunwook's squad is moving fast, shouting for everyone to find the totem before the boss mobs recover. They know their commanders are out there fighting for their lives, and they're determined to do their part. Corporal Park Junmo lets out a shout. He's found the stone totem, and it looks like a demonic relic of the past. They prepare their holy weapons and start setting up C4 around the base of the cursed stone. The squad leader asks Minte if he can hold the line with his broken shield for just a few more seconds. Minte grits his teeth, looking at the horrors surrounding them, and vows to hold out until the very end. His gaze is intense, a simple soldier showing the kind of bravery that defines the 3rd Brigade. They deploy a holy shield, a small dome of light that acts as their only protection against the coming blast. The squad leader enhances his blade with a holy current, the sword humming with electric divinity. He explains the plan: use the explosive force of the C4 to drive the holy sword straight into the heart of the totem. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms over them. A haunted armor the size of a building is about to crush them. The ground shakes as the monster swings, but the squad pushes forward with a final desperate charge. The C4 detonates in a blinding flash of white light and thunderous sound. The totem shatters, and the giant armor lets out a scream as the dark magic fueling it begins to evaporate. The gigant haunted armor is revealed in its full, terrifying glory as its camouflage fails. It roars in agony, its red eyes flickering as the totem's buff is ripped away from its core. Back at the main fight, Carol and Hyunwook look toward the source of the explosion. Carol is losing it. She realizes her plan has failed, and her only choice is to break the totem herself to stop Hyunwook from using the buff. She thinks that without the totem's dark mana, Hyunwook will drop out of his berserk state and be easy prey for the gigant armor. She takes to the sky, throwing her own weapons toward the already damaged totem to finish it off. A massive axe streaks through the air, aimed right for the heart of the squad's position. She screams for the gigant armor to break the totem now, choosing to lose her power if it means killing the MC. The monster's jaw unhinges, glowing with a violent purple energy as it prepares to finish the job. It raises its sword over the terrified support squad, who are caught in the crossfire. The soldiers can only stare up in horror as death literally descends from the heavens. But Hyunwook isn't letting that happen. He launches himself into the air like a blue bullet. He throws the fail-not arrow with his bare hands, the projectile glowing with an intense blue flame. It pierces right through Carol's wing, pinning her in place as she tries to fly toward the squad. She screams for him to get away, calling him a creepy bastard as he closes the gap. Hyunwook unleashes a wave of hellfire that intercepts Carol's own attack mid-air. The two powers collide in a spectacular explosion of red and blue energy that lights up the entire sky. The shockwave is so powerful it sends both of them spinning back through the rainy night. Hyunwook catches his breath mid-air, spinning like a gymnast as he targets the giant armor's head. Carol realizes she's being outplayed at every turn, her face a mask of pure terror. Hyunwook throws the fail knot one more time, this time aiming it directly at the monster's weak point. Carol can't believe he threw his legendary tracking weapon like a common javelin. The arrow finds its mark, exploding against the giant armor's helm and shattering the dark crystal inside. The monster's head is engulfed in a blue inferno, its armor plates melting like wax. A final explosion levels the ridge, sending a massive plume of smoke and fire into the air. The support squad is blown back by the force of the blast, but they're alive. The totem is finally, truly gone. Carol is on the ground, coughing up blood, her wings tattered and her power completely drained. Hyunwook walks toward her through the smoke, the blue fire around him slowly fading as the dark mana disappears. He reaches down and pulls a red spear from his own shoulder. He's sustained injuries that would have killed anyone else. Carol looks up at him and calls him a fool, her voice a dying rasp. She tells him that by breaking the totem, he's thrown away his chance to stay in his god mode, and that the berserk state will kill him now. Hyunwook just grabs her by the collar, his expression cold and absolute. Carol curses him, saying he'll become a monster craving death, and his own comrades will be the ones to put him down. She wonders what kind of face he'll make when his own friends turn their swords on him. Hyunwook doesn't say a word, he just plunges a shard of hellfire metal into her chest. Carol is engulfed in a pillar of blue flames, her body being purified and erased from existence. Her final words are a promise to watch him from hell, witnessing what she thinks is his inevitable, hopeless end. Hyunwook stands alone in the dark, blood running down his chest, staring into the void where a monster used to be. Suddenly, a massive burst of light hits the forest. It's fire from a military support bird. A series of flares light up the sky, signalizing that the cavalry has finally arrived. The support squad starts screaming his name, Lee Hyunwook, over and over again. Hyunwook sees a vision of his younger self screaming in the darkness, and he finally feels his human mind returning. The soldiers find the destroyed totem, their faces filled with a mixture of relief and exhaustion. The system confirms it. The totem is destroyed, and the assembly zone of evil has officially been lifted. Hyunwook thinks back to Carol's curse about his comrades giving up on him. His skin is cracking, the dark mana leaving physical scars all over his body as the hellfire burns out. He gives a bloody, triumphant grin and says they'll never give up on him, because he already proved he'd die for them. He looks out into the trees, his body finally starting to feel the weight of the 1,000 injuries he's ignored. He reaches down and picks up the anti-holy relic Carol was using, the relic of the fallen angel Azazel. He yells out for the support squad to report their survival, his voice barely holding together. Junmo and the others answer, confirming they are alive and that An Min-tae is being treated for his wounds. Hyunwook gives them a rare, genuine smile. Everyone is safe, and that's the only victory that matters. The system pings with a massive reward. Congratulations! You have consumed the relic of Grigory Azazel. He orders his men to join up with the platoon leader immediately, because the boss monster is still a threat. Suddenly he doubles over, vomiting a pool of black toxic blood. The internal damage is catastrophic. His vision blurs as he collapses to one knee, the world spinning around him. He realizes he pushed his body way too far this time, combining mana tanks, dark auras, and hellfire into a cocktail of suicide. A massive silhouette appears in the mist. The giant haunted armor is still somehow standing. It throws a massive spear, a projectile aimed right at our downed protagonist. Hyunwook barely manages to deflect it, screaming for his support squad to get out of the blast zone. The monster swings a cleaver the size of a car, aiming to end the MC's journey right here. The soldiers scramble for cover, their hearts pounding as they realize the battle isn't over yet. Hyunwook tries to activate his indomitable steel body one last time to survive the hit. A terrifying red warning flashes. His body is too weak to withstand the skill and has rejected it. He's defenseless, staring up at a blade that's about to turn him into a stain on the forest floor. He realizes with a sinking heart that there's no way he can stop this strike in his current state. A soldier screams his name as the blade starts its final descent. Hyunwook grits his teeth and prepares for the impact, his mana completely dry. The ground explodes in a symphony of rock and dust as the strike connects. A massive shockwave levels the trees, creating a cloud of debris that hides everything. When the dust clears, Hyunwook looks up, his eyes wide with disbelief at the miracle he's seeing. A massive shield of white energy is blocking the blade, glowing with a power that's even stronger than Yunha's. Suddenly, a massive Mountain King tiger leaps into the fray, its paws crushing the haunted armor's chest. The tiger roars, a sound so powerful it shakes the very soul of everyone on the mountain. It tears the monster's throat out in one move, ending the threat with the kind of ease only an A-ranker can pull off. Hyunwook looks at the newcomer, a mix of relief and exhaustion washing over his face. The support squad is speechless, staring at the beast that just saved their commander. The Mountain King lets out a final victory roar toward the sky. A military helicopter hovers overhead, its spotlight finally pinning the battlefield. A figure drops from the bird, falling hundreds of feet and landing with the force of an earthquake. It's the battalion commander. He stands in the rubble, looking like a literal mountain of a man. He barks out a question, demanding to know if everyone is safe after the absolute mess he's seeing. The soldiers let out a cheer that can be heard across the entire base. Their real general is back. The system confirms it. The undead boss has been defeated, and the event is officially over. The commander looks at the tiger, the wild beast druid's underling, and thanks him for not being too late. The MC collapses into the dirt, his body finally giving out as he drops the last of his hijacked armor. The commander walks over to Hyunwook, admitting he heard about the MC taking control of the armory. He jokes that he didn't expect the MC to move the entire arsenal into the middle of a forest. Hyunwook is coughing up more blood, but he manages to hand over Carol's devil medal. The system reward hits. You have consumed the Devil's Medal Legion. The commander stands over him, his face softening as he sees the state his most promising soldier is in. Hyunwook snaps into a salute, trying to maintain military discipline even with his skin literally falling off. He gives his report. The attack was planned by 5 high-tier players, 4 are dead, and 1 is captured. He mentions that Youngjun is currently guarding the survivors and the missing executives. Youngjun is indeed standing over the pile of bodies, looking completely exhausted and wondering if he'll be punished for insubordination. Yunha is on the ridge, catching her breath as she looks at the thousands of fallen monsters surrounding her. She tells the soldiers to begin assessing casualties and cleaning up the remaining stragglers. Hyunwook officially reports the time, 06,037 hours, and the defense of the battalion has been a complete success. The sun starts to rise over Seoul, painting the city in a beautiful, fragile morning light. The commander smirks, telling Hyunwook that his mission reports are always full of the news he wants to hear. The common soldiers collapse to the ground, crying out in joy that it's finally over. But one soldier points to the horizon with a look of pure confusion. The sun should have risen by now, but the sky is still pitch black in the distance. The commander turns around, his hawk-like eyes narrowing as he sees the unnatural darkness. Hyunwook's voice drops to a whisper. He tells the commander that this time, his report won't be good news. The commander's face goes pale as he realizes the magnitude of what's coming. We see a vision of dragons torching the city, people screaming as the sky burns. Hyunwook explains that the terrorist attack was just the starting pistol for something much worse. While they were fighting for their lives on the mountain, the rest of the world was being invaded. The assembly zone of evil was just the distraction to hide the birth of a new era. Highways are jammed with abandoned cars as a massive, black dome begins to envelop the city of Seoul. A satellite view shows the terrifying reality. Humanity's greatest fear, the fourth wave, has begun. The starting point for the apocalypse is right here, right now. The dome is a wall of complete isolation, a death sentence for everyone trapped inside. The wave is a catastrophe where monsters take over human habitats and transform them into alien hellscapes. The soldiers can only watch in horror as their city is swallowed by the dark. The commander grits his teeth, realizing the vampires had a much bigger objective from the very start. He orders everyone back to the battalion to prepare for reassembly. The real war has just begun. He looks at Hyunwook, telling him to take charge of the preparations, but the MC doesn't respond. Hyunwook is in a state of extreme agony. His central nervous system is literally being rewritten by the Devil's Medal. He wobbles, his legs turning to jelly as his body finally rejects reality. The commander and the soldiers scream for him to wake up as he starts to fall backward. "Please wake up!" The cry echoes through the forest as his vision goes black. Hyunwook collapses into the dirt, his unconscious mind drifting back to a time before he regressed. We cut to the past. A younger Youngjun asks an older, battle-scarred Hyunwook how he's so sure about the fifth wave. They are in a dark warehouse, the base of the last resistance army of humanity, surrounded by survivors. The older Hyunwook has an eye patch and long, messy hair. He looks like a man who's seen the world end 10 times over. He points to a board, listing the previous waves: California, Shanghai, Berlin. He shows the images of orcs and giants destroying those cities during the earlier waves. The third wave in Berlin was a nightmare of biological monsters that turned the city into a hive. And then the fourth wave, the one that destroyed Seoul and turned it into a graveyard of lightning and fire. He explains the common factor. 3 months before every wave, gate frequency skyrockets as they gather power to explode. A younger version of the current battalion commander asks what they can possibly do when they're out of gear and supplies. Older Hyunwook admits the villains are armed with mythic-grade gear like the cursed blade Mistilteen. He remembers the sacrifices of legendary heroes like Han Taeson and Steve Marin, who died just to buy them a few more days. He grinds his teeth, his face a mask of bitter regret as he talks about the villains who treated humanity like EXP farm. He explains that the villains are the ones inducing these catastrophes for their own gain. We see a vision of the high-rank villains, looking like gods as they harvest the rewards of a destroyed planet. But the older Hyunwook's eyes burn with a final spark of hope. He knows where the next target is. He tells his ragtag army that instead of playing into the villains' hands, they can prepare and fight back for once. He stares into the eyes of his last remaining friends, telling them that's the only reason they have left to take action. His final mission in that life, to protect what's left of humanity from the monsters who used to be human. We see the ruined landscape of his past, a city of broken glass and blue moonlight. A figure in white shoes walks through the rubble, their footsteps sounding like a death knell. The resistance soldiers aim their weapons, shouting at the intruder to put their hands up or be shot. A massive ape-like monster smiles from the shadows, a druid's pet. Unha, looking older and more tired, rushes into the room demanding to know what's going on. She screams at Hyunwook, telling him he absolutely cannot bring an outsider into their last sanctuary. But the older Hyunwook tells her to trust him. This man funded their survival and is a comrade. The door creaks open, and Unha stands back, her hand on her sword as she stares at the visitor. Older Hyunwook gives a bright, desperate smile and says, "Welcome!" A man with a golden beard and a sinister, calculated grin walks into the light. It's the leader of the villains, the man who eventually kills everyone in the room, Gordon Precy. The two of them clink wine glasses, celebrating a partnership that was a death trap from the start. Snow White mentions that the special metal Gordon sent was enough to create something truly insane. Gordon leans in with a shark-like smile, asking exactly what kind of weapon they forged with his gifts. Snow White shuts him down quickly, reminding him that the production details are classified info. The name Gordon sits there, heavy with the weight of the betrayal that's about to happen. Gordon laughs it off, waving his hands and acting like he was just being a curious friend. Outside the window, a spider sits on its web, perfectly symbolizing the trap Gordon has set for them. Snow White laughs, saying nobody would ever be crazy enough to suspect their major investor of being a villain. She winks at him, telling him she's itching to show off her work, but she has to stay professional. Gordon gives a fake, polite laugh while his eyes stay cold as ice. He closes his eyes, savoring the taste of the wine and the upcoming slaughter. The survivor base is buzzing with people, everyone trying to enjoy a rare moment of peace in a world that's gone to hell. Hyunwook stands alone, staring out at the ruins of the city with a look of pure exhaustion. The weight of leadership is written all over his face. He looks like a man who hasn't slept in years. Youngjun walks up with a plate of food, calling Hyunwook a pathetic bastard for moping during a party. He barks that the commander is killing the mood and making everyone feel like they're walking on eggshells. Hyunwook looks up, genuinely surprised by the sudden verbal slap from his friend. He realizes that Youngjun is actually worried about him, even if he's expressing it like a jerk. Hyunwook admits that seeing everyone happy just reminds him of all the people they couldn't save. Youngjun starts punching his arm, saying he's giving him a hit for every fallen comrade he's still whining about. He tells him to get real. You can't go back in time like a comic book character and fix things. He tells Hyunwook to stop looking at the graves and start looking at what he's actually done for the living. He points out that the warp mages would have been dead months ago if not for the MC's protection. He mentions Snow White and the blacksmiths who would be slaves to villains if it weren't for him. He shouts that their search team's casualty rate is shockingly low because of Hyunwook's leadership. He finishes by saying that without him, every person in this base would have been annihilated long ago. Hyunwook looks down, his heart heavy as he admits he still wishes he could save everyone. He stares at the broken city, unable to forget the faces of the people who didn't make it. Youngjun tells him their friends died as warriors, knowing the risks, just like they do. He tells the MC to stop the pity party and focus on being the team leader they all need. Unha rushes in and grabs Youngjun's ear, scolding him for messing with the boss. Youngjun yelps that he was just helping the guy cheer up. She snaps at him, asking if he's blind and can't see he's actually ruining the vibe. The other guards jump in and drag Youngjun away, telling him to go focus on his rum instead. He struggles in their grip as they carry him off, finally bringing a smile to Hyunwook's face. Yoonha turns back to Hyunwook, her eyes soft as she asks if he's actually doing okay. She tells him she's his guard, and part of her job is making sure he doesn't break down under the pressure. Youngjun yells from across the room that she's overprotecting him and making him fragile. Everyone starts laughing, the genuine warmth of the squad lighting up the dark room. For one brief moment, they look like a family instead of the last survivors of a dead world. Gordon Tracy watches them, telling one of the soldiers that they are a remarkably tight-knit group. He pulls his hood up, saying it's nice to see, even if it feels a bit uncomfortable to a guy like him. Outside the base, two guards are complaining about their shifts being messed up by the gate alerts. One of them is excited because he heard there's instant noodles in the new shipment. A figure in a white robe walks past them, their footsteps heavy and ominous. The guards ask where he's going, and the figure replies that his role ends here and they can rest now too. The guard is confused, having no idea he's looking at the man who's about to end his life. Suddenly, the figure's face turns into a demonic mask. It's Gordon, declaring that their roles end today as well. Massive, snake-like monsters erupt from the shadows, their red eyes glowing with hunger. The guards are torn apart in a spray of blood before they can even scream for help. A survivor watches from behind some drums, his hands shaking as he witnesses the infiltration. He tries to warn the others, but a monster is already looming directly behind him. A massive explosion rocks the entire building, the sirens finally screaming through the base. Inside, the squad leaders are in shock. The safe house has been compromised. Hyunwook snaps back into action, roaring for everyone to get to their battle positions. Monsters pour through the walls, sending survivors flying in a chaotic blast of smoke and metal. A high-rank undead monster with red eyes roars, leading the charge through the main hall. Hyunwook shouts to evacuate the VIP Gordon first, but a guard tells him the man is missing. Hyunwook freezes. He finally realizes that Gordon didn't get lost. He was the one who opened the door. The status reports are a nightmare. Block after block is being shut down or destroyed. The monsters are moving as if they have a map of the entire building, targeting the mages first. The defense leaders realize they can't hold out. The enemy is already inside every major room. Hyunwook grits his teeth, the realization of his own mistake burning like acid in his throat. He makes the call to abandon the base, vowing to hold the monsters off while the others evacuate. A literal army of skeletons marches forward, their shields and spears creating an impenetrable wall of death. A villain executive complains about how noisy the humans are as they scream for their lives. She asks why they even bother bringing an entire army just to wipe out a few thousand refugees. She points to a creepy figure sitting on a throne of bone, calling him Target Number 1. Hyunwook hears a trumpet sound and his heart skips a beat. It's the signal for the necromancer. A scout confirms it. The leader of the undead is officially on the battlefield. High-ranking villains are spotted everywhere, surrounding the base with a literal ocean of monsters. They are under a full-scale attack, and the survivors realize they are being hunted like animals in a cage. Hyunwook curses his own stupidity for trusting Gordon and leading his people into this slaughter. He hears on the radio that the search team is moving toward the necromancer instead of retreating. His friends are charging into a death trap, facing a massive dragon and a wall of armored ghouls. Youngjun yells that they can't wait for another wave. They have to take this chance to kill the boss now. Hyunwook leaps from a ledge, his coat flapping in the wind as he dives toward his squad. He roars that if things go wrong, everyone will die because of his orders, and he can't live with that. One of his men is shaking, saying he's not mentally prepared to die in a suicide charge. Youngjun screams at him to get it together and do what he can, regardless of the fear. Hyunwook lands, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated fury and desperation. Snow White radios in, telling him the underground workshop is reinforced and ready to withstand the unthinkable. She tells him to end this hell right now with the crazy weapon she just finished building. The monster army is closing in, a literal wall of armor that looks like it can't be broken. Youngjun asks Hyunwook if he really wants to spend another lifetime regretting the past. A three-headed hydra monster blasts purple fire, incinerating the nearby buildings. Hyunwook closes his eyes, focusing his metal control until his brain feels like it's going to melt. He orders the production team to set up Mowgli and tells the search team to protect the warp mages at all costs. His squad members give him a final, confident smirk. They are all in on this gamble. Hyunwook declares that today is the day they finally eliminate the necromancer and take back their world. The squad gives a resounding roger, their voices filled with the resolve of men who have nothing left to lose. Drones carrying warp circles fly over the city, positioning themselves like the fingers of a god over the target. The necromancer sits on her throne, looking bored as she waits for the base to fall completely. The monster army looks up as the sky starts to glow with a violent golden light. Young Jun and the others engage the enemy orcs, shouting out that the occupation points are secure. They fight through waves of lightning and shadow, creating a clear line of sight for the orbital strike. The necromancer finally looks up, a single question mark appearing above her as she senses the massive mana building up. Snow White's assistant asks if she intentionally lied about the repairs being finished. Snow White laughs, saying if she told Hyunwook the truth, he would have been too wimp to take the shot. Hyunwook's system screams a warning. His metal control has exceeded the limit, and his life is at risk. He knows one mistake, and he'll be the one who kills every person he's trying to protect. The warp circle above the necromancer begins to spin, creating a vortex of raw energy. The necromancer stands up, finally realizing that she is the one being hunted. A massive glowing white sword, the Mogley, descends from the portal with the weight of a planet. Hyunwook puts every ounce of his soul into the strike, vowing to protect everyone with this one shot. He roars, "Go, Mogley!" as the orbital sword enters the atmosphere. The necromancer stares up in pure terror as her impending doom fills her entire field of vision. The shockwave of the descent ripples through the air, clearing the clouds for miles. Steel rain, meteor. The sword impacts the ground with the force of a nuclear blast, leveling the entire villain headquarters. The wind from the blast is so powerful, it literally tears the remaining monsters into pieces. Hyunwook's men take cover, the air around them burning with the residual energy of the Mogley. A massive pillar of fire shoots into the sky, a signal to the survivors that the tide has turned. Hyunwook is thrown back by the force of his own attack, his body finally reaching its absolute breaking point. The glowing sword stands as a monument in the ruins, a site of both total destruction and ultimate hope. Dead monsters are piled high in the rubble, their bodies charred to cinders by the orbital strike. The survivors emerge from the dust, looking at the battlefield with wide, shell-shocked eyes. Hyunwook grabs his comms, frantically asking for a report on who is still alive. Yoonha confirms that the guard team is mostly alive and engaging the survivors of the blast. Young Jun and another soldier stand on a ledge, looking down at the absolute carnage they created. Young Jun reports that 60% of the search team is gone. The price of this victory was too high. Hyunwook calls for the production team, but he sees something moving in the sensors. The necromancer is still alive. In the center of the flames, the skeleton of the boss monster stands up, glowing with a demonic purple light. She lets out a horrific shriek that sounds like 1,000 souls screaming in pain. The scout with binoculars yells that she's suffering from severe injuries, but she's refusing to die. Young Jun yells at Hyunwook that this is their one and only chance to finish her off. Hyunwook stares into the fire, his eyes losing their human light as he prepares for the final kill. He orders the guard team to join the battle and clear out any villain who tries to escape. Yoonha is shocked, asking why he's charging into the fire alone without his bodyguards. He tells her they need every man to deal with the monsters that infiltrated the safe zone. He'll handle target no one. Yoonha grits her teeth, a look of pure, teal-eyed frustration on her face as she watches him leave. She orders her team to join the combat unit, but she prepares to follow the MC into the crater. She screams that she's going after Hyunwook, refusing to let him face the end by himself. Hyunwook flies through the air, thinking that if he kills this monster, the liberation of humanity is finally here. The ruins of Seoul shatter under the weight of the coming battle, the very air crackling with dark energy. He roars a battle cry, launching a wave of blue steel energy toward the skeleton boss. A massive building collapses as the necromancer counters with a blast of purple fire. The boss monster's face is a mask of pure concentrated hatred as she stares at the human who ruined everything. Hyunwook rains down a second storm of smaller swords, each one tracking the boss like a homing missile. He dives from the sky, leading the strike with a legendary blade in each hand. The necromancer is pinned against the rubble, her dark blood splattering across the broken concrete. A massive explosion of blue and purple mana erupts as they clash for the final time. Hyunwook stands in a literal forest of swords, looking like the god of war himself. He looks the dying necromancer in the eye and tells her that they finally face each other, monster to monster. He asks what she's so shocked about. After killing billions of people, she can't think this is unfair. The necromancer tries to speak, her mouth a bloody mess of bone and shadow. He tells her to shut up and make no excuses as he swings his sword for the killing blow. A massive gout of black ichor sprays into the air as the strike connects. He confirms on the radio, target no one has been officially eliminated. Yoonha and the others hear the news, and for 1 second, they actually believe they've won the war. But then, a nearby skeleton's eyes begin to glow with a pulsing purple light. The light flickers and intensifies, as if something is trying to restart a dead engine. The monsters on the battlefield stop moving for a heartbeat, the air going unnaturally quiet. The soldiers are confused, wondering if the undead have finally stopped because their master is dead. Suddenly, a massive burst of dark energy erupts from the crater, knocking everyone back. Youngjun yells to concentrate firepower on the remaining villains, sensing the danger. The survivors let out a roar of triumph, still hoping for the liberation of humanity. They unleash a combined magic strike, the ruins being filled with orbs of fire and lightning. A villain executive is caught in the blast, her armor cracking as she looks toward the crater. She looks up, annoyed, and wonders what that gloomy guy Gordon is actually doing. In the sky, a massive blue dragon roars, its scales reflecting the fires of the city. It lets out a terrifying sound, a roar that resets the morale of every monster on the field. A red system notification flashes, Sol download activated. Hyunwook looks up, his heart sinking as he sees a flock of winged monsters descending on the base. The download hits 30%, the necromancer's mind is moving to a new body. He realizes the horror of what's happening. She wasn't just a boss, she was a virus. The process hits 70%, the dark energy in the air becoming thick enough to suffocate a normal human. A massive clawed foot impacts the ground, crushing the survivor's reinforced wall. 99% complete. The air is screaming with the sound of a new nightmare being born. A vision of the necromancer appears in the mind of her host, whispering that they are now one. The host's eyes snap open, glowing with a demonic red light that signals the literal end of the world. The transfer is 100% complete. The boss has returned in a much more powerful form. The massive blue beast stands over Hyunwook, its presence alone enough to crack the MC's resolve. Hyunwook is trembling, realizing he was baited into an impossible fight from the beginning. A voice in the dark whispers, "Let there be darkness," and the world goes cold. A fallen soldier's skull snaps open as he stands back up, his eyes now glowing with a fresh purple light. The entire monster army is getting back up, their wounds healing instantly as they surge forward. The system declares night off death. The undead obey the necromancer even in their death. The survivors are paralyzed with fear as their friends are turned into an immortal tide of flesh. Hyunwook roars in despair, realizing he was the lure that led his own people to their slaughter. The new host smirks at him, enjoying the look of absolute defeat on the hero's face. The monsters hit the defense line like a tidal wave, and this time there are no more miracles. A hulking, half-transformed monster roars, its eyes filled with the necromancer's soul. A soldier is engulfed in a pillar of fire, his scream cut short as he's consumed by the darkness. The base is hit by a tactical nuke of dark energy, turning the warehouse into a furnace. Hyunwook is on his knees, his eyes wide with a terror he can't even put into words. He screams for everyone to evacuate and not to resist, just run for their lives. The villain leader uses a skill called devour, stealing the power of a fallen hero called the Fist King. He moves like a blur, punching a survivor with enough force to liquefy their internal organs. Hyunwook tries to block, but his sword is shattered by a single, casual strike. The villain uses a body transformation skill, his muscles bulging and his skin turning into a dark, armored shell. He grabs Hyunwook by the face and slams him into the concrete, mocking his weakness. Yoonha tries to intervene, diving from a rooftop with her final bit of mana. She's swatted out of the air like an insect, her body crashing through a burning bus. Hyunwook watches as she's pinned down by monsters, her crimson hair soaked in blood. The villain uses another devour skill, this time stealing the inferno power of a fallen mage. He laughs as he channels the stolen fire, his entire head turning into a burning skull. He unleashes a massive fire breath that incinerates a dozen survivors in an instant. Hyunwook is caught in the edge of the blast, his skin blistering as he screams in agony. Yoonha crawls toward him, telling him he has to pull himself together and survive no matter what. He screams at her to run away, but she just shakes her head and smiles. She tells him she is his shield, and that her first life belongs to him. She stands up, her body glowing with a final, desperate holy aura as she blocks a tidal wave of fire. The villain uses the skill of Alcides, granting him the strength of a mythical giant. A massive purple aura lion swallows the area as he launches his final, devastating punch. Hyunwook is blown back, his coat shredded and his vision finally fading. He sees a flash of purple energy as he falls, the final remnants of his humanity being erased. A villain executive with a massive hammer drops from the sky to finish the job. The impact creates a shockwave that flattens the surrounding block, leaving nothing but a crater. The buildings collapse like houses of cards, the last bastion of humanity officially falling. Youngjun screams Hyunwook's name one last time before he's also submerged in the dark. He's run through by a spear of dark energy, his glasses shattering as blood splatters the ground. The villain holds him up like a trophy, laughing as the light leaves the Sword Saint's eyes. A close-up of a villain executive shows a look of pure, manic joy they've finally won. The surviving platoon leaders are being impaled and held aloft like morbid decorations. A swarm of monsters covers the sky, blotting out the stars for the last time. Unha is on the ground, dying, watching as her world is completely erased. She looks toward the spot where Hyunwook fell, her eyes wide with a final, silent plea. A swarm of monsters descends on her, a horrific end for the world's last holy paladin. A villainess licks her lips, tasting the blood in the air as she surveys the carnage. A lone figure sits on the edge of a skyscraper, silhouetted against a massive red moon. She tells the wriggling survivors to stop, calling their struggle disgusting to watch. Hyunwook is in the dirt, coughing up his own life, begging for it to stop. He begs the survivors to just run away, even though there's nowhere left to hide. Footsteps approach through the rubble, slow, calm, and terrifyingly familiar. A mother holds her child as they are cornered by dragons, her final wish being that they make it out alive. Gordon Precy walks through the ruins of Seoul, his white robe perfectly clean in the middle of the bloodbath. He looks down at Hyunwook, his face covered by a plague doctor mask. Hyunwook looks up, his eye wide with horror as he realizes Gordon betrayed them all. An explosion rocks a bus full of survivors nearby, killing every single person he was trying to save. Gordon casually mentions that the civilian safe zone is almost cleared up. Hyunwook weeps, asking why he did this when he was supposed to be their guardian. Gordon's eye is cold as he tells the MC it's not his fault. He was just too ignorant to see the truth. He points to the bodies, telling Hyunwook that a guardian is just a villain who hasn't revealed themselves yet. Hyunwook realizes the ultimate truth. It was the players, not the monsters, who ended humanity. Gordon mocks the MC's title, the Great Steel Emperor, before laughing at how pathetic he looks. He pulls off his mask, calling him F-rank Lee Hyunwook with total disdain. He raises his hands, claiming they are chosen divine beings who have brought judgment upon the world. Hyunwook coughs, saying that if he had known how to improve just a day earlier, he could have changed this. Gordon smiles, asking if he feels wronged by the world. He tells him not to think of it as a shame, because his fate was sealed the day he was born as trash. Hyunwook's eye fills with tears as he watches the villain's shadow loom over him. Gordon laughs, saying this pathetic end is perfectly fitting for someone of his rank. A massive executioner raises a club over the MC, ready to deliver the final blow. Hyunwook roars Gordon Precy with his final breath, a name he will carry into the next life. A sudden splash of blue water clears the vision, the darkness being replaced by a sterile, bright room. Back in the present, Hyunwook snaps awake in an infirmary bed, tears streaming down his face as he gasps for air. He sits up, his heart pounding, realizing that the Steel Emperor life was just a nightmare of a failed future. A young soldier sitting by the bed jumps in surprise, calling out his name. His whole squad is there, asking if he's all right and why he's crying. One soldier whispers that if the King of Heartlessness is crying, he must be in serious pain. They all start panicking, thinking he's suffered permanent mental damage. They ask him where it hurts, trying to find a wound that didn't heal. Hyunwook sighs and tells them that's enough, his voice returning to its usual cold tone. The squad stops, looking at him with wide, confused eyes. He looks out the window and tells them he just saw a tragic future. They repeat the words, tragic? Future? Wondering if he's finally lost his mind. Hyunwook stares at the reflection in the glass, the fires of soul still burning in his mind. He declares that he just saw a future that must never happen again, and he's going to change it at any cost. Emotional hook. A mother screams in desperation at the barricades, her voice cracking as she begs to save her daughter trapped inside the hellscape of Seoul. The soldiers hold her back with cold efficiency, telling her that the city is a total lockdown zone and no one, absolutely no one, is getting in. Beyond the toll booths, a massive shimmering dark dome has completely swallowed the skyline, turning Korea's capital into a giant cage for monsters. Deep inside the National Gate Response Committee, the high-ranking leaders sit in shadow, debating the fate of millions through pixelated screens. The atmosphere is heavy with defeat, as these leaders claim there's nothing they can do, more worried about public opinion than the lives being lost. One official callously suggests they should just start preparing for a world after the wave, essentially leaving everyone in Seoul to die. Suddenly, a hand goes up in the back of the room, cutting through the cowardly chatter. It's Kang Seo-yoon, the rank 4 player, and she's absolutely disgusted, asking if they're really planning to abandon over 1 million citizens. The officials try to backpedal, making excuses about the danger, but Seo-yoon isn't hearing any of it. They argue that they need to choose and focus for the sake of the country, a fancy way of saying Seoul is a lost cause. Soyun grits her teeth, calling them out for caring more about their political positions than human lives. The room erupts into an argument, with the leaders shouting that there is literally no tactical way to enter the zone and save everyone. She stands tall, reminding them that there are still guild players inside who haven't given up, and they need support right now. One official scoffs, questioning if rogue players would even listen to orders in the middle of a literal apocalypse. Soyun makes an offer they can't refuse. Her guild will provide hero-grade items for any player fighting the corruption, and a legendary item for the MVP. The room goes dead silent as the greedy officials literally gulp at the thought of such high-tier loot being put on the table. She makes it clear, she won't tell her guild to hide while people are dying, and she'll do whatever it takes to save even one more person. With a final fiery shout, she slams her hands down, daring them to find a problem with her plan. The silhouettes on the screens remain silent, stunned by her resolve, and the massive wealth she's putting on the line. As she sits back down, she's exhausted and bitter, thinking about how pathetic it is that she has to buy a solution to a national crisis with money. Meanwhile, back at the military base, a sharp salute rings out as our boy Lee Hyun-wook makes his move. He marches straight to the underground bunker of the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade, a place still scarred by the previous battle. The scarred battalion commander looks up, surprised to see Hyun-wook standing there so soon after he was supposed to be resting. Hyun-wook doesn't waste time with small talk. He looks the commander in the eye and tells him he has a suggestion. The commander is intrigued, knowing that whenever this sergeant has an idea, things are about to get wild. Hyun-wook mentions the vampire terrorist they captured, the one who was supposed to be under maximum security. He reveals the shocking truth: the prisoner has escaped, leaving nothing but empty shackles in a room that was supposedly escape-proof. The commander sighs, rubbing his head as he admits the situation is a massive disaster they tried to keep quiet. The prison was built with mana stones and barriers. No one below an S rank should have been able to walk out of there alone. Hyun-wook's gaze sharpens as he delivers the grim conclusion: there's a high-level traitor, a villain, hiding within their own military. He points out the obvious chaos. Seoul is being overrun, and now criminal players are roaming free inside the dome. The shelters meant to protect civilians are now nothing but hunting grounds for these superpowered traitors. If they don't act now, those people aren't just hiding from monsters, they're trapped with murderers. The commander admits the troops are too damaged to deploy, but he's practically grinning, waiting for Hyun-wook to give him a way out. Hyun-wook realizes the old man was counting on him to step up and lead a mission that no one else is crazy enough to take. He proposes the formation of a special unit, a small, elite team designed to dive into the heart of the wave and stop the corruption. The commander repeats the words, special unit, already considering which high-level executives he'd have to assign. He looks at the images of the burning city, knowing the scale of the massacre happening just a few kilometers away. He asks Hyun-wook the million-dollar question: how is a sergeant going to get high-ranking officers to follow his orders? Our boy just gives him a confident smirk, telling the boss not to worry about a thing. Outside, the camp is a mess of wounded soldiers and craters, but Hyun-wook is already hunting for his new recruits. He finds Lieutenant Min-hee and immediately starts barking orders, making her scream about the military hierarchy being disrespected. Hyun-wook puts on a fake sad face, telling her he originally wanted to leave the officers behind so they could rest. He jokes that the battalion commander literally hit him for suggesting a unit without officers, making it look like his hands were tied. He lies through his teeth, saying the commander specifically requested Min-hee because she's the most trusted leader. Then he plays on her ego, admitting he was greedy and needed her specific skills for the mission. He reminds her of the Steel Rain attack, telling her he couldn't have wiped out those 20,000 monsters without her warp gates. He paints a picture of her as a hero, saving the citizens of Seoul with her wide-area attacks, while everyone else is paralyzed with fear. He even hints that the big guilds will be fighting to scout her after she pulls off this legendary mission. Min-hee's eyes go wide, and she suddenly grabs him, her whole attitude shifting the moment he mentions she'll be an advisor. Hyun-wook's grin is pure evil. He's got her exactly where he wants her, and he's not stopping there. Next stop, the fire line, where a group of mages are struggling to keep a mountain fire from spreading. Water magic spirals into the air, but it's barely enough to hold back the blaze caused by the massive mana surge. Sergeant Kim Si-hee is complaining at the top of her lungs, wondering why she's suffering so much when she's almost done with her service. Hyun-wook appears out of the smoke, calling her name and telling her she's just been drafted into his special unit. She tries the classic "I can't hear you" trick, pretending the roaring fire is drowning out his voice. Our boy just smiles, gives her a thumbs up, and says he's delivered the message before walking away into the heat. Si-hee is left standing there with a look of pure dread, feeling like her peaceful retirement just went up in flames. A giant, "I don't want to" speech bubble fills the screen as we cut to the barracks. She's literally rolled up in her sleeping bag on the floor, hiding like a caterpillar while Hyunwook looks down at her. She's throwing a full-blown tantrum, screaming that she doesn't care what he has to say, she's not going. Hyunwook just stands there in silence, letting her exhaust herself before he drops the hammer. She complains about everything she went through during the Valencian 30 incident, swearing she's done with hero work. Then, Hyunwook leans in. He starts listing her secrets, drinking on duty as a private and extending dispatch schedules to slack off. The MC towers over her with a terrifying shadow, telling her if the commander finds out, her military life will never end. Si-hee leaps out of her bag in a panic, suddenly the most motivated soldier in the battalion, asking him what the mission is. Cut to the woods, where Lee Won-suk is staring at his reflection in a puddle, horrified by the vampire fangs growing in his mouth. In the distance, the search parties are hunting for surviving monsters, and Won-suk knows if they see him like this, he's dead. He's trembling, covered in blood and struggling to keep his sanity as the transformation takes hold. A blur of movement cuts through the trees as a figure leaps from the shadows toward him. The N-Seoul Tower looms in the distance over the dark dome as the confrontation begins. It's Hyunwook, and he's shouting Won-suk's name, knowing his disciple is hiding nearby. Our boy remembers the intense battle where he saved Won-suk from the vampire curse, but he realizes the big guy has run off in shame. In a quick flashback, we see Won-suk kneeling and swearing he's not the type to run away, while Hyunwook bluntly tells him he is. Hyunwook looks frustrated, thinking that his disciple should have trusted him a bit more instead of hiding in the dirt. The scene shifts to the base again, with the announcement for the special unit to gather at the training grounds. Soldiers are rushing through the halls, loading up crates of ammo and supplies for a mission they know they might not come back from. The orders are clear. Take everything you can carry, because once they enter that dome, there are no more supplies. Hyunwook is fully geared up in his AMT armor when he senses someone standing behind him. He turns and sees Seo Yuna. He immediately snaps a salute, wondering what the Black Paladin is doing here. He asks her what's wrong, noticing she looks a bit more serious and maybe a bit more awkward than usual. Yoonha clears her throat and admits that she's misunderstood him this entire time, finally recognizing his true value. Our boy just gives her a gentle smile and says it's fine, not holding her previous doubts against her. But then she snaps back into her prickly self, pointing a finger and saying that doesn't mean she completely trusts him yet. Hyunwook is genuinely confused by her sudden mood swing, wondering where this is going. She shouts that she's decided to join the special unit too, just so she can keep an eye on him. Hyunwook stares at her, his blue eyes reflecting the shock of having his strongest ally from the first timeline join him so early. A huge grin breaks out on his face. He tells her he's looking forward to working together. Yoonha's eyes widen as she sees that genuine smile, her cheeks flushing slightly as she realizes she's committed to this. She stammers out a "me too," clearly trying to maintain her cool despite her racing heart. Hyunwook thinks to himself that with Yoonha on the team, he finally has all the reliable people he needs. He sees a vision of his past self, the scarred leader who lost everyone, and he realizes how much has changed. When he first regressed, his plan was simple: do everything alone so his friends wouldn't have to die again. He tried to keep his old comrades at a distance, thinking he could carry the weight of the future on his own shoulders. But as he stands before his unit, 11 members and 3 drivers, he realizes the commander has given them a new name. He thought isolation was the only way to protect them, but he was wrong. The commander decides to call them the Steel Company, and despite the cheesy name, the soldiers look ready for war. The future is changing, bit by bit, because Hyunwook is finally letting people in. He realizes that overcoming the trials ahead is only possible if they fight as one. He reports in one last time, his face set in stone, ready to lead his people into the dark. The mission is clear: stop the soul wave and prevent the hopeless future he saw in his nightmares. He knows now that he needs everyone's strength, not just his own. The era of the solo player is over. Sergeant Lee Hyunwook and the Steel Company report for duty, charging straight toward the dark dome of Seoul as the rain begins to fall.